He also mentioned many of the strange and powerful prizes that he managed to win from the wishing fountain. And that is how a man like myself unwillingly gained a feminine flower parasol. Don't get me wrong, it is definitely a powerful high-level artifact that has good growth and development potential. It is just not something that a man would want to get caught with. The artifact itself is also biased against men. It is only truly willing to unveil its full power in the hands of a woman. I see, Kedis said with a bemused expression. The wishing fountain truly embodied the randomness of a lottery. While the more valuable lottery tickets always guaranteed a prize award, they did not promise to give their holders exactly what they wanted. However, as long as the lottery ticket holder got lucky, they had the potential to obtain goods worth hundreds if not thousands of AP that was normally unattainable through other means. Therefore, the wishing fountain was still one of the most valuable facilities of the Mech designer system. It gave people like Vase hope of obtaining a boon that was powerful enough to change their lives. Vase had benefited a lot from the prizes of the wishing fountain. Now, he hoped that Kedis would be able to get lucky and start to accumulate her own collection of valuables. Here, he said as he pulled out a golden lottery ticket from his pocket and dropped it onto the woman's palm. This is my welcome gift to you. It only costs 5 AP to purchase this ticket, and there is a chance that you might end up winning nothing, but there is always the chance of obtaining a treasure of untold value. Did you know that I originally obtained lucky from one of my very first lottery draws? That certainly caused Kedis to regard the wishing fountain with much greater respect. Truly, yes. How else did I manage to obtain a gem cat so advanced at the start of my career? Kutiz's eyes grew red as she stared intensely at the simple-looking golden lottery ticket. Although it did not convey as much wealth and promise as the radiant lottery ticket that Vase had shown off earlier, the golden ticket still represented a huge array of possibilities. Would she be able to get lucky as well and obtain a lifelong companion that could grow a lot more powerful over time? She did not know the answer, but that was why she wanted to give this a try. She did not hesitate any longer and immediately tossed the ticket into the fountain as instructed. The wishing fountain absorbed the ticket before the water began to glow gold. Soon enough, the fountain spat out a black boot of an ancient style. Kedis catched the piece of footwear and looked at it with puzzlement. That's it, where is the other boot? Congratulations, you have won a replica of Tai Kaience's left boot. Vase became speechless. Was Kutiz's luck that terrible? Although the design of the boot was rather interesting, he did not sense it was made out of any powerful or exceptional materials at all. It was just a boot that any shoemaker could make in his own workshop in a matter of days. Perhaps believing that there may be more to this prize than was apparent on the surface, Kedis did not hesitate to bend down, remove her left shoe and put on Tai Kaience's left boot. It is a perfect fit. The swordmaster said, it fits me better than my old shoe. Do you notice anything else? Does it provide you with a surge of strength or anything? No, it is just a boot. A comfortable black boot, but still just a boot. Well, that was a waste of a golden lottery ticket. It was a good thing that he still had 9 of them left. Once Kedis came to terms with the reality that she was not able to win a prize as special as lucky today, she shrugged her shoulders and was ready to resume her tour of the system space. Kedis, what is it, Vase? Aren't you going to change back to your shoe? The boot looks a bit discordant on you. It has been a literal age since asymmetric footwear was last in fashion. Kedis smirked back. I don't care about fashion. This boot fits me so well that I don't want to switch back anymore. Besides, I want to keep wearing it if only to confirm that it doesn't come with anything special. I might even have someone craft a mirror copy of this boot so that it won't look out of place anymore. That was a sensible idea, assuming that the mysterious boot granted by the wishing fountain did not secretly carry a curse or any other nefarious dangers. Though Vase was pretty sure that there was absolutely nothing extraordinary about Tai Kaience's left boot, who knew whether he could trust the system's description. Be careful, Kedis. From my own experiences with the system, it never lies about anything it says or describes, but it can still mislead you by withholding important information. It never told me where lucky came from or who made it. Perhaps what makes this boot special is not its inherent power or the lack of it, but the significance of its appearance to others. Maybe a hidden compact cultist that is hiding among the population of red humanity would instantly mistake you as a descendant of a great enemy and go after your life. Although the theory sounded plausible, it was also a very far-fetched scenario. Kedis did not take it too seriously. Let us move on to the next facility. I am curious to see what else this place has to offer. The pair left the wishing fountain and moved up to the divine bazaar. Vase did not need to explain too much how Kedis could benefit from this place. As long as she earned enough AP, she could exchange for all kinds of amazing goods and materials that the bazaar had on rotation at the time. The system used to give me access to a huge catalog of goods, but the problem was that most of it was unaffordable to me. Vase explained to the second user of the system. After upgrading to version 2.0, the system changed to the current model, which is to offer a selection of several hundred random high-quality goods. There isn't as much variety as before, but you can rest assured that each of this stuff is worth the AP. For example, I have found the Chi Restoration Potion to be extremely useful in emergencies. If I had more AP, I would have bought a few of them in order to stockpile them in the vault. Kedis could certainly understand the usefulness of a potion that could restore her extraordinary power in an instant, but that was not what caught her attention. Instead, she moved over to the section of the Divine Bazaar that offered all kinds of strange and weird materials that she was pretty sure was not available on the open market. Radenka metal price, 55 ascension points. A rare exotic metal that originated from Randenka, a planet that was destroyed in a conflict that occurred in the distant past. Radenka metal is a popular material to forge bladed weapons due to its excellent ability to hold an edge. It combines well with heavenly materials and can be further strengthened and sharpened by imbuing it with the power of metal. Trellband steel, price 500 ascension points. Trellband steel is a valuable alloy of multiple high-grade exotics as well as phase water originally developed by the Orvan race. Trellband steel is the favored material used by the high caste members of the Orvan race to forge sacrificial daggers. The Orvan elders and leaders believe that using daggers made out of this Trellband steel will increase their chances of evolving into phase lords. One of the reasons why they hold this belief is that a dagger made out of this alloy can cut through spatial barriers and energy shields enhanced by phase water. Hycene Sharpening Stone, price 10 ascension points. A sharpening stone created and used by the Hycene, an ancient brotherhood of swordsmen who sought to train themselves into breaking 10,000 laws with their swords. The Hycene were convinced that the best way to break every enemy and obstacle in their path was to sharpen their swords to the point where they can cut the immaterial as easily as the material. The Hycene Sharpening Stone is made out of a special combination of exotic and hyper materials that, when used with a specific technique, is able to physically sharpen most swords to the point where they gain a monomolecular edge. Although the Divine Bazaar did not provide too many offerings related to swordmasters, Kedis already found a small selection of goods that could easily allow her to progress her swordsmanship by leaps and bounds. Anyone who thought that swordmasters did not need to invest much money in order to progress was wrong. Just because swordmasters did not rely on huge and expensive mechs to channel their full power did not mean that capital was irrelevant. Gear mattered just as much to a swordmaster like Kedis. If she was able to forge a powerful new sword or upgrade the Bloodsinger with superior materials like the ones offered in the Divine Bazaar, she was incredibly hopeful that she would be able to master new techniques and elevate her swordsmanship to a higher level. This bazaar is amazing, Kedis said. I will definitely return here on a frequent basis. No matter whether I come as a mech designer or a swordmaster, this bazaar should definitely present me with relevant offers. The only issue is the price. She had 0 AP to her name. The system did not provide her with a welcome gift of AP, which meant that she needed to start earning it from scratch. If not for the fact that Vase was awfully short on AP himself, he would have been willing to transfer a few dozen of it for her to get started with using the system. In fact, Vase was not even sure whether the system had an option that allowed users to send AP to each other. He could explore that later. He still needed to finish the tour. Come, there is something really exciting up ahead. They left the Divine Bazaar and approached a large and mystical tree that dangled many weirdly shaped fruit from its long and noodly branches. Kedis looked up at the willow-like tree and stared at the descriptions of all of the Enlightenment fruits. So this is where you obtained the fruits that allowed people like Tusa and Isabel to master entirely new skills out of nowhere. The fruits you purchased here must be why they mastered shadow and explosion powers, correct? Vase was impressed that she was able to make this connection. That is true. The fruits here all cost a lot of AP, but they are definitely worth the price. You only have to ingest them to master the knowledge contained within. You won't be able to master it perfectly, but you will gain enough proficiency to be able to use what you have learned in your mech design projects right away. The tree of possibilities and its predecessor are the reasons why I have been able to progress so damn quickly. Without the frequent infusion of lots of advanced skills and knowledge packages, I would have still remained stuck as an apprentice mech designer at my age. Kedis fully understood the significance of the Tree of Possibilities. She immediately thought back on her own problems and shortcomings and knew that she could solve most of them as long as she started to ingest a half a dozen enlightenment fruits related to mech design. She began to see the Tree of Possibilities in the same way as vase. This was more than just a tree. It had the potential to become one of the chief contributors to her future success. Chapter 6232 Attainable Possibilities. The Tree of Possibilities seductively dangled its fruits over the heads of Vase and Kedis. For a long time, Vase enjoyed sole access to the Tree of Possibilities. He had exchanged over a dozen fruits over the years, and each of them had provided lots of direct and indirect benefits. There was no better and more efficient way for Vase to quickly learn and gain proficiency in all sorts of useful skills. The best part was that the reach of the Tree of Possibilities was insanely vast. It was able to produce fruit containing knowledge from all sorts of sources, from the lost repositories of ancient cultivation societies to current native alien technological development. Vase had no idea how the tree was able to accumulate so much knowledge. He was pretty sure that a part of the tree's vast database had yet to be mastered by modern humans. This tree, Kedis gazed up at the fruits in wonderment. There is so much variety. There is one fruit that claims I can learn how to construct Quelmer homeships. There is another fruit that claims it can impart me with the knowledge to mutate into a three-headed beast. Then there is a fruit that can teach me how to design active scanning systems that are good at detecting stealth systems favored by the Red Fleet. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Kedis. There are much more outrageous enlightenment fruits available, though they also cost an exponentially greater amount of AP. It is a bit difficult to obtain the better ones. You need to work hard to earn a lot of AP to buy a specific fruit, but if too much time has passed, the Tree of Possibilities has already refreshed its selection with a different rotation. It may take a year or longer before the fruit you have in mind has made a return. This is frankly one of the most frustrating aspects about the Tree of Possibilities. Just like the Divine Bazaar, the Tree of Possibilities only offered a rotation of a few hundred fruits at a time, but the ones available at the moment already made Kedis excited. If the descriptions offered by the system were accurate, then she could completely imagine herself becoming much more powerful as a mech designer as well as a swordmaster as long as she ingested much of these fruits. No wonder you have improved so quickly despite not spending as much time on studying. Kedis said with clear awe in her tone. Even a pig can turn into a genius with the help of these fruits. As far as I know, no other learning device or method can equal the effectiveness of eating one of these fruits. I am becoming more and more eager to start earning ascension points. Everything good in the mech designer system depends on it. My intuition tells me that there are numerous fruits above us that can definitely advance my progression as a mech designer or a swordmaster if I gain access to the knowledge contained within. She gestured at several different fruits of varying shapes and colors. One of them was a familiar wood-based fruit that Vase thought about acquiring for himself. Now that he thought about it, Kedis could make much better use of it than himself. Evil Breaking Peach Wood Sword Manual. Price: 100 Ascension Points. Imparts a method to carve suitable wood into an Evil Breaking Peach Wood Sword. This is a sword that does not possess a strong cutting edge, but is highly effective when used to fight against negative existences. The Evil Breaking Peach Sword is also effective when used to fight energy-based lifeforms and other energy constructs. Evil Breaking Peach swords that are excellently carved and made with high-quality materials can be enhanced by lightning. When empowered by any source of lightning energy, the Evil Breaking Peach Sword not only becomes much more deadly against immaterial enemies, but also receives physical tempering that strengthens its physical properties. This is certainly an interesting enlightenment fruit. Vase commented. It is an especially nice complement to Venerable Laney's elegant rage and other wood-based mechs that I intend to design in the future. I do not care too much about using wood to build my mechs, but this is such a completely different approach to sword making that absorbing this fruit will expose me to an entirely different facet to swords. Another fruit promised to impart her with a completely different style of swordsmanship than she was familiar with. Just the novelty of it along with the use of entirely different cultivation principles was enough to make the swordmaster within herself yearn to master this new kind of fighting approach as soon as possible. Its description contained familiar concepts and mechanisms that reminded Vase of the cultivation approach of both swordmasters and mech pilots. Vase even developed the suspicion that it may have served as the foundation of human willpower cultivation. 7 Emotion Sword Styles. Joy Chapter. Price: 400 Ascension Points. Bestows the skills and related theory to execute one of the 7 emotion sword styles with a sword or other handheld bladed weapon. The 7 Emotion Sword Styles is an extreme form of swordsmanship that teaches the practitioner how to weaponize one's own emotions and produce extraordinary results. The 7 Emotion Sword Styles stand out in that they do not require the use of external resources to master. Instead, they impose high requirements on their practitioners, demanding that they seek out a high level of stimulation that can push their emotions to inhuman extremes. Great danger lies in pursuing extreme emotions. If the practitioners lose their self-control, they become slaves to their own swords and emotions, thereby posing a danger to everyone and everything around them. Only by conquering their own extreme emotions and impulses will sword practitioners be able to master their chosen sword styles. The Joy chapter of the 7 Emotion Sword Styles centers around using one's own happiness to produce positive outcomes that can generate greater happiness to the sword practitioner. By defeating the opponents that are correlated to happiness, the newly generated joy will feed back into the practitioner, thereby enabling further enemies to be defeated with greater ease. Once the momentum of the practitioner has exceeded a high level, the sword wielder can generate an expanding field of joy that can impart a fraction of its power to friendly combatants. This will allow them to fight alongside the sword practitioner with greater power, thereby generating greater joy that will feed back into them all, allowing them to overcome any enemy, even those whose strengths exceed their own cultivation. Requirements: Strength must be 1.7 or higher. Dexterity must be 1.8 or higher. Endurance must be 2.0 or higher. Intelligence must be 1.5 or higher. Concentration must be 3.0 or higher. Spirituality must be 5 or higher. These 7 Emotion Sword Styles must be a collection of top-tier sword styles from a time before the founding of the Heavensward Association. Kedis immediately concluded, "The description provided by the system is not too detailed, but there are already enough clues that make me convinced that it is based on different principles than the sword styles that I am familiar with. If I can learn and master this so-called Joy chapter, I think I may be able to break through to the rank of Sword Saint." A single chapter was worth 400 ascension points. With that high of a price tag, the Enlightenment fruit definitely contained extremely valuable knowledge. Vase made another observation. "From what I can surmise, there are 7 of these chapters in total. I bet that if you can gather all of the chapters that are based on different emotions and master each of them, you'll be able to combine them and find a way to advance to the mythical rank of Sword God." "I think so as well." Kutiz's eyes glowed brighter as she stared hungrily at the 400 AP fruit. "I think I fully understand the value of the Tree of Possibilities now. It gives users like us access to all sorts of forbidden and extremely powerful knowledge. We need to pay a huge amount of ascension points for the most desirable fruits, but at least the system offers us a clear and transparent channel to obtain these powerful skills and techniques. That is much easier and more straightforward than trying to convince a star designer to give us access to her personal library or hunting down an obscure family that has collected a half-decayed tome in one of its vaults." She was completely correct. The Tree of Possibilities cut out all of the middlemen and directly made the valuable knowledge accessible to the users of the Mech Designer system so long as they could cough up the required amount of ascension points. "By the way, what are these requirements and what are the numbers based upon?" the female Mech Designer asked. "It's just the system's way of quantifying our attributes. I will take you to the top of the mountain where you can inspect your own status later. It is not that difficult to raise your lowest attributes with the help of the system. You can buy certain pills or other powerful reagents down at the Divine Bazaar that can help you meet the requirements of the more powerful Enlightenment fruits. I will need an AP for that, which I do not have. Then you will need to work for it, Kedis. You can still take advantage of a few services offered by the system without spending any AP, but that would be a huge waste of its potential. The system doesn't want to be attached to a bunch of lazy freeloaders. It actively encourages its users to work hard and be as productive as possible. The many incentives offered by the system for becoming a high performer is a big reason why I am so successful and why I tried to impart this attitude towards the Larkinson clan." Kedis looked enlightened by this explanation. So much of Vess's actions and decisions suddenly made a lot of sense now that she gained access to a crucial piece of missing context. The Mech Designer system literally shaped Vase into the Mech Designer he was today. The pair spent a few more minutes admiring the many Enlightenment fruits that promised to turn Kedis into a much better Mech Designer or Swordmaster. However, her lack of AP ultimately forced her to turn away from all of the temptation. There was little point in looking at the fruits without having any chance of acquiring them due to her incredible poverty. Vase actually felt a little sorry for her. While Kedis turned to leave, he moved closer to the Tree of Possibilities. He briefly studied one of the cheapest fruits before plucking it from its branch. He inwardly winced as he could just feel his stash of AP dwindling even further from its already alarmingly low sum. Vase. For you. Vase extended the small black peach-like fruit. I think it is best if you can experience the effect of ingesting an enlightenment fruit in advance. That way, you will know what you are saving your AP up for. Besides, I have studied your recent works, and I truly think you need to shore up your fundamentals. It takes years of dedicated study for most journeymen to reach the standard of a senior in just one of these fields, let alone a dozen. This is one of the reasons why third class and to a lesser extent second class journeymen can take decades if not a century to advance to the next rank. Kedis curiously took hold of the fruit and briefly read its description. Senior level mechanics price. 5 ascension points imparts a comprehensive understanding of the broad field of mechanics at a level of proficiency that corresponds to a senior mech designer. Requirements. Journeyman level mechanics. Though she felt a little insulted that Vase thought so little of her mastery in the field of mechanics, she was honest enough with herself to know that he was not wrong. If she could solve this shortcoming instantly by ingesting a single fruit, then she was not conceited enough to reject this gift. How do I make use of this fruit? Just eat it in a single go. Do not stop until you have finished the entire fruit. Good. Kedis only needed 2 bites to ingest the entire enlightenment fruit. She then began to freeze as the fruit began to burn a huge amount of knowledge related to mechanics directly into her mind. Chapter 6233 The morality of the system. The fruit that Vase bought was disgustingly cheap, but offered so much to Kedis. The knowledge was overwhelming. Kedis had never received such a massive infusion of theory and insights before. Her brain came under a huge amount of strain as the fruit forcibly infused it with so much information that it felt as if her head was about to burst. Fortunately, the enlightenment fruits never actually exceeded her limits. It appeared that it was specifically designed to accommodate its eventual beneficiary to the best possible extent. Since Kedis was not only unaccustomed to enlightenment fruits, but also possessed a lower brain development, it took a lot of time for her to digest its contents. Senior level mechanics ceased to be a big deal to Vase a long time ago. Let alone this enlightenment fruit, he was easily able to digest a more expensive fruit that contained a lot more theory. Are you okay now, Kedis? I am fine, I think. This is a huge rush for me. Give me a moment to catch my breath. I am used to exhausting myself in physical training sessions, but I never exposed my brain to so much mental drain. I cannot imagine how much worse it will be if I try to absorb one of the more expensive fruits. It is not as bad as you think. If you cannot digest all of the knowledge in a single go, then the fruit will hold most of it back and feed you bits and pieces over weeks or maybe even months. It may take a lot longer before you can grasp all of the contents of an enlightenment fruit, but at least it won't drive you crazy or anything. Kedis grew relieved after she heard that. That meant that she did not have to refrain herself from targeting the more expensive and desirable fruits. If I can eat a dozen or 2 dozen more fruits like this, I am confident that I can become a senior mech designer much faster than before. I don't have to work hard for 2 decades or so before I can find my breakthrough chance. As long as I absorb enough senior level knowledge in the most important fields of mech design, I am confident I can come up with a powerful design application that can take my work to the next level. Vase chuckled at her enthusiasm. That is the spirit. The tree of possibilities can help you as a mech designer in 2 different ways. It can help you skip years of painstaking study by quickly absorbing the knowledge that mech designers of a higher rank are expected to know. It can also give you access to exotic new technological applications that you can use as inspiration to develop your own powerful design applications. However, you should be careful not to become too dependent on these fruits to fuel your progress. I know. I have not forgotten your warning, Vase. There's more to it than that. Ascension points are scarce resources. It takes a huge amount of work to earn a lot of it, so it is not cost-effective for you to spend all of it on stuff that you can acquire yourself through other reasonable means. Your brain can also only absorb so much information at a time. There were times where I felt my brain was close to bursting. I think that the height of your intelligence attribute determines how much knowledge you can absorb from enlightenment fruits at a time. You will need to augment yourself further or find a way to trigger a mental evolution that raises your intelligence limit. All of these limitations mean that you need to make a careful selection on what sort of fruits you intend to ingest. It is best to make a priority list and formulate a strategy in advance. I see. That is indeed a strict limitation. Kedis understood that she was not able to make unlimited use of the tree of possibilities. Even if she earned a huge amount of AP, it was not wise to spend it all on a lot of enlightenment fruits. The two mech designers eventually turned away from the tree of possibilities and moved to the next stop. Well, you have been wondering what other way you can rely on to earn a lot of ascension points. The mission hall is your answer. This is the place where you can choose to accept the missions that the system has put on rotation from time to time. None of them are easy, and many of them demand a serious time commitment from you, but the AP they award you is always considerable. After witnessing what places like the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities had to offer, Kedis possessed a strong interest in earning lots of AP right away. She quickly browsed the missions that the mission hall made available this time. Many of the missions were somewhat familiar to Vase. The details may have changed, but the nature of the requests were roughly similar to the missions that showed up in the past. Vase briefly looked surprised when the mission hall suddenly started to offer missions that were definitely drafted with Kedis in mind. Teach swordsmanship to 10 disciples mission. Teach swordsmanship to 10 disciples difficulty. B rank description. One of the duties of swordmasters is to pass on their legacies and keep their inheritances alive. In order to become a better student of the sword, a practitioner must also become a better teacher. Accept at least 10 nominal or direct disciples and teach each of them one of your core sword styles and techniques. This mission is deemed a success when 5 of your disciples have advanced to sword initiate as a direct result of your teaching. Reward: 100 ascension points. Time limit: 3 years. Penalty for failure: lower your strength by 0.2. This mission, Kedis spoke in a daze. 100 ascension points is a lot for a mission, correct? It is, but don't underestimate the challenge of completing a B rank mission. I am sure you can teach a bunch of swordsmen and swordswomen well enough that they can break through and become the equivalent of an expert candidate in their profession, but you only have 3 years to complete it. If you end up failing it, you will suffer a major penalty that is difficult or costly to recover from. Are you sure you want to accept such a difficult mission right out the gate? Kedis did not hesitate and accepted it right away. This mission is tailor-made for me. I was meaning to become more serious about passing on my swordsmanship to other aspiring swordsmen. Andraste and my children are only the first who have truly received full attention and guidance. The issue is that they are still too young to become sword initiates, so I better get to work by seeking out older and more practiced swordsmen and swordswomen as my disciples. She would have no difficulty in finding willing pupils. Despite her relative youth, she was a genuine swordmaster that was comparable to an expert pilot. Lots of people would sell everything they possessed just to obtain a chance to become her disciple. Vase felt a little mixed about this mission, though. Teaching is a serious obligation, Kedis. Do not be half-hearted about this. You must make sure to allocate enough time on teaching and guiding your disciples so that they can continue to make progress over time. The system can be pretty strict about its wordings and requirements. A disciple is more than just a student. You can't get away with completing the mission by taking on hundreds of students and teaching them in one big classroom for a couple of years in the hope that 5 of them will get lucky somehow. The swordmaster's expression turned serious. I am aware. I have no intention of going against the spirit of this mission. The mech designer system clearly wants me to develop as a proper swordmaster. I will not disappoint its expectations by resorting to cheating or by relying on exploits. It is good that you know. Kedis continued to browse for more missions which she had a good chance of completing. The mission hall offered a few more that were clearly related to swordsmanship, but the problem was that they were much less tasteful than the prior one she accepted. Cursed Sword Birth mission. Cursed Sword Birth difficulty: C rank. When a swordmaster desires to wield a more powerful weapon that cannot be acquired through normal means, then he or she can choose to conduct a bloody ritual that can artificially empower a sword with the power of a curse. Collect 999 innocent intelligent beings and immobilize them in a ritual circle according to a design imparted by this mission. Gather other special reagents and plant them in the ritual circle. The stronger and more valuable the sacrifices, the greater the effect of the ritual. Once the preparations are complete, wait until total night has fallen on the planet and location of the ritual before using the sword to inflict pain and suffering on each unwilling sacrifice. The greater the outburst of extreme negative emotions, the stronger the outcome. Chop off the heads and stain the blade of the sword with blood after the sacrifice has reached the limit. Once the last and final sacrifice has fallen to the sword, throw it into the middle of the ritual circle and allow it to absorb the strong and lingering resentment of all 999 deceased sacrifices. If the ritualist has performed all of the steps correctly enough and harbors a strong desire for greater power, then the curse will successfully be born inside the blood-stained blade. The birth of the cursed sword is the first step to nurturing a supreme god-killing weapon that can shock the weak into utter terror while polluting the strong with distracting mental anguish. Reward: 250 Ascension Points. Time limit: 6 months. Penalty for failure: lower your endurance by 0.1. This mission is abominable, Kedis uttered as she tried her best to suppress her indignation. How can the system possibly encourage me to become a mass murderer? This goes against everything a swordmaster should stand for. A criminal who has shed so much innocent blood would never be tolerated in the Heavensward Association or the Larkinson clan for that matter. Vase did not look too surprised that the system would present such a nefarious mission. Don't be angry. This is just the way the system is made. Have you forgotten my theory on who originally created it? One of the inventors of modern mechs likely built this system as a desperate means to come back to life again. This fellow was definitely a high-ranking member of the Five Scrolls Compact. Even if he was one of the least objectionable cultivators among the cadre of this infamous secret organization, his morality is nowhere comparable to that of modern humans. But still, the system is pretty neutral in my opinion. Vase patiently explained. It doesn't judge you at all. No matter whether you are a devil or a saint, it is accommodating to everyone. While it offers plenty of options for you to become one or the other, the ultimate choice is up to you. Unless it imposes a mission onto you for some reason, you have complete freedom to decide how you want to develop with the help of the system. 250 Ascension Points for a single mission is a really great reward, and obtaining a cursed sword sounds like a fantastic way to become exposed to a new and exotic means of empowering swords. In other words, completing this mission was bound to provide massive gains to Kedis in her guise as a journeyman as well as a swordmaster. Kedis did not feel tempted at all. She felt sicker and sicker as she continued to stare at its horrible demands. No thanks. I am eager to become stronger, but I will never corrupt my soul in the pursuit of power. Don't be in a hurry to dismiss it. Read carefully. Have you found any mention of humans in it? There isn't any. The system won't make such an obvious oversight if the purpose is to work with human sacrifices. This means that it is completely acceptable for you to create a cursed blade by spilling alien blood instead. You only need to ask the expeditionary fleet to capture enough alien POWs to conduct your ritual. Doesn't that sound like a good plan? Think about all of the cool stuff you can exchange for 250 Ascension Points. Chapter 6234 Code of Honor. Vase felt like vomiting. Since when had the system become so generous all of a sudden? The Cursed Sword Birth mission was such a scam. What B-rank mission? It may as well be D-rank in his eyes. The requirement to gather 999 intelligent beings so that they could be tortured and killed was of no particular difficulty. Vase and Kedis could easily instruct the expeditionary fleet to capture any random alien warship and transfer the prisoners of war into their custody. Since the mission did not specify any particular demands for the sacrifices aside from the need for them to be alive, organic and capable of bleeding, practically any alien species fighting on the front lines would do. Perhaps the only unsuitable species among the 13 major alien races were the phase whales and the xianxias. The phase whales were too big and scarce. It was a massive waste to gather 999 of them to conduct a grand ritual just to empower a single sword. The xianxias were too strange. They were more like jellyfish than traditional animals, and they did not even bleed as far as Vase knew of their strange biology. That still left plenty of other alien species that were perfectly suitable for this ritual. In fact, there was no need to wait for the Golden Skull Alliance to capture the aliens. Many other forces had managed to capture a huge amount of prisoners of war across the front lines. Most of them ended up getting tossed out of the airlock or thrown into the nutrient pack production facilities. There were far too many low-ranking alien soldiers who possessed very little valuable intelligence and took too much space and resources to contain. Since prisoner swaps between the two hostile sides were not established, there was little incentive to keep so many alien prisoners. Even the biotech institutions could only conduct experiments on so many aliens at a time. It was a real pain to keep them all healthy and stable enough, as every species possessed special needs and requirements that were difficult for humans to satisfy. In any case, with so many aliens getting captured all of the time, it should be easy enough for the Larkinson clan to buy several thousand of them. In fact, now that Vase thought about it, there was no need to resort to any outside parties at all. The Larkinson Biotech Institute still kept tens of thousands of sapient aliens locked inside the biomes of the Dragon's Den. He could instruct the LBI to transfer them to Kedis right away. So long as the captives were in place, Kedis could start the ritual right away. Whether she wanted to empower the Bloodsinger or a brand new blade forged out of different materials, there should not be any major issue in completing this mysterious ritual. Vase believed that creating a cursed sword was as good as done once all of the pieces fell into place. Not only would Kedis gain a powerful new weapon that possessed a huge amount of research value, she would also earn 250 whopping ascension points, which was enough to redeem for extremely valuable goodies such as the evil-breaking Peach Wood Sword Manual Enlightenment Fruit. If she worked hard to complete a few other missions, then she might be able to exchange the 7 Emotions Sword Styles, Joy Chapter. Enlightenment Fruit. Despite all of these temptations, Kedis looked completely unmoved. Her disgust grew stronger. She clearly did not react positively to Ves's persuasion. I am not like you, Vase. She snarled at him. You may not see any issue with conducting a bloody ritual that calls for the slaughter of 999 alien beings, but I see this differently. Even when I was still a pirate in the frontier of the old galaxy, my fellow sword maidens and I have always held onto our bottom lines. We follow a strict code of honor that was rare among the scum of the frontier. We sword maidens have always believed that our core strength is based on discipline. Do you know what that word means, Vase? I have an impression on what it means, but I guess you hold onto a different definition. Apparently, discipline is a sword that stands for self-control. It is the ability to keep ourselves sober and rational in situations where our more primal parts of ourselves want to go wild. More than that, discipline is also the strength to stick to what we think is right even when we are tempted to do wrong. This is one such situation. I do not know what motivations the system has in mind for tempting me to break my code in exchange for a large payoff, but I will not allow it to tarnish my honor. It's just a bunch of aliens, you know. How can it be dishonorable for you to kill a few aliens? Sure, torturing them before you can finally chop off their heads is distasteful, but who cares when there is a war going on? The native aliens have never been merciful towards us humans. It is either kill or be killed. I really don't think that it matters how we treat them before they inevitably get offed. Every alien taken captive during this war gets killed anyway. You just have an opportunity to extract more value out of their short lives before you can finally release them from their mortal suffering. You don't understand. Kedis furiously shouted towards Vase. This is not about the aliens. I don't care about them. I don't think they should have the same rights as humans. What I care about is myself. Do you truly think I can prevent my heart from becoming stained if I act despicably against aliens as opposed to humans? It isn't possible. If I want to maintain a clean and pure heart towards swordsmanship, I must comport myself with honor, dignity and respect, especially now that I have become a swordmaster that everyone looks up to. Ugly behavior will only cause my soul to become ugly as well. It doesn't matter if other people think I am completely in the right for inflicting unnecessary pain and torture onto alien soldiers who tried to wipe out all of humanity. Just because they have awful intentions towards our race doesn't mean that we have to stoop to their level. I am a swordmaster. I am better than these mortal beings. To become a sword saint, I must uphold the ideals of a saint. If I fall for the trap set by the system, I do not think I can become the saint that I have envisioned for myself anymore. Even if my future path is not cut off, I do not think I will like the person who I will become a few decades later. Vase grew speechless for a moment. He never thought that his casual advice would lead to such a strong and principled outburst. He could see where Kedis was coming from. She was not as pragmatic as himself. She still clung to the ideals that Vase had long considered naive. She was much better fit for the ideals of the Larkinson clan than himself. That was fine. Vase actually liked it more if Kedis still retained her bottom lines and was willing to stick to her noble principles. I am sorry. He eventually broke the silence. I shouldn't have tried to push you to accept this mission. I may have inducted you into the Mech designer system, but you should have complete control over how you interact with it. You don't need to listen to my advice. You are more than capable enough to make your own decisions. Kedis calmed down by this time. Apology accepted. I know that you mean well. Let us just move on. I can take a look at the other missions at another time. The pair left the mission hall and moved to the next facility. The workshop of creation is a place that I have not really used all that much. On the surface, it allows you to pay AP to make use of the excellent workshop equipment. As far as I know, it can give you access to the best tools available to humanity. If you truly want to construct an incredibly valuable mech or piece of equipment, you can think about creating it here instead of in reality. You just have to make sure you can explain where you made it to other people. You sound as if there is more to this workshop than is apparent on the surface. There is. If you look closely at the rules, you can essentially pay 1 AP to stay in the system space for 24 hours. You might not understand the significance of this yet, but let me ask you a question. We have already been inside this mysterious system space for many minutes. How much time do you think has passed in reality? Nothing. Close enough. Only a fraction of a second has passed in reality. It is like we have entered into a spacetime bubble that works opposite to the one that has currently engulfed Bridgehead 1. As long as you have the AP to spare, you can stay here for weeks, months or even years on end to work on stuff and complete missions without worrying about wasting any time in reality. It was only now that Kedis understood how valuable it was to be able to spend an entire day inside the system space without any apparent time passing in reality. Just like Vase, Kedis had also learned that mech designers were short on time. There was so much they could do, and so little time in a day to take care of all of their priorities. I see. Is this one of the reasons why you have been able to progress so quickly? How much time did you actually manage to save while making use of the services of this workshop? Not as much as you think, Kedis. There are certain cases where it is worthwhile to spend 1 AP to essentially get an extra day of time, but I much prefer to save my AP for other stuff. That reminded him that he still had a bunch of missions that he had yet to make any progress in. He really should begin to work on a few of them despite his busy schedule. Many missions came with a time limit where Vase would have to pay a small but significant penalty if he failed to satisfy their conditions. Besides, Vase was also sick and tired of having virtually no AP left in his pocket. His little gifts to Kedis may have made her happy, but it had also caused his pathetic AP reserve to shrink even further. Vase quickly finished his explanation of the workshop of creation before he led Kedis to the next step. Is this a gate? Where does it lead to? Does it allow you to teleport to another place? Not quite. This is the time gate. It is a little bit complicated to explain its full functions. He began to give Kedis an exhaustive introduction of the time gate. The reason why he did this was because he believed that Kedis would definitely pounce on the opportunity to experience how other mech pilots controlled their swordsman mechs. Since that was the case, he did not want her to blunder without knowing what she could or could not do. Each mastery opportunity was precious, and it was important for Kedis to get the most out of her first jaunt through space and time. Kedis initially looked unbelieving. Though the other facilities of the mech designer's system already sounded fantastic enough, the time gate completely broke her boundaries on what it should be capable of. She never expected that this relic actually made time travel available to its users. Is this real? Did you really manage to travel back in time and change human history? It's real, believe me. Who do you think the destroyer of worlds got her companion spirit from? Vase smirked. Chapter 6235. The real reason the time gate completely surpassed Kedis's imagination. She simply couldn't process the craziness surrounding the ability to travel back in time and experience history from the perspective of an actual mech pilot. The fact that she could potentially interfere with the life of the mech pilot in question and change the course of history blew her mind. The potential abuses were enormous. What if she leaked a lot of future information to the humans in the past? What if she engineered the downfall of the heroes of the present? What if she produced a butterfly effect that ultimately caused her own birth to be unmade? Don't worry too much about it. Vase reassured a shocked-looking Kedis. The primary purpose of the time gate is to give us the most realistic front-row seat to how a mech pilot fights with an actual mech. Everything else is secondary. Just do what comes natural to you, and don't worry about accidentally unmaking our present timeline or anything. From what I have observed, the present time that we currently live in has already incorporated every jaunt that I, and now you, have made in the past. So don't hesitate and feel free to do whatever you want. Every change that causes enough ripple effects to change our society has already happened. We just don't know it yet. If you don't want to engage in these shenanigans, then don't think about it and use these mastery experiences for their intended purpose. Kedis furrowed her brows as she tried to process all of the information provided by Vase. Time travel was a very mysterious subject. There were many people that believed that the Red 2 may have mastered a rudimentary form of it, but the cost was probably so high that it was simply never done. If the Mercers and the Fleeters truly mastered time travel, then they would have never let the Red Cabal pull off the Great Severing. Isn't this too reckless, Vase? I know many people who would kill to be able to travel back to the past so that they could alter their history and set themselves up for future success. He chuckled. I don't think the system can bear all of those consequences. There is always a price for everything. We just don't know exactly what is being paid because the system isn't being transparent about the mechanisms of the time gate. Personally, I believe that the system's selection of mastery hosts is anything but random. Maybe they are specifically selected that no matter what you do, you will not be able to harm the timeline. That sounded rather reasonable. Ultimately, Kedis had to undergo a mastery experience herself in order to get a better idea of what she was dealing with. Descriptions and second-hand accounts alone did not do the time gate justice. If you want to make use of the time gate, do keep in mind that the time you spend in the past will also go by in reality. That doesn't make any sense. Kedis frowned. Isn't the progression of time in reality slowed down to almost zero right now? Why does it suddenly return to a normal pace as soon as we pass through the time gate? Why doesn't this time-manipulating device allow us to spend days on the other side while no time passes by on this side? Beats me. I don't make the rules, Kedis. I may have been making use of the Mech designer system for almost 2 decades, but I am still just a user, just like you. Only the creator or someone with heightened authority can give us more detailed explanations why everything is set up this way. The only person he could think of was his mother, who oddly enough possessed the ability to influence or intimidate the system into acting in a certain fashion. Is there anything else I should know about the time gate before we move to the next stop? Yeah, if my guess is right, you should be able to make use of the time gate for free once every year. Don't waste this opportunity. I do not think there is a better way for mech designers like us to understand what mech pilots are going through when they are struggling inside the cockpits of their machines. One of the reasons why my customers enjoy the experience of piloting my mechs so much is because I have incorporated so many lessons from so many mastery experiences in my mech designs. It is also why I have been able to make so many masterwork mechs. One of the factors that determine the quality of a product is how well it serves the needs of its intended users. A machine that pilots like a well-fitted glove is most definitely superior to a clunky lump of metal that actively fights its pilot's intentions every step of the way. The Swordmaster looked thoughtful at that. She most definitely understood the implications as well as the value of the time gate. I will not waste it, she promised. From what you have described, this is a far better way for mech designers to understand the challenges of mech pilots than the alternatives. Interviewing mech pilots is a poor means of information transfer, and trying to connect with their minds with the help of neural interface technology is risky and can only be done outside of the cockpit. If Kedis disregarded the shenanigans related to time travel, then the service provided by the time gate was already invaluable enough to any mech designer. She would be more than happy if access to these so-called mastery experiences was the only gain she made today. The pair eventually left the clearing that held the gate and moved up to the second-to-last stop. Before they reached the top of the mountain, Vase led Kedis to a clearing that was built to the side and looked a lot more technologically advanced than the other facilities. Is that an old-fashioned land-based observatory? Kedis asked in puzzlement. I assumed the sky above us was fake. You are not wrong, Kedis. This particular facility is looking at something different than the sky of the system space. This is the primary reason why you are here. I had already been thinking about inducing you into the mech designer system for several years, but I never pulled the trigger until the appearance of this structure recently has encouraged me to pull the trigger. The two stepped inside the large structure and became greeted by a lot of empty space and 2 very distinctive sights. Though Katiz's attention was immediately drawn towards the smaller object, Vase held her hand and pulled her towards the large array in the middle. This is the Dimension Telescope. It is one of the 2 main components of the Dimension Observatory we are in. Simply put, it allows us to peek at one of them in any other dimensions that are normally inaccessible to us. It contains a range of useful features and upgrades that will allow us to look for specific resources and such, but all of it costs lots of AP to acquire. You can take a look yourself by accessing the console. Kedis did so and soon began to look troubled. These upgrades are expensive. There are so many of them as well, and I bet that this device will continue to present expensive new upgrade choices later on. Why are you so eager to make use of this telescope? There is little point in observing different dimensions unless you want to conduct specialized research, but I do not think this is relevant to your research projects. To explain that, I will have to take you to the second component of the Dimension Observatory. Come over here. You have already been staring at it from the moment you stepped inside this place. Compared to the large and impressive telescope, Kedis clearly possessed a much greater attraction towards a giant pillar surrounded by spatial energies. The reason why she felt such a strong affinity towards it was because it was vaguely shaped like a sword. Not only that, but she intuitively guessed that it was able to leverage the spatial energies to form an exceptionally sharp blade that could cut through more than solid matter. As a swordmaster, Kedis already felt the urge to wield this giant pillar and swing the massive blade, at least once. Unfortunately, she was not a phase lord. It was impossible for a mere human like herself to hold a pillar that was large and heavy enough to hold up the roof of a medium-sized structure. What is it called? This is the Dimension Blade. Perhaps you may have guessed it already, but this device exists to sever the walls between dimensions in a targeted fashion. This will generate a tear that will connect the material realm with one of the higher dimensions that we have targeted. Anything on the other side can cross into our own set of dimensions and vice versa so long as the dimensional tear continues to persist. For now, the tears we can make with this dimension blade are not that big. The tears won't last that long either. This is amazing. Kedis gasped. Wielding the dimension blade is like wielding the power of a god, if only momentarily. Can only create minor gaps between the dimensions. The system allows us to upgrade the performance of the dimension blade in several ways, so we can attain much better results as long as we invest enough AP. One of my ultimate goals is to save enough AP to secure one of the best and most expensive upgrades that allows us to make a permanent tear through the dimensional walls. A temporary tear and a permanent tear had completely different meanings. Kedis was smart enough to deduce the consequences of either option. It was already amazing enough to be able to produce temporary tears for the purpose of quickly plundering valuable dimensional resources, but creating permanent tears had a much greater impact on society. Kedis widened her eyes in realization. If we can create numerous permanent tears into resource-rich dimensions, then we can significantly expand the availability of resources in human-occupied space. If we can plant them in strategic star systems to the rear, we can give the Red 2 and every other major power the ability to continuously mine the resources they need to construct powerful mechs and warships. Exactly. Do you see now why I am so keen on using the Dimension Observatory? Why haven't you already made use of it if you think it is so important? It's too expensive, Vase frankly admitted. Not only that, but I don't want to draw any further attention to myself than I already have. Let me explain my concerns to you in greater detail so that you understand my perspective. He spent the next 10 minutes telling her how he was struggling to earn enough AP to fuel his own upgrades while also trying to improve the performance of the Dimension Observatory. He also explained how he had become way too high profile and that he did not think he could afford to become a lot more valuable than he was today. I don't have a good way to explain how I have magically gained the ability to cut a tear through dimensions. Not even phase whales can do stuff like this. People will suspect that I am hiding a much greater secret if I show off this ability one day. That is why I have spent months without ever touching the Dimension Observatory. Vase concluded his explanation. Realization dawned on Kedis as she completely comprehended her former mentor's plan at this time. So the main reason you inducted me to the system is to wield this power in your stead. It makes sense, doesn't it? You are a swords master. You can do all kinds of cool stuff with a blade in your hand. The Red 2, the first-rate colonial superstates and every other major power won't look too deeply into you when you show off your crazy new ability to create dimensional tears one day. They will just assume that this is part of a hidden traditional swordsmanship method. This can serve as the apparent origin behind your powerful new ability. You can even invent a fake sword style around it and toss it to others as a diversion. It is not your fault that their sword practitioners are so incompetent that they can't pull off any of the techniques in the manual. Chapter 6236 A Swordmaster's Responsibility. So this was the real reason why Vase invited Kedis to become a user of the Mech Designer system. That did not mean that the other reasons became invalid all of a sudden. Kedis fully believed Vase that he had the best intentions in mind for her. The system was not harmful to her unless she failed to resist her temptations. However, Kedis was under no illusion that Vase was a good Samaritan who wanted to spread the bounty. If not for the pressure that the Dimension Observatory exerted on his limited ability to earn AP, he would have continued to hide away the Mech Designer system in order to satisfy his paranoia about how much he could get in trouble if its existence ever got exposed. Kedis understood Vase quite well and knew that he had taken a very courageous step by sharing the system with her. He rightfully felt concerned that revealing this enormous secret to just one person could compromise its secrecy. It should not be common for him to set these feelings aside and seek out cooperation. Whether he did so because he wanted to borrow her AP, it didn't matter. He did not restrict her from making use of everything the system had to offer to its users. Gaining access to facilities like the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities already put her at an enormous debt to Vase. As a woman of honor and integrity, Kedis fully intended to repay all of the boons she received today. That did not mean she was eager to take on the role of a scapegoat. Kedis looked at Vase with a look that showed she caught on to his scheme. The ability to create tiers between dimensions that can allow humans to harvest rich resources in places that are normally inaccessible is a game-changing ability of the highest order. Not even God pilots can do this, I think. So long as I show up and reveal this ability one day, a lot of powerful people will pay attention to me. Once they figure out that my ability is the real deal, they may decide to stuff me into a gilded cage just like you. The big shots may even do worse and stuff me in a literal cage somewhere in the rear. This is highly detrimental to me. As a swordmaster, I must actively seek out conflict and danger in order to hone my blade. I won't be able to elevate my swordsmanship when I am not actually in a fight. Vase sighed. I admit that there is a risk that the Mechers will swoop in and restrict your freedom of movement like they have done with me, but, as long as you are creative with your wording, you can give them the impression that your ability to create more powerful dimensional tiers is related to your cultivation as a swordmaster. The stronger you become, the larger and longer lasting the tiers. If you can claim that you can create a permanent dimensional tear once you advance to the rank of Sword Saint, then I am sure that they are willing to escort you to enough battlefields where you can give your swordsmanship full play. That sounded like a dubious plan to Kedis. Even if it worked out as he predicted, she still wouldn't be able to go where she wished. She would gain her own Blue Jay fleet that stuck to her like a barnacle and acted like an overprotective mother whenever she attempted to travel anywhere that posed a slight threat to her life. How would she be able to build up her courage and face true life-threatening challenges when the Mechers refused to hold back from saving her? She hated the thought of getting coddled all of the time. You don't have to accept this request of mine, Vase earnestly said. You are by far the best candidate to expose the ability to create dimensional tiers, but you are not the only one. I just need to spend 10 AP in order to induct another mech designer to the system. Most people in our profession actually like it when they stay as far away from danger as possible, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find a trustworthy partner who is willing to bear this particular burden. Kedis looked a bit guilty after hearing this. I do not want you to feel as if you have invited me in vain. I would hate it if you think I am being ungrateful. There are more ways for you to contribute aside from creating dimensional tiers. If you truly want to repay me for giving you access to the system, then make good use of it and earn lots of AP so that you can make the Dimension Observatory stronger and more useful to us all. The sooner we unlock the ability to create permanent dimensional tiers, the better. That made Kedis feel a bit better. Now that she had almost completed her tour through the system space, she had a pretty good idea how difficult it was for a user to earn AP. If the descriptions of the Dimension Observatory were accurate, then it clearly possessed a huge amount of potential. However, it cost a huge amount of AP to draw out its greater potential and elevate it to the point where it could relieve red humanity's persistent resource shortages in a more permanent and sustainable fashion. At this moment, Kedis's mind began to sway. This was because the call of duty beckoned to her. It was clear that Vase was too much of a coward to make use of the Dimension Observatory himself. He would try his best to shirk this duty and pass it off to someone else in order to prevent his heat from increasing any further. How long would it take for him to find a willing and trustworthy candidate? It had already taken him a lot of guts to invite Kedis into the mech designer system. If he chose Kedis over Gloriana, then Vase clearly had major trust problems. Kedis recognized the incredible value of the Dimension Observatory. In a time where red humanity suffered one setback after another, any delay in making effective use of the observatory's functions could lead to the defeat of human civilization. The most direct way to solve this problem and minimize the negative consequences was to accept the duty that Vase had thrust upon her. So long as she accepted the consequences of bearing this important burden, she would not only be able to help red humanity gather more resources to fuel its hungry war machine, but also take personal control over a power that others might abuse for their own purposes. Kedis closed her eyes for a moment. As Kedis tried to come to terms with this responsibility, she felt as if Sharpie had grown a little sharper and stronger. A swordmaster never shirked her duty. A swordmaster did what was necessary in order to fight for her people. A swordmaster should not let the consequences of her own actions keep her sword in its scabbard. As the woman opened her eyes once again, her steel had subtly become stronger and more condensed. This may be just a simple mental test to others, but to a swordmaster like Kedis, it had served as an important reminder of how a true transcendent warrior should behave. I will do it, Vase. Wait, what? You heard me. I did not misspeak. I will go further than spend a part of my AP income on upgrading the Dimension Observatory. I shall wield the Dimension Blade and pretend it is my own sword as I use it to create openings to other dimensions. I do not entirely approve of the deception in your plan, but I understand that revealing the truth will do more harm than good. I shall keep your secret, Vase. In exchange, please allow me to take charge on how the Dimension Observatory's functions are used. If you want to shirk your responsibilities, then be consistent. So long as I am in control, I will ensure it will only be used for the good of red humanity. Vase blinked. He did not expect his former student to make a counteroffer and add an extra demand of her own to the deal. He did not entirely like it. He had wasted one of his precious system upgrade opportunities on dimension breach creation. Why should he relinquish control over it and allow Kedis to decide when and where she wanted to open new holes in the dimensional walls? However, Vase only briefly held these thoughts. Kedis would never deliberately disadvantage him and the Larkinson clan. As far as he was concerned, Kedis just wanted him to delegate this matter properly. As long as he was willing to give her a chance to prove herself, the swordmaster would go on and hopefully live up to his expectations. The most important part about this was that Vase needed to be able to let go. The Dimension Observatory was incredibly valuable to him, but it held a lot of value to others as well. It was impossible for the Larkinson clan to monopolize the ability to create dimensional breaches. Letting Kedis take charge over this matter would make her responsible for maintaining a careful balancing act. Hopefully, she would still be able to grant preferential treatment to the Larkinson clan. Vase did not expect to be able to take sole possession of every portal into another dimension, but as long as his clan gained control of one or two permanent dimensional tiers, that already put the Larkinsons ahead of most of their rivals. Besides, he already noticed how much good it would do for Kedis to take on this greater responsibility. His sharp senses could not possibly miss how her companion's spirit grew a little stronger and more driven after she had made a decision in her mind. Vase extended his arm. Kedis reached out and shook hands with the man who brought her into the system. It's a deal, then. Both of their lives had changed forever because of this, but it would take time before either of them understood how much their trajectories had shifted. One thing was for sure. Kedis was definitely bound to become as famous and prominent as Vase after she revealed her latest miraculous ability. I truly appreciate it, Kedis. You are the best person I can think of who can fulfill this particular role. I know it will cause you to attract a lot of unwanted attention, but you can leverage that to win a lot of concessions from the powerful groups that want you to create breaches from them. Try and ask for stuff that can advance your cultivation as a swordmaster. You are already on the right track as a mech designer. There hasn't been a natural sword saint among humanity for centuries if not longer. I think it may take more than training in combat to refine your willpower. Perhaps the mechers have a nifty material or elixir on hand that can help you get closer to the threshold of the next rank. I am not sure how strong a sword saint actually is, but as long as you become one, your ability to protect yourself and resist coercion will become a lot stronger. You will need this strength in order to hold your ground when you begin to interact with the leaders of red humanity on a more frequent basis. Vase helpfully gave Kedis more tips on how to deal with the upper echelon of their civilization. He had learned a lot of lessons in the past few years. It was best if he could impart much of his accumulated wisdom to his former student so that she wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Whatever you do, do not neglect the importance of diplomacy. You need to form alliances with other powerful groups. I am on really good terms with the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction of the Red Association, and I am pretty chummy with a few Terran ancient clans and so on. It may be possible to shift that favor to you since we are part of the same clan, but it is best if you go out of your way to forge direct relations with different powers. Only when you have a solid enough support network will you be able to avoid the worst outcome. Chapter 6237 Empty Courtyard. As long as Kedis gained prominence due to her own merits as opposed to leeching from Vase, she would rise to become a new power centered around herself. What this meant was that Kedis had the potential of becoming the second strong pillar that propped up the Larkinson clan. Even if Vase became utterly disgraced and ruined one day, so long as Kedis remained clean and proper, she could easily take over the burden of supporting and sustaining the Larkinson clan by herself. The ability to breach dimensions was just too valuable for her importance to be any less. While this meant that Vase would not be able to command her as directly as before, it was worth it as he could shift more responsibilities over to her, thereby relieving himself of some of his undesirable burdens. All in all, helping Kedis grow up and become a powerhouse in her own right was incredibly beneficial to his own interests. She would at least be able to divert a lot of unwelcome attention away from him, allowing him to work in peace. After the two mech designers explored almost every part of the system space, they finally came to the summit of the mountain. "This is the sacred temple," Vase said as they stepped foot on the clearing. "This is the place where you can find out stuff about yourself. It is a key place if you want to figure out how to develop yourself and improve your cultivation." The swordmaster looked a bit puzzled at the sight of the temple. It possessed an obvious ancient religious atmosphere that seemed completely contradictory to the previous facilities. "Why does the mech designer system host such a strange structure?" "It is because I selected a specific upgrade track that is centered around spiritual development," Vase responded. "Every time I complete a big mission and feed a very valuable material to the system, it will grow stronger and gain powerful new capabilities. It used to be a lot more limited in the past. In fact, I am actually expecting to complete another big mission in the near future. If the Red Tide offensive hasn't caused any undue delays, a provider will deliver a very special material that will allow me to upgrade the system for the third time. We can discuss what upgrade track we should pick once we meet together inside this system space." "Wait," Kedis suddenly raised her palm. "I just realized this possibility. If we can both enter this system space while we are located in two separate locations, we should be able to do more than talk to each other in total confidence. Since we can bring our stuff inside this place, can we transfer it to each other?" Vase blinked. He hadn't realized this yet. How could he have overlooked such an amazing possibility? "We should try it out in order to be sure, but I see little reason why it isn't possible. So long as we transfer our goods to each other directly or deposit it into the Vault of Eternity first, I believe the system may very allow us to effectively transfer items from one star system to another without the need to physically ship the materials across this distance." Now that he thought about it, this was actually one of the original plans he had in mind when he sent Veronica to his parents in the old galaxy. Since Veronica managed to deliver the coffin that held the bones of a primordial human, Vase speculated that he would be able to facilitate instant transgalactic trade using the system as the effective transportation channel. Although the Great Severing caused Vase to become so far removed from Veronica that the mech designer system was no longer able to facilitate this trade anymore, perhaps the story was different with Kedis. At the very least, Vase had great confidence in the ability to swap goods between himself and Kedis so long as they remained in the same dwarf galaxy. "We should definitely test this out," Vase strongly urged. "Once we confirm that it is possible, we can use this to smuggle goods to each other in total secrecy. It is best if we don't use it to exchange stuff that we can already ship to each other using regular transportation channels." Kedis nodded in agreement. We're partners. The two proceeded to venture deeper into the sacred temple. Kedis admired the various sights as they crossed a mostly empty courtyard. "What is this place?" "It's the courtyard of envoys. Supposedly, it is a place where we can place our chosen envoys." "What is a chosen envoy?" "It is an individual that has completely pledged his or her life to me, or you." "I'm sorry, the description is rather vague, and I don't have any first-hand experience to share with you. I have never made use of this function." "Why not?" "The system told me that chosen envoys are completely incorporeal." Vase responded. "That implies that they are either dead or born this way. Whatever the case, the only people I can invite to become my chosen envoy are powerhouses who have just perished or are on the verge of dying. They need to be willing to completely surrender their lives to me, which basically means that they will become my undying slave. For as long as I live, they must dedicate their new form of unlife as my totally devoted servant. They literally cannot disobey my orders as they serve as my ghostly champions of sorts." Kutiz's expression grew ugly when she heard that. That is too much to ask of most people. The only worthwhile individuals to turn into your chosen envoys are high-ranking mech pilots. However, they are all strong-willed without exception. They would rather suffer an honorable death than to live on as a cowardly servant. The only reason for them to choose undying service over the alternative is if their trust and loyalty in you is great enough for them to disregard their own desires. I think so as well. Do you see my problem now? I can't recruit any random expert pilot or ace pilot. I have to wait until one of our own is on the verge of death. I really don't want this to happen. I will not order the expeditionary fleet to take greater risks in the hopes that one of our champions will fall on the battlefield. They are family. I admit that I will not hold back if I see an opportunity, but given how methodically our troops fight, this may take a while. That is the right attitude to take. I completely approve of your approach, Vase. I can see how the option to turn a dying comrade into a chosen envoy can be good for both us and them. I am already thinking about whether it is possible to turn my fellow sword maidens into envoys. They will need to be strong enough in spirit. Vase reminded her. Having companion spirits should help a lot with that, but given that chosen envoy is clearly a status reserved for the powerful, the candidates should at least reach the rank of a swordmaster or expert pilot. That was a massive constraint. It ended Katiz's hopes of saving every sword maiden who fell on the battlefield. I think it is completely okay for you to make no use of the chosen courtyard. You already enjoy many forms of protection, and you can even turn into a phase lord if you are locked in a hard fight. I don't have so many luxuries. I am a swordmaster. Even if I have the option to become a phase lord, I will not take it because it conflicts with my path. I have a much greater need for chosen envoys, especially if I am still allowed to fight the aliens from time to time. You never know what you may encounter on the battlefield. She made a good argument. The life of an active swordmaster was indeed perilous. She could use a trump card like this to guard herself against unreasonable opponents such as mechs or giant beasts. Anyway, let's continue. This over here is the Pantheon. This is probably a place which you will visit frequently after this, because it is the place where you can find out your attributes and many other useful information. He led her to a set of statues inside the Pantheon. A few of them looked familiar, but one of them had been added very recently. Ketiz recognized Vase and Blinky easily enough, but she grew puzzled when she caught sight of the statue of a completely different individual. This dwarf looks familiar, it's one of my external incarnations. Vase coughed. Pardon, it's not important. I brought you here because you can summon your status, which gives you a detailed quantitative breakdown of yourself. Here is mine. Specializations. Mutual growth, status, name. Vase Larkinson, profession. Senior mech designer, ascension points. 40 AP attribute strength. 22 dexterity. 4.3 endurance, 27 intelligence, 6.4 creativity, 9.1 concentration, 18.2 spirituality, 35 genetic aptitude, F+ skills. Superpublish available. Inventorize available. Can be activated a single time. Time gate unavailable. Evaluation. A renowned senior mech designer who has begun to master the mysteries of life, mechs, synergy and the occult. Ketiz momentarily looked overwhelmed, especially when she saw the giant list of skills and sub-skills. Don't read too much into skills and stuff. Vase advised. The most important pieces of information you can gain from this status are your attribute scores. You will need to know how you stand on them in order to safely ingest certain enlightenment fruits that impose additional requirements. These numbers, what are they based on? Who determined the scale? I don't know. Vase shrugged. I can make a few guesses, though. I suspect that an attribute score of 1.0 conforms to average humans. An attribute score of 2.0 represents the normal limit of ordinary humans. This applies to every attribute aside from spirituality. Why the exception? Because modern humans are spiritually deficient. Vase answered. It's a long story, and it is not that useful to explain it to you. For now, you should keep in mind that normal humans can only improve their scores to 2.0 at most. It may be possible for baseline humans or lightly augmented humans to score a little bit above that, but that is the exception rather than the rule. Implants, genetic modification and breakthroughs in cultivation are all ways to raise your attributes far beyond those limits. As you can see, I have grown a lot stronger in every way. Ketiz did not really understand the significance of his attributes because she lacked context. Let's go take a look at your own status page instead. You will understand a lot better what these numbers mean. Name: Ketiz Larkinson. Profession: Journeyman mech designer, swordmaster. Specializations: Sharpness, unyielding ascension points, 0 AP strength, 2.6 dexterity, 2.1 endurance, 2.9 intelligence, 2.2 creativity, 1.3 concentration, 3.0 spirituality, 13.2 genetic aptitude. F. Abilities superpublish available. Can be activated once a year. Time gate available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation. A promising young journeyman mech designer and a swordmaster who is only beginning to combine her two professions to develop unprecedented advantages in the field of mech design. The status belonging to Kedis was inferior in every way. Her attributes were a lot lower. Her set of skills and sub-skills were a lot less numerous and developed. Perhaps the only consolation was that she gained access to the same system-granted abilities as Vase. Kedis immediately glowered when she compared her attributes to that of Vase. Even though Kedis was the only professionally trained combatant among the two, if she assumed these attribute scores were accurate, it was impossible for her to defeat Vase in a straightforward battle. Kedis was definitely a lot more skilled in combat than Vase, but the latter's crushing physical attributes alone could easily stomp her flat. She truly felt for the first time that swordmasters were weak. Chapter 6238. The information provided by Divine Core's swordmasters were weak. This was the central idea that haunted Kedis ever since she saw the status of both Vase and herself. Even as Vase casually dismissed the numerical differences between their attributes and led her to the innermost section of the sacred temple, Kedis momentarily went through another internal struggle due to this harsh reality. And this is the sacred hearth. It is here where we can directly observe and possibly manipulate our most central parts of ourselves. The theory on divine cores is a bit esoteric and mystical, but according to my own understanding, these cores are the most direct and honest reflections of ourselves. They are the core that defines our spirituality and in turn our personality, behavior, principles, and so on. At the beginning, your divine core looks like a featureless ball. It is only when you grow stronger and begin to develop yourself that it slowly begins to form into a more distinguished shape. Vase stopped in front of his divine core. This is my most central divine core. I call it the hand of creation. I suppose it has taken on this shape because I truly love to create. I not only create mechs, but also other objects and even entirely new life forms. The broad range of my works has shaped my divine core into a form that is more universal than that of a typical mech designer. I quite like it. I suspect that it is one of the reasons why I am able to extend parts of my design philosophy to works that are not related to mechs. The hand of creation looked beautiful to Kedis. The sacred hearth had a way of presenting the divine cores of its users in a way that conveyed their inner brilliance. Vese's divine core was more than just a fancy-looking hand. It glittered with endless possibilities. It was as if the hand of creation was literally capable of bringing anything into existence. The more Kedis stared at it, the more she felt as if she was getting to know the true Vase underneath all of his masks and other social constructs. She understood more clearly now that deep down in his heart, Vase was just a really avid creator. He loved the act of making new stuff, simple as that. She did not spot anything in his divine core that was inherently good or evil. Perhaps the only concerning sign on the hand of creation was the subtle streak of darkness that had blended into the divine core, but even that did not take away the obsession for creation. Morality evidently did not rank high enough in Vese's list of concerns. What she did manage to pick up was a need for recognition and a deep yearning for his works to change people's lives for the better. The former was a universal desire to every maker. The latter was a common goal of every earnest inventor. All of this meant that Vase had always been what he claimed to be. He was a mech designer. Although Kedis recognized that he was a lot more than just a mech designer, in his heart, he always remained true to his roots at all times. All of his actions and decisions led back to his desire to become a better mech designer and creator. As long as Kedis held this truth in mind, she was basically able to figure out the real Vase. This was the value of being able to take a good look at his so-called divine core. Your divine core is not as bad as I thought, she honestly commented. If something like this truly existed, then I expected that it would look uglier. One's divine core is based on your true self. What people think of me is not necessarily reflective of who I truly am. Let the people have their misunderstandings. I know that so long as I stay true to my principles and ambitions, I will never be at risk of going astray. They moved over to the next divine core. It looked a lot more concerning than the hand of creation. All Kedis saw was a giant maw that possessed endless hunger and a desire to devour everything in a futile attempt to become sated. Compared to the relatively pure and honest hand of creation, the whale-devouring maw possessed a considerably more nefarious air to it. If it was not restrained, it could easily go on an uncontrollable eating spree, inflicting untold damage to property as well as human lives. What is this? Moreau, a fluffy purple cat that reflected a growing galaxy on his fur, emerged from Vess's head. The companion spirit leisurely flew through the air and even rubbed his head against Keddy's before heading back to where he belonged. This is the whale-devouring maw. Vase straightforwardly answered. It is the divine core that corresponds to Blinky. I know it looks rather scary, but Blinky is not that bad. I mean, just look at him. Doesn't he look cute? Keddy's did not know what she should believe in. As far as I am aware, companion spirits are split personalities that have gained a little more independence. If this is the other side of yourself, then what will happen if you lose your self-control? It won't happen, Vase insisted. I might not be a sword maiden like you, but I am perfectly capable of remaining rational when it matters. I wouldn't have made it this far if I make stupid decisions all of the time. Blinky's divine core only looks this way because his core ability is based on a powerful ingredient taken from the Unending One. The supposed dark god was not exactly a pleasant fellow back then, but you can rest assured that Blinky is a completely new life form that has nothing to do with that big old whale. Though Keddy's had more than a few reasons to cast doubt on that explanation, she did not bother to continue this argument further. Her own impressions of Blinky had always been positive. So long as the companion spirit remained subordinate to Vase, then there was nothing to be concerned about. They moved on to the third and weirded divine core. She recognized the Hammer of Brilliance easily enough. Vase usually carried this strange self-made artifact on his handy tool belt. What was odd was the very real metal crown that had strangely planted itself on top of the divine artifact. Her sense of danger immediately triggered, causing her to become a lot more alert and vigilant. The crown posed a threat. What is this, Vase? This is the Hammer of Brilliance. This is Vulcan's divine core. As you can see, he is very devoted to traditional craftsmanship. The crown is a long story, and also involves confidential information that I am not sure that I am allowed to share with you. I admit that the crown is dangerous, but my mother developed a solution that allows me to contain its power and prevent it from causing any further trouble, mostly. Well, the crown has been with me for over a year, and it hasn't stirred up any major problems so far. I'm sort of using it as a power source at the moment. It is no different from trying to generate power from an active volcano. It is dangerous, but the risks can be mitigated as long as you take the right precautions. This was none of Katiz's business. She was willing to give Vase the benefit of the doubt and assume that he had a sufficient grasp on this crown. After admiring Vess's divine cores, they moved on to the next set of cores that clearly belonged to Keddy's. They stood in front of a greatsword that looked as if it was still in the process of getting forged. This is the divine core that corresponds to you, Vase remarked. It doesn't look as defined as mine because you are still a journeyman who only vaguely determined her development trajectory. The fact that it has not yet taken on a more solid and permanent shape means that you are still undecided where you want to take your design philosophy. Is that bad? No, it is not. This is normal among journeymen. You are still at an exploratory stage. You just need to travel more and experience new sights. Once you have found an idea that you are passionate about to use as the centerpiece of your design philosophy, that is the point where your divine core will shift to reflect your heartfelt choice. As long as you are able to satisfy the other requirements, it shouldn't take long before you advance to the rank of senior mech designer. Keddy's was already vaguely aware of what she needed to do in order to take the next step, but she never imagined that she could gain access to such a clear visual indicator of her progress. Being able to see her progress in a more concrete form was incredibly helpful to her progression. Even though it was just the equivalent of being able to see a progress bar that represented her own progress as a mech designer, it was already helpful to know how close she was to reaching the next rank. From what she could observe from her divine core, its progress did not stray too far from her own estimates of herself. She was still a long way from becoming a senior. She was still engrossed in too many interesting research subjects, ranging from sharpness to Stormblade technology. If she wanted to become a senior, then she needed to limit herself to a more singular cohesive design application and put her other interests to the side. I know where I stand. I will be sure to check up on my divine core on a regular basis. Do you have any advice for me now that you have seen my core? Vase thought for a moment. Well, if you are satisfied with how your divine core reflects your current aspirations, then be careful about absorbing the more expensive and powerful enlightenment fruits. Knowledge is power, but power can be a corrupting force. If you absorb too much high-level knowledge, then your goals and ideals may change to reflect what you have learned. I am not telling you to avoid those expensive and powerful enlightenment fruits entirely. You just need to be more prepared to digest what you have gained. That is a good suggestion. I will make sure to be more careful about this. Kedis said. It was unlikely that this would become a major problem to Kedis because of two reasons. First, she was a swordmaster. Her strong willpower would allow her to stick to her original convictions a lot easier. Second, the more powerful and overwhelming enlightenment fruits were too expensive. It was impossible for her to exchange too many of these exotic knowledge packages. There was no particular reason for Vase to worry about Kedis. The two moved in front of the last divine core. It clearly reflected Sharpie because it looked exactly like the companion spirit. This is pretty interesting, Vase said as he stared at a core that looked like a miniature Kedis wearing a robe and wielding a greatsword. You are the first willpower cultivator that I have brought into the system. I think it is not an exception that Sharpie's divine core is an exact match of her current form. The outcome should be similar to every expert pilot we can bring into the system. They are some of the most honest people in existence, and this is a reflection of that trait. Their divine cores should always match how they look, as the entire reason why they are able to grow so powerful is that they essentially worship themselves. Every high-ranking mech pilot was self-centered by definition. It was natural to assume that their divine cores closely matched who they were in reality. Vase even suspected that high-ranking mech pilots who had managed to form blood pacts with their mechs or completed parts of the mech-body merger process started to look different from their human selves. Their divine cores may have begun to resemble their own mechs. Chapter 6239 Flawed Swordsmanship. The comparisons between the attributes mentioned in their statuses already gave Kedis a powerful indication that she was a lot weaker than Vase. Studying their respective divine cores only worsened her evaluation of herself. The three divine cores belonging to Vase were all strong and clearly defined without exception. While a part of that could be explained by the fact that he was older and had more time to figure out his goals and motivations, he was being a lot more productive than Kedis. What Kedis found ridiculous was that Vase, accidentally, managed to become a phase lord somehow and become a lot stronger than herself. Even though the two had never sparred against each other for real, Kedis could already tell without a shadow of a doubt that she could swing her blade against Ves's massive true body all day and still fail to kill him entirely. His body was too big. His skin and hide were too tough. His bones were practically unbreakable. No matter what species they originally belonged to, once an individual became a phase lord, their physiques already exceeded their normal boundaries and began to evolve into a more perfect and combat-capable body. This led to the ridiculous result that Vase had become powerful enough to fight against mechs barehanded in spite of the fact that his divine core showed that he had no intention of using his massive power in this way. Although none of this was his fault, Kedis couldn't help but resent Vase a bit for gaining so much strength, only to make it all go to waste. Perhaps the only benefit to becoming a phase lord for Vase was that he became a lot harder to assassinate. If Kedis wielded this kind of power, she could do much more with it. At the very least, she could easily deploy into space and fight against other phase lords. Alas, she was not a phase lord. She was a swordmaster. A swordmaster was supposed to be strong, once. Back in a time when human technology was nowhere near as developed and when mechs and large warships did not exist yet, a swordmaster should have been a force to be reckoned with in those primitive days. Their blades could cut through any armor and they could outfight 10 if not 100 foot soldiers. However, too much time had passed since then. Human technology progressed rapidly, and frequent conflicts fueled the demand for ever more powerful war weapons. Swords had long made way for larger, deadlier and more powerful arms. The days when battles between individual troopers could decide the outcome of entire wars had passed a long time ago. Humanity's leap into the stars had definitely shifted the focus to warships and eventually mechs. How could a sword possibly cut through a mech, let alone a warship? While Kedis had always known that swordmasters had already become obsolete since the Age of Stars, she still remained upbeat about traditional swordsmanship as it helped her to design better mechs. However, she never wanted to be just a mech designer, like Vase. She was greedy. She wanted more. If Kedis was being honest about herself, then she wanted to become a powerful sword wielder as well. Sharpie wouldn't have taken on her own guise if she did not harbor such a personal ambition. Sharpie's divine core exposed the truth that Kedis wanted to become a powerful swordswoman as well. She thought that no matter how many reminders she received that traditional swordsmanship was out of date and unable to keep up with modern war weapons, she would still be able to make a difference so long as she became a sword god. It was hard. It was hard for her to maintain an unflinching belief in the strength of traditional swordsmanship. The brutal indications she received from the sacred temple had inflicted a powerful blow to her confidence. For all of the blood, sweat and tears she invested into her swordsmanship, her attributes only slightly exceeded the human norm. Even if she was able to execute dazzling extraordinary sword techniques, so what? Her body remained so small and weak that there was a limit to how much damage she could inflict. At her current level of strength, it might be possible for her to defeat a third-class mech, if it was a landbound machine that was only equipped with melee weapons. Any mech could easily crush her as long as it was armed with a simple ranged weapon. Swordmasters had no way of quickly closing the distance to a mech that was located kilometers away. The mech could leisurely take potshots at a swordmaster that was exposed on open terrain and overwhelm whatever personal energy shields or sword auras that was capable of blocking a couple of shots from a mech at most. Without the ridiculous amount of amplification and protection from a mech, swordmasters were simply too worthless to be of any value in the battles being waged today. This was a huge source of discouragement to Kedis. She couldn't help but question traditional swordsmanship herself. Was it useful for her to devote so much time and effort to her combat profession? Was there any value to practicing it if her only gain was to obtain a better understanding on how to design swordsman mechs? Would the continuous progression of technology cause her swordsmanship to become even less relevant over time? She didn't like the answers to those questions. Her passion dimmed and her confidence sank to a low point. Kedis was no longer able to delude herself due to the vagueness and lack of quantifiable data. The mech designer system clearly erected the sacred temple to allow for its users to obtain a clear and accurate understanding of their own states. It had no reason to lie or massage the data. At most, the data it presented may be a tad bit inaccurate due to measurement errors, but she did not think that she could take comfort in this excuse. She knew it in her heart that the sacred temple presented an accurate impression of her current state. Perhaps she wouldn't have felt so bad about herself if she was not able to compare herself to an inhuman freak like Vase, but she still would have felt miserable if his attributes were closer to the human norm. This was because her own attributes remained far too weak. Kedis did not think that her strength, endurance and so on would look that much better if she ever managed to advance to the rank of Sword Saint. She had met the Heavensward Saint in person years ago. Even if old Abraham Egenroth only reached this rank due to receiving a forceful boost from the mythical sword that gave him his current title, that did not change the fact that he still became susceptible to many human vulnerabilities. The Heavensward Saint was actually a special case in more ways. There were many people that believed that he could actually fight an expert mech or even an ace mech to a draw. However, no one would attribute this miraculous outcome to the sword wielder. Instead, everyone would assume that it was the ridiculously powerful Heavensward that did all of the heavy lifting. Wait a minute, her eyes suddenly blazed with hope. She realized that traditional swordsmanship was not completely hopeless. Kedis should have thought about it before. The Heavensward had already given her a roadmap or blueprint to a newer and better future. The Heavensward was forged at a time when the Milky Way galaxy was still filled with the power of heaven. Now, the only source of heaven that remained was locked inside the Heavensward's dimensional space and maybe other stubborn remnants of the ancient past. It was due to preserving this tiny slice of heaven that the sword managed to become so ridiculously strong, to the point of being able to teleport across intergalactic distances and back again. Traditional swordsmanship is not as good as I thought it was. It is weak. It has no future. It has fallen behind the times. No one takes swordmasters seriously anymore because any mech or warship could flatten us. I don't blame these people because it is the truth. It was also because of this that Kedis received the temporary privilege of wielding the Heavensward in battle. It felt so good to hold so much power. Even though she was too weak and unqualified to use the Heavensward to the fullest extent, what she felt during that exhilarating moment had given her a first-hand glimpse of the awesome power that was available to those that wielded the power of heaven in battle. The introduction of exotic radiation to the red ocean dwarf galaxy had effectively granted humans access to the power of heaven, once again, if only on a reduced scale. Even so, the blooming applications of hyper-technology and to a lesser extent e-technology had already shown everyone how much more powerful they could become by wielding the power of e-energy. The most recent lightning tribulation even featured an alien that was most likely native to Messier 87 that mastered a completely different style of swordsmanship. Instead of trying to polish his willpower, the dual-wielding swordsman evidently dedicated his training to learning how to communicate and leverage the power of ice and fire. Though Kedis was too busy at the time to think how it was relevant to her own swordsmanship, now this alien example further cemented her new resolve. "You've been quiet for these past few minutes. What is the matter, Kedis?" The swordmaster faced Vase with renewed fire and determination. "I was wrong." "Wrong about what? Are you questioning your path?" She knew him too well. "Perhaps you are right. What are you going to do about it, then?" "I am," Kedis admitted, "and as far as I was concerned, this moment was long overdue. It is only by taking a step back and admitting that what I have been pursuing for many years is flawed that I am ready to take corrective actions. The harsh truth that I have been trying to avoid all of the time is that traditional swordsmanship in its current form sucks. Don't lie to me and say that it is not that bad. You know it is true. Isn't the answer obvious? I am going to improve it and bring it up to modern standards. I will reform whatever is necessary to build a vastly stronger foundation that fully takes advantage of the conditions of the current era. We live in the age of Dawn. Mechs no longer have an absolute claim of dominance anymore. If mechs can leverage the power of hyper-technology to make themselves stronger, then so can swordmasters. All of that sounds plausible, but there are huge differences between a human-sized sword and a multi-ton mech. The latter is always able to provide a much stronger degree of amplification. You can't make up for this enormous gap. Kedis shook her head. I think you are wrong. Anything is possible. Have you forgotten about the Heavensward? It possesses an entire pocket space that is filled with miraculous energies. This is at least one concrete example on how swordmasters can circumvent the limitations of their limited human physiques. As long as they are equipped with swords that possess their own pockets of heavens in them, they can wield power far in excess of ordinary swordmasters. Her claim sounded so outrageous that Vase didn't know what to say. He then thought about it further and realized that his former student may actually have a point. The Heavensward was a unique relic that could have only been made by a true god-level craftsman. There was no way a journeyman like Kedis could forge such a transcendent artifact with her current capabilities. However, if she utilized the advantages of the mech designer system to acquire relevant skills and production equipment, it may be possible for her to one day forge a blade that possessed 0.1% of the power of the Heavensward. The enormous difference in power made the weaker sword sound pathetic, but it already represented a huge breakthrough if Kedis managed to forge such a weapon. As long as a decent swordmaster was able to wield such a weapon, it was not impossible for such a figure to fend off an expert mech under limited circumstances. If Kedis kept improving her craft, she would eventually be able to forge much more powerful blades. If she was able to systemize her sword forging methods and teach her craft to other traditional blacksmiths, then they may actually be able to spark the revival of swordmasters throughout human society. Chapter 6240 The Evolution of Swordsmanship. Vase looked surprised as he stared at Kedis. Deep inside the sacred temple, the swordmaster somehow gained an epiphany that caused her to drive away much of her confusion and gain a much clearer goal to strive towards. The changes going through her mind were so profound that it even affected her spirituality. Vase could clearly observe these changes. Not only was Sharpie's aura changing in character, but her divine core also started to change shape. The miniature version of Kedis seemed to become a little more sacred and holy. The divine core gained a more distinct heavenly flavor as it became surrounded by mystical clouds. Even the robes began to brighten into white. He could even see the faint silhouettes of a halo and a pair of wings sprouting behind her back. In the end, Sharpie did not outright transform into a heavenly angel. Kutiz's epiphany only progressed her willpower to a certain extent, and she still had a lot to go before she could imitate the power of an angelic being. However, Vase was already impressed by her transformation. Though a part of him felt concerned that Kedis was still being affected by the Heavensward's contamination, he believed she was strong and sober enough to make her own decisions on the matter. If she truly thought that taking inspiration from the Heavensward was the best way for her to advance her swordmaster cultivation, then that was her decision to make. He just felt it was a bit of a pity that her recent turn towards embracing heaven had caused her original obsession to diminish. Kedis still possessed a sharp edge, but it was clearly not her sole focus anymore. As Kedis continued to shift internal gears, she eventually opened her eyes. She grabbed hold of her sheathed greatsword and placed the tip against the floor of the sacred hearth chamber. Thank you, Vase. What did I do this time? If you had not inducted me into the mech designer system and brought me to this temple of contemplation and self-reflection, I would have continued to muddle through for at least several more years. I would have wasted all of that time while trying in vain to figure out how to become a stronger swordmaster, not knowing that my path was fundamentally flawed from the beginning. I take it that you intend to do something about those fundamental flaws. Correct. Kedis spoke with renewed purpose. The Heavensward along with other clues has pointed a new way forward for me. I am frankly embarrassed that it has taken me this long to connect all of the dots, but at least it is not too late. The traditions of the Heavensward Association are strong, but they are also out of date. The thing about swordsmanship is that it is never supposed to be static. Just like technology, the methods and principles that underpin the art of the sword are also capable of changing and evolving. Pretty much all of the sword styles that we have inherited from the Heavensward Association were all shaped by the limitations to the past ages. The Age of Dawn is completely different. Many new possibilities have opened to us that were previously denied to us due to living in a low-energy environment. Exactly, Vase. Now that every swordsman is able to wield the power of E-energy radiation, I see no reason why I along with other sword practitioners must insist on relying on our own willpower alone to fight. As much as I hate to admit it, willpower alone is far from enough to allow us to defeat the likes of god mechs, dreadnoughts and ancient phase whales. Only by admitting our weakness and becoming more proactive in doing better do we stand a chance of attaining parity with those powerhouses one day. Kedis truly believed that she may be able to put up a good fight against those titans one day. That was too much for Vase. He couldn't help but cast doubt on her new ambition. That is a bold claim. God mechs are the strongest combatants at their exalted levels. No other cultivator can match them in a direct confrontation. The most you can do is close the gap, but the difference in equipment is far too great for you to gain the upper hand against even the weakest of god mechs. The reinvigorated swordmaster shook her head. That is where you are wrong. First, a sword god that can fight by relying on supreme willpower can also rely on E-energy radiation to wield far greater power. Second, your definition of a sword is too simple. As long as we focus on improving it and expanding it many different ways, we may eventually be able to design and forge very complex swords that are able to draw lots of power from the power sources that we have installed inside their own pocket spaces. As long as this heavenly sword is as complex and powerful as a god mech, then the disparity in equipment can be negated. That sounded extremely arrogant of Kedis. Vase did not really believe it was possible to accomplish this, but it was good that she regained her confidence. It didn't matter if her goal was realistic or not. As long as she worked hard to reach an impossibly high summit, she was bound to end up at a much higher position than she was today. I think I get what you are saying. Vase spoke. The swordsmanship inheritance of the Heavensward Association is too deficient according to you. It was mainly centered around willpower cultivation. You think you can update it by combining willpower cultivation with both chi cultivation and artifact cultivation. That is it, I think. Kedis was clearly not entirely familiar with the terminology used by Vase. Chi cultivation is the most traditional approach to cultivation, which is to promote your self-evolution by absorbing E-energy. It used to be reserved to the 5 scrolls compact in the past due to the difficulty of gaining access to E-energy. Now that we are all surrounded by E-energy radiation, this limitation doesn't exist any longer. You can easily imitate the swordsmanship approach demonstrated by that alien swordsman that showed up during the last lightning tribulation. The difference between you and that alien swordsman is that the latter apparently never felt the need to engage in willpower cultivation. You and every other swordsman that has adopted the traditions of the Heavensward Association are different. While it is a lot harder to engage in 2 forms of cultivation at the same time, the results will undoubtedly be greater if you succeed in both. The swordmaster appreciated this explanation. It sounded much more systematic and sound in theory than her previous argument. What about artifact cultivation? That is a form of cultivation where the practitioner derives his strength from the powerful artifact that he possesses. A normal sword won't strengthen you much, but a weapon as powerful as the bloodsinger that you have been nurturing all of the time is different. As long as you make your sword a lot stronger, then whenever it is wielded by weaker individuals, those lucky folks will be able to quickly grow stronger by drawing from the power of their blades. That was indeed what Kedis wanted to accomplish as well, but now that she heard this, she quickly recognized a very big problem with this approach. A sword that is too powerful has the potential to overwhelm its wielder. Kedis mentioned, I certainly found it difficult to maintain my thoughts when I wielded the Heavensward in the past. I mostly managed to hold on because I was a swordmaster, but anyone weaker than that would have succumbed to the sword within a second. That is why artifact cultivation alone cannot produce strong swordsmen. You will only produce sword slaves in that case. Vase theorized. The strength of the sword must always remain in proportion to the strength of its wielder. You can make the weapon a bit stronger than that, but the wielder needs to compensate by developing his willpower. One cannot go without the other. Each of the three forms of cultivation that you have mentioned is essential. Leaving one of them out will never result in swordsmanship that is strong enough to rival mech piloting. I think we have the makings of a superior approach to swordsmanship here, Kedis. Willpower cultivation, chi cultivation and artifact cultivation can all go hand in hand to produce a much more powerful version of Swordsmaster than the ones that have shown up in the past. I think it may be useful to distinguish it with another name. What would you like to call this evolution? A name instantly came to mind. Kedis could not think of any other names that could fit her new approach a lot better. Heavenly swordsmanship, she announced. Let us call it like this in order to make it clear that it draws on power that is far greater than one can find within ourselves. This is my calling. No other swordmaster in the Red Ocean can create this more powerful form of swordsmanship that is perfectly adapted to the age of Dawn. I know what I must do now. I must work to become the ancestor of heavenly swordsmanship. I must develop completely new sword styles that are much more comprehensive and advanced than before. The learning curve will be steeper, but the results will also be far greater. Heavenly swordsmanship. The name held so much meaning to Kedis. Vase could feel the rich associations that she had placed on it. Her basic aspiration was to invent and master a sword style that was so powerful that it could actually reproduce the raw might as well as the infinite mutability of the heavens. If Kedis actually managed to pull off this insanely ambitious goal, then Vase predicted that she had a good chance of becoming the most powerful sword practitioner to ever exist. As Kedis actively looked forward to mastering such might, she looked 10 times more driven than before. It was as if she had finally grown up now. Her pride, confidence, ambition and willpower had all grown a lot stronger. Once she truly started to make progress in her ambitious new plan, her willpower cultivation was bound to grow by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for her to advance to Sword Saint as long as she was able to complete a prototype version of heavenly swordsmanship that actually worked. I am truly happy for you that you have clarified your goals, Kedis. You remind me of Tusa just before he managed to break through to the rank of ace pilot. Having a more specific goal in mind can do wonders to your progression. I think you have a real shot at attaining sainthood so long as you do not waver in your new goal. I won't change my mind. Kedis spoke with utter conviction. I may have my own wants and needs, but I am willingly subordinating them to my new goal, because this is too important. Swordsmanship as I currently know it has become a dead end. It is too flawed and incomplete to give humans the strength they need to fend off the native aliens and other threats. Traditions are important, but we should never turn them into shackles that inhibit true progress. Well said. Vase grinned and clapped. I approve of your proactive mindset. This is exactly the kind of attitude that produces successful mech designers and so on. You should make good use of the system. You don't need to learn how to practice chi cultivation from scratch. There are many enlightenment fruits that can teach you how to manipulate E-energy radiation for your own benefit. You can do that to upgrade your existing sword styles. As for artifact cultivation, that is a little more complicated. If you truly want to do everything yourself, then you will need to become good at traditional blacksmithing. Traditional blacksmithing, it's the ancient counterpart to the non-degenerated version of traditional swordsmanship. You don't need to spend too much AP to learn this craft. I can have Vulcan teach you how to forge low-level and eventually high-level artifacts. Chapter 6241 Two changed mech designers. When Vase and Kedis finally left the system space, they emerged as different people. In reality, hardly any time had passed, yet inside this mysterious space, both mech designers looked as if they had attained their own breakthroughs. The transformation of Vase was by far the most subtle one. His biggest change was that he had shared his greatest secret with one of the mech designers he trusted the most. Even that had been a tough hurdle for him to overcome, as his paranoia still told him that it had been a mistake to open himself up to a new range of vulnerabilities. The more people learned about the system, the greater the risk of exposure. This was an inevitable outcome of letting others learn about the system and gain access to its powerful features. Despite his misgivings, he did not regret his choice. Letting Kedis gain access to the system granted a lot of benefits. His rationality fully agreed with this course of action, but emotionally he was not quite ready. He needed more time to process what had happened and accept the current outcome. Vase would become a better person in the end. This should have happened years ago. The mech designer system was too powerful to be used by him alone. He could never utilize it to its full potential. He had been wasting much of its power by preventing others from gaining access to its amazing benefits. By letting Kedis make use of the system, its effective impact on society doubled. There was now a second mech designer who could translate the benefits of the system into better mech designs, revolutionary technological innovations, and an overall enhancement of the strength of Red humanity. This was not a trivial gain. Red humanity was locked in a war for survival, so any change that could increase its chances of winning had to be pursued. In short, Vase should feel glad that he had made a small sacrifice that delivered a large benefit to society. The best part was that he did not have to do any extra work in order to attain this outcome. Kedis would naturally make good use of the system to improve herself and increase her productivity. Speaking of Kedis, the woman had emerged from the system space as a drastically different woman. She had gained a more solid direction to work towards. Her determination to elevate traditional swordsmanship to heavenly swordsmanship was very noble and promised to make a lot of humans more powerful than before. At this time, traditional swordsmanship had failed to gain enough relevance in society. Even after the start of the Age of Dawn had reintroduced cultivation to humans, not enough people valued the option of becoming a swordmaster. It was too difficult to become one. Many Heavenswarders tried to break through their entire lives, but failed for one reason or another. It not only took years of focused training and dedication, but also talent that was not present in every human individual. Perhaps the Age of Dawn had lowered the requirements a little, but it did not change the fact that it took a lot of commitment and discipline to transform one's willpower. It would have been worth it to put all of that effort into breaking through if the individual was able to wield a powerful expert mech and become a much more dominant fighter on the battlefield. However, the awkward part about swordmasters was that they still weren't strong enough to fight in most battles involving mechs and warships. The inability for swordmasters to match the likes of phase lords and so on practically made it useless for them to exist in the first place. They were as useless and irrelevant as horse cavalry and trebuchets. This was why Kedis felt it was her calling to change all of that. By upgrading traditional swordsmanship with both chi cultivation and artifact cultivation, she hoped that one day swordmasters could fight against phase lords, expert mechs and other powerful enemies on even ground. This was an incredibly ambitious goal. It would likely take at least a decade if not longer for her to produce a working version of heavenly swordsmanship. However, Kedis remained undeterred. It did not matter how high she set her goal. As long as she was no longer wandering aimlessly through her life as a swordmaster, she was absolutely confident that she would be able to fulfill her ambition one day. No matter whether she would succeed or fail, her radical change in mentality already caused her to acquire a part of the demeanor of a saint. By moving beyond her own concerns and trying to make swordsmanship more helpful to human society at large, she had finally stepped up and begun to think like a magnanimous leader instead of a selfish profiteer. Was it possible for Kedis to break through as a swordmaster without thinking about making contributions to human society? Probably. Would it be harder for Kedis to break through by relying on other means? Maybe. No one knew whether Kedis made the optimal choices today. Vase truly could not say for certain whether Kedis had made the right decision for herself. What if she chooses a path that would inevitably cause her to get sidetracked and waste years of her precious life on useless research? Kedis would have no choice but to accept this outcome. According to her current attitude, she was more than willing to own up to the consequences of her own decisions. She would do anything to realize her noble goal. The needs of Red humanity were too important compared to her own selfish desire to break through as fast as possible. This was why Kedis would feel much happier if she was able to raise dozens of swordmasters than break through to the rank of Sword Saint. Becoming a powerhouse that was roughly equally as strong as the Heavensward Saint had always been one of her most persistent goals. Yet if she desired to break through, then she wanted to make sure to do it right. Let's talk about my plans for the expeditionary fleet, Vase said as he continued to sit on the chair in the secure chamber as if nothing had happened. The Red Tide offensive is not just about defending human space. Protecting our border regions alone will not win us the war. What Red humanity must actually be working towards is to temper its soldiers and produce as many breakthroughs as possible. Our clan needs a lot more expert pilots as well as ace pilots if we want to remain strong and relevant in the long run. Kedis nodded even as she sat down on her own chair while stroking Lucky's back. The gem cat had already completed another sweep and came to Kedis in order to receive the reward he deserved. Let me get this straight, Vase. You want to prioritize breakthroughs over winning battles or preserving our fighting personnel? Don't sound so accusatory towards me. These are not mutually exclusive goals. We can all get what we want. I just want to make sure that the Larkinson army has set its priorities straight. Casualties are inevitable. What matters is that we make sure those deaths are not in vain. A higher rate of breakthroughs will make all of the sacrifices worth it. Look, anyone can deploy a lot of standard mechs. Red humanity certainly needs more of them in order to hold back the tide of aliens. We also need our champions, though. They are not only our best counters against the enemy phase leaders, but they are also a very powerful source of morale. If our troops in the front lines begin to lose their confidence in the war, then that will cause much greater damage to our war effort than losing the third defensive band. Ultimately, the defensive bands only exist to trade space for development time. We need to make use of the time bought by the defenders to create the conditions of a true turnaround and eventual victory. The two mech designers continued to discuss the strategy that the Larkinson clan should adopt towards the Red Tide offensive. They could have discussed this subject back when they were inside the system space, but they deliberately saved it for this moment. Both of them wanted to keep any hint of the existence of the mech designer system a secret. It would be far too suspicious for them to have a highly productive session in a secret space where the progression of time was much faster, only to exit from it and leave the secure chamber when only a minute had passed in reality. Even though both Vase and Kedis wanted to do nothing more than to return to their own priorities, they patiently spoke to each other as if they intended to talk all night about clan affairs. In secret, both of them had formed an implicit and explicit understanding about how they should proceed in relation to the mech designer system. Kedis had already promised to prepare for a good moment to expose a powerful new approach towards swordsmanship that just so happened to cut through the walls between dimensions, by accident. Vase meanwhile already thought about who to induct as the third user of the mech designer system. Bringing Kedis into the fold had broken a mental barrier in his mind. Compared to the difficulty of inviting another mech designer for the first time, doing it again was much less agonizing of a decision. The issue was that Vase could not immediately think of a good candidate that satisfied his requirements as good as Kedis. He really wanted to bring in his wife, but even he could not deny that Gloriana tended to be a blabbermouth. Though she was somewhat capable of keeping many secrets, her self-control was so questionable that Vase was not willing to gamble on her discretion on this matter. This was reason enough for Vase to disqualify her for the time being. Perhaps he might reconsider once she had improved her self-control, but for now he was better off looking elsewhere. It was a pity that the journeymen he was most familiar with were still stuck in EDNet training. The only name that came to mind that was available was Alexa Strian. She had been with Vase a lot shorter than Kedis, but already went above and beyond to prove her loyalty as well as her integrity. Though Vase ideally wanted to observe Alexa for a few more years to develop greater certainty about inducing her into the system, he probably couldn't afford to wait this long. 3 mech designers could get a lot more use out of the system than 2 mech designers. Vase also believed that Alexa would be able to make much more rapid progress in her research if she gained extensive access to the knowledge contained in the more cultivation-related enlightenment fruits. It was not impossible for Alexa to make progress without relying on the system. She was certainly smart and talented enough to solve her own problems. Vase merely believed that giving Alexa access would make her a lot more useful and productive in the same span of time. Do you want to encourage our expert pilots to be more proactive and take more risks in the hopes of increasing their breakthrough chances? Kedis asked. You can encourage them, but don't push them. Vase replied. This is their decision to make. Not all of the expert pilots are ready to take the next step. Don't get me wrong. It would be really nice if Janzi or Joshua broke through within a year, but I can live with a future where that doesn't happen. Personally, I think it is better if I give Joshua a push or two. He has been procrastinating for a long time, but he is starting to get close to the point where he has earned the right to become a saint. Well, he's your husband. I will defer to your judgment on this matter. Chapter 6242 Limited Resources. Kedis did not stay for longer than a day on New Constantinople 8. As much as she would like to catch up with Vase and teach more swordsmanship lessons to Andraste, what she truly wanted was to go back to the expeditionary fleet and find the greater meaning of swordsmanship while witnessing the fighting up close. The development of heavenly swordsmanship was inseparable from the battles being fought in the present. Kedis did not want her new approach towards fighting to remain just as marginal and irrelevant as the current state of traditional swordsmanship. If she wanted to do what the Heavensward Association failed to accomplish and turn swordmasters into strong, useful and practical soldiers, then she needed to make detailed observations on how modern small craft and warships fought in order to successfully develop brilliant new methods that imitated the strength of existing war weapons. In the meantime, Kedis fully intended to make use of the Mech designer system. She had already accepted a batch of missions and intended to squeeze as much time in her schedule to complete them. She was already planning to open up a new tutoring class for elite swordmasters and Heavenswarders in order to have 5 of them break through as soon as possible. She already had a plan in mind for the first few hundred AP that she expected to earn. The skills she intended to learn as soon as she could afford to redeem the Enlightenment fruits would go on to boost her progress as both a Mech designer and a swordmaster. Kedis did not consider them as separate and unrelated to each other as before. In order to develop heavenly swordsmanship, she would have to gain a lot of understanding on how to forge sophisticated weapons and understand how to manipulate E-energy. Mech design could serve as a learning platform. When it came down to it, her humanoid mechs could serve as test platforms for the powers that human swordmasters could wield one day. Hyper-technology and E-technology roughly took the place for both personal equipment and cultivation techniques. So long as Kedis designed her swordsman mechs with this equivalency in mind, her work as a mech designer would directly feed back to her work as a swordmaster. As Kedis neared the end of her visit, she gathered in front of vase one more time in order to bid a hasty farewell. Meow, meow. A certain dark-plated mechanical cat flew in from the distance and threw himself into Kedis's embrace. The bemused swordmaster already formed a guess why Lucky sought her out at this time. "Do you want to come with me back to the expeditionary fleet, cutie?" she asked while she held the cat in both her arms. Meow. Are you bored here at D&D base? Meow meow. Do you really want to accompany me in battle and fight side by side like in the old days? Meow. Hee hee hee. Kedis lovingly grinned and nuzzled the cat. I would love you take you along. You certainly know how to take care of yourself. The decision is not up to me, though. Only Vase can decide whether I can take you along. Meow. Lucky's ears drooped. He is not coming with you, Vers stated as he steadily approached the landing zone. I need Lucky a lot more than you. There are too few reliable guards by my family's side. The Mechers can do a good job, but they are ultimately not Larkinsons. I can let Lucky go elsewhere once my family's security arrangements have improved, but that will probably take a few years. Mew, don't whine, Lucky. You will get your chance in time. Hopefully, we can put you into our upcoming deep strike fleet. Meow meow meow. I know that Bridgehead 1 is in a lot of trouble at the moment, but I have faith that the big shots will find a way to restore it. The star system is way too important to keep it in a frozen and isolated condition. If the god pilots and the star designers of Red Humanity are unable to solve a single problem, then it is time to start doubting whether Red Humanity deserves to win this war. Regardless of how long it will take for the Greater Beander Gate to get ready to be used for a completely new purpose, haven't you forgotten about something, Lucky? Meow. When was the last time you visited the bathroom? It has been too long in my opinion. I am not letting you go until you have finally purged your internal systems of all of the exceedingly high-quality junk that you have been stuffing through your gullet in the past year. Meow. Though Lucky really wanted to leave this boring Terran planet and ride with the expeditionary fleet, Vase ultimately pulled the stubborn cat back. Kedis watched and listened to the conversation between the two without any intention of intervening. She certainly would have loved to have a handy and powerful cat like Lucky by her side, but she could live without his help. Stay in touch. I will. Kedis nodded. The following months will be tense. I am currently working on something that is so fantastic that it will shock our entire society. Everything will change at that point. If the reaction to my upcoming work is as bad as I think it is, then our clan will become the center of a new controversy. What do you want me to do, Vase? If you have prepared something amazing on your end, then try and introduce it at that time. As long as your mech design or other work is useful enough, it will not only serve as a distraction, but also increase the social capital of our clan. That will do much to mitigate the damage. Kedis nodded in understanding. Got it. I can't promise my latest work will be ready at that time. It depends on how quickly you release your new invention and how much progress I can make up to that point. Just do your best. After a bit more chatting, Kedis boarded her shuttle that would bring her up to orbit where she would catch a ride straight towards the Arvest Lima system. Now that Vase had successfully increased Katiz's involvement in his plans, he was ready to tackle other priorities. The Swarm project still demanded his attention, and he also had to get ready for the next session of the Interim Leadership Council. The date of the founding of the Red Collective drew closer and closer. A lot of important people and organizations had completed far too much behind the scenes to derail this important initiative. No matter what Vase, the Evolution Witch or any other Tier 1 galactic citizen thought, too many stakeholders wanted the Red Collective to start its operations within the year. The start of the Red Tide Collective only increased everyone's sense of urgency. Third Raters and other underprivileged groups wanted to gain an increased say on how Red humanity should navigate the intensifying war. It was impossible for them to get their voices heard through the Red Association and the Red Fleet, so the new collective was their only hope of gaining a little more control over their own futures. Personally, Vase questioned whether this could make any difference. The Red Collective needed a lot of time as well as manpower and resources in order to develop into an organization that was equal to the other two hegemons of human civilization. With the native aliens doing their utmost to batter down the third defensive band and subsequently overwhelm the other two defensive bands, there wouldn't be enough time for the Red Collective to kick into gear and set up the infrastructure for the so-called sects to operate in an orderly fashion. If the border regions fell sooner than desired, then Vase expected that so much chaos would ensue that the Red Collective would be unable to fulfill its mandate. Therefore, Vase became less enthusiastic towards the organization that he originally brought to life. All of the talking and deal-making seemed pointless when the fighting kept encroaching further into human space. Still, Vase needed to meet his obligations, so he tried his best to show at least a cursory amount of interest in the upcoming sessions. The good news was that Vase did not have to spend too much of his time on following up on the various developments related to the Red Collective. He had thrown a lot of responsibilities to his personal assistant, who subsequently allocated a lot of work to a dedicated staff. Vase returned to his office and called Gavin over so that he could receive another update. So what issues on the agenda have been decided and what issues do we have to make a decision on in the next session? Well, the different interest groups have already managed to come to a consensus on many different matters. Gavin responded, it might not even be necessary to mention some of the issues. You only need to address the most important of topics just so that they can enter the official record. Think about the organizational structure or the degree of centralization of the Red Collective. As for the matters that still need to be decided, there is an ongoing fight on how to pay for all of the stuff. Vase immediately frowned. I hadn't thought about that yet. Damn, it's not going to be cheap to maintain the operations of the Red Collective. The most restrained plan of the Red Collective does not demand a large footprint, at least in the early years. By keeping the organization lean and by delegating tasks to the participating states and organizations, the Red Collective can run most of its operations without needing to rely on its own army and so on. This is not a long-term solution, though. The collective can never serve as an equal counterweight to the Red Association and the Red Fleet if the former constantly has to borrow funding, resources, industrial capacity and military forces from the latter two. Only when the Red Collective could fulfill its own needs in those areas would it become a truly respected organization in human space. That was a sound argument, and one that Vase could not refute. It's impossible for the Red Collective to become as strong and self-sufficient as the Red Two. Vase flatly stated, that will require an extensive redistribution of wealth and territory. There is no way that the Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthand and other groups will agree to cut off pieces of their own foundation in order to contribute to the rise of the Red Collective. Therein lies the problem, boss. Everyone clearly understands that the Red Collective needs a lot of stuff in order to stand on its own 2 feet, and many groups do want this to happen. What they do not like is to surrender 5% or 10% of their resources and star systems to make this possible. Only a minority of counselors is in favor of forcing everyone, including our own clan, to make a forced contribution. The rest want nothing to do with it, even if that cripples the foundation of the Red Collective. This was a huge problem. Vase could not think up an immediate solution that could brilliantly meet his goal while making everyone else satisfied. A perfect solution did not exist, and all of the imperfect ones were bound to disappoint a lot of people. Since you have been tackling this issue for a while now, do you have any good suggestions on how to proceed? No. Gavin shook his head. Even if I do not dare to move further without authorization. Since any decision is guaranteed to upset a lot of stakeholders, only you can issue a verdict on what should happen. Even then, if you try to ram through a decision that too few people can stomach, you will receive so much pushback that you will probably lose your position as Chief Deputy Counselor before the day has come to an end. Chapter 6243 Political Test. Red humanity was like a small pie that had already been divided between many different powers. The most ideal situation was that red humanity was able to launch a successful counterattack against the native aliens and continue to gain lots of resources and territory. Since no human groups previously owned all of the conquered territories, it was not as painful to donate them to the Red Collective. Even though this was hardly a perfect solution, as it would take a lot of time and money to properly build up and develop all of the colonies, the Red Collective should eventually be able to grow stronger than any individual state. Unfortunately for Vase and everyone else, red humanity was not gaining territory. It was losing it as the Red Tide offensive continued to pound the front lines. This made the problem a lot worse. The small pie was shrinking as insects continually gnawed at the rim. People would grow even more possessive of their territories and assets. The more territories that fell into alien possession, the more desperately the existing groups valued whatever they had left. This was basic human behavior. It was impossible to defeat it as no one was self-sacrificing enough to willingly relinquish a part of their core strength to beef up the Red Collective. Even though it should be clear to many counselors that their individual strategies would lead to a collective failure, these people mostly had no choice as they needed to stand up for the interests of their own states or organizations first. Unlike the Red Association and the Red Fleet, the Red Collective did not possess a core of powerful cadre that could truly fight for its interests. Since this was the case, it was unlikely that the Red Collective could actually reach parity with the Red Association and the Red Fleet for quite a while. After all, the latter two relied on their god mechs and dreadnoughts as absolute deterrents. Nobody dared to push the Red too far because they possessed the overwhelming might needed to annihilate any enemy that crossed their way. So long as the Red Collective lacked the same capacity, there was no way for it to throw its weight around to the same extent. It was not so simple to create a good counterweight against the Red 2. Vase already began to press his fingers against his temple as he struggled to find a good resolution to this massive problem. I think I get why the evolution, which made no effort to remain in touch even though a god pilot like herself should easily be able to do so. She just wants to pass off all of the most controversial and difficult problems to me. No matter how many people I will upset with my decisions, she won't have to bear the taint of public indignation. Gavin sighed. That is one of my theories as well. She has certainly chosen an excellent time to make herself scarce. As far as I am concerned, you cannot escape any blame, so you better resign yourself to making a hard decision. So what do you expect me to do in the next session of the Interim Leadership Council? That is up to you. Most counselors will oppose any heavy-handed initiatives. The easiest and frankly most predictable choice you can make is to avoid any extensive expropriation. This will keep everyone relatively happy, but it will cripple the growth of a promising new super-organization. That was not an acceptable outcome in Ves's eyes. He fully recognized that it was the most politically palatable decision out of all of the options, but trying to keep everyone as happy as possible was not the goal of the Red Collective. It needed to be able to possess enough weight to gain the respect of the masses. It was not his intention to turn the Red Collective into a giant paper tiger that struggled to establish its authority over human space. So what other choices do I have, Gavin? Well, you can request all of the stakeholders to make increasingly greater contributions to ensure the Red Collective starts off on a stronger footing. The greater the offerings, the stronger the collective will become at the start. However, you will have to find a threshold that enjoys just enough support to gain everyone's cooperation. Unless you have a way of reading the minds of some of the most powerful and high-ranking dignitaries across human space, it is impossible to be certain about the most optimal percentage of contributions. Will you insist on 0.5%, 1%, 3%? Even though it doesn't sound like much on the surface, we are talking about trillions of MTA credits and dozens of star systems, along with many other kinds of contributions. If you ask for 0.1% too much, you will raise such a strong storm that you will lose all of your respect and authority as a deputy chief counselor. Where should Vase set the limit? He had no idea. Perhaps the staff and advisors would be able to come up with a few good suggestions, but who knew if their analyses were sound and accurate? Vase recognized that this was probably one of the evolution witch's tests. If she remained in charge, then she could use a combination of her personal power and whatever support she managed to obtain from other Tier 1 galactic citizens to ram through a decision by force. Vase did not enjoy this particular luxury. He had to abide by the rules of the game and rely on a combination of diplomacy and ingenuity to secure a somewhat acceptable compromise that did not make everyone happy, but at least placated them just enough to hold their objections. I did not sign up to be a politician. Vase flatly stated. Politics can't be avoided at this level. You better resign yourself to your new reality, because this will not be the last time you are asked to balance the interests of many different stakeholders at the same time. Both Vase and Gavin exchanged an exasperated look. Then, they went back to work. Vase began to read through a lot of reports. There were many different ways to divide a pie that had already been divided before. No matter how Vase envisioned a possible division, no one would like it if he approached another power and took away a tiny slice of their own pie pieces. I would do anything for a secret army of uncommitted humans. Vase rubbed his tired face with his palm. It is too bad that such a unicorn doesn't exist in the Red Ocean. If we stayed in the Milky Way, then we could have approached one of the thousands of brotherhoods, secret societies and other fringe groups that have accumulated over multiple millennia. Gavin smirked back at his superior. You are wrong, boss. It is true that human occupation of the new frontier lasted too short for all of those groups to take root and prosper, but I do know of one fringe organization that may just have the manpower, wealth and structure to give the Red Collective a backbone. Who? Don't tell me it is the Hunting Association. That is actually a decent suggestion, but what I have in mind is the cosmopolitan movement. Are you kidding? Do you know how crazy that sounds? The point of all of this is to increase the legitimacy of the Red Collective, not ruin it beyond recovery. The cosmopolitans are proven traitors to our race. They have helped the native aliens kill so many innocent humans that no one is willing to trust them on anything, let alone make peace with their vile movement. If we are able to extend this offer without getting assassinated, and if the cosmopolitans are crazy enough to accept this offer, then we will lose the support of every stakeholder in an instant. We will all become enemies of red humanity. Vase could see where his personal assistant was going with this crazy suggestion. If not for the hugely adverse effect on the legitimacy of the Red Collective, then Vase might actually be willing to put his weight behind the proposal. Alas, the cosmopolitans had made themselves so universally reviled with their treasonous actions that hardly anyone was willing to negotiate with their most moderate and reasonable selves. The problem now was that there was no other major human bloc that could give the Red Collective the foundation and muscle necessary to operate in an effective manner. Vase and Gavin traded useless suggestions for 10 or so minutes before the latter proposed a different approach. We need to stop treating all of these major powers as single united blocs. He suggested, nothing good will come if we negotiate with the Terran Alliance and so on as a whole. We should divide and differentiate the people that make up these big groups. If we do that, we can engage the subgroups that have the most to gain by cooperating with the Red Collective. That sounded rather different than the other suggestions. Give me a few examples. Well, the aforementioned Hunting Association is a clear option. It officially answers to the huntsman, but it does not directly have anything to do with mechs, so it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Red Association. Since the hunters who practice the mysterious code are technically cultivators, they are naturally aligned with the collective. You are right, but the hunting community alone cannot prop up the Red Collective by itself. That is why we need to find hundreds of other smaller groups and subgroups like this, Vase. Sure, no one will take us seriously if we have 5 or 10 of these minor powers behind our back, but what about 100? What about 200? Now that was beginning to sound interesting. Vase leaned forward. I am not sure a colony of ants can command the attention of a pack of lions, but I guess it is worth the attempt. I like your suggestion. It is more proactive than the alternatives. What sort of other groups do you want to pull into this coalition? Churches. What? I am being serious about this, boss. Think about it. The Mechers and the Fleeters have never favored any form of religion since their inception. They have instituted many policies that have either suppressed or ignored the existence of different faiths, organized or otherwise. In the past, these religions have no effective means to resist this bias against their beliefs and practices, as the leaders of the Big Two and now the Red Two have always maintained an uncompromising attitude. It did not take much effort for Vase to understand why this was the case. The Mechers and the Fleeters had become so traumatized by the Five Scrolls Compact that they sought to eradicate anything that remotely resembled that once dominant cult. The Red Collective did not come with all of this historic baggage. This meant that it had the potential to become the official representative and standard bearer of all human religions. Even if the Red Two no longer feared the resurgence of the Five Scrolls Compact, they were unlikely to lift their animosity towards churches. They were too set in their ways. Vase looked thoughtful as he contemplated this possibility. It was the only member of the theoretical, Big Three, that could stand up for the rights and interests of so many churches. Your suggestion sounds good in theory, but, don't you know that a lot of different churches hate each other's guts? Their dogmas contradict each other so egregiously that wars have been fought around the correct interpretation of Scripture. Vase should know, as he once exploited religious strife to engineer the total collapse of the Vulcan Empire. This is why you need to step forward and use your famous devil tongue to string all of these different religious groups together, Vase. Only you possess the reputation, credibility and personal charisma to unite 100 disparate enemies and rivals around a common cause. If you can do this and make all of the cooperating churches abide by their agreements, then I can promise you that the Red Collective will definitely acquire a foundation that is at least a fourth as strong as that of the Red Association. Gavin's suggestion was definitely sound, but Vase was reluctant to embrace this bold suggestion. He did not question its viability. He instead questioned the risks of this initiative. Was it really a good idea to empower and give a strong voice to all of these diverse and chaotic faiths? Chapter 6244 Political Power is Power. Though Vase felt reluctant to proceed with Gavin's daring proposal, he eventually decided to proceed with engaging with the religions that had long taken root within Red humanity. He initially thought that he would soon get overwhelmed by the need to negotiate with hundreds if not thousands of individual churches, denominations, cults, associations, brotherhoods, sisterhoods and other forms of gatherings. However, Gavin quickly reassured him that it was not necessary to approach each and every individual religious group on an individual basis. There is no need for us to bother with the small fry at this stage. The personal assistant said, we only need to summon a couple of dozen representatives of the largest organized religions in the new frontier. That should allow us to effectively open up a dialogue with groups that enjoy the backing of at least 50% if not more of every faithful believer in the Red Ocean. 50%. Shouldn't it be more? As far as I know, the reach of those old-time churches should be much greater. New cults spring up like mushrooms every year, but their congregations rarely expand beyond a single village, province or planet. It depends on the definitions and criteria you use to determine whether a person is faithful and whether he abides by a specific denomination. It is very complicated. What makes it even worse is that churches regularly try to pad their membership numbers. They claim that they have 1 trillion followers at their beck and call, when in reality over 70% of them are categorized as such because they are too lazy to change their registration or are too lazy to show up for church services. There are many communities and subcommunities where converting to a faith is a mandatory social or cultural expectation. Just because those people participate in all of the obligatory rituals does not mean they have a God in their hearts. This was clearly an extremely contentious subject that was better left to theologians and sociologists. There was no need for Vase to delve in the finer points of this issue. We don't need to engage these shallow believers, right? Correct. Gavin nodded. What we are truly after is to gain the active support of the churches as well as their more devoted and dedicated backing. There are enough people out there who are more than passive believers. These are the folks who donate more than the minimum contribution expected from them. They are the people who will gladly do volunteer work for their churches. They are the people who actively organize additional outings and start charities in the name of their faiths. These folk come from all walks of life. They can be found at the bottom as well as close to the top. You can find them among ordinary laborers, elite soldiers as well as wealthy industrialists. Faith touches every corner of our society because every human is susceptible to it. It is the one common element that binds them all together. It is not so easy to mobilize these faithful, though. Vase mentioned. These folk may attend the same church services and so on, but other than that they are too diverse and different from each other. They already live their own lives. I think that their jobs and their families are more important to them than what gives them spiritual comfort. If a church suddenly demands that its flock must not only double their monetary contributions but also offer free labor in order to assist the Red Collective, I doubt that those people will be as pious as before. I don't think it will be as bad as you say, boss. The ordinary folk can be mobilized easily enough so long as we offer them wages. As for money, the financially strong churches and their wealthiest supporters should be more than enough to fund most of these endeavors. The key is to persuade all of these religious organizations to support the Red Collective and act on its behalf. We will likely have to bring them in and make them a part of our hierarchy. Only by bestowing them with actual power and authority will they be willing to put their resources and manpower at the collective's disposal. That sounded extremely difficult and complex. Vase could already imagine the nightmare that would ensue when people of many different beliefs began to work in the same organization. As long as they opened their mouths and talked about anything related to their faith, they were bound to make enemies who held contradicting beliefs. The infighting was bound to be terrible. This was an extremely complex management problem that needed to be solved in order to make this plan work. Fortunately, Vase did not have to do all of the work himself. He could throw almost all of this planning and calculation on Gavin and the growing number of staffers. Vase and Gavin discussed what they needed to do in the following days. They needed to obtain results in time for the next session of the Interim Leadership Council. Time is short, but it should be fine as long as we have obtained the consent and support of at least 80% of the large religious organizations on the list. Gavin predicted. That will give you a strong enough core of support to effectively act as their spokesperson during the council session. If you can't meet this threshold, then your voice won't be strong enough. The other counselors must be convinced that you can truly speak on behalf of every believer, even from the faiths that have not been approached. How does that work? It is impractical for us to approach all of the smaller cults and churches, but we do not have to do all of the work ourselves. As long as we have gained the cooperation of the big players and reserve places for their people to become members of the Red Collective, the smaller players have little choice but to follow suit. They will not allow their larger and stronger competitors to take advantage of the Red Collective to the detriment of others. Fear of missing out, Vase remarked. Fear of missing out described the phenomenon where people saw others take advantage of a benefit and followed suit before the window of opportunity had closed. Exactly, boss. We can use this effect to set an entirely new standard in our society. For the first time in many centuries, we can organize the power of many different religious organizations and give them a real voice at the top of the hierarchy. No longer will the leadership of Red humanity be dominated by secularists. They will all have to respect the growing political power of all of those organized faiths. The goal that they intended to strive for was to establish a new attitude towards religious organizations. Right now, too many organized churches have been unable to leverage their wealth, power and influence to the fullest. The longtime suppression from the Mechers and the Fleeters as well as the ambiguous stances of the various states had left many churches feeling as if they were surrounded by hostility. The lack of support and the intolerance of many secularists in leadership positions had made life difficult for all of these churches. The fact that no one at the top was willing to speak up for them and defend their interests had caused them to be completely excluded from the halls of power. Gavin's proposal had the potential to change the entire status quo. As long as the largest religious organizations boarded the Red Collective, all of the smaller ones would follow suit. As long as these steps took place, then the Red Collective could truly force other human powers to change their stances on religion. The ultimate goal was to impose a new kind of institutional isomorphism where churches naturally gravitated towards the Red Collective, because it was the only super-organization that was willing and able to address their legitimate needs. All of this sounded complicated and unrealistic, but it was actually a lot more reasonable. Vase and his staff just needed to set up the dominoes in just the right way. As long as they formed a solid plan and executed it well enough, then they only needed to make a few strategic moves at the start to produce a massive chain reaction that would ultimately result in a massive societal shift. There was enough existing demand for change. The supporters just needed a catalyst in order to engage in collective action. I think I get what you are trying to accomplish with this plan. Vase said, you want to make a permanent change to how our society interacts with religious groups. I am not entirely sure whether it is a wise idea, but it is bound to be effective. I like it, so long as all of these churches are willing to be led by a sensible leader. We absolutely cannot let these powerful religious organizations surrender their power to a megalomaniac or a selfish profiteer. Gavin nodded with a smile. That is why only you can do this. Wielding so much power is tempting, but you have repeatedly expressed your reluctance and unwillingness to lead big organizations and engage in politicking. You are the very definition of a reluctant leader, and that is exactly the reason why you should be able to command their respect. Maybe. I do not think it will be easy to wrangle all of these churches, let alone bind them all so tightly that they can truly turn into a united political power bloc. We will not be able to find out if we do not try. This is a time where we must prioritize action over discussion. Just say the word, boss, and I will begin to send invitations to every major religious organization. Do it, Vase commanded. We might as well give this a try and observe the initial response. If the pushback and objections are too great, then we should dump this plan and explore other options. At this point, Vase no longer cared about the negative consequences of empowering religions. If he was being honest, then he was actually in favor of the existing policies towards religion. There was no need to insert unnecessary superstition and make beliefs in the government, workplace and other areas. People should be free to believe in whatever they wished in private or among like-minded individuals, but that should be the extent of their religious expression. However, now that Vase was lacking a broad base of support, he was willing to violate his own stance towards religion in order to further his own interests. If he had to stand up and serve as a voice for all of these crazy and irrational believers, then he would reluctantly do so as long as he could effectively gain their allegiance. He intended to give them enough concessions to ensure their cooperation, but no more. The whole point of this exercise was to give him enough backing to establish a strong foundation within the Red Collective. It would be a lot easier for him to shape the policies of the new super-organization if he did not have to beg for support from other groups all of the time. You have made the right decision, Vase. Gavin grinned. I know it is difficult for you to engage with religion after your mixed experiences with different faiths, but it is truly worth it to engage with them. You have always complained about lacking power. This is your chance to rectify that. Political power is not as nice as hard power, but it can serve as an adequate substitute in the years to come. In a time where war will continue to erode public support, it becomes all the more important to gather a large base of support. The Red 2 and the first-rate superstates won't be able to make decisions on your behalf as casually as they did in the past. They know that if they do anything that offends you, they will also offend all of the believers behind you. This is a very frightening prospect to all of those big shots. This was the power of the masses. Chapter 6245 Biological Compromises. The ball started to roll as soon as Vase concluded his impactful meeting with Gavin. 3 days. I need 3 days to bring most of the representatives of the major religious organizations to a virtual meeting. Gavin boasted. The churches may not be willing to agree to play along with you right away, but they will at least send a delegate to hear you out. These people should know better than to rebuff our invitations. You are not only a Tier 3 galactic citizen, but also the Deputy Chief Counselor of the Interim Leadership Council. Aside from that, your previous dealings with the Hexers and Ilvanans are proof that you have been accommodating towards organized religion in the past. That should make you much more credible than other human leaders. Vase nodded in agreement. So long as these fellows understand that this may be their best and possibly only chance for their respective faiths to occupy a greater place in human society, they will have enough reasons to cooperate with us. It doesn't cost them much to send an envoy. If they cannot be bothered to give us this little courtesy, then put them on our blacklist. We need to establish a clear system of rewards and punishments in order to corral all of these messy groups. 3 days was not a long time. While Gavin proceeded to make the arrangements for a hasty meeting, Vase turned his attention back to the Swarm project. A short time had passed since Lady Romonda DeVos officially joined the design team of the secret project. The woman had been spending most of her time aboard the Tarrasque. That was where the design team was able to work on the Swarm project with a reasonable degree of secrecy. If any information leaked out, then Vase at least wouldn't bear any blame. So what have the two of you been up to these last few days? Vase wondered as he stepped inside one of the secure design labs deep inside the heavy cruiser. Professor Vector Lobin and Lady Romonda DeVos maintained a respectful distance from each other as they manipulated two separate design interfaces centered around the same work. Both of them had already spent hours on refining a fairly sizable biological contraption for the first-class version of the Swarm project. Vector turned his seat around in order to face the new arrival. Well, as you can see, we have been exploring the viability and practicality of integrating an oversized biological cockpit in the design of the first-class subordinate mech of the Swarm project. Why start with the first-class iteration? Vase questioned. Isn't it easier to start simple with the third-class iteration and work from there? Normally, that is a good approach, but both Romonda and I are first-class mech designers. We are more familiar with first-class technologies, materials and tolerances. Aside from that, it is easier for us to design a first-class biological system and simplify it to complete a second-class and eventually a third-class version. If we followed the reverse order, then we would have been forced to design many new biological subsystems from scratch. Oh, will you need a lot of time to complete the development of the third-class version of this biological cockpit, Vector? Whether to include something like this to the third-class subordinate mech or not, it is best if I have this option at my disposal in time. That caused Vector and Romonda to exchange glances with each other. We have yet to prove the usefulness and cost-effectiveness of these radical biological cockpits. Lady Romonda stated, we have only just begun our work. We need more time to refine our designs. In addition to that, I also need to complete testing for the prototype Karman mechs that incorporate cockpits of many different sizes. If you wish to obtain definite answers, then you should come back in a week. We should be able to present answers supported by empirical data. Vase frowned. Okay, I will wait, I suppose. The two of you should have already formed a few guesses based on your initial work. Tell me this, do you think it is worthwhile to amplify the size cockpits of our initial Karman mechs and turn them into biological constructs? Many people are unaccustomed to biotechnology. A lot of potential customers will turn away in revulsion if they are asked to enter a cage of meat and bone. We do not believe the problem will be as bad as you say. Lady Romonda shook her head in disagreement. There is an overwhelming demand for norms to pilot mechs. Many enthusiastic mech fanatics will do whatever it takes to suppress their disgust at biotechnology in order to realize their dreams. Besides, the Karman system is already a fairly invasive biological system. No Karman mech pilot can avoid the need to link up their blood circulation system with that of a Karman mech. We may as well make the biological aspect more obvious in order to clearly convey to the pilots what they are about to engage with. Many studies have shown that many negative reactions towards biotechnology are due to unfamiliarity. As long as the Karman mech pilots have grown accustomed to their biological cockpits, their revulsion will fade. That was a plausible theory. Vase did not worry about this problem anymore. He instead focused on other issues. What about the logistical and economic burden of deploying a cybernetic mech on a large scale? Vase asked another question. I mean, many mech forces and even larger organizations are completely unfamiliar with using any sort of biotech alongside their conventional tech. We cannot ask them all to refit their carrier vessels and hire a huge amount of biotech workers that know how to deal with the biological components of our Karman mechs. Vector Loban smirked. He already anticipated this query from Vase. Your concerns are legitimate, but the biotech industry already offers many solutions to reduce the barrier as much as possible. I have sought out specific biomatter formulas that are designed to be used in situations such as this. The cockpit that we are working on might look hauntingly complicated to repair when damaged, but it is actually very easy to return to pristine shape. You simply feed it with the appropriate raw materials and let it do the rest. He pulled up simulation footage of a rudimentary biological cockpit that sustained severe damage to its exterior as well as parts of its interior. A small army of bots approached and placed stacks of alloy bars and other materials next to the cockpit. The damaged biological construct slowly proceeded to absorb all of the raw materials before beginning to regenerate its battle damage. It only took less than a minute for the biological cockpit to return to an undamaged state. The sight reminded Vase of smart metal mechs. Machines like the Devil Tiger were also capable of performing similar feats. This was not a coincidence, as many smart metal systems were directly inspired by biological systems. It was because of his familiarity with smart metal mechs that Vase immediately noticed a potential issue. This is an accelerated time-lapse of the regeneration process, right? How long does it actually take for a biocockpit in this condition to get fixed? 10 days or longer, depending on how many bones need to be replaced or regenerated. It takes a large amount of energy and effort to produce bones that are hard and tough enough to withstand the rigors of combat. Biotech factories can produce them at a faster rate by relying on large growing facilities. A biocockpit cannot possibly reach the same level of efficiency, especially if it cannot be supplemented by an external power source. This is why any bone damage will force the Karman mech to stay in her berth for an extended period of time. The more damaged the cockpit, the longer the regeneration time, as many of its biological processes are impaired. Vase huffed and shook his head. Thought so. That is way too long, Vector. The enemy won't wait for our cybernetic mechs to take their sweet time to return to a combat-ready state. Lady Romonda decided to voice her own opinions. It is better than nothing, Professor Larkinson. The actual results will not diverge too much if we reduce the biotech content. The Karman mechs will predominantly be fielded by auxiliary units. These units will not be as well funded and well equipped as proper military mech forces. There shouldn't be enough mech technicians on hand to service every Karman mech at a time. If the Karman mech unit has sustained heavy damage from a prior engagement, then the workers will be hard-pressed to repair all of the damaged machines within a couple of days. In this scenario, it is actually much more advantageous if the ultra-large bio-cockpits can be repaired without requiring any direct involvement from repair crews. That sounded like a realistic scenario. The ultimate point that Vector and Romonda tried to make was that they weren't actually giving up anything important by committing to a fully biological ultra-large cockpit. Okay, let's assume that you can equip every class of subordinate mech with self-repairing biological cockpits. How much will it cost, and how well do these cockpits perform? We are not entirely certain about the cost for all 3 iterations of the subordinate mechs. Vector answered, our initial outlook for the first class and second class iterations are fairly optimistic. We believe that we can keep them affordable in relation to their target audiences. The greatest challenge is the third class version of the Karman mech. It is very hard to design an affordable cyborg mech with self-repair capabilities for the biological components. If we are not able to make it cost-effective, then we may have to design an ultra-large cockpit based on conventional technology. Vase did not like this answer. No, this is unacceptable. I do not want to see such a major discrepancy between the different classes. Either their ultra-large cockpits are all biological, or all metallic. Under no circumstances should third-class Karman mechs feel as if they got screwed because they only have access to a crippled version of our Karman mech line. You are making a steep demand here, Vase. We will try our best to develop a practical solution for the third-class mech, but you will have to accept the need for compromises in order to satisfy your demand. What sort of compromises are you talking about, Vector? Vector pointed at the projected Karman mech that he had been working on. Well, the first class and second class iterations will already underperform compared to a completely conventional mech at the same price level. The inclusion of an ultra-large cockpit lowers the efficiency of the designs. Converting to full biotech for the cockpits also makes them less durable and less resistant to different shocks and stresses. This is an unavoidable trade-off if we want to retain the self-regeneration properties of the biocockpit. In other words, the ultra-large cockpit introduced additional reductions in performance by converting into full biotechnology. Although the advantages were obvious, were they really worth it if they made the Karman mechs and their mech pilots easier to eliminate at once? Enemies armed with stronger and more impactful weapons would be able to destroy both the ultra-large cockpit and the Karman mech pilot upon direct impact. This result rendered the advantage of preserving the blood pact and the advantage of self-repairing cockpits useless. Toughness mattered. There were good reasons why the chest plating of many mechs were awfully thick. Vase furrowed his brows as he continued to study the design in the projection. He tried his best to estimate whether all of these compromises would lead to an excessively high loss rate when the Karman mechs finally showed up on the battlefield. He was unable to form solid estimates due to a lack of sufficient data and theory. The design process was still in the early stage. A lot more work needed to be done before Vase was able to make a definitive judgment. I don't know whether this will work the way we want, but I am willing to give you 2 a chance. Vase eventually decided. The 2 of you certainly sound confident enough, and your cooperation with each other appears to be productive so far. Since that is the case, let's proceed with biological ultra-large cockpits. Just in case, do keep the possibility of replacing the biological cockpits with conventional ones. I want to have a backup option available in case the biological solution does not meet our needs. Will do, Vase. We will not disappoint you. There should be more advantages to employing a biological cockpit. We theorize that it may synergize quite well with your living mech technology. Let's see. Chapter 6246 Third-Party Dependence. Vase was not entirely sold on the biological ultra-large cockpit thing, but he was willing to give Vector and Lady Romonda a chance to prove their combined work and vision. Both of them had already reached the rank of senior mech designer. That meant that they had overcome the initial struggles of a low-ranking mech designer and solved enough problems as journeymen to reach a relatively mature stage of their progression. Senior mech designers mostly knew what they were doing. They did not need any hand-holding. If they promised to produce a certain result, then it was perfectly fine to assume that they would deliver what they promised. At most, they might request a delay due to suffering unforeseen setbacks, but first-class mech designers of their caliber should never fail to complete their assignments. This was why Vase withheld the remainder of his doubts. It was best if he let Vector and Lady Romonda cook. They should be intelligent enough to notify Vase if they encountered any problems that might cause them to revise their estimates on their work. Vase dropped by Hovey's design lab a short time later. Due to the advanced nature of Hovey's design philosophy, he was not able to work on something awesome straight away. This left him with the more mundane and basic tasks such as securing the appropriate component licenses and seeking selective cooperation from various different technical consultants and equipment developers. The Swarm project had to be as cost-effective and mass-producible as possible. On the surface, this might translate into using widely used industry standard materials and components, and that was partially true. However, it was better and more efficient in the long run if the mechs of the Swarm project developed its own new standards. This meant that it was not enough for the design team to make use of off-the-shelf component designs. While every senior mech designer was capable of designing basic mech components from scratch, it was better if dedicated R&D teams completed the assignments instead. Jovi was currently in charge of setting up and coordinating all of the work involving third parties. Since the Swarm project was supposed to be a confidential project, Jovi had to be careful about communicating his requirements. He only issued commissions to internal raw research teams, and preferably ones that were run by survivalists or transhumanists. Even if a bit of information leaked, it was mostly inconsequential as nothing related to the Karman system was added to the specifications. "How's it going, Jovi?" "It has been challenging for the researchers and developers to take our requests seriously." The raw senior responded even as he drafted another carefully worded letter. "You and I both know that the Swarm project is a high priority for the evolution but we cannot clearly communicate that to others due to the need to maintain secrecy. Even if I tone it down, too many people will try to investigate us in order to learn what is occupying so many high-level resources of our association." "Oh, will this be a problem?" "Not completely. Perhaps I am being uncharitable. I have already requested Master Goldstein's assistance. With his cooperation, we should be able to lay a few more false trails and split the commissions up between multiple different dummy research projects. That should at least make it harder for outsiders to connect the dots." That sounded like a basic but clever approach. It had its limitations, but it was a practical enough solution. "So what kind of help can we expect from all of these groups?" "The works. We will be able to obtain customized versions of armor systems, flight systems, weapon systems, power generators, hyper-shield generators and so on that are adequately tailored to the needs of all three iterations of the subordinate mech. The developers will try to make these mech parts and systems as cost-effective and easy to produce as possible. This means that they will try to avoid making use of convoluted tech and difficult-to-source materials. The performance of all of these parts will not break any records, but they should at least meet the standards of the current mech generation. The first commercial Karman mechs were never going to become performance monsters. Vase was used to designing mechs as of late that overperformed on the battlefield such as the Fei Fianna, the Ultimatum and the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. However, these were powerful second-class and quasi-first-class mechs that were targeted towards more advanced or elite mech pilots. There was not much point in pairing powerful mechs with very weak mech pilots, because the latter could never draw out of the full potential of the former. The Swarm project was very much deliberately aimed at the bottom segment of the market because it was unlikely that Karman mech pilots that just started out would be able to match the performance of professional mech pilots. Even if Vase designed a more premium Karman mech, he seriously doubted that employers would be stupid enough to invest in these expensive machines and hand them over to Karman mech pilots who never fought a single actual battle in their lives. All of this meant that Vase did not try to aim for peak performance in the subordinate mechs of the Swarm project. The Red Association's R&D teams were renowned across the galaxies. The scientists and engineers who worked for the mechers were among the most innovative and knowledgeable professionals in their respective fields. They were only slightly topped by their counterparts from the Red Fleet. Instead, Vase sought to find a sweet spot between affordability, reliability and ease of use. As Jovi began to elaborate about all of the commissions he made, Vase generally became satisfied with what he heard. This meant that these R&D teams were definitely able to fulfill their commissions. However, not everything was perfect. The Raw's famed R&D personnel were so swamped with requests that they did not have the time to fulfill everyone's wishes. Mech designers of different factions fought tooth and nail against each other just to raise their own commissions up the priority list. The researchers and developers among the mechers were also insufferably arrogant. Much of Hovey's problems was due to trying to overcome the dismissive attitudes that they held towards a mere young senior like himself. These were people who were regularly entrusted with strategically important assignments by master mech designers and occasionally even star designers. "Does it help if my name gets attached to the requests?" Vase asked. No, absolutely not. Jovi vigorously shook his head. It would have the opposite effect. You have become a magnet for trouble. Too many people are interested in your work. They take every small data point of you and try to extrapolate that in order to predict your next moves. You can't imagine how many groups have set up dedicated observation teams just to remain up to date on your activities. For example, many people have reacted with surprise and occasionally alarm when your office has begun to reach out to many different faiths. You should already know why. We do. We understand the rationale behind your latest scheme. We cannot say we approve, but given the dire state of red humanity, we are not inclined to take steps to discourage you from proceeding with this course of action. You should be aware that we would have supplied you with a different answer if we were living in a different time. Vase sneered. Then it is a good thing we have left the age of mechs behind us. Don't get me wrong, I like the old days. Our civilization truly needed centuries of peace and stability to regain our collective sanity and regain what we have lost due to our own hubris. However, you can't deny that your overly restrictive policies and intrusive meddling has kept our society stagnant for too long. Not only did our war readiness sink to the lowest point in millennia, but technological progress outside of mech design has been lagging over many generations. Now that we are actually in serious trouble again, lots of progress is happening all of a sudden. Our society is changing faster than the previous 4 centuries combined, and technological development has entered the fast track. What is the point that you are trying to make, Vase? Frankly speaking, I think that the Unbound Humanity faction has become the de facto standard in the Age of Dawn. Whether you admit it or not, we cannot and should not stick to old and outdated customs. This bias you have against religion is not entirely unfounded, but it has no place in this age. Who cares about the 5 Scrolls Compact? Your boogeyman has become old news. Our true enemies are the native aliens of the Red Ocean and the more distant aliens of Messier 87. Against their combined might, I fear that we may have little choice but rely on the power of faith to maintain parity with these powerful enemies. Vase wanted to say that for a while now. He did not know why he suddenly mustered up the courage to criticize the Ra's stance towards religion, but he was glad he did. So, he wanted to get this burden off his chest. Jovi no longer paid attention to his current work. He fell into thought as he tried to process Ves's arguments and put them in the context of the current times. Religion is not a benign force, Vase. Jovi plainly stated to his friend. You should know that as well, since you have been raised in a strongly secularist state. Superstition may have its place in controlling the masses back when we thought that gods such as Thor or Zeus generated lightning in the skies. People wanted answers, and the first charlatans among them purportedly supplied them with ones that made sense to their societies at the time. We have outlived those days long ago. Those gods do not exist. They are unfalsifiable existences, so they are entirely irrelevant unless we have obtained hard proof that can change our conclusions. If anything, the only gods that deserve to be worshipped by the masses are our god pilots. They are the only gods who are concrete and real. I don't disagree with you, Jovi, but we don't have the luxury to work with the people who match our ideals. We have to work with the people who are actually a part of our society, and many of them do not share your stance on religion. Vase never noticed that Jovi was an even stronger secularist than himself. The Mecher truly inherited the attitudes of his association. Regardless, be careful about who you engage with, Vase. You may think you are set to exploit all of these faiths for your own benefit, but the reverse may actually be the case. Those millennia-old churches are run by people with vision. They will seek to twist you into becoming their puppet. If you are not careful enough, you may end up facilitating their rise without possessing any means to keep them in check. More and more people will rise up in opposition against you in order to hold back the greedy and unbridled ambitions of all of these religious organizations. The survivalist gave Vase a necessary dose of reality. This was a very necessary reminder. Vase had been taking these churches way too lightly. He needed to stop underestimating them just because they had been forced to keep their heads down all of the time. The entire reason why they had remained relatively low-key for the most part was precisely because the Red 2 never gave them any slack. As long as the Red Collective rose up and proactively sought to satisfy their interests, then an extreme reaction might ensue. Vase would then be guilty of unleashing hundreds if not thousands of monsters onto human society. I will pay attention to this, Jovi. I won't let these religious nuts have free rein. Chapter 6247. the due-cast system, the Torald Middle Zone, turned into a highly contested warzone after the start of the Red Tide offensive. The fighting became intense right away as the overwhelming amount of alien assault fleets crossing the border quickly collapsed the first defensive band and tore down the second defensive band not long afterwards. Now, the third defensive band had come under increasingly more serious assault, as the native aliens pulled away more and more assets that had previously been used to conquer other locations. The Arvest Lima system became one of the many sites that the aliens intended to batter down in order to undermine the current frontlines. While the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance began to fight hard in this logistical and industrial node, another star system also came under siege. The Ducast system was not as developed as the Arvest Lima system, but it had one gift that made it just as important. There were phase water deposits in Ducast. The phase water that could be found on the seventh planet from the local star was not too much, but the fact that it could be harvested from the bottom of the oceans made it all the more important to hold onto the globe as long as possible. According to the current estimates of the planners, there was not much hope that red humanity would be able to cling to the Ducast system. The native aliens could send out so many more attackers as the offensive dragged on. The human defenders were less able to reinforce Ducast because of its much shallower pool of combat forces. The mechers and the fleeters were powerful, but their first-class assets were spread far too thin across the front lines. Most of them were already committed to defending the hard-pressed upper zones, so they truly could not spare enough powerful mechs and warships to ease the burden in every contested star system in the middle and lower zones. This lack of substantial support caused the linefighters stationed in star systems such as Ducast to increasingly feel as if they were forced to fend for themselves. General Ark Larkinson of the 77th Warborn Mech Division of the external group of the Federal Military of Davut stood in front of his fellow high-ranking mech pilots in a briefing room deep inside his flagship. The Davutans had supplied the Warborn with several fleet carriers and enough combat carriers to transport and offer sufficient support to 10,000 combat mechs. Ark was especially satisfied with the flagship. The Letman Archon was a 3.2-kilometer-long fleet carrier that possessed a relatively balanced configuration. Although her performance was not great due to budgetary constraints, she was modern and set up just the way he liked it. The Davutans had expressed a lot of sincerity by constructing and delivering this vessel to his mech division. Although the 77th Warborn was officially a part of the Federal Military of Davut for the time being, the implicit agreement between the Larkinsons, the Crossers and the Davutans was that the latter would slowly relinquish all control and possession of the mech division. This became especially more certain as Professor Vase Larkinson and the Larkinson clan continued to rise in prominence. The balance of power had tilted so far in their favor that the Colonial Federation of Davut actively fawned over the Larkinson clan these days. The Davut branch of the Larkinson clan received a lot of benefits because of this. Life had become easier for Ark as his Warborn received the same degree of funding and logistical support as the Davutan elite mech divisions that belonged to the internal group. However, Ark was determined not to freeload off the generosity of the Davutans. He and his men did not earn all of this treatment. It was only due to his nephew Vase that the fortunes of the Larkinson clan rose. The mech general did not reject all of the logistical support either. The Larkinson clan was already preoccupied with supplying the expeditionary fleet and building up the armed forces of the premier branch. A state that owned a lot of territory was much more capable of supplying mechs, supplies, starships and other goodies. The Federal Military of Davut also hosted a lot of strategic minds and other useful staff. Their advice and recommendations sped up the development of the 77th Warborn and quickly brought its professionalism up to standard. Not that it required a lot of effort in order to make the troops ready for action. Many of the mech pilots consisted of Larkinsons and Crossers who either couldn't make it into the expeditionary fleet or wanted to fight under a different regime. Regardless, much of the cadre and backbone of the Warborn consisted of elite mech pilots that were just as good as the ones from the expeditionary fleet. In fact, a friendly rivalry of sorts had started between the troops of the expeditionary fleet and the Warborn. They both competed against each other on battlefield victories, breakthrough rates, notable combat feats and more. Right now, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had taken the lead. The takedown of the Torment fleet and the crushing defeat of the Eminence of Torment had caused the combined fleet to earn a lot of glory by adding an impressive victory to its record. The Warborn had fought on the front lines and won numerous victories as well, but most of its alien adversaries consisted of trash that could be defeated by any decent mech force. General Ark Larkinson finally saw an opportunity to change that. His pride and his duty to the defenders of Ducast did not allow him to settle for a stalemate like what was happening in other beleaguered star systems. A more substantial battlefield victory in Ducast would not only strengthen the confidence and sense of belonging of his troops, but also make a small contribution to the defense of human space. As Ark stood faced his fellow expert pilots, they all dropped their casual demeanors as they clearly sensed the general's focused and determined aura. To expert pilots such as Rosa Orphan and Vincent Rickelin, their superior clearly had a different plan in mind than passive defense. There was no other reason for the general to acquire such an aggressive edge. "What's up, General?" Vincent casually broke decorum by speaking out of turn. "You look kind of intense today. Did the aliens step onto your toes somehow?" "The aliens have stepped onto every human's toes since they commenced their latest offensive." Ark responded. "No, I have an important announcement to make." "Oh, this must be good. Let me guess. You invited the alien commander over for tea so that you can set up a decisive battle where both of us can skip weeks of boring skirmishing." General Ark grew endlessly annoyed at Vincent's antics. The younger expert pilot completely refused to follow military decorum, and acted as if he was part of a rowdy crowd of mercenaries. Ark no longer bothered to reprimand Vincent or convince him to act more formal in the situations that called for it. Venerable Vincent fought bravely on the battlefield, and always managed to inspire his fellow troops on and off the battlefield. As far as Ark and many military officers were concerned, expert pilots were allowed to channel their eccentricities as much as they wanted so long as they delivered when their services were needed the most. Venerable Vincent knew that and eagerly took advantage of this implicit deal. "Not quite," the older expert pilot responded to Vincent's random guess. "You are wrong that I have engaged in any sort of collusion with the alien leaders of the opposing forces in the Ducast system. What you have gotten correct is that I intend to deal a more decisive blow against our adversaries." A projection came to life that showed a map of the star system. Ducast 7 was the focal point of this strategic location. Its bountiful oceans hid sizable quantities of phase water beneath the surface. Even now, tough aquatic harvesting vehicles were frantically scouring the bottom of the oceans in order to suck up as much phase water as they could harvest in a short amount of time. Built and operated by the Red Association, the Mechers drove the harvesting vehicles hard, but did not dare to engage in any destructive harvesting and ruin many of the natural structures that were somehow capable of producing small quantities of phase water over time. This signaled that the Mechers were confident that Red humanity would be able to mount a counterattack and regain control of the border regions one day. In any case, the 77th Warborn along with many other Mech forces had stationed themselves in orbit of Ducast 7. They all sheltered around or behind the hastily built orbital defense ring that was supposed to stall any determined assault. General Ark did not bring up this map to highlight Ducast 7. He instead shifted the focus of the projection to Ducast 11. It was a small rocky planet that was not only cold, but devoid of any life or valuable resources. It also happened to be the current foothold of the invading aliens. As you all know, Ducast 11 is currently serving as the gathering point and forward operating base of the hostile alien forces in this star system. It is a convenient site for the native aliens to ship in a large amount of supplies and war materiel. They dump all sorts of excess goods inside one of the hastily built underground storage spaces, thereby allowing the invaders to quickly replenish themselves by drawing on the depots. It is one of the reasons why the native aliens have been able to maintain such a high operational tempo. Venerable Rosa Orphan frowned and grew suspicious why Ark bothered to mention these facts. "Wait, sir, are you planning to launch a raid on Ducast 11? "I am," General Ark Larkinson plainly admitted. "I know what you are all thinking. Launching an active attack on an enemy fortified position is much more dangerous than limiting ourselves to passive defense. However, doing what is expected of us will not allow us to save the Ducast system. The native aliens have us right where they want us. Ever since they have sent out small to medium-sized squadrons to harass our perimeter, we have been losing a steady amount of small craft. Our opponents are losing several times more phase fighters than our mechs, but the problem is that the native aliens can make up for these losses much easier. We cannot afford to remain locked in a battle of attrition for such a long duration." This was the favored strategy employed by the native aliens when they were unwilling to throw all of their phase fighters and warships straight into the prepared defenses of a fortified planet. The alien assault fleets had lost a lot of valuable alien lives and hardware when they forcefully attempted to break the initial batch of human defensive strongholds. While the victories were worth it as it led to the early collapse of the first and second defensive bands, the native aliens did not want to sustain such a high loss rate throughout the entire duration of their offensive. This was why the invaders had slightly adjusted their approach when attacking the third defensive bands. The native aliens were not in a hurry to topple the human fortifications, but sought to grind down the defenders across many smaller engagements. It was impossible for the human defenders to ignore all of these minor incursions. They had to respond, and suffered because of it. This was why General Ark felt it was all the more important to break the current deadlock. So what is the plan, sir? It is quite simple. We wait for the native aliens to send out half or more of their warships and carriers to conduct harassing raids on the perimeter of Ducast 7. When we have determined that the alien defenses around Ducast 11 has reached its lowest point, we launch a surprise attack and wreck as much infrastructure as possible, among other goals. We absolutely cannot afford to linger too long, or else the overwhelming number of enemy warships and small craft will drown us in a tide. What a bold plan. Although it was not the complete plan that General Ark had in mind, what he revealed so far already sounded incredibly bold. Wait, Rosa Orphan raised her palm. How can we possibly approach Ducast 7 without alarming the native aliens? If our fleet departs from Ducast 7 and moves closer to Ducast 11, there is no way our enemies will be able to miss our approach. Won't they intercept us before we can get close enough to launch a raid? No, not this time. We are not bringing our entire mech division for this raid. Instead, I intend to launch a much smaller and more focused strike involving our high-ranking mechs. I have already discussed my intentions with the mechers. They have agreed to lend us a precious stealth carrier that can quietly deliver all of our powerful mechs to Ducast 11 and extract us when we have fulfilled our objectives. Vincent immediately grew alarmed. What? You want us to attack without the rest of our troops? Chapter 6248 Ducast 11 The gathered expert pilots all expressed varying degrees of shock and dismay at General Ark's bold plan to assault Ducast 11. It was insane to launch a raid on an enemy stronghold with so little mechs in support. Sure, the expert mechs of the 77th Warborn Mech Division were not weak. Even if most of the machines were outdated by this time, their pilots had grown quite formidable. All of the Larkinson expert pilots had managed to grow into high-tier expert pilots with the help of general cultivation elixirs. The remaining 2 expert pilots of the Warborn consisted of 2 members of the Cross clan. Since these crossers broke through only recently, they were still low-tier expert pilots, but Master Benedict Cortez made sure to supply them with powerful quasi-first-class expert mechs in order to ensure that they would not be reduced to a more elite form of cannon fodder. The prosperity and the success that the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan enjoyed in recent years allowed them to invest a lot more in their high-end mechs than many other groups. The Warborn had already stood out from the other linefighters due to this reason. Evidently, General Ark had so much faith in the strength of the champions of his Warborn that he was willing to send them out on a naked raid on a somewhat fortified enemy position without any other form of backup or support. Ark knocked his fist against the conference table. I have not gone crazy. Rest assured that we have made elaborate preparations for this plan. The remainder of the defending forces will be making slightly more aggressive movements in an effort to provoke the native aliens into committing more of their assets to Ducast 7. The rest of our mech division will remain behind as well in order to give off the impression that we are being held in reserve, when in reality we are already on our way to sneak up to Ducast 11. The projected map changed to show how this scenario might play out. Multiple big mech units moved from the orbit of Ducast 7 and sought to engage in more active confrontation against the harassing alien forces. The goal was to turn this local region into a steadily growing whirlpool that began to attract more and more alien phase fighters and warships without making the enemy too suspicious. In the meantime, a single solitary raw stealth vessel quietly circled around all of the excitement and approached Ducast 11 from a different angle. The planners still expected the alien forces to keep plenty of warships and carriers in orbit of the planet, but that was not necessarily a big hindrance. This was because as long as the high-ranking mechs of the 77th Warborn launched from the stealth ship, they would immediately catch the defending aliens off guard and easily thread through their unprepared orbital assets and proceed to wreck all of the rudimentary storage spaces built underneath the surface of the rocky planet. We are strong, and so are our mechs. General Ark boasted. I expect that none of you should have any issue with bypassing the alien defenders, especially if we are able to catch them unaware at first. Once we are through, we should employ all of our armaments to destroy as many warehouses as possible. As you can see, all of our intelligence indicates that the storage and service facilities are hastily built and poorly constructed. Their physical defenses are practically zero. The only form of protection they enjoy are transphasic energy shields, but the native aliens have not invested too much in them, as Ducast 11 is just a temporary staging point. In other words, as long as the high-ranking mechs were able to break these protective barriers, the warehouses and so on became completely vulnerable. An expert pilot raised his hand. Yes, Venerable Glendale. Glendale Kolick of the Larkinson clan asked an important question. Not all of us are good at area destruction. My Greenix is only armed with a large axe. It will take minutes to destroy an entire warehouse filled with goods. Unless the place is filled with munitions or combustible fuels, I don't see any way for my Greenix to destroy everything fast enough. Same. Rosa Orphan said, we are aware of your strengths and weaknesses. You can leave this priority to other mechs that are capable of inflicting widespread damage. You should spend most of your time on breaking the transphasic energy shields. Your melee mechs are all equipped with strong space suppressors. Use them to weaken and break the transphasic energy shields that serve as the main form of defense against enemy incursions. The melee mech pilots looked a little more reassured. That was a job that they could perform without too many complications. Each of them were already accustomed to breaking transphasic energy shields. They did it all of the time whenever the Warborn confronted a hostile alien fleet. We cannot afford to linger too long. General Ark said, the more time we give to the native aliens, the more time they have to form an encirclement around our positions. Once they are able to deploy tens of thousands of phase fighters and bring all of their other defensive measures online, the probability that we will sustain severe damage to the point of losing some of our mechs will increase quickly. We must retreat from the surface of this lifeless planet before we reach this threshold. The aliens will still try to pursue us. If we board the stealth ship after this, we will just expose her and attract a huge amount of enemy fire in her direction. That is a valid concern, Orphan, but we have already planned for this. I can guarantee you that all of us will be able to retreat from Ducast 11 in good order so long as we have slipped the noose. The plan did not exactly sound reliable to the gathered expert pilots. None of them were tactical geniuses, but even they could see how the plan hinged on too many conditions that needed to be just right. If anything went wrong at these junctions, then there wouldn't be any backup plans that could bail them out. At best, they could rely on brute force to overcome obstacles, but that was bound to bleed them even further. General, Kolick Glendale raised his hand again. You may proceed. Thank you. As far as we know, the main elements of the alien forces assigned to conquer the Ducast system is the Girard assault fleet led by a fairly powerful phase lord. We will definitely meet him if we try to attack Ducast 11. Who will be assigned to hold him back? Patriarch Reginald Cross. The mention of the most powerful mech pilot attached to the 77th Warborn caused everyone to look relieved. Pulling off this operation without an ace pilot accompanying them was not impossible, but it would be incredibly difficult for the expert mechs to return intact. Having Patriarch Reginald and his increasingly more powerful Mars by their side massively reduced the difficulty of this operation. That is, as long as everything proceeded as anticipated. There were still a number of expert pilots who did not feel comfortable with the thin margins they were working with. What if the enemy received greater reinforcements than expected? What if the defenses of the warehouses were unexpectedly stronger than the analysts assumed? What if there was a second phase lord stationed at Ducast 11? Patriarch Reginald Cross may be powerful, but he could not be everywhere. He could only deal with one or two difficult challenges at most. If the native aliens were able to deploy even more tricky measures after that, the expert pilots would have to tackle all of the subsequent issues themselves. General Ark Larkinson could not possibly be ignorant about these concerns, but that did not deter him from going through with this bold initiative. There are risks to this operation. Many of them can lead to great danger. This is why I never thought about bringing the rest of the troops along. Only we can pull this off. Many of us are high-tier expert pilots. While only the Mars and my Lionheart among our high-ranking mechs are truly powerful and up-to-date, your machines are more than adequate for the responsibilities that you are expected to fulfill. Even if we encounter setbacks, we should still be powerful enough to resolve them by relying on our combined strengths. Combined with the fact that we are not weighed down by any other baggage such as the need to escort and protect a lot of standard mechs, we can fully exploit the superior performance of our machines. That sounded nice, but Venerable Orphan was sharp enough to notice a very big discrepancy. Ark, you're a command specialist. Won't you be crippling yourself if you distance yourself from your own troops? I don't see how your lionheart can glow brightly on the battlefield and borrow the belief that our troops have in your strength to inflict massive blows on the enemy. She raised a very good point. Even Vincent grew concerned about how much he could rely on General Ark. A complex expression appeared on Ark's face. I am well aware of that. I am conducting a trial of sorts. A trial that I have set upon myself. I believe it is necessary for me to become reacquainted to my own strength as a high-tier expert pilot. It is imperative that I do not receive any power boost from the support of friendly troops, because that will taint the measurements. Does that mean that we won't be able to count on you on the battlefield? No, I would not say that. I am still an experienced high-tier expert pilot, and the Lionheart is the strongest expert mech in our mech division. Even without the amplification from my command specialization, it is still a quasi-first-class transphasic hyper mech, a 5th-generation living mech, a masterwork mech and so on. It might not be equipped with the powerful new ultimate module that my nephew has recently developed, but it possesses all of the other bells and whistles. It's not a real living mech. Rosa Orphan accused. It doesn't possess a soul of its own like my Riot. It's as quiet as the Mars. The Mars certainly doesn't appear to suffer from it, and neither does my Lionheart. I have made a careful choice on what sort of mech I wanted to pilot, and my nephew and his wife have obliged to many of my requests to the best of their ability. If you do not believe in my strength, then at least believe in the work of Vase and Gloriana. That was as good of an answer as any. The Lionheart was not weak. Its relatively young age along with the fact that Vase and Gloriana specifically designed it for a high-tier expert pilot meant that it was definitely strong without factoring in General Ark's ability. Yet, many expert pilots couldn't help but wonder whether they would end up missing Ark's amplified strength whenever he successfully inspired the hope and adoration of his troops. Did General Ark have a different way to compensate for the absence of so many supporting troops, or did he truly intend to conduct the entire operation by relying on his strength and the strength of his expert mech alone? Venerable Orphan, Venerable Vincent and the others all felt as if they were being dragged along their superior's ride. However, it was not as if they stood to gain no benefits from this difficult challenge. The more desperate the situation, the more they needed to surpass their limits. It was very much possible that they might be able to break through in the coming operation. That was enough for them to withhold their remaining complaints and concerns. Everyone was eager to attain their breakthroughs. They all wanted to become the next Saint Tusa or Patriarch Reginald. This was the best opportunity for them to fulfill this ambition. Chapter 6249 Battle-hungry Reginald. Shortly after General Ark briefed the expert pilots, the plan went into motion. The 77th Warborn Mech Division continued to operate as normal. The officers that Ark had put in charge all knew what to do and tried to maintain secrecy as much as possible. Who knew whether the native aliens or the cosmopolitans were spying on their communications? It was best not to give the enemy any indications that their high-ranking mechs had suddenly disappeared. In the meantime, an RA stealth carrier quietly arrived in the Ducast system and took in 8 high-ranking mechs without letting others know. General Ark Larkinson and the Lionheart had to be present. Ark proposed this bold initiative, and he was obliged to put his skin in the game. He had multiple reasons to commit to this risky gamble. Everyone pretty much knew that General Ark had grown frustrated by his lack of breakthroughs. Despite receiving an excellent high-tier expert mech in the form of the Lionheart and soliciting the advice of at least 2 different ace pilots, his bottleneck still hadn't budged. Ark was not growing any younger. Although Reginald was at least a full generation older than him, Ark still worried about getting left behind by the likes of Tusa and other talented Larkinson pilots. Even though he didn't like to admit it, his ego did not allow him to be overtaken by so many juniors. The only way he could think of that could undermine his bottleneck and increase his chances of breaking through was to deviate from routine and put himself in a much more challenging situation than normal. This mission definitely qualified because of the lack of any nearby support. Though Ark masterminded this entire plan, the mech general also questioned whether it was right for him to put so many other expert pilots at risk. None of them had intended to engage in such a reckless action. It would be devastating if one of them fell due to his inability to control the battlefield. I can't afford to lose. The only permissible outcome is victory. Ark vowed. He could not do so without the help of one of his best friends within the Warborn Mech Division. Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars were by far the most powerful combination to participate in this daring operation. The two were especially brought to counter the enemy Phase Lord that was most certainly watching over the enemy forces at Ducast 11. Reginald held no objections towards the risky gambit. This was not just because he was spoiling up for a fight against a powerful phase lord, but also because he was confident he could escape any sticky situation with his mech and life intact. To him, this operation did not pose much of a risk to him. Ace pilots like himself were just that powerful, and the Mars, which had incorporated another round of minor upgrades just recently, was performing better than ever. So I finally have a shot against that big old nunzer Girard. It's about time. I can even fight him without worrying about friendlies getting in the way of my energy beams. The patriarch of the Cross clan said and grinned as he leaned his body next to the exquisite Mars. Tell me about him, Ark. There has to be more intelligence on him. Tell me who I am about to duel against. Girard is not one of those scholarly phase lords who rose up because they were smart, wise or benefited from a good inheritance. Ark explained to his friend and greatest dependence on the battlefield. He is a warlord who rose up from the bottom of a nunzer military unit. He is not known to be a strategic mastermind, a tactical genius or logistical wizard. He is a pure fighter through and through. There are many kinds of fighters. You need to elaborate. He is known to be a tough and stubborn brawler that doesn't always win his battles, but always makes sure to survive in the end. This is why he is called the tireless engine in alien parlance. He is good at layering himself up with strong spatial barriers and using them to outlast his opponents. Although he does not possess any flashy spatial abilities, do not underestimate his grit. The nunzer warlord is highly experienced and has trained his true body into a highly tuned biological war machine. Patriarch Reginald's battlelust grew stronger after hearing that. Sounds like a tough bastard, alright. Saint Tusa and his fancy new Dark Zephyr Mark III can probably bypass his annoying spatial barriers and strike his weak points directly. I don't have that ability. I will have to attack the defenses of this tireless engine head on and hope that my ace mech's firepower can break open his energy shells. Reginald was not afraid of this contest. The matchup was not the best, but the Mars possessed a huge amount of firepower. The Trust Arceus system combined with any handheld weapons was usually enough to breach any transphasic energy shield or spatial barrier with relative ease. Don't underestimate the tireless engine, my friend. Compared to the trampler of stars that you fought against years ago, your next opponent is stronger and more formidable in many ways. Intelligence suggests that his combat power has reached the upper tier among lesser phase lords. He is among the more powerful phase lords that you can expect to face that has yet to receive their own phase water production systems. He will probably earn this coveted reward as long as he has successfully toppled the Ducast system and other fortified star systems. This meant that Girard would definitely put up the best possible fight. Every lesser phase lord yearned to obtain a PPS from the phase whales. Only by implanting a crucial organ that allowed a phase lord to produce his own phase water would he be able to unlock his full growth trajectory. I will beat him, Patriarch Reginald promised. You guys just need to get those other nunzer forces off my back. I cannot put all of my focus on my duel against the tireless engine if all of those other warships keep firing their huge cannon batteries into my ace mech. My Saint Kingdom has to work overtime to reduce their damage and preserve my Mars as best as possible. Ark looked uncertain. We shall try our best to give you a clean shot against the tireless engine, but we only have so many expert mechs, and at least several of them must complete our primary objective. We are not going through all of this effort and risk to take the fight to the enemy's doorstep just to give you a chance to duel against the tireless engine. Our overarching goal is to repel the aliens from this star system, and destroying much of their supplies will help in this regard. I get it, Ark. I have not forgotten about the mission. I will try and give you a hand at destroying the defenses protecting the underground warehouses if I can spare the time. General Ark knew Patriarch Reginald well enough to know that the latter would probably forget about everything and completely invest himself in the fight. Ark already planned around this tendency. He actually hoped that the Mars would attract so much attention from the enemy that less of them would feel inclined to stop the expert mechs. Although it sounded as if Ark was taking advantage of Reginald, the mech general had full confidence in the ace pilot's ability to cope with all of the pressure. Even if the Mars was unable to evacuate with the others, it could still disengage and fly back to Ducast 7 on its own power. It was equipped with a powerful transphasic flight system that should allow it to cross interplanetary distances in a reasonable timeframe. However, if the tireless engine continued to chase right after the Mars, it would become a lot harder for Reginald to retreat. That is if Reginald even wanted to turn his back on the enemy. The battle-hungry ace pilot hated the thought of retreat. He was still able to do so if there was no other recourse, but he had retreated from so many battles back when he was a high-tier expert pilot that he became sick and tired of all of the losses suffered from these contested withdrawals. Reginald always tried to the end if there was a chance he could win. The man was done with losing and retreating like a bedraggled dog. I will transfer the remainder of the intelligence package on the tireless engine. Don't lean too much on your prior experiences with the Trampler of Stars. The previous Phase Lord we fought against was only a mid-tier lesser Phase Lord, and his main strength lies in mass area destruction. He is not that good in single combat, especially when his armor is compromised and destroyed. Gerard is a proven and highly prepared fighter. He most definitely has a massive suit of armor at his disposal that can amplify his strength. Do you have any info on the tireless engine's armor? Only outdated bits of information that the Mecher spies have gathered behind enemy lines. According to their intelligence, the tireless engine prefers to wear a thick suit of armor that is equipped with transphasic energy shield generators for added defense and multiple transphasic energy cannon batteries to allow him to attack from a distance. Patriarch Reginald did not look too impressed. These were all mundane technological solutions that only became stronger due to the use of phase water. Outside of that, there should be nothing special about the Phase Lord's gigantic suit of armor. What will you be doing during the fight, Ark? Reginald decided to turn the conversation around. My Lionheart is one of the few versatile expert mechs that can inflict area damage, so I will be focusing on destroying enemy goods and supplies at first. After that, I expect that I will need to help the other expert mechs overcome the enemy blockade. It will be hard for us to fight through so many enemies without any backup, but I think I am up to the task. Do you expect to attain your breakthrough during all of that fighting? No, Ark firmly shook his head. I do not think I am ready yet. I need to know where I stand when I fight under my own power. I have become too accustomed to fighting with the faith and belief of so many subordinates that I have forgotten about what it was like to fight for myself. I am doing this to prepare for a possible breakthrough in the battle after we have completed this operation. The ace pilot harbored genuine respect towards Ark for preparing to fight with a handicap. I think you are doing the right thing, Ark. I don't know how it is with command specialists, such as yourself, but other pilots such as myself ultimately believe that we can break any opposition as long as our fists are strong enough. The stronger your base power, the greater the effects of amplification. You should never neglect your personal strengths. This was one of the realizations that Ark had made as of late. He had been trying to change several habits in order to earn the qualifications to break through. He had already implemented the advice that Tusa gave him last time and delegated more day-to-day leadership responsibilities to other mech officers. This mission was an extension of this effort. For this risky operation, Ark just wanted to distance himself from his mech division and fight alongside his fellow peers as a simple high-tier expert pilot, although one who held a little more authority than the others. Hopefully, his attempt to reconnect with the more fundamental aspects of mech combat would allow him to gain crucial insights on who he was and what he needed to do in order to take the next step. He just hoped that it did not come at a high price. Chapter 6250 Disappointment. As the stealth shuttle quietly circles across the Ducast system in order to reach the Gerard assault fleet's staging point in this war zone, General Ark continued to check up on the other expert pilots in order to confirm they were ready for the upcoming challenge. His most recent talk with Patriarch Reginald reassured the head of the 77th Warborn that the only ace pilot among them could be relied upon to stall the Phase Lord known as the Tireless Engine. Though Reginald sounded more than confident in his ability to fight and even defeat the Nunzar warlord, General Ark did not completely dare to assume that the enemy Phase Lord would not be able to interfere with the operation. Every Phase Lord was different. Just like ace pilots and their eclectic ace mechs, Phase Lords tended to come from all sorts of backgrounds. Their races, their upbringing, their combat experience, their wealth and their relations with the Phase Whales all determined their development trajectories as Phase Lords. The picture painted by the intelligence gathered by the Mechers suggested that the Tireless Engine was a scrappy fighter through and through. Gerard was not one of the more erudite and intellectual Phase Lords who disdained making use of their exaggeratingly large physiques and preferred to manipulate the battlefield through remote spatial manipulation. The Tireless Engine deliberately took advantage of the strong physical base of the Nunzar race and amplified it further by implanting phase water organs that strengthened his brawling capabilities. From developing thicker muscles to installing organs that massively increased his stamina, the Tireless Engine loved to use his enormous bulk to smash enemies apart. This kind of hard opponent was among the most difficult to deal with at closer ranges. The best way for the Mars to deal with the tireless engine was to maintain its distance and utilize its integrated energy weapons to pelt the Phase Lord with repeated energy beam attacks. However, Ark knew that adopting a cautious strategy had never been Patriarch Reginald's style. The aggressive ace pilot always tried to close the distance even if that would put him and his ace hybrid mech at a tactical disadvantage. It worked most of the time because ace pilots were usually powerful enough to defy the rules. Light skirmishers were able to tank brutal amounts of damage. Swordsman mechs were able to eliminate enemies at a distance by releasing sword energy attacks. Heavy artillery mechs could crush enemies up close. When the disparity in strength between an ace mech and an enemy was too great, the latter had no chance of winning regardless of how well the configuration of the latter countered the former. However, these matchups usually worked out because the opponents of the ace pilots were usually weaker. That did not mean that the strengths and weaknesses of an ace pilot and an ace mech became irrelevant. The matchup between the Mars and the tireless engine appeared to be slightly favorable towards the former, but if Patriarch Reginald insisted on dueling the enemy Phase Lord up close, then the odds of winning would drop. This meant that there may be a situation where Reginald needed backup in order to cope with the tireless engine. There were not many expert pilots that would fare well if they were asked to hold back a powerful brawler-style Phase God. Ideally, none of them would be needed to resist the furious attacks of the Nunzer warlord. Nonetheless, anything could happen on the battlefield. Different from fighting around the orbit of Ducast 7, starting a fight around Ducast 11 was much more perilous due to the lack of control over the environment. The enemy maintained extensive control over the rocky planet and its orbit. The Girard assault fleet could hide all manner of surprises at their staging point. The intelligence gathered by the mechers were limited, so there was a considerable chance that they may have overlooked a few crucial details. General Ark was not naive enough to assume that events would unfold according to the best-case scenario. Accidents were bound to happen, so he wanted to make sure that the expert pilots participating in this operation were ready to step up when their services were required. Rosa, Ark spoke as he stopped by the female expert pilot. You appear to be reluctant at times. Are you having misgivings about this mission? Of course I have. Anyone with a brain can tell this op is not necessary at all. Sure, it would be nice if we can take out all of the supplies of the invading aliens, but that is not what this is about. This mission is just an excuse for you to test your limits on a challenge that you initiated yourself. I have no problem with that as it is your choice on how far you want to push yourself, but since you dragged other expert pilots like myself along, it has become our problem as well. General Ark could not refute this accusation. The Red 2 never asked him to launch such a risky assault. The mechers and the fleeters only wanted the linefighters to hold their positions and rely on their defensive advantages to stall or grind down the alien assault fleets. Ark chose differently. He wouldn't be able to make much progress if he kept fighting low to medium intensity skirmishes. He also did not think it was enough to participate in a single-pitched battle. He needed to do more in order to overcome his stubborn bottleneck. Launching a raid in enemy territory without bringing any of his mech regiments along was exactly the sort of break in routine he needed to shock his systems. He had indeed been thinking about satisfying his own interests first when he set up this risky operation. That did not mean that he was being entirely selfish. His other arguments rang true as well. Our clan needs to grow faster. Ark stated. Vase agrees with this and so do many others. High-ranking mech pilots like ourselves cannot afford to be as complacent as we were back in the age of mechs. History is changing so quickly that we will get overtaken by it if we don't have enough ace pilots to resist future calamities. We already have Tusa and Isabel. Isn't that enough for our clan for the time being? We are not as weak as we were in the past when we didn't have any ace pilot watching over us. I am not saying you're wrong, but I don't fully understand the rush. There are so many things that could go catastrophically wrong in this operation. You are forcing us all to balance on a razor's edge. This is an opportunity for you and the other expert pilots as well, Rosa. You are constrained by your bottleneck, so do almost every other expert pilot on this stealth ship. I am hoping that at least one of us gets to break through this time. It does not even have to be me. One way or another, our clan will become stronger after completing this operation. Rosa pinned Ark with a judgmental stare. Even if not all of us will be able to get away from Ducast 11 alive. A moment of silence ensued as Ark needed time in order to convey his thoughts in a tactful manner. There are always sacrifices in war. Ark said, as a veteran of the Bright Vesia Wars, you should know that as well as I do. We do what is necessary to stop our enemies no matter the price. We used to suffer significant casualties during those wars, but did you hear any of us complain about how many of our comrades died? No, we didn't. We weren't happy about it, but we accepted the losses because that was the price of war. Rosa scowled and crossed her arms. This is different. The Red War is nothing like the Bright Vesia wars of old. Back then, the Bright Republic's Mech Corps stood alone against the Vesian Mech Legion. We needed to step up and fight the Vesians head-on because there was no one else that was willing and able to fight on the front lines. Our situation is much different in the current war against the native aliens. It is the Mechers, the Fleeters and other first-raters that are responsible for most of the fighting. Second-raters like ourselves that are not fully part of the military of a state aren't expected to do much aside from making up the numbers. This operation is completely outside of our responsibilities. You are volunteering us all for an unnecessary suicide mission. General Ark was not shameless enough to deny his culpability in this matter, but Rose's remarks did not do anything to change his mind on his decision. Every expert pilot at our stage needs to answer our calling and go above and beyond to prove ourselves worthy of attaining sainthood. We may as well do this sooner rather than later. Ha, says the uncle of the best mech designer of our clan. An uncle who just so happened to have received a fancy new quasi-first-class high-tier expert mech not too long ago. Even if you screw up during the upcoming operation, your powerful Lionheart can easily bail you out of a bad situation. The rest of us don't enjoy this particular luxury. Our expert mechs are old, weak and designed for us back when we were low-tier expert pilots. If we end up in trouble, our ability to fight our way out of an encirclement is much weaker. Realization dawned on Ark's face. He figured out the driving reason why Rosa Orphan grew so upset about this mission. You disagree with the timing of this operation. No, it is more than that. You resent me for foisting this dangerous mission on your lap. The reason why is because your expert mech is due for an upgrade in less than half a year. Rosa Orphan sneered at Ark in a distinctly unpleasant manner. Did you not think about that at all before you chose to set up a mission to satisfy your need to unleash the full capabilities of your modern Lionheart? It is not just me that is upset about the thin margin of safety. Vincent, Kolik, Imon and the pair of crosser expert pilots are also anything but happy about this operation. General Ark tried to reassure the female expert pilot. I won't deny that we are heading straight into danger, but I have confidence in your strength and the strength of everyone else. None of us are inexperienced rookies. We are champions. We are able to defeat the undefeatable. No victory is out of our grasp. As long as our willpower is strong enough, we can vanquish any enemy. The risks may be greater for you and the rest, but that also means that the benefits are greater as well. Even if you aren't able to break through in the next battle, you will receive such excellent tempering that you will get that much closer to punching through your bottleneck. That sounds nice, if we are able to come back alive, that is. Rosa simply responded, Look, I am not a coward, but I was perfectly fine with sticking to my routine for the next 5 months or so until the design department is finally ready to upgrade my Riot to his much more powerful Mark III form. If you asked me to take part in this suicide mission after that, I would have gladly embraced this opportunity to stretch my mech's news modules, but since you are so impatient to break through yourself, my evaluation of you have changed. In what way? Ark softly asked. You don't live up to your noble reputation. I have been serving in the Warborn for several years now, and while there are parts about you that justifies all of the hero worship that you have received, you are more selfish and self-centered than people have been led to believe. It is not that you mistreat your subordinates. You just don't care about us. Not truly. You project the right image in public and say all of the nice words, but when the time has come to prove that you consider us brothers and sisters, you instead treat us as pawns that you can use up and discard at will. It is profoundly disappointing. Rosa Orphan became so disgusted with Ark that she began to move away. Commander Casella Ingvar is 10 times the better leader than you as far as I am concerned. She cares, while you do not. I wouldn't be surprised if she breaks through sooner than you. Her heart is much bigger than yours. I don't think you care too much about the Larkinson clan in the first place. After all, it is Vessa's clan, not yours. I think you are just treating it as a vessel to fuel your own ambitions. Good luck in the next fight, General. I am not worried about whether you'll be able to come back from Ducast 11 alive. Your Lionheart is too strong for that. You should worry about whether my Riot Mark II or the other weaker expert mechs will be able to make it back in one piece. After all, you dragged us into this fire pit. It is your responsibility to ensure we can make it out again. Chapter 6251. A Man's Perspective. General Ark Larkinson did not expect to receive a harsh rebuke from Venerable Rosa Orphan. To be fair, he deserved to hear it. He genuinely made a few missteps when he took the initiative to plan this operation and begin to set it in motion. Was he being selfish? Perhaps. Every human was selfish to a degree, and high-ranking mech pilots were usually more self-centered for obvious reasons. That was not a problem in most circumstances, but it became a distinct issue when they started to assume leadership responsibilities. There was an inherent conflict between selfishness and command authority. When a leader had been entrusted with authority over a military unit, that leader assumed multiple different responsibilities. He needed to be a good custodian of that unit and make sure to keep it in the best possible condition. The leader needed to take adequate care of his troops and ensure that their lives did not go to waste. The soldiers all signed up in order to do their duty but also to advance their own careers. It was the responsibility of the leader to facilitate those goals if possible. He also needed to obey the directives of his superiors and lead the unit in successful actions. A unit should not be coddled, especially in times of war where their strength was needed more than ever. A force that was not prepared to fight the difficult battles that they were equipped to handle was not a useful combat asset. A completely selfless leader should not have too many issues with upholding both responsibilities. The most typical scenario that would present problems to such a leader was when times became tough and casualties started to mount in an escalating war. A qualified leader needed to make tough choices about spending the lives of his subordinates in order to fulfill important military objectives. Those that cared too much about the lives of his troops were not suited for their positions, and should be transferred away in order to make room for a tougher commander that was willing to make the hard but necessary choices. Even then, the replacement was still expected to do whatever it took to preserve the lives of his men and prevent any excess losses. This dynamic became a lot more complicated when the leader was selfish. What if the officer in charge possessed strong ambitions? What if he valued his career progress over preserving the lives of his men? What if he was actively willing to throw his troops into a meat grinder in order to climb up the hierarchy at a faster rate? The situation especially became complicated when the commanding officer also happened to be an expert pilot. Every expert pilot wanted to become stronger. Their willpower was largely centered around the need to become powerful enough to realize their impossible ambitions. They would have never broken through in the first place if they did not desire power hard enough. One of the reasons why it was difficult for command-oriented expert pilots to break past their stubborn bottlenecks was because they needed to resolve additional dilemmas like this. They all needed to find a balance between their responsibilities and their selfish desires for power and glory. When General Ark looked back at his own decision-making as of late, he could not honestly judge whether he went too far. Sure, he made decisions that he otherwise wouldn't have made if he was not an expert pilot, but it was exactly because he was fairly strong that he was eager to undertake greater risks. As Ark continued to puzzle over whether he had made any missteps as of late, he decided to share his thoughts with another individual. There were not many people he could reach out to. Under normal circumstances, he would have called his father Benjamin or his nephew Vase for a personal talk. If he wanted to hear out more objective voices, he could reach out to Venerable Janzi or Commander Casella Ingvar. Unfortunately, the stealth ship maintained a complete communications blackout. There were not a lot of mature and thoughtful peers on the stealth vessel. This was why General Ark eventually approached Venerable Vincent Rickelin. "What's up, General? I could use your counsel." "Counsel? Me? Are you serious?" Vincent questioned as he paused in eating his meal. "I need to hear another perspective on a matter that Venerable Orphan has recently brought up with me." "Let me explain." As the older expert pilot laid out Rosa Orphan's critique, Vincent's expression gradually changed from puzzlement to understanding. "I can see why she is upset," the muscular expert pilot commented. "You really messed her up by dragging her into your high-risk operation while she is still stuck with a severely outdated expert mech. I would be just as angry if I was in her shoes. I'm not as upset because my Sea-Man is newer and stronger than her old riot. That doesn't mean I am particularly pleased. I can understand your reasoning for forcing us to take part in this op, but it would have been great if you presented it to us first. We are at war, Vincent. I have no obligation to seek your permission. As long as the regional headquarters of the Red Association approves of my plan, then that should be enough. I also had to maintain the secrecy of this operation. The more I talk about it in advance, the greater the likelihood that the native aliens will find out and prepare an ambush. We cannot handle information as loosely as before. It is important for us to exercise tight information control and keep most people in the dark as long as possible. Talk like that just reinforces Rose's accusation that you don't care at all about the rest of us. Vincent frowned. Look, I get it. We are all expert pilots. We don't need any coddling. That doesn't mean we want to be treated like crap. She is right that a more caring leader like Commander Casella would definitely make a greater effort to bring us on board sooner. Even you think this way? Yes, but I don't think that Casella is necessarily better than you, Ark. Before I joined the Larkinson clan, I worked for a mix of different leaders, each of whom were crappy in different ways. Compared to them, you are not that bad. You can be counted upon to make the tough but necessary choices, I suppose. We are not here to have a picnic. We are here to fight. It is a luxury if everything goes in our favor. General Ark did not expect Vincent to speak such sage words. The younger expert pilot did not behave as immature as his public image suggested. So you prefer to be led by me or Commander Casella? I don't regret my decision to transfer into the Warborn. Vincent shrugged. I still trust you. I trust Casella as well. The two of you have different leadership styles. I think I would feel more comfortable if I was placed under the Sentinel Commander, but I also think my chances of breaking through won't be as high. She cares about her men, which is good if keeping us all alive is the only priority. However, it is because she cares about us that she is reluctant to send any of us out on risky missions where we could fall at any time. Without all of that tempering, we won't be able to progress as quickly as we want. She is always present and ready to catch us as we fall, but there are pilots who don't necessarily need or want a mother hovering protectively over their heads. In other words, if Commander Casella could be described as a somewhat overprotective mother, General Ark could be likened to a neglectful father. The Trueblood Larkinson looked bemused. I see. That is a refreshing opinion for me to hear. Thank you for helping me clear my confusion. Rosa Orphan may be correct that I do not care about my subordinates in the way she prefers, but that does not mean my command approach is necessarily wrong. As mech pilots, we signed up for a life of duty and hardship. None of us are destined to live peaceful lives. I may be accused of pushing my men hard, but they are all elite mech pilots, or else they wouldn't have been able to enter the 77th Warborn. I cannot promise everyone that they will remain safe, but I can at least give them plenty of chances to earn glory on the battlefield. The pilot of the Sea-Man chuckled. It was as if Ark made an unintentional joke. You sound like Patriarch Reginald at times. Bits and pieces of him must have rubbed off on you. How much do you care about glory, actually? That was a good question. General Ark frowned as he tried to tackle this question in a serious way. He soon found that it was hard for him to supply a clear answer. I have always cared about glory, I suppose. There was never a time when I was not in a prominent position. I was a prodigy during my academy days. I entered into service at the right time when the next Bright Vessia War had just unleashed. I managed to make the Larkinson family proud by breaking through as an expert pilot. I received promotions and began to lead larger and more powerful mech units. After that, I stalled and meandered around for a long time. You stopped earning glory when the war had ended. Quite so. It was not frustrating, but disappointing. As much as I do not like to admit it, I thrive in conflict. This is the time where my services are the most needed and appreciated. I am always in a better mood when people look up on me and depend on me to deliver them victories. I suppose it is not a coincidence that my ability as a command specialist is so centered around myself. I seek to rise above the occasion because it earns me glory. This is good for me because more people will respect me and worship me as their savior and protector, which in turn feeds back into my strength. General Ark did not see anything wrong with this. He did his best to step up and become the brightest presence on the battlefield so that he was better able to fulfill his objectives. He did not think he was neglecting the others who were left in the shadows. He cared for them in his own way, which was to give them enough opportunities to stand out and break through in battle. If doing so meant that he had to expose his troops to greater peril, then that was a necessary sacrifice. Ark felt a lot more comfortable in his skin after making this realization. He was no Commander Casella, nor did he have any wish to resemble her. Neither of them were necessarily right or wrong. They were just different. You're a man, Venerable Vincent said. There is no need for you to apologize for that. Embrace your manhood and dominate the battlefield in the best traditions of our gender. I don't know about the others, but you can count on me to follow you and cover your back, at least while I am still a part of your Warborn. I am with you on this. We can't remain passive all of the time. We need to attack not just because it is a better way to contribute to the war effort, but also because I don't think I will have any chance of breaking through if I act like a turtle all of the time. Vincent simply did not care about the risks of the upcoming operation in the same way as Orphan. That ultimately set the two apart and caused them to have wildly diverging opinions about whether General Ark was right or wrong. Whether Vincent was right to feel confident about this risky operation remained to be seen. Ark just hoped that Vincent did not come to regret his bold stance. Chapter 6252 The less competent Ingvar speaking to both Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Vincent Ricklin had done General Ark Larkinson a lot of good. Ark received more honest criticism and helpful feedback than he had in months, if not years. It helped him put his command approach into perspective and make him more aware of where he stood as a leader of men as well as an expert pilot. As he continued to think about his strengths and his interactions with other mech pilots, he continued on his tour and spoke with the remaining expert pilots. As the brother of a woman as outstanding as Commander Ksela Ingvar, Venerable Imon Ingvar was better placed than most people to comment on this subject. Ksela is overcompensating. The male Ingvar spoke. Before we got picked up by Vase Larkinson, we had been reduced to a pair of losers. Both of us used to be members of House Ingvar. My sister studied to become a mech officer, and did well enough when our house was doing great. When it suddenly collapsed due to betrayal and intrigue that I am not eager to rehash, all of her subordinates quickly turned around and no longer obeyed her. That setback affected her deeply. As a mech commander himself, Ark understood how deeply such an occurrence could be damaging to one's confidence as a leader. It sounds as if Ksela is not to blame for this outcome. The older expert pilot quietly said. The mech pilots owed their loyalty to House Ingvar. From the moment it had fallen, their employment contracts should have turned null and void. They are free to leave and work for another organization, which they evidently did. It doesn't matter if you can continue to cover their pay by relying on your own bank accounts. Only the most loyal and dedicated servants are willing to follow fallen nobles. Everyone else doesn't like to bet their lives and future on a couple of young nobles who have lost the backing that they relied upon all their lives. Imon crossed his arms. My thoughts are similar to yours, but Ksela doesn't accept this viewpoint. She still blames herself to this day, you know. She believes that if she had put a greater effort into building a genuine sense of camaraderie and respect with her subordinates, they would have stuck to her despite the lack of advantages of following her after the fall of our house. If you know that, then you should understand Ksela's active command style much better. The reason why she is so well liked by everyone is not entirely because she cares about her subordinates. It is because she is terrified that they will abandon her and desert her when we are in another crisis. Such an event is enough to break her willpower. General Ark could understand why a commander like Ksela would buckle under such trauma, but he would never take it like this. Humans were flawed. They were cowards by nature. It was only due to training, duty, greed, esprit de corps and even camaraderie that soldiers were able to suppress their natural fears and enter into battle with brave expressions. That did not mean that their fears had disappeared entirely. As long as events caused their fear to surpass their bravery, their confidence would waver to the point where they wanted to retreat and run away regardless of any greater considerations. Ark had never witnessed a rout in his later years, but he had seen it numerous times in the early days of his career. The Bright Republic's Mech Corps won as many battles as it lost against the Vesia Kingdom's Mech Legion. The two sides knew each other so well that neither side was able to attain any absolute advantages over the other. It was normal to win and lose. In the few cases where Ark fought in a battle where the Mech Corps fell into a heavy disadvantage, he experienced the spread of panic and the sense of gloom that affected all of the troops on the battlefield. Fortunately, the Mech Corps was not a military organization that refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat. It tried to form clear lines of retreat and ensure that the withdrawing troops would eventually be able to live to fight another day. That was part of the reason why Ark did not think it was a big deal if soldiers became so gripped by their fears that they stopped following his instructions. His troops at least fell back to a location where he could eventually reunite with them and bring them under his command once again. Ksela never enjoyed that particular luxury in the past. Who do you think is a better commander? Imon shrugged. I can't say. I mean, you have your strong points, and so does my sister. I suppose it depends on what you care about the most. Is the purpose of leading troops to limit their casualties as much as possible, or to complete as many missions as you can? From what I have observed, Ksela is probably more inclined to call for a retreat if the price of winning is too high. In comparison, You are not afraid of taking greater risks, or else you wouldn't have decided to attack Ducast 11 without any form of backup. Which is better depends on what you care about the most. Ark frowned. He did care about the lives of his subordinates. Perhaps he did not treat them as individual treasures like Casella, but it was a lie that he was perfectly willing to let them all die. In his opinion, he was just being more realistic about the life and death of soldiers. People died in droves in every war. He had befriended numerous comrades in the past, but many of them eventually fell in battle against the Visions. This happened with such regularity that he no longer developed a lot of intimacy with the next comrades that fought by his side. It also didn't help that he began to climb up the hierarchy. The higher his officer rank, the lower the amount of people he could interact as equals. Eventually, his rank became so high that the only people he dealt with on a daily basis were those underneath him. How could he befriend them so easily when he needed to be harsh and send them to their possible deaths if necessary? Being a leader is hard. Ark commented, I am sure that your sister has experienced many moments of stress due to the burden of leadership. I envy simple pilots such as you, Imon. You are not expected to do anything but fight well when your services are needed. He. Imon Ingvar chuckled and straightened his posture. Is that what you think? I have a completely different opinion on that. Do you know that whenever someone in our clan says the name Ingvar, their mind immediately jumps to my sister? They always respect and look up to Casella Ingvar. It is rare that any Larkinson looks up to me first. I mean, why should they? Compared to my talented, capable and compassionate sister, I am just the simpleton who doesn't possess any ability to command a mech legion, let alone a mech squad. The reason why I am expected to do nothing but pilot my Blade Chaser Mark II well is because people don't trust me to do anything more than that. They are afraid that I will fail if I take on any more burdens. I do not think that is an accurate characterization of yourself. General Ark frowned. Do not belittle yourself, Imon. People have different talents and inclinations. It is perfectly acceptable for high-ranking mech pilots to stay away from any leadership responsibilities. As long as you do your primary job well, no one will care about your shortcomings. Your sister may have indeed become the more famous among the two of you, but take it from a Larkinson who grew up in a long line of expert pilots and war heroes. You can forge your legend as long as you are successful enough. If you become an ace pilot before your sister, then you will not be regarded as the more incompetent Ingvar anymore. Imon nodded in agreement. Becoming stronger is definitely one of my main goals. I don't necessarily want to prove that Casella is weaker or anything. She is still my sister, and I care for her a lot. I just don't think I can help her all that much at my current level of strength. It is only when I have advanced to an ace pilot that I can truly watch her back and serve as her most powerful asset by her side. This is why I don't object too much about this crazy operation that you have sprung on us. It is not a pleasant surprise, but it is probably one of the best opportunities for me to challenge my limits and see if I can get any closer to breaking through. How close are you, Imon? Not that close, to be honest. I still need to work on stuff. I have a feeling that I not only need to figure out what sort of relationship I want to have with my sister, but also get her to accept my chosen role. And what role do you envision for yourself? Ark asked. We belong together. She is a great commander, but she is not that good of a fighter compared to other expert pilots. I am the opposite. I don't know the first thing about leading troops, but you are right when you said that I know how to fight well. I want to become her protector and her greatest champion. She can make all of the tough choices and support me from behind while I take care of all of the toughest enemies that she will face in the future. This is a perfect combination as far as I am concerned. We are a match made in heaven. It could be argued that Imon would probably pair well with most other mech commanders. Who wouldn't like a strong expert pilot and expert mech at his disposal? General Ark looked at Imon with greater respect. Your dedication to your sister is admirable. It is rare for me to see a stronger bond between relatives. Is this why you are eager to test yourself in the upcoming operation? Imon grinned as his willpower exuded greater eagerness and battlelust. Yes, compared to participating in typical battles, I can get much more out of it if we are badly outnumbered and have to fight for every scrap of progress. There are no fallback options or escape routes for me. I will literally have to fight for my life in order to survive, and maybe become a greater version of myself while I am at it. I am both excited and apprehensive at the upcoming action. I am aware that there is a chance that I won't be able to return to my sister. Does that terrify you, Imon? No, General. I am impatient. I do not want to spend the next years and decades of my life as the same high-tier expert pilot. I hate my bottleneck. I am willing to do almost anything to obliterate it. I will either return to Casella as an ace pilot, or inside a coffin. I don't know which of the two outcomes will eventually happen, but I would rather make it happen sooner or later, because I don't want to stay in a limbo where I am too weak to matter. Imon wanted a resolution. His self-esteem and his desire to be of use to his sister did not allow him to remain stuck as an expert pilot. In an era where only ace pilots and stronger combatants could make a significant difference in the massive battles being fought today, Imon Ingvar no longer wanted to be known as the useless and less competent sibling. I wish you all the luck you need, Imon. Ark said in an understanding tone. You will have your chance in the next battle. It may even be more than you can handle, but that is exactly the sort of situation where you can prove that you are better than what many think of you. I am rooting for you. Of course, I am also rooting for myself, but that goes without saying. Let's turn this into a race and see who gets to break through first. Imon grinned and bumped his fist against Ark's own outstretched fist. Deal. Chapter 6253 Stealth Tension. The raw stealth carrier quietly reached the edge of Ducast's eye's perimeter. In order to reduce the probability of detection as much as possible, the ship disabled non-essential systems. From the lighting to the anti-grav systems, nothing was allowed to give away any hint of the vessel's presence. The temperature turned cold. The lack of gravity made navigating through the ship a lot more cumbersome. Everyone had to wear vacuum-sealed suits that also kept them warm, fed and clean. The carrier's stealth capabilities were impressive, but that was no reason for the mechers to grow complacent. They followed all of the rules and guidelines and acted as cautiously as possible. The crew members no longer bothered to communicate through sound or through wireless signals. They mostly exercised their own responsibilities according to a predetermined plan. At most, they resorted to economic hand signals and subtle exchanges by physically connecting their slim armored suits to each other. All of these efforts helped to reduce the load on the active stealth systems and minimize the occurrence of slight blips that could potentially alert the monitoring systems of the enemy starships in the vicinity. The humans had already employed stealth vessels and stealth mechs against the native aliens many times in the past. While the results were mostly gratifying, the downside was that most of the major alien races had become a lot more guarded against stealth attacks. It had become standard procedure for any alien fleet or base to deploy a combination of escort ships and phase fighter squadrons out on patrol. Since the aliens usually saw no need to hide their tracks, their vessels openly employed active sensor and scanning systems at medium intensity in order to track stealth vessels trying to sneak past their perimeter. The effectiveness of these measures varied depending on the tech, quantity of patrols and environmental factors. The native aliens didn't care too much about catching enemy infiltrators on approach. Their primary concern was to deter stealth attacks by showing that they are alert and ready to respond the instant they detected a hidden threat. Right now, the raw stealth carrier had slowed down. The captain of the ship grew pensive as the quantity of alien patrols around Ducast 11 made it unlikely that his vessel would be able to maintain secrecy all the way. General Ark Larkinson was the only mech pilot who had not yet boarded his mech. He needed to be on the bridge in order to remain up to date on the developing situation and issue instructions if necessary. Seeing that the stealth vessel had slowed to a relative stop outside of the perimeter of the target planet, Ark slowly floated forward until he came close enough to place his armored hand on the captain's shoulder plate. Is it safe to advance? Not at the moment, the captain replied through a very subtle signal transmitted through physical contact. The density of patrols is putting out too many detection signals in the surrounding space. According to our calculations, the risk of detection is 0.5% per minute. That does not sound too much to you, but keep in mind that we will be lingering in this area for a longer duration than that. The risk of detection also rises the closer we move to the mission site. General Ark frowned. It would be bad if they got stalled at this distance. If the stealth carrier proceeded no further, then her safety would be assured, but it would also make life harder for him and his fellow pilots. The Mars and the expert mechs assigned to this mission were usually loud and obvious. There was no way to hide their obvious heat signatures and other emissions once they became active. The only way to keep them hidden for a short while longer was to gently eject them from the hangar bay of the stealth vessel. By refraining from activating the cold and silent mechs, they might be able to coast along for a dozen seconds or a little longer without getting detected right away. This was not enough for the high-ranking mechs to get much closer to their objectives, but it was enough to reduce the probability of exposing the exact location of the stealth carrier. Even so, Ark was not satisfied with this situation. He knew that the native aliens would wake up and begin to mobilize all of their available combat assets as soon as they sounded the alarm. Precious minutes would pass by as the Mars and the expert mechs crossed the distance and entered into low orbit of Ducast 11. That was enough time for the native aliens to make a lot of progress to form a blockade and get ready to encircle the human intruders as best as possible. This ship needs to get closer. Ark conveyed. What are our options? We can choose from 3 possible courses of action, General. The most passive and safest option for the ship is to maintain our current distance and launch your mechs into space. Another low-risk option is to wait for the Girard fleet to dispatch more of its warships to Ducast. 7. The most dangerous option is to deploy one of your mechs to generate a distraction that will allow my ship a greater chance to sneak closer without setting off any enemy alarms. None of the 3 options sounded ideal to Ark. He already ruled out the first option. That meant he could either choose between waiting for a change in circumstances or create a distraction that could go very right but also very wrong. The last option was the most proactive one that promised to deliver quick results, but Ark felt hesitant to take such a dangerous gamble. The plan called for splitting up the already limited mechs. There would be at least one less machine to raid the surface of Ducast 11 and fight their way out of an encirclement. While an argument could be made that creating a diversion may draw more alien assets away from the planet, thereby making it more vulnerable, that meant the isolated mech would attract even more danger. Ark much preferred to stick to the original plan as much as possible. That meant keeping all of the mechs together. We wait, he decided. The troops guarding Ducast 7 are still in the process of subtly trying to draw the attention of the invading aliens. They are not done yet with luring the enemy forces over. Give them more time to work. We will proceed as soon as the defenses here have lessened to the point where the risk of detection is low enough. We may remain stuck here for days or longer, General. An opening may not appear until the Girard fleet is ready to launch a full assault. Then so be it. I will not subject ourselves to excessive risks in an already dangerous operation. Ark stayed around a little longer in order to convey additional instructions and demands. He then proceeded to leave the bridge and move over to his Lionheart. There was no reason to stay inside the bridge any longer. Ark would rather remain on standby in his Lionheart and make sure the rest knew that they needed to do the same. Hours passed by as Ark remained inside the cockpit of his excellent mech. His Lionheart became so quiet and lifeless when it had been put in a dormant state. Unlike the more classical living mechs such as the very boisterous Riot, the Lionheart was a so-called post-living mech according to Vase, who was the only authority on this subject. This phrase essentially meant that the Lionheart had the roots and many of the trappings of living mechs, but diverged in important ways. Ark had requested to turn the Lionheart into a second skin mech for specific reasons. He did so despite the amazing popularity and appreciation for living mechs that could think and potentially fight for themselves. It was not that Ark hated the idea of living mechs or anything. He could see how well it complemented pilots such as Tusa, Janzi, Joshua and many others. Ark simply did not feel the need to change his modus operandi. He was raised as a champion and a hero ever since he first demonstrated his talent. He had learned to pilot ordinary mechs and steadily worked his way up by piloting one lifeless mech after another. He had achieved a great amount of success with mechs like that and built up a lot of muscle memory and other routines as a result. Ark would have to change too many aspects of his piloting style if he switched over to piloting living mechs. He would have to unlearn many important lessons and painstakingly build up a lot of new habits. He also had to split his time and concentration on building up an amicable relationship with his battle partner. The expert pilot did not look forward to making so many changes to his established formula. He had seen how Patriarch Reginald was able to make his Mars work so well despite having killed off the machine's independent personality. Ark did not regret his decision to pilot a mech similar to that of the Mars. The Lionheart was powerful beyond doubt. Its lack of independent personality did not make Ark feel as if he was missing out on anything important. The fact that it fit him like a glove allowed him to assume considerably greater control over the machine than he had ever attained with any other mech. It was not easy to pilot the Lionheart for that reason. Ark had to invest more attention and focus on controlling all of its functions, but the benefit of doing so was that he could make it move and behave exactly according to his intentions. As a command-oriented expert pilot, Ark was not afraid of higher control requirements. It also helped that unlike Commander Casella, He did not need to spend a large part of his attention and focus on micromanaging so many different subordinates. He was able to invest most his resources into piloting the Lionheart and turning it into the most powerful and well-controlled machine on the battlefield. Only Patriarch Reginald was able to get more out of his own second skin mech than Ark, and that was solely because the ace pilot had transcended further. In any case, Ark knew that he would have to squeeze the most out of his excellent control over his expert command mech than he had done in the past. The difficult conditions of this operation demanded no less. The circumstances were brutally unforgiving towards mistakes, and Ark was not able to utilize the Lightbringer resonating ability anywhere close to full power due to lack of support from his subordinates. Ark resigned himself to the fact that he able to become the brightest presence on the battlefield during this dangerous operation. The Mars would definitely take the crown this time. The Mars was especially notorious for outputting a lot of light and other emissions due to its heavy energy expenditure. The Ace hybrid mech was an energy hog, making it all the more challenging for the Lionheart to outshine the older post-living mech. Although these circumstances were anything but ideal for General Ark, this was exactly why he needed to tackle this challenge. He needed to participate in at least one difficult fight where he was unable to rely on the amplification of tens of thousands of subordinates who empowered him with their hopes and beliefs. Ark wanted to prove that he could still be strong enough on his own. He was willing to bet his life on this assumption. As the minutes continued to pass by in silence, a very loud and screeching alarm suddenly shook Ark and the other waiting mech pilots out of their reclining postures. "What is happening, General?" the captain communicated through a newly opened communication channel. "The Girard fleet somehow found our presence somehow. Multiple enemy patrols are inbound. Many alien warships and carrier vessels are beginning to enter into a heightened state of alertness. More enemy assets will soon converge on us, making it exponentially more difficult for our stealth carrier to sneak away unnoticed." "What? How could they have detected us when we are so far away from their detection range?" "We do not know, but you need to make a decision quickly. Do you wish to proceed with this operation and launch out of our hangar bay, or do you want us to turn around and attempt a silent retreat?" General Ark immediately fell into a time-sensitive dilemma. Chapter 6254 Mounting Danger. A serious accident occurred before the operation got off to a proper start. For whatever reason, the raw stealth cruiser got detected in advance. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Girard fleet was predominantly made up of Nunzer warships. The other vessels originated from various vassal races that possessed inferior tech and capabilities. Nuncers tended to be fairly unexceptional when it came to their technological prowess. Their scientists and engineers were not dimwits, but they weren't geniuses either. The Puelmers easily beat them in this regard. Since the rise of the Red Cabal, the major alien races had engaged in increased technology sharing and cooperative development. It was not impossible for the Nuncers to obtain superior detection tech, but even if that was the case, the differences would have been noticeable. As far as the Mechers could tell, the mechs and escort ships patrolling the perimeter of Ducast 11 were only equipped with regular detection systems. None of the hardware was powerful or advanced enough to be able to detect the raw stealth carrier at this distance. The story might be different if the stealth vessel attempted to get closer to the target planet, but the ship had not attempted to do so as far as Ark knew. "I need more clarification." General Ark spoke over the communication channel even as his Lionheart started to become active. "Can you deduce the reason why our position has become exposed? Did the native aliens manage to learn about our operation by spying on the humans stationed in and around Ducast 7? Has your stealth system malfunctioned somehow? Did the native aliens secretly make use of much more advanced detection systems that they had deliberately kept in reserve to catch us by surprise? It is difficult for us to obtain any definite answers, General. Our preliminary judgment, which is backed by the statistical predictions made by our ship's AI logic engine, is that we have been detected by a hidden third party. The native aliens may have deployed additional measures to guard their staging against human infiltration. This is largely speculation, but the most probably third party is an archship that is under active stealth. The Archi are not only the masters of stealth technology in this dwarf galaxy, they are also adept at detecting it. Their ability to do so matches or surpasses the efforts of the Puelmers. The mention of the Archi race immediately caused General Ark to grow a lot more concerned about the safety of the stealth vessel. Hardly any humans encountered the Archi during the Red War, but that was mostly because their elusive archships were so difficult to detect when they tried to stay hidden. If there was truly an archship hiding in the vicinity somewhere, then the raw stealth carrier was at a massive disadvantage. The Archie possessed all of the initiative if they managed to remain hidden while being able to expose the hidden human vessel at the same time. If the Archeship wanted to, she could even launch a surprise attack onto the raw stealth vessel at any time. This could potentially lead to devastating results as the human ship's defenses were much poorer compared to other warships built by the Red Association. The need to accommodate an active stealth system compromised the physical defenses of the very same ship. The only form of defense the raw carrier could count upon was her Azure energy shields, but they were not as strong as those on other ships. Even if the Archeship failed to overcome the energy defenses of the human vessel, the attacks would definitely expose the latter's position and give the alien a clear enemy to pursue and attack. If this is the case, we cannot proceed with the operation without getting rid of this Archeship somehow. General Arc determined, we need to flush her out and eliminate her regardless of whether we proceed with or call off the operation. It was at this time that a loud voice interjected into the conversation. Let me out, Patriarch Reginald Cross demanded. I will hunt down this Archeship for you. If she is close enough, I'll find her one way or another. General Arc fell into a moment of hesitation. The presence of a hidden Archeship was just a theory. If they were wrong about this, then the Mars would be wasting a lot of time flying around while calling even more attention to the stealth vessel that they needed to protect at all cost. He also had to decide whether to go through with the operation despite getting detected in advance or whether to pull back and focus on disengagement above all other priorities. Arc quickly examined the local plot that displayed the amount of enemy assets around Ducast 11 and their last known locations. The amount of ships had lessened by a bit in the past few hours. The human defenders over at Ducast 7 had succeeded in drawing more alien aggressors over. However, there were still enough defending ships left that General Arc did not feel too good about his chances. He opened a new communication channel that included all of the expert pilots taking part in the operation. We have fallen into a suboptimal situation. We are unable to approach Ducast 11 undetected. No matter whether we attack or flee, we cannot avoid confrontation against the Girard fleet. If we flee, the native aliens will not attack us with all of their numbers as they still need to leave enough defenders behind to protect their depots on the planet. If we attack, we have a chance of completing our mission and earn a large amount of war merits in the proceeds, but at the cost of facing a much more prepared group of enemy defenders. What is your point, Arc? Venerable Rosa Orphan impatiently asked. We have a chance to complete our mission, but under significantly less favorable circumstances than before. Arc stated, seeing as we are in for a fight either way, I am in favor of going all in and inflicting at least some damage to the large amount of supplies and goods that the native aliens have stockpiled on Ducast 11. I will not lie, the danger is greater. If you are still confident in your own strength and the strength of your expert mech, then voice your support. If not, then say so. I will decide on whether to proceed with the mission after you have voiced your decision. Well, that's easy for me. The female expert pilot said. I already have my doubts about this operation under expected circumstances. Now that the native aliens turn out to be more prepared and alert for us than expected, we'd be idiots if we follow a plan that is already out of date. I say we retreat as soon as possible. That was a predictable response. Venerable Orphan had not hidden her reluctance to participate in a high-risk mission when her expert mech was the weakest and most outdated out of the participating machines. It would have been great if we could have caught the enemy by surprise, but I don't fear them if they see us coming in advance. Let's fight, Venerable Vincent said as he already started to pump himself up for a massive brawl. I don't trust my own judgment on this kind of stuff. I leave that to my sister. The only expert pilot with a powerful sister said. General Arc can decide on my behalf. I defer to his judgment. Imbecile, Orphan quietly muttered over the channel. I am not stupid, I am just more aware of my limitations. I say we proceed, Venerable Colic Glendale stated. I have not participated in too many notable operations. I broke through later than many of you. I can feel this as a chance for me to prove that I can be a hero as well. My axe hungers for alien blood, preferably the Phase Lord kind. Crossers, General Arc asked. Venerable Lothario Cross issued a simple opinion. I follow where my patriarch goes. If our leader wants to fight, then we will accompany him and assist him as best as possible. I would like to accompany our patriarch as well, but my expert space knight is not suited for long traversals. Venerable Selkie Cross spoke in a more cautious tone. Leave me behind to guard the carrier. It was unfortunate, but Selkie had a good point. Her defensive mech did not score well on mobility. While her expert mech was still a lot faster than ordinary defensive mechs, she would not be able to keep up with the high-speed maneuvers that the other high-ranking mechs were about to perform. Her honeycomb defender would just drag down the others. Seeing that there was not much opposition to proceed with the mission, General Ark felt more assured about his chosen course of action. Very well, you heard it, the operation is still on. Selkie, stay in the hangar bay and do not come out unless this ship is exposed and under attack. Your only purpose is to guard the stealth carrier against targeted attacks. We are counting on you to keep our only safe means of escape intact and in working condition. Roger. Reginald, please hunt down the enemy stealth ship first. Do not spend too much time sniffing her out. She might not really exist. We still need you to occupy the attention of the enemy phase lord. Yeah, I got it, Ark. Moving out. Patriarch Reginald did not wait for anything else as his Mars tumbled out of the hangar bay of the stealth carrier while still keeping its systems in a semi-active state. The ace pilot even suppressed his Saint Kingdom and kept it as dormant as possible in order to avoid giving away the position of the stealth ship. However, Reginald's patience only lasted for so long. Just 5 seconds after the Mars entered into open space, her power reactor and her original energy bridge system began to generate a lot more power. The powerful magma vein system developed by Master Benedict Cortez began to channel even more energy throughout the Ace Mech, allowing the powerful machine to power up to its peak condition in record time. A huge amount of heat started to radiate from the Ace Mech as the adaptive AI controllers prioritized speed of activation over energy efficiency and heat management. The results were astonishing. The Mars exploded with power as Patriarch Reginald unfolded his Saint Kingdom and began to circle around in an effort to find any trace of a hidden enemy stealth vessel. In the meantime, the other expert mechs took advantage of the powerful emissions of the Mars to quietly tumble out of the stealth carrier's hangar bay. Have you found the enemy ship yet, Reginald? Give me a second. I am getting close. I can feel her lurking somewhere. She might assume that she has hidden herself well, but my Saint Kingdom has caught faint traces of that sneaky bastard, there. The Mars suddenly made an abrupt turn and began to unleash all 9 integrated energy cannons that comprised Arceus' system. The resonance-empowered positron beams almost instantly crossed a short distance before they eventually converged on the hull of an alien ship that had previously remained unnoticed by everyone. She's an Arche ship. The Mechers were right, the Arche ship that was entirely crewed by the turtle-like race was on the smaller end. It appeared that she was just a scout ship that had been assigned to accompany the Girard fleet from the shadows. Though her stealth and detection capabilities were formidable, the Arche ship's offensive and defense capabilities left much to be desired. The opening strike of the Mars not only punched through the underprepared alien vessel's half-hearted defenses, but also burned deep into the hull of the relatively hull. Patriarch Reginald clearly looked down on the Arche ship, as his Mars only proceeded to unleash several more salvos of the powerful armaments of the Arceus systems until the Arche ship finally collapsed and fell apart into multiple pieces of half-melted debris. Now that Reginald took care of the cause of the accident, he grinned as his Mars changed course and flew straight towards Ducast 11. He was finally able to initiate the duel that he had been looking forward to all this time. Girard, get your gigantic alien butt out here and face me in combat. The Mars moved so quickly that the other expert mechs struggled to catch up to the Ace Mech. Chapter 6255. The upgraded engine. With the exception of the Honeycomb Defender, the high-ranking mechs of the 77 Warborn Mech Division had finally entered into an attack run on the planet of Ducast 11. Unfortunately, the just-destroyed Arche ship had given the defending Girard fleet enough forewarning to summon the Nunzer starship personnel to their action stations and launch thousands of phase fighters from their makeshift carriers. An entire mech division would struggle to defeat such a formidable fleet. 7 high-ranking mechs had no chance of doing so, especially if the alien fleet was guarded by a formidable phase lord. So far, the tireless engine had yet to show himself, but it shouldn't take long before the Nunzer warlord made an appearance. The enemy leader had no choice in the matter. The Mars advanced towards the Girard fleet at such a rapid pace that it would soon enter into optimal fighting range. The native aliens possessed a good enough understanding of Ace Mechs to know they should never allow these powerful machines to fight without keeping them in check. That did not mean that the enemy warships were afraid to go on the attack. The first gun batteries already started to open fire at the approaching Ace Mech. Dozens of chaotic and uncoordinated energy beams, kinetic projectiles and missiles attempted to strike the Mars. None of them managed to inflict any effective damage. The Mars deftly maneuvered around in space and managed to throw off the aim of a lot of alien gunners and automated targeting systems. The machine also channeled so much power into its flight system that Reginald was always able to move it in time to evade an attack that could have struck his mech directly according to his sharp intuition. The missiles were a little more annoying to deal with as their homing capabilities had no trouble locking on to the ace mech that was radiating a huge amount of heat and other emissions. The Mars fired the integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system at a rapid rate. Though Reginald usually preferred to pump as much juice in the weapons to inflict the greatest possible damage, he knew how to reduce their power output in order to speed up their cycling time and allow for more frequent shots. The thin laser beams accurately struck each and every warhead with plenty of power to detonate them in advance. Multiple powerful explosions filled the surrounding space, throwing up a lot more interference, but not enough to cause the two sides to lose track of each other. As the Mars continued to advance in the face of enemy fire without incurring any damage, the enemy leader had no choice to appear this time. It was abundantly clear that the Mars could easily destroy the entire enemy fleet without the protection of a phase lord. The only other way to preserve the alien vessels was if they split up and fled in separate directions, but that was obviously not an acceptable option. We are detecting a huge amount of spatial activity. The tireless engine emerged out of the flagship of the Girard fleet and began to unfold his alien true body. The quadruped alien grew in size until his height surpassed 1.2 kilometers. That already made him larger than all but the most exaggerated juggernauts built by Red humanity. Girard's length and bulk was even more impressive. The massive Nunzer phase lord clearly looked a lot bulkier and more muscled than the bodies of typical Nunzers. There were clear signs of biological modification and mutation. This was not a warlord that shied away from more extreme augmentation methods to increase his combat power. As the tireless engine reached his full size, a massive suit of armor that resembled the metal shell of a capital ship appeared out of nowhere and soon began to wrap around the phase lord's body in a pre-programmed routine. Where did that giant suit come from? The tireless engine possesses his own pocket space. Be careful about that, he may be hiding more than just his full battle dress. Girard may just be a lesser phase lord, but he was close to reaching the limits of his current stage. His spatial barrier felt strong and solid while his formidable equipment looked especially strong and high in quality. Additional segmented azure energy shields began to wrap around the massive alien warlord. The phase lord was covered by so many powerful energy defenses that Patriarch Reginald began to feel a lot more pressured at the thought of trying to overcome all of those tough and sturdy layers. By the time that the tireless engine reached his full size and adorned his proud transphasic raiment, his presence on the battlefield had risen to an enormous height. His open presence boosted the morale of many Nunzers serving in his fleet, causing them to gain a lot more confidence in their fight against the human invaders. In the meantime, General Ark and the other expert pilots grew dismayed at what they saw. This phase lord looks different from the recordings. His giant suit of armor looks a lot more modern. He's become more powerful than anticipated. The sensors of all of the mechs tried to gather as much data as possible. They detected a lot of clues that made the expert pilots feel more and more alarmed. Damn. The phase lord's raiment is made with the help of stolen human technologies. Not only does it make use of our azure energy shields, but its armor system is also much tougher as well. The big metal suit is new. General Ark, it incorporates more advanced phase water technology as well as hyper technology. The configuration is also different. It has less ranged weapon hardpoints, but its thrusters are bigger and more numerous. I fear that it has become a much deadlier brawler than before. Do not allow the tireless engine to get close to you. Do whatever you can to shake him off if he has chosen to pursue you. Wait for the Mars to block his path. The plan to attack Ducast 11 suddenly became a lot shakier due to this variable. The presence exuded by the tireless engine was incredible. The Nunzer phase lord did not seem annoyed or afraid by the incursion of human high-ranking mechs in the slightest. As the various systems of his transphasic hyper raiment continued to power up, the phase lord greeted his human guests with an electronic broadcast on many different channels at the same time. Human failed gods, you encroach upon my fleet and territory. You should have continued to hide behind your orbital defenses around the seventh planet from the nearby star. The tireless engine's raiment helpfully translated his alien speech into human language, so none of the pilots had to be subjected to incomprehensible alien noises. In situations like these, only Reginald should respond. Phase lords tended to respect norms and expert pilots much less than ace pilots. From the perspective of these powerful aliens, it was a waste of time to engage mortals and weaklings in a dialogue. Only humans that had attained the strength of an ace pilot at minimum was worth their attention, as they were also the only enemies that could stop them in their tracks. Your suit of armor looks new. Where did you get it from? The Red Cabal has entrusted me with the task of stomping ace pilots such as yourself. Do not think that gods such as myself will always remain prey to you. Just as you rely on your technological prowess to amplify your power, so can we. My Saint Crusher is one of the many technological gifts developed by our races that does not seek to give us an equal chance of winning against you, but annihilate you utterly. By the time our duel comes to an end, your broken body shall be crushed by my hooves. Well, General Ark at least found the alien translation program to be praiseworthy. It sounded a lot better and less mangled by alien idioms than the alien speeches he heard in the past. Despite learning that the Red Cabal had very clearly developed and deployed more specific countermeasures against powerful ace pilots and ace mechs, Patriarch Reginald did not appear to be intimidated at all. His confidence was so great that he still did not see any reason to think he would lose against an opponent that had recently upgraded his gear. Sure, Reginald at least possessed enough sense to realize that he had a greater chance of losing if he was careless in any way, but he did not intend to make any mistakes in this fight. The Mars actually slowed down as it flew closer to the armored Phase Lord. The size and mass between the two diverged enormously. The Mars looked so much smaller than the massive tireless engine that it resembled a fight between a mouse and a bear. Yet, the amazing energy output of the Mars and its even more impressive Saint Kingdom made it so that no one thought that the ace mech was at a significant disadvantage in this fight. The prospect of battling against a more formidable and well-equipped foe made Reginald more excited, causing his willpower to spike to a greater height before the duel had even begun. The Mars extended its trusty transphasic axe, which Master Benedict Cortez had recently upgraded with hyper-technology. The changes made by the Master Mech designer has caused the transphasic axe to gain a lot more mass and heft. This allowed the Mars to swing the weapon with much greater physical force and impact than before. If you think that ace pilots like myself are easy to defeat now that you have got a new suit of armor, then think again. We are the second most powerful protectors of humanity. We have much more experience with fighting with powerful technologies than a lumbering phase lord such as yourself. You call yourself Tireless Engine, right? I will make sure to break you before you ever get to outlast me. Your proud defenses stand no chance against my unending attacks. The enemy phase lord responded by using his armored upper limbs to retrieve a pole from the side of his raiment before unfolding it into a powerful spear. The imposing, kilometers-long spear looked incredibly massive and deadly. Just a simple swing from the giant phase lord was probably enough for the Lionheart to get crushed by the sheer physical force of getting slammed by the side of this giant-sized polearm. What was worse to the humans was that the weapon was not a simple stick with a pointy end. The Red Cabal had incorporated both phase water and hyper materials into it, causing it to not only gain amazing penetration properties, but also increase its sensitivity to the water element. Each time the massive phase lord swung his transphasic hyper spear, spatial ripples passed in the weapon's wake. If the phase lord started to channel his spatial abilities through a weapon that was clearly designed for this purpose, then the Tireless Engine would definitely be able to pose a great threat against his current challenger. The Mars was an excellent offensive mech and always fared best when it was on the attack. Its defenses were less than stellar. Aside from its Saint Kingdom, its defensive properties were not that great. There was a real chance that the Mars could fall into a disadvantage if it suffered a solid blow from this scary spear. As for the expert mechs such as the Lionheart and the Sea-Man, they stood no chance at all. A direct impalement was probably enough to crush their mech frames to pieces. You are not lacking in confidence, Reginald of the Cross Clan. Yes, I know of you. I have been studying you in preparation to fight against you ever since my herd learned that your Warborn is defending this star system. I shall not prove myself as incompetent as the trampler of stars. Today, I shall prove that the gods of our race are fully capable of crushing human saints like yourself. Chapter 6256 The Reborn Arceus System. The Titanic Tireless Engine and the furious Mars began to clash against each other right away. A whole section of the battlefield immediately turned into a no-go zone as deadly resonance-empowered positron beams and lethal spatial shards began to fill up the immediate space. The two combatants easily expended energies that surpassed the full output of mighty battleships. Of the two, the Tireless Engine easily used up greater amounts of energy. His massive 1.2-kilometer high true body moved surprisingly quickly for a physical organism of his size. His upper limbs swung the giant spear with great speed and force, and his lower limbs was able to push his body in different directions by generating strong but short-lasting spatial footholds. The huge amount of phase water circulating inside his titanic body also went to work. Dozens of phase water organs of many different functions continually worked to strengthen the tireless engine's body, spatial barrier, sensory perception and more. My power is everlasting. My engine can never be exhausted. The Nunzur warlord was an old veteran of many alien conflicts in the past. He had already been fighting for glory and resources many years before the arrival of humans in the Red Ocean. He had accrued a lot of experience and honed his combat instincts before Patriarch Reginald's great-great-great-great-grandparents were alive. One of the more annoying and difficult to avoid aspects of the tireless engine's combat approach was the destabilization of space around his massive body. Although Phase Lords did not have anything that could come close to matching the performance of a Saint Kingdom, the tireless engine's frequent destabilization and outright shattering of the nearby fabric of space made it a lot harder to navigate around his titanic body. I have never been defeated by enemies WHO or smaller than myself. From the moment you have entered my space, you are already trapped within my divine control. Shut up, you overgrown bovine alien. The pilot of the Mars roared back. I am not one of the weakling aliens you are familiar with. I am a half-god. I am a saint. My willpower shall vanquish over all of your spatial tricks. We shall see. Space began to curve and even curl around in unpredictable ways. This became most evident when the Arceus system of the Mars launched full-powered positron beams at the tireless engine's multi-layered energy defenses at the fastest possible rate. While Patriarch Reginald intended to concentrate his fire so that he could efficiently wear down the segmented azure energy shields protecting his opponent, many of his shots unexpectedly went off course. The curved beams either struck other segmented energy shields that were easily able to withstand the damage or flew so off course that they ended up missing the giant Phase Lord. The more the Mars launched its energy beams at its target, the more this weird curving effect took place. Your tiny little energy weapons are pitiful. You will never be able to exhaust my defenses at this rate. Patriarch Reginald frowned. He had seen this phenomenon before. The Amaranto of the Larkinson clan was able to perform the same feat, but the difference was that the expert marksman Mech utilized it as a means to enhance her own damage-dealing capabilities. In this case, Reginald did not intend to bend his energy beams at all. It was his opponent that was redirecting his Ace Mech's ranged attacks. Of course, the Ace pilot did not let the Phase Lord spoil all of his attacks with impunity. Reginald took this as a challenge and tried his best to counteract the effect. The Mars utilized its superior mobility and much more compact size to circle around the tireless engine. The firing rate of its Arceus system had slowed. Reginald no longer blindly pursued the highest degree of sustained damage, but instead tried to focus more on empowering his attacks even further. He took the time to condense more resonance into the Arceus system, thereby trying to impart more of his willpower in the concentrated positron particles that they were about to unleash. The Mars glowed with power and intensity. Its Saint Kingdom visibly shrunk as Reginald tried to concentrate his power as opposed to dispersing it into the surrounding space. As the integrated energy weapons of Reginald's trusted Arceus system began to glow with power of their own, the Ace pilot finally pulled the trigger. My will cannot be bent. The beams were so much brighter and more powerful this time. The Arceus system was already powerful enough on its own. Though not all of the integrated energy weapons were large in size, they incorporated state-of-the-art technologies and excellent materials that Master Benedict Cortez and partner developers had repeatedly upgraded and optimized over the years. Due to the former Skull architect's attentiveness and iterative upgrade process, the current version of the famed Arceus system of the Mars might look not much different from what it used to be at the start, but it had actually become at least 10 times more powerful during this interval. Master Benedict managed to increase the toughness of the Arceus system by a huge margin by replacing rare second-class materials with more extravagant first-class materials. More refined and sophisticated applications of technology not only allowed the Arceus system to get more use out of these luxurious exotics, but also allowed for the effective utilization of high-grade fire hyper materials. Shortly after the start of the hyper generation, the master mech designer of the Cross clan had worked hard to quickly implement the most powerful form of hyper technology that he was able to implement into his proudest and strongest work. The entire Mars had been remodeled around the use of fire hyper materials. Pairing the Mars with the fire element was the most natural fit as the machine regularly ran extremely hot. While the Ace hybrid mech never solely relied on its formidable energy weapons to defeat its more powerful adversaries, the Arceus system still played an indispensable role in wearing down their defenses. All of these considerable technological and material improvements made the Arceus system a lot more powerful without causing the weapon systems and related supporting systems to grow any larger or more cumbersome. Perhaps the only downside to all of these upgrades was that it became a lot more difficult and expensive to repair the Arceus system if it ever incurred any serious damage. Fortunately, Patriarch Reginald was usually able to avoid this outcome by beating up his enemies before they could breach through the upgraded defenses of the Mars. In the mind of the aggressive ace pilot, attack was always the best form of defense. As long as he attacked relentlessly enough, his opponents wouldn't be able to spare enough time and effort from defending to launch any counterblows. At this time, the concentrated infusion of willpower into the transphasic hyper-positron beams clearly produced better results than before. The phase water organs responsible for warping and distorting the space around the phase lord clearly found it much harder to force the incoming resonance-empowered energy beams to obey their spatial designs. 9 beams of fire and fury rammed their way through all of the distorted space and hardly ever went off course in the process. Reginald's willpower was so strong that the positron beams all eventually struck the segmented azure energy shield that the ace pilot targeted in the first place. The segmented energy shield failed to withstand the amplified energies and fizzled out in an instant. The power of the Arceus system's attack salvo was so great that the next segmented energy shield from the second defensive layer also sustained severe damage. While the results had been gratifying for Patriarch Reginald, he only managed to strip one of hundreds of segmented azure energy shields that enveloped the tireless engine. What was worse was that the state of all of those energy shields were unrelated to the tireless engine's spatial barrier, which was generated by a phase water organ as opposed to his Saint Crusher raiment. The tireless engine didn't even take this result all that seriously. So much energy and effort, and for what? Removing just a single energy scale. You shall tire yourself out before you can ever manage to damage my flesh, which as you can see, is more vast than your puny energy weapons can ever burn. You underestimate my power. Patriarch Reginald roared as the Arceus system of his Mars continued to absorb as much willpower and resonance as they could hold before unleashing the combined powers at the enemy phase lord. The firing rate of the Arceus system had slowed down enormously, but every attack was guaranteed to strip a segmented azure energy shield. The clash between fire-aspected attacks and water-aspected defenses ended up in a resounding defeat for the latter in every collision. This was because the hyper-technology that the segmented azure energy shields were based upon was merely derived from mortal technologies. The ostentatiously named Saint Crusher may look as large and impressive as a battleship, but it possessed no particularly strong synergy with its wearer. The tireless engine was a transcendent body cultivator whose augmentations were largely based on his own biology. There was no direct interface or deep connection between body and suit that allowed the two to combine their strengths on a deeper level. The best way to describe their relationship was that they were two different combat machines that just happened to occupy the same space. Their cooperation was shallow and not profound enough to produce deep synergies. This was one of the obvious weaknesses of the tireless engine, and one that Reginald definitely intended to exploit. That massive tin can of yours may look big and impressive, but it is nothing but a heavy shell that can be drained sooner or later. Once I've stripped your giant metal suit from your filthy alien body, let's see whether you are still in the mood to boast about your staying power. While Reginald certainly sounded confident, he knew that he was committed to a lengthy and tedious endurance contest. However, the situation was not as bad as it looked for him. Reginald had shown a little more patience than usual this time by maintaining a respectful distance from a phase lord that clearly excelled in close-quarters combat. Though the warship-grade gun batteries mounted on the surface of the Saint Crusher regularly launched transphasic hyper-energy beams at the Mars, the gun turrets were so slow and easy to predict that the ace mech effortlessly evaded the attacks. The tireless engine was only able to constrain the range of movement of the Mars at best with these attacks. In fact, Reginald was confident he could tank these blows if needed. He just focused on evasion as that was much less draining on his extremely abundant energy reserves than trying to block the massive energy beams by relying on his defenses. The ace pilot knew that this could go on seemingly forever if he continued to maintain this distance. This was why he decisively moved closer even though his Mars would have to contend against the phase lord's massive spear and other possible threats at this short distance. My will and technology shall crush your vaunted defenses. The Mars always fought better at closer ranges. It was only by approaching its enemies that its powerful domain field was able to affect the state of its foes. Already, Reginald's domineering willpower pressed upon the segmented azure energy shields. Dozens of them began to shake and distort as Reginald forcibly tried to alter reality so that their defensive properties became weaker than they should. This was not only the debilitating effect that compromised the tireless engine's multi-layered energy defenses. As part of Master Benedict's comprehensive effort to drag the Mars into the hyper-generation, the Master Mech designer had painstakingly cleared enough capacity to fit a very powerful and high-quality space suppression module. Both allies and enemies watched the Mars closely to determine how effectively the Ace Mech could compromise the tireless engine's defenses with the help of its powerful space suppressor. The performance of this recently developed module could literally decide the outcome of this operation. Chapter 6257 Size really matters. Ever since the hyper-generation introduced space suppression technology, Red humanity finally gained an effective counter against the ubiquitous transphasic energy shields so loved by the native aliens. The original residents of the Red Ocean had occupied the dwarf galaxy for so long that they had accumulated huge reserves of phase water. They had so much more time to harvest phase water and invest it in the construction of lots of warships and other combat craft. This was one of the biggest reasons why linefighters suffered so many losses at the front lines. The Red 2 and the first-rate superstates were in better shape. Their vast wealth and power easily allowed them to gather enough phase water to equip their premier combat units with transphasic weapons and defenses. Other groups, especially the more grassroots ones, did not enjoy this particular luxury. Since most human forces were not able to enjoy the benefits of phase water technology, they needed to even the odds a different way. Space suppression technology offered them the equalizer that they had long demanded. While it was true that space suppressors worked a lot more effectively if they integrated a bit of phase water themselves, the revolutionary tech developed by the Mechers in cooperation with the Spacelock also remained effective without the use of this expensive exotic material. The tech massively increased the combat effectiveness of many human forces and single-handedly revived the popularity of melee mechs. The effectiveness of space suppression modules was already notable enough when utilized by standard mechs, but they really started to shine when employed by high-ranking mechs. The custom-developed space suppressor utilized by the Mars was unlike the ones equipped by ordinary mechs. Not only did its tech and materials reach first-class standards, but it also integrated a luxurious quantity of phase water. The power of pure technology was just one half of the equation that made this custom space suppressor so strong. The power of true resonance amplified the performance of this module to an even greater height. Sustained willpower baptism had steadily boosted its passive performance parameters beyond what human science could produce. When Reginald truly started to resonate with it, the strength of the space suppression field generated by this extraordinary module multiplied by at least several times. This was a dramatic result that only high-ranking mech pilots could produce. No alien phase whale or phase lord could produce anything comparable, because their strength did not lie in their willpower. This was the difference between quantity and quality. The tireless engine may hold an immense advantage in quantity, but Reginald fearlessly challenged the enormous phase lord because he believed he could win this bout by relying on his superior quality. So far, he had not been proven wrong. As soon as Patriarch Reginald activated its powerful space suppressor and actively resonated with it, the Mars produced a highly concentrated space suppression field that forcibly eliminated most if not all spatial distortion effects around the Mars. Not only that, but the nearby segmented azure energy shields lost even more strength. Your protection is huge, but brittle. What is the point of growing so big if your defenses are being stretched so thin? Ha! Your energy shields are fragile in front of my Ace Mech. All of the phase water empowerment put into the Saint Crusher's shield generators disappeared under the effect of the space suppressor, causing the segmented energy shields to look and feel especially feeble. When the Mars unleashed another salvo of positron beams, they split up and struck 6 different weakened segmented energy shields. All 6 of them collapsed with unnatural ease. Patriarch Reginald grinned when he saw this result. Ha ha ha, I knew it, you're not as tough as I thought. I won't need an entire day before I can sink my axe into your flesh. The Mars gained even more momentum after Reginald confirmed he was able to chew through the Phase Lord's energy defenses with greater ease. Though the tireless engine repeatedly tried to damage or beat back the Mars by swinging its spear with dazzling speed, the Mars always proved itself to be faster and more alert to sudden attacks. The mobility of the Mars was already fairly good, but it had received successive upgrades that made it faster, more responsive and more able to make sharper turns and course corrections. Although the Mars was not able to match the mobility of a true light mech such as the Dark Zephyr Mark III, it was no slouch in this area. Even so, mobility was not everything. The Mars constantly played with fire by constantly trying to weaken the nearby segmented Azure energy shields with its powerful Saint Kingdom and space suppressor. In order for Patriarch Reginald to debilitate his adversary's defenses as best as possible, he had no choice but to bring his Mars into the Phase Lord's striking range. The titanic Gerard skillfully whipped, spun and swung his long and massive spear around and constantly threatened to smash the Mars with such overwhelming force and leverage that a direct strike could easily launch a smaller machine away. Yet for all of the speed and skill that the tireless engine put into his spear techniques, the Mars was able to evade the attacks with ease. This was because for all of his strength and size, the Phase Lord did not actually possess any extraordinary skill. His skill and combat intuition was honed beyond the ordinary limits of what his race and physique might suggest, but they were ultimately not the focus for his transcendent evolution. The excessive emphasis on phase water and biology were purely quantitative means of improvement. This left Phase Lords as well as Phase Whales with very little resources to spend on more qualitative improvements that enabled them to make better use of their capabilities. From the perspective of Patriarch Reginald, the tireless engine spear techniques were utterly useless because they weren't fast or accurate enough to hit his mobile ace mech. His Mars was like a fly buzzing around a lumbering human that continually tried and failed to swat the insect. Nothing the Phase Lord tried succeeded, at least at first. The frustrated Nunzer warlord began to channel more power into his phase water organs. This not only caused his body to move faster at the cost of eating up a prodigious amount of stored energy reserves, but also strengthened the spatial distortion effects around his body. Unfortunately, the effect of the former did not give the tireless engine enough of a speed advantage to hit the Mars. The effect of the latter was too dispersed. While it certainly made the surrounding space deadlier to both allies and enemies, an ace mech like the Mars was easily able to power through all of the debilitating field by relying on the protection of its Saint Kingdom and space suppressor. The tireless engine visibly grew frustrated. His gigantic alien head may be covered by a stylistic-looking helmet, but his spear attacks grew increasingly more jerkier and irregular. Of course, the alien did not grow less dangerous by losing his cool. He instead utilized his frustrations to make his movements more unpredictable, making it a lot harder for Patriarch Reginald to predict where the next attack would land. Even so, the ace mech still managed to dance around the extremely powerful and threatening polearm strikes without seeming to be in any greater danger. You annoying insect, even Vorabugs are not as frustrating to eradicate as a small human wrapped in a small machine as you. Stay still so that I may crush your shields and pulverize your metal tools. Ha ha ha, keep trying, you overgrown alien dolt. You will never hit me with that silly spear. I have fought other ace pilots whose skill with their weapons and combat intuition are so much greater than yours. Size doesn't matter. The only thing going for you is your stupidly thick defenses, but even that won't help you for long. Ever since the Mars got closer, its Arceus system inflicted much more effective damage than before. It was able to eliminate at least 6 whole segmented Azure energy shields after they got weakened. While the tireless engine still had a lot more segmented energy shields to rely upon for protection, the rate in which the Mars got rid of them had increased so much that the dynamic of the duel heavily tilted in the favor of the Mars. This was an amazing result so far. Although Reginald still did not see any opportunity to take out the leader of the Gerard fleet in an instant, he was more than capable of containing his enemy and preventing the massive alien from turning around and reinforcing the rest of his fleet. The Phase Lord did not miss the fact that the expert mechs that had accompanied the Mars went on to raid the precious warehouses built on the surface of the Ducast 11. Days and weeks' worth of valuable supplies went up in smoke. Each destroyed cache represented another delay or setback in the attempt to conquer the Ducast system. If the damage escalated to the point where an assault effectively had to be called off, then the tireless engine would not only lose a lot of prestige among his fellow gods, but also receive a penalty from the Red Cabal. You are not entirely wrong, human. Size does not always matter. My form has always allowed me to tower over weaker Phase Lords and warships of many sizes. Yet against a metal insect like you, a different approach is needed. The Nunzer Phase Lord could not afford to suffer these setbacks. Many of his peers and rivals would exceed him. The Phase Whales will not see any reason to award him with a precious phase water production system, thereby cutting off his best opportunity to evolve into a greater Phase Lord. The tireless engine understood that as long as he continued to fight like this, he would eventually get ground down by the agile Ace Mech. The Phase Lord made a surprising admission. The Saint Crusher was an abject failure. Either that, or it had met the wrong kind of Ace Pilot and Ace Mech. Since that was the case, the tireless engine made a daring choice that not many Phase Lords in his position would make. His enormous metal raiment, which still maintained a lot of intact segmented azure energy shields, suddenly began to bulge and split apart at the seams. Patriarch Reginald got caught off guard by this sudden change and hastily pulled his Mars back in order to move away from any surprise attacks. It was not an attack. The tireless engine had decided to purge his Saint Crusher from his giant biological form. Huge pieces of armor, functional systems and weapon modules got loose as they split away from the giant Phase Lord's body. The purged metal pieces soon disappeared in an instant. Gerard had obviously stowed his gigantic equipment back into his own private pocket space. Now that the Phase Lord had unburdened himself from his strong but ultimately constricting raiment, the alien warlord then proceeded to shrink his form. More and more pieces of his true body began to fold into different dimensions, thereby reducing the tireless engine's mass and volume at a rapid rate. It was not until the Phase Lord shrunk his height to just 170 meters that his change in form had stopped. Before I had grown to the stature that you just fought against, I was a much weaker god. I have spent many more years in struggle at a size closer to this. Now that I have returned to it once more, you shall find it much more difficult to evade my attacks. The shrunken but still dangerous-looking Phase Lord retrieved a much smaller but still solid transphasic hyper spear from his pocket space. Patriarch Reginald actually grew jealous at the tireless engine. Why did the Phase Lord get to have a handy pocket space when his Mars did not have access to the same? In any case, Reginald still did not take his adversary all that seriously. Hey, talk is cheap. All I see is that you have given up your greatest advantage as a Phase Lord. You should keep your tin can much longer. At least you could have prolonged your eventual defeat. The duel resumed, but this time the two combatants were not as exaggeratingly far apart in size. Chapter 6258 Multiracial Collaboration. The duel between Patriarch Reginald Cross and Gerard entered into a completely different phase after the latter had voluntarily discarded the advantages afforded by his massive size and his Saint Crusher raiment. The Phase Lord had definitely struggled to make this decision. The native aliens had always revered larger gods over the smaller ones. There was literally no way that the Nuncers or any other alien race would worship a Phase Lord the size of a small juggernaut over one that was just as large as one of their capital homeships. Size mattered in alien society. Bigger was already better. This principle had become so ingrained in the minds of many aliens that it had remained constant throughout many different eras in the Red Ocean. That was why the arrival of humans in their dwarf galaxy inflicted so much shock and trauma onto the local residents. For the first time in recorded history, the native aliens all encountered an extragalactic, alien, threat that completely broke the established principles and rules that the natives held dear for so long. The emergence of expert mechs, ace mechs, and the especially logic-defying god mechs completely threw the rule that bigger was better into the dirt and crushed it beneath the heel of their metal feet. Due to how tightly the native aliens clung to the old rules and conventions that had always worked for the locals, they found it very difficult to adjust to a new reality where size didn't matter as much anymore. At first, the native aliens resisted the challenge to their existing power structure. The Phase whales were especially stubborn about refusing to acknowledge the new reality. It was not until Operation Night Jazz had cruelly shown both humans and aliens that god mechs could slaughter the oldest and most powerful ancient Phase whales with contemptuous ease that the native alien community was finally forced to accept the new reality. However, it was one thing for Phase Lords and Phase whales to admit that the humans had found a way to make their tiny combat machines a lot stronger than their size permitted. It was another thing for the native aliens to follow the strategy of the humans and actively seek to shrink their sizes in an attempt to pursue a different means to grow stronger. This was why the tireless engine's actions completely confounded his fellow Nunzer subordinates. Practically all of the members of the Gerard fleet that had enough spare attention to track their god's performance all grew dismayed when the tireless engine actually shrank in size. From a height of 1.2 kilometers to a height of just 170 meters was such a dramatic regression in size that it looked as if the powerful god had actually lost most of his strength all of a sudden. The impact on the morale of the alien soldiers was so extensive that the warships and small craft visibly performed worse than before. The ignorant Nuncers all thought that the Mars had inflicted a grievous blow against the tireless engine. Although the enemy Phase Lord was very much aware that his radical gambit would make his subjects lose faith in him, none of that mattered when he was locked in combat with one of the difficult ace mechs of the human invaders. The tireless engine already had an expectation that it would be difficult for him to defeat one of these vaunted saints, but the reality was much worse than he expected. This was why the alien had chosen practicality over dogma and decisively shed the advantages that did not give him any edge against this particular opponent. Though Girard had definitely made a dangerous gamble, as soon as he started to duel against the Mars in his much more compact form, he finally managed to regain a bit of initiative. I may have become smaller, but much of my power still remains. I have become faster than ever before. The tireless engine no longer fought like a lumbering giant anymore. Instead, he was able to match or even exceed the speed of the Mars this time. The Phase Lord was able to form a powerful localized warp bubble around his compact body that massively increased his movement and maneuvering speeds. It was only when the tireless engine flew closer to the Mars that the latter's enhanced space suppression field neutralized the warp bubble, but it didn't matter as the two combatants had already entered into striking range. The integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system constantly pelted the Phase Lord with transphasic fire hyperpositron beams, but they failed to inflict any effective damage due to colliding against the large enemy's spatial barrier. Though the space suppression field also weakened the efficacy of the spatial barrier, the reduction in performance was not as exaggerated. The spatial barrier of a Phase Lord was formed by his entire physique as well as any supporting phase water organs. That made it a lot harder to suppress as the source of the spatial barrier did not come from a separate technological system, but rather from interconnected organs bound by phase water. Patriarch Reginald scowled at this result, but that only drove him to employ additional weapons to wear down his adversary's defenses. Taste my shotgun. One of the limbs of the Mars snapped in the direction of the approaching Phase Lord and opened fire. Dozens of transphasic hyper-flechettes cut through space and collided against the tireless engine's spatial barrier. Strangely enough, the spatial barrier visibly destabilized as the flechettes dug into this energy defense and actually stuck around. As the spatial barrier continued to suffer under this additional debilitating effect, the Mars relied on its Saint Kingdom to resist the incoming spear strike while channeling all of its momentum into delivering a heavy axe strike. Heavy Chop. The simple name for this move belied the incredible power behind this resonance-empowered axe blow. The hypers responsible for increasing the mass and force of the transphasic axe caused the blade to strike the spatial barrier with such might that ripples of energy and spatial distortion spread from the impact site. Due to all of the weakening effects, the singularly powerful blow inflicted way more damage than it should, causing the tireless engine to lose a lot of defensive buffer. However, Patriarch Reginald did not manage to inflict this damaging blow without paying a price. By putting all of his attention on defense, he was not able to block the incoming spear stab. Although the weapon was a lot smaller and lighter than the massive pole that the tireless engine wielded just a moment ago, his more compact weapon still demonstrated excellent penetration properties. Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom did not help to debilitate the passage of the transphasic spear as much as the ace pilot expected. This was not supposed to happen. The Saint Kingdom of a ace mech was the direct evolution of the resonance shield of an expert mech. The former was a lot more versatile, but it still possessed the protective functions of the former, but at a much greater power level. Yet surprisingly enough, the transphasic spear continued to cut through the Saint Kingdom without experiencing any major hindrance. Even as Patriarch Reginald focused most of his attention on his power attack, he still had enough focus left to command his Mars to hastily raise the arm holding its upgraded shotgun. The ranged weapon received an awful cut to its barrel. Though the powerful alloys that made up the weapon barrel finally managed to slow down the incoming spear just enough for the Mars to push away and prevent the spear from punching into the ace mech's armor, the shotgun was no longer safe to fire anymore. Reginald became so befuddled by how the enemy's spear pierced through his Saint Kingdom as if it didn't exist that he decided to pull back his Mars a second time. Another lull ensued in the duel as the two powerful champions took stock of what just happened. The tireless engine felt the heavily damaged state of his spatial barrier. The transphasic axe had dealt a massive blow. The Phase Lord could not afford to get hit like this at close range when the space suppression field and other effects were at their strongest. The good news was that the Phase Lord managed to take the arrogant ace pilot by surprise and disabled his powerful shotgun. The Nunzur warlord smirked. This time, the lack of raiment did not hide his alien expression. Reginald in the meantime had grown a lot warier and more concerned about the weapon wielded by his adversary. He still couldn't figure out why his Saint Kingdom failed so badly at this junction. He could only attribute this result to the special properties of the smaller spear. Do you know why I have reduced myself to this small and pathetic stature? It is so that I can wield this gift. It is a prototype in your human parlance. It is a flawed but working version of a weapon designed to deal the death blow against false gods such as yourself. That weapon, what is it? The ace pilot couldn't help but ask. The Phase Lord, who had just regained a lot of confidence, saw no need to hide the details of this weapon. How does it work? I do not know. I am not stupid enough to share the secrets of this weapon to you even if I understand the theory. I do find it ironic that this spear has come about through the combined efforts of the crafty Puelmers and the terminal cell of your cosmopolitans. Both human and alien ingenuity has been put into the development and creation of this armament. It is only fitting that it is called the Saint Piercer. Though the tireless engine refused to provide a proper explanation for his amazingly effective spear, Patriarch Reginald had already figured out a few clues by himself. The mention of the Puelmers and the Cosmopolitans collaborating on the development of this revolutionary new weapon type suggested that it was a purely technological product rather than anything mystical. The phase water content of the Saint Piercer was not higher than that of the much more massive one that the Phase Lord wielded earlier. The similarities between the name of the Saint Piercer and the Saint Crusher suggested that they originated from the same source. It even suggested that they were supposed to be a part of the same set of combat equipment. If that was the case, why did their sizes diverge so enormously? The obvious answer to this was that the Puelmers and the Cosmopolitans may have originally planned to produce a larger version of the Saint Piercer that a 1.2-kilometer high Nunzer Phase Lord was able to wield, but they suffered a shortage in the critical materials needed to make the Saint Piercer work. The ultimate answer then was that the Saint Piercer was special due to the exceptional new blend of materials put into its construction. The enemy aliens and the treacherous humans had combined their expertises to develop a powerful new alloy formula that combined both exotics and hypers to produce the first true counter to an ace pilot's Saint Kingdom. If not the fact that the native aliens likely hadn't gathered enough raw materials to create larger anti-Saint weapons that could easily be wielded by larger and more powerful Phase Lords, Patriarch Reginald may have gotten in trouble a lot earlier if his ace mech got pierced by the giant-sized version of the Saint Piercer. At this time, Reginald actually started to think about maintaining his distance so that he could steadily grind down the tireless engine's spatial barrier with his Arceus system. Unfortunately, that tactic didn't work anymore. The shrunken Phase Lord was able to generate more powerful warp bubbles that allowed him to move faster than the Mars. There was no way for the ace mech to maintain its distance if the tireless engine was determined to get close. Reginald made a decision. His Mars slowly stowed its transphasic hyper axe onto its back and slowly began to unsheath the exaggeratingly long whale-cutting saber from its back. You do not deserve to wield that spear. You can either make this easy or difficult, but one way or another, I shall pry your precious Saint Piercer from your severed fingers. Chapter 6259. The initial approach. The duel between Patriarch Reginald Cross and the tireless engine shook the surrounding space and occasionally produced collateral damage that made everyone else avoid their clash as much as possible. The duel had become separate from the larger battle taking place in and around Duquest 11. Venerable Rosa Orphan sighed as she restlessly sat inside her cockpit. This operation was anything but ideal in her opinion. It was hastily planned and contained far too few redundancies. The safety margin was razor thin and had become stretched even further due to the early detection of the RA stealth vessel. Venerable Orphan knew what General Ark Larkinson had in mind. Both of them were high-ranking expert pilots that had already reached their bottlenecks and could not make any further progress. Both of them experienced the same persistent desire to find a breakthrough opportunity and smash apart their stubborn bottlenecks. Yet just because they were eager to advance to the rank of ace pilot did not mean they were willing to do everything and throw aside much of their caution. General Ark obviously felt more comfortable with organizing a daring raid on Duquest 11 due to two separate factors. First, Patriarch Reginald Cross would be accompanying the expert pilots. The powerful Crosser ace pilot had already proven his chops as an excellent duelist and a veritable engine of destruction. Reginald's presence not only ensured that the enemy Phase Lord would not be able to bully the expert mechs while they executed their missions, but could also serve as a potential failsafe for any teammate that was on the verge of getting killed. Of course, the latter was not a solid guarantee. Anything could happen in a messy battle. If the tireless engine fought so well that Patriarch Reginald was unable to maintain situational awareness of what took place further away, then the expert pilots would all be forced to fend for themselves. In other words, the safety blanket that General Ark was counting on to preserve the lives of himself and his fellow expert pilots was paper thin. It could easily be torn so long as the aliens were a little bit stronger or luckier. This operation was by far her most dangerous action in years. The only battles that could rival the danger factor of this mission were the ones that took place before she transcended her mortality. Combined with the fact that getting discovered early meant that the Lionheart, the Riot and all of the other expert mechs had to approach Ducast 11 in the open for all of the aliens to see, the native aliens had a much greater chance of taking down an expert mech and killing the pilot nestled in the cockpit. All of these factors exerted a huge amount of pressure onto Venerable Orphan's shoulders. The lack of support from the rest of the 77th Warborn amplified her concerns and made her feel even more isolated and left to fend for herself. Those grueling battles against enemies that outnumbered her own forces had been difficult to survive, let alone win. A lot of fights only ended in the favor of the early Larkinson clan due to a combination of luck and because the patriarch of the Larkinson clan often managed to pull out a trump card. This time, Vase Larkinson was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he might have a way of monitoring this battle from remote, but he had absolutely no way of intervening more directly. That decreased Venerable Orphan's confidence and made her feel that she could not afford to make a single major error. If she screwed up big time, no one would be able to bail her out. The other expert pilots would likely have their hands full in trying to fight while heavily outnumbered. She could only rely on herself, her expert mech and perhaps a few design spirits to overcome a difficult situation. "We can do it, Rosa." The electronic voice of Male sounded in the cockpit. "We may not be ready for this, but we can still survive this battle." Riot. The slightly aging woman looked strained. "The timing is all wrong. If Ark waited for half a year before putting us all up for this risky operation, then I would have no objections at all. I still cannot stomach his callousness for deciding that now was the right time to commit to a life-threatening challenge. It is all well and good if he decides to throw himself right in the middle of an enemy staging point by himself, but no, he has to drag all of the other expert pilots of his Warborn as well. That is his prerogative as our commander. You originally agreed to transfer to his mech division, remember? You should have thought about what you may actually be signing up for much sooner. I didn't know that Ark was such a selfish bastard at the time. Okay, I admit it. I fell for all of the old propaganda published by the Bright Republic. I used to think he was a perfect hero and leader that would protect any soldier under his care. Perhaps he still has a few good intentions somewhere, but his desire to break through is overriding his good sense as a responsible leader. You are just making excuses for a leader that does not deserve any leniency. I can guarantee you that he did not spare any thought about your personal situation when he devised this operation. He only thought about his own conditions. Look at his Lionheart. What do you sense from his machine?" Venerable Orphan utilized the optical sensors of her expert mech to take a deep look at the Lionheart flying at the head of their loose formation. The bright white and resplendent expert mech looked extremely majestic even if it was glowing a lot less brighter than usual. The quasi-first-class expert mech still managed to look majestic due to its amazingly sculpted white lion head and projected blue cape that flapped as if there was wind in space. The Lionheart easily stood out from the other expert mechs in their team, which also included the two crosser mechs that took part in this operation as well. The Lionheart was so much newer and better. It was a 6th-generation living mech, while the Riot was still stuck as an ancient 3rd-generation living mech. The design budget of the Lionheart was at least hundreds times greater than the current iteration of the Riot. The former had been designed and built when the Larkinson clan was already starting to enter into first-class society. The Riot on the other hand was designed and built back when the Larkinson clan had entered into second-class society not too long ago. Though the Riot's much appreciated Mark II upgrade may have granted him transphasic weapons and armaments, there were still many internal components that remained virtually unchanged since the day he had been built and brought to life. All of this meant that even if both expert mechs were both transphasic, the Lionheart was able to withstand a lot more damage to its armor and internal structure than the outdated Riot Mark II. It was difficult for Venerable Orphan to admit that her expert mech was no longer able to keep up with the current state of warfare. The enemies of the Larkinson clan had shifted to a much stronger and formidable set of opponents. As the team of expert mechs began to get closer to the lifeless rock that was devoid of any atmosphere, the many alien warships and tens of thousands of phase fighters had already formed up to meet the incoming human intruders. Although all of these ships and small craft were crewed by mortal nuncers, Venerable Orphan still couldn't help but feel intimidated by the prospect of trying to bypass all of their destructive hardware. Be careful, but do not overestimate our foes. General Ark spoke over the communication channel. We can get through this. Our mechs are all fast and agile enough to evade most attacks. Spread out further and give each of us enough room to maneuver. Make sure to cover for each other if one of our expert mechs suffers a mishap. Once we pass by their orbital assets, we have a clear shot at their supply and munition stockpiles. Ark made it sound so simple. While it was true that the enemy phase fighters and warships had a low chance of actually hitting any expert mechs at these distances, the problem was that the opposing nuncers had a huge amount of guns at their disposal. If a single cannon only had a 0.001% chance of hitting the riot with a single shot, then there was a large chance that Orphan would have nothing to worry about. If the aliens brought at least 100,000 guns to bear on her expert mech, then that was a completely different story. Although the chance of getting hit by a single massive salvo was not 100%, the probability that her expert mech's defenses would get tested was still a lot higher than before. Much of the outcome of this grueling approach would be decided by the strategic decisions of the Nunzer commanders. Would they opt to focus their fire on just one or two expert mechs, or would they spread their firepower around in order to test all of the machines or hope they would get lucky? If the former was the case, then Venerable Orphan quickly realized that her riot would likely get into a lot of trouble. The riot was hardly the most mobile mech out of the team, and most of her tech was a lot older as well. As the distant enemy warships began to open fire with their primary and secondary armament, Venerable Orphan no longer focused so much on her concerns and shifted into a more combat-oriented state of mind. The initial salvo of warship-grade energy beams tried to strike all 6 expert mechs equally. The Nuncers had clearly coordinated their fire as they not only spread their firepower in equally sized portions, but also tried their best to fire their weapons in grid patterns, making it a lot trickier to evade the devastating attacks. Nonetheless, the range was so great and the warship armaments were so clunky that it did not take too much effort for the expert pilots to deftly maneuver their machines out of the danger zones in time. The intuition of almost every pilot participating in this operation was top-notch. Every participating Larkinson expert pilot was a seasoned veteran who had thrown themselves into the jaws of enemy warships many times in the past. The only exception was Venerable Lothario Cross. The Crosser had broken through later than everyone else, so he was still a low-tier expert pilot. More importantly, he did not have the luxury of accelerating the growth of his resonance strength by gaining access to general-purpose cultivation elixirs. His attempts to evade all of the powerful warship attacks was remarkably worse than that of the other expert mechs. The Nuncers apparently made the same observations, because Venerable Orphan could already feel that many enemies had shifted their attention away from her riot. While she privately felt relieved about it, she understood that her reprieve came at the expense of another comrade. Lothario. General Ark barked over the communication channel. Your expert mech is about to get focused upon by the main elements of the Girard fleet. Don't think about anything except survival. Do not hesitate to divert your course and back off from Ducast 11 if you think you cannot keep your machine safe at closer distances. You can still support us from a distance. Roger that, Lothario responded. I can still proceed forward. My 80th element is fast enough. However, the smart metal that makes up my expert mech is not able to resist warship-grade attacks as easily as more solid expert mechs. I will try to prioritize my machine's survival as best possible. Just before the warships unleashed their second salvo at the only expert mech made out of nanomachines, the 80th element already veered off and even began to deploy a few decoys made of very thin layers of smart metal in order to confound the alien gunners and targeting systems. Chapter 6260 Converge of opposing sides. The alien commander in charge of the Girard fleet clearly possessed a good understanding of human expert mechs and the 77th Warborn Mech Division in particular. There were many arrogant alien leaders that never really made a serious attempt to understand their human foes in depth. Those leaders were most prone to suffering catastrophic defeats where far too many of their expensive warships got torn apart by mechs. The longer the Red War persisted, the greater the likelihood of encountering alien commanders that showed serious respect towards their human adversaries. The threat from another galaxy may have spread untold death and destruction across the Red Ocean, but the arriving humans had also introduced a lot of new technologies, ideologies, military doctrines and so much more. The native aliens that weren't arrogant enough to assume that the customs of their race were superior to everything else all benefited a lot whenever they learned from the powerful humans. The longer the war dragged on, the more the native aliens would begin to resemble their hated human foes. The same applied in the other direction as well. Red humanity had already begun to integrate in the Red Ocean by mastering phase water technology and attempting to produce human phase lords. These concurrent trends basically described the inevitability of convergence of two completely hostile groups. No matter whether they were enemies or allies, continued exposure to each other's culture, technology, armies and so on resulted in greater mutual understanding, if only so that they could figure out how to defeat their adversaries more effectively. As the warships began to train their massive guns towards the only crosser expert mech to take part in this lengthy approach, Venerable Lothario Cross did as instructed and immediately prioritized his survival above all other concerns. The 80th element flew away from the loose formation and started to make a lot of lateral movements. Perhaps Venerable Lothario had already made that conclusion, because just before the barrage of attacks arrived, the expert pilot steered his machine in a direction that allowed it to avoid several primary gun battery strikes at the cost of getting hit by two different secondary gun battery attacks. 10 4500s of energy beams, kinetic projectiles and more exotic attacks proceeded to flood the space around the smart metal mech. This time, the crosser expert mech was unable to avoid getting hit. The 80th element's resonance shield managed to resist the attacks with great difficulty. The difference in power was considerable even though the mech ended up getting hit by a pair of secondary gun batteries. Smaller caliber or not, the second largest gun turrets mounted on a large alien warship were still larger than any weapon that a mech could reasonably wield. They were also powered or supplied by a huge vessel that could devote a lot of capacity to keeping the weapons supplied with enormous amounts of energy and munitions. Yet despite the enormous disparity in size and power, the 80th element actually managed to withstand the incoming blows quite well. The expert mech's resonance shield was one of the remarkable technologies that the native aliens were still unable to replicate. Based on willpower more than sophisticated engineering, the resonance shield's working principles were based on defying the laws of reality rather than exploiting them to the fullest. In other words, the resonance shield easily resisted the pair of energy beams fired by secondary gun batteries because they weakened the principles that made the attacks so powerful. In the end, the 80th element managed to get away unscathed from a physical perspective. The result did not come without a cost, as Venerable Lothario Cross's willpower had already become more strained from the exertion. "I can't resist too many of these attacks," Lothario informed the others. "My resonance strength is not as high as that of the rest of you. I think I can only keep this up for 1 or 2 minutes before I have to retreat in order to give me enough rest to recover my resonance shield." 2 minutes is enough, Lothario. General Ark responded. "The more firepower you attract, the less the Nunzer warships are working to wear down the defenses of our own expert mechs. Keep doing what you need to do to survive. You may withdraw at your discretion once you judge you are close to reaching your limits. I will try to last as long as possible, sir." Venerable Lothario was a younger member of the Cross clan who had grown up hearing about all of the famous battles that led to the rise of the Golden Skull Alliance. He had spent his years in the academy hearing about all of the feats accomplished by the heroes of the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. Lothario was anything but a coward, or else he wouldn't have been able to break through in the first place. Both his duty and his personal desires drove him to contribute as much as possible despite the danger of getting targeted by several dozen warships. Perhaps the only consolidation was that his expert mech was not being targeted by the tens of thousands of phase fighters that the Girard fleet deployed in space. The effective ranges of the transphasic energy weapons mounted on the fighter craft were not particularly high. Perhaps they might score a lucky hit on a mech at such a long distance, but the more probable outcome was that they would waste their energy in vain. No, the phase fighters were already moving to intercept and interfere with the other expert mechs that continued on their approach to Ducast 11. While the 80th element continued to attract a lot of firepower, the remaining expert mechs soon had to contend against the swarms of Nunzer phase fighter that were probably willing to do anything to hinder the human champions. The Nunzer race is characterized by high cohesion as well as a high degree of collectivism. General Ark Larkinson said, "Out of the major alien races, the Nunzers are the most willing to engage in self-sacrificing behavior. In past battles, the Nunzers have already demonstrated a proclivity for engaging in suicidal ramming attacks, especially against expert mechs. I think that all of our mechs will become targeted by this method attack soon. No matter whether your machine is a melee mech or not, be careful about approaching phase fighters and do not let yourself get pinned down in any way. I hear that the native aliens have begun to deploy more solutions against expert mechs." Venerable Vincent said, "I think that a force as well equipped as the Girard fleet should have multiple tricks up their sleeve. Ark agreed with that assessment. You are likely right, though intelligence has been unable to gather any details about these new solutions. Most of the solutions that the different major alien races have employed so far have focused on inhibiting our mobility. Think about nets, gravitic traps and so on. Our enemies know that our mobility is the main reason why we are able to wreak havoc on their forces. As long as they can pin us down, they can bombard our expert mechs with their heavy guns, so do not let yourself get caught. Try to watch out for your fellow comrades and do your best to save any that have gotten caught. Everyone silently nodded. Multiple expert pilots already suspected that these measures would soon be needed. A short time passed by. It was not until the expert mechs began to get targeted by lots of phase fighters in earnest that the battle had entered a new phase. A massive amount of smaller energy beams began to strike at the incoming expert mechs. Of course, most of the shots missed their mark, but it was inevitable that at least a few of them hit their targets. The expert pilots all maintained their cool despite the huge amount of guns arrayed against them. This was because the attacks launched by the phase fighters were not that powerful. Not only were the calibers of the energy cannons mounted on the phase fighters a lot smaller, but their phase water concentrations were also a lot lower. The resonance shields of the 5 Larkinson expert mechs easily withstood the damage as they were all derived from the willpower of 5 high-tier expert mechs. Even so, none of the expert pilots dared to underestimate the phase fighters. The enemy craft might not be able to attain any immediate results, but as long as they kept enough hits, they could easily grind down the resonance shields over time. This was why the expert pilots still did their best to move in unpredictable trajectories and evade as many attacks as possible. Their efforts at the start of contact may directly determine whether they could get away from Ducast 11 with their mechs intact. Have we identified what kind of starfighter models we are up against? Venerable Orphan asked as her riot still had difficulty determining the exact capabilities of the small craft in front. Partially, General Ark answered. The Girard fleet has deployed many familiar starfighter models, but most of the known fighter craft are on the low end. The Nunsers have deployed numerous new fighter models this time that appear to be more powerful and better equipped. We lack the analytical support of our fleet, so my Lionheart's processors and analysis engines are working overtime to decipher their capabilities. The results are limited so far as the new fighters have yet to unveil their full capabilities. Rosa Orphan scowled when she heard that. This was yet another disadvantage of launching a raid without involving most of their fleet. In a risky operation like this, intelligence became extremely crucial. The more they knew about their enemies, the lower the chance of getting caught off guard. Right now, Venerable Orphan did not like the look of some of the larger and heavier fighter craft. They did not look like pure combat machines, but instead appeared to be designed for specialized support functions. The fact that they made her feel uneasy gave her the suggestion that they were designed to deal with expert mechs like her riot. She would soon have a chance to see whether her hunch was on the mark as dozens of specialized fighter craft in green had separated from the greater swarm and proceeded to approach the Seaman, which arguably appeared to be the least versatile mech of the bunch. Be careful, Vincent. Ha, I don't know what the fighters are up to, but I will smash them with my fists in no time. Despite his boastful words, Venerable Vincent did not charge headlong towards the strange green-coated fighter craft. Once the Nunzer craft came close enough and surrounded their target from multiple angles, they simultaneously launched expanding nets made out of transphasic alloy cords at the Seaman. Most nets missed the Seaman, but 3 nets successfully managed to entangle the Seaman. The nets did not envelop the mech all that tightly as the resonance shield prevented them from touching the mech frame, but they still clung tightly nonetheless. This soon became a serious concern as the Seaman struggled to get rid of the nets. Damn it, I can't punch these nets apart. I need to retrieve one of my spare knives. While the Seaman attempted to do so, the fighter craft began to fire a second salvo of nets. This time, many more of them managed to entangle the Seaman. What was different this time was that the green fighter craft were still connected to their nets via very sturdy but flexible lines. The green phase fighters that managed to bind the Seaman on their leashes proceeded to fly in different directions until their lines grew taut. The Seaman abruptly lost the ability to move where it wished. It had become almost completely trapped in place as the green phase fighters did their utmost to turn the Seaman into a sitting duck, if only briefly. Eliminate those net fighters. The Lionheart already began to utilize its integrated luminaire crystal cannon to shoot down the green phase fighters one by one, but the other expert mechs either had to close in on the enemy fighters or use their backup pistols to damage the enemy craft at range. It took far too long for the other expert mechs to get rid of the net-launching fighters. This gave the enemy plenty of time to launch a concentrated salvo of attacks towards the trapped Seaman. I'm in trouble. Chapter 6261 Specialized Face Fighters. The Seaman was in a lot of trouble after getting entangled by over a dozen nets. These nets were not made out of ordinary metal cords. They were surprisingly tough and difficult to tear even if the Seaman exerted all of the brute force that it could generate through its limbs. What the? These nets are transphasic. They used actual phase water to make them stronger. Venerable Vincent reported with amazement. That is nice to know, but you need to get out of there, Vincent. Your Seaman is being targeted by the primary and secondary armaments of at least half a dozen warships. The Girard fleet intends to saturate your coordinates with concentrated warship-grade cannon fire. Even though there were tens of thousands of Nunzer phase fighters that could open fire at the trapped Seaman, many of their attacks would only end up damaging the net and allowing the expert brawler mech to go free. This was why the native aliens were willing to spend a bit of additional time so that their warships could bring their huge guns to bear against Venerable Vincent's immobilized machine. Try as it might, the Seaman was unable to dislodge itself from the net. Its loadout was not suited for this at all, which was probably the main reason why the green net-throwing fighters chose to target the expert brawler mech first. As the distant enemy warships were about to open fire on the immobilized Seaman, Venerable Vincent let out a frustrated grunt. Fine. I didn't want to resort to this, but I will if I have to. A man can never be stopped in his tracks. The Seaman's muscular form began to convulse. Its exterior layers actually began to distort in shape until much of the outer plating began to grow a lot of sharp blades all of a sudden. That was not all. The blades actually began to buzz before moving across the exterior of the Seaman as if they were chainsaw teeth. The Seaman was easily able to reshape its exterior because most of the mech frame was actually made out of smart metal as opposed to conventional metal parts. The Seaman was actually quite similar to the 80th element of the Cross clan. The biggest difference between the two smart metal mechs was that the latter had a higher proportion of nanomachines than the former. This meant that the Seaman couldn't simply extrude itself out of the successive nets as if its mech frame was entirely made out of liquid. Even if it was able to do so, it was doubtful that the mech pilot could go along for the ride. The best way for the Seaman to resolve this problem on its own was to cut through all of the bonds that kept it in place. The change in shape helped to accomplish this. The sturdy transphasic cords that kept the Seaman in place started to snap in rapid succession as the sharp smart metal blades continually grinded against the bonds. Meanwhile, the other expert mechs made a lot of progress in shooting down one green phase fighter after another. The larger craft were protected by considerably stronger Azure energy shields than usual, but the firepower from expert mechs such as the Lionheart was too much for these machines to bear. They could only endure one or two hits at most before they were downed. The other expert mechs such as the Riot Mark II and the Blade Chaser Mark II both arrived as well. The two expert mechs primarily focused on cutting the lines that were mostly responsible for immobilizing the trapped Seaman. All of this sounded as if it took a Herculean effort to free up the Seaman, but the reality was that it took a lot less time than that to help the Seaman break out of its trap. By the time the other expert mechs managed to cut through half of the lines, the Seaman managed to get rid of enough nets to regain enough movement speed. 5 green phase fighters that still maintained their grip on the Seaman found themselves involuntarily pulled in different directions as the smart metal expert mech began to get moving again. The remaining lines quickly got cut off as the Lionheart quickly shot down 2 of the special phase fighters while the other lines got cut by the Riot and the Blade Chaser. I'm free. It couldn't happen a moment too soon. Although the Seaman hadn't been able to avoid all of the incoming attacks, it had managed to get away quickly enough to only endure 5 powerful blasts. Unlike the 80th element, the Seaman was in a much better position to resist the attacks. Its TESMAS was not even required to physically resist the powerful attacks as the Seaman's powerful resonance shield easily blocked the powerful attacks. I'm okay, at least for now. Good, General Ark said. Finish off the green phase fighters. I will try my best to shoot down any I can spot with my energy cannon. Be wary of the other unfamiliar Nunzer phase fighter models. I have a strong suspicion that the Girard fleet has prepared more anti-expert mech countermeasures. The native aliens fought against humans long enough to get thrashed many times by the high-ranking mechs of the latter. While it was difficult to defeat a human ace mech without fielding champions of their own, the native aliens had a much better shot at countering expert mechs by relying on mundane solutions. The green phase fighters was just the first of many such attempts. The use of nets to immobilize expert mechs was fairly crude and simplistic. Once the expensive transphasic nets got cut, they practically turned useless, so in that sense, this experiment had clearly failed. The Nuncers did not seem too upset at this result. The bulk of their phase fighters began to swarm all of the expert mechs at once. Perhaps the main reason why they did not choose to mob one or two expert mechs was that all of the craft would just get in the way of each other. Even so, every expert mech was forced to weather thousands of incoming attacks. The lack of regular mechs accompanying the expert mechs meant that the enemy could fully concentrate their firepower on the select amount of enemy champions. The repeated low-caliber attacks steadily drained the resonance shields of all expert mechs. Every expert pilot had to endure increasing strain on their minds and will as they struggled to resist each and every attack that threatened to strike their respective machines. We need to get down to the surface of the planet and complete our mission as soon as possible. Advance. Don't try to evade every attack. It is futile. Just go forward. Although the expert mechs tried their best to begin their angled descent to the surface of Ducast 11, the native alien did not let them do as they wished. A new set of enemy phase fighters appeared. Larger than the previous special craft and coated in yellow, the newly emerged small craft looked a lot larger and sturdier than all of the other craft. What was even more important was that the front of their fuselages ended in flat metal surfaces. The purpose of these large metal surfaces could not immediately be discerned. The Lionheart and the other expert mechs armed with backup pistols started to shoot them down in order to preempt their threat. The yellow phase fighters were oddly resistant towards damage, but the firepower of the Lionheart proved to be too great for them to bear. The reason for this became quite evident when they did not attempt to slow down all that much as they approached their respective targets. Evade the yellow phase fighters. Their functions are probably similar to the nets shot by the green phase fighters. As long as multiple of these craft manage to collide into your expert mech from different directions, you'll get squished between their frontal plates. It was difficult for the expert mechs to deal with the yellow phase fighters as the latter was a lot more resistant to damage than the other phase fighters. The good news was that they were heavier and slower than the other craft as well, which meant that it was still possible to avoid collisions. The expert mechs were still forced to divert from their course and found themselves unable to proceed to Ducast 11 unless they managed to overcome the blockade of yellow phase fighters. The only expert mech that was effectively able to take them down was the Lionheart. The integrated energy cannon of the powerful expert command mech possessed an abundant amount of firepower and easily managed to cripple or destroy the shielded and armored craft. The Riot Mark II, the Blade Chaser Mark II and the Seaman Mark II were unable to match the performance of the Lionheart in this regard as they only had access to weaker backup pistols at best. This is no way to fight. Venerable Vincent spoke in a frustrated tone. I'm not afraid of these lumbering yellow fighters. We can take them out with ease as long as we don't attack them from the front. The Seaman blasted forward, much to Ark's chagrin, but the sudden maneuver successfully diverted the attention of a lot of yellow phase fighters. The special Nunzer craft began to spread out in an attempt to envelop the Seaman from every direction. Vincent registered what was going on, but trusted in the Seaman's ability to navigate through this perilous trap. As soon as the Seaman got close to one of the yellow fighters, the expert mech abruptly began to roll and juke to the side before quickly circling back to strike at the special craft from its underprotected side. As the Seaman was about to launch its attack, its active space suppressor was already working at full power to weaken the yellow craft's transphasic defenses to the maximum possible extent. Punch. Though the Seaman lost a lot of momentum due to this, the expert brawler mech was still able to launch a devastating punch that crushed the yellow craft's Azure energy shield and punched a large hole in the fighter frame. Vincent deliberately commanded his Seaman to punch next to the cockpit. This meant that the fist had successfully crushed the Nunzer pilot into meat and launched the pieces into space. These yellow craft aren't so tough after all. Vincent grinned. Their defenses from the front are insanely tough, but I bet that their protection is mostly directional. As long as we can flank them, we can disable them with ease. However, as the Seaman got rid of one yellow phase fighter, 3 more had already converged on the expert brawler mech's position from 3 directions. Vincent's eyes glinted as his Seaman boldly charged towards one of the yellow phase fighters. Before the two could make contact with each other, the Seaman pivoted until it was able to kick itself off the flat surface of the yellow phase fighter's exaggeratingly large nose before launching itself away. Moments later, the 3 yellow phase fighters all collided against each other, having failed to squish the Seaman in the middle. The expert brawler Mech was constantly forced to evade and maneuver around in order to prevent the yellow mechs from trapping it in place. Though Vincent was able to rely on clever maneuvers to eliminate a handful of these annoying craft, the problem was that a third batch of special phase fighters approached from afar. These heavy fighters were coated in purple, and each of them stood out due to the fact that they all carried heavy missile loadouts. Careful, the aliens are about to make use of their more expensive munitions. Intercept or evade those missiles as much as possible. The sensors of the expert mechs detected that the phase water content inside the warheads was insanely high. That was bound to pose a large threat to the expert mechs regardless of the state of their resonance shields. Due to the interference from all of the yellow phase fighters, the Sea-Man was unable to get away from the purple craft, allowing the latter to gain a solid lock and launch all of their potent missiles at a range that made it difficult to escape the deadly warheads. Chapter 6262. It's tiny. The Girard fleet was a lot better equipped than other assault fleets. The tireless engine took the humans a lot more seriously than many of his peers. He had used the months preceding the start of the Red Tide offensive to make use of his considerable wealth and connections to increase the preparedness of his fleet. Whether his efforts paid off or not, the exotic phase fighters added to his small craft lineup generated considerable difficulties for the expert mechs. It became abundantly clear that the Nunzer assault fleet had arrived in the Ducast system with the distinct expectation of fighting against human expert mechs. General Ark and the other expert pilots taking part in the operation even felt especially targeted by the measures employed by the opposing aliens. They possessed the distinct expression that the native aliens had been scrambling to develop effective anti-expert mech countermeasures that did not require the intervention of a phase lord. The aliens made a wise decision to do so. Expert mechs possessed a lot more agency than other machines and had a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. Even if they weren't as outrageous as ace mechs, they could still ruin a lot of plans by exercising their strength at the right time and place. Since the native aliens had only recently gotten serious about developing real technological counters against expert mechs, their solutions appeared to be crude and haphazard. There was no obvious cohesion or coordination between the different experimental models. The designs of the special phase fighters diverged a lot, showing that they were all designed by completely different companies or research institutions. Their quality also left a lot to be desired. The native aliens had only recently started to utilize phase fighters in order to counter mechs, but there was still a distinct difference in refinement between ordinary phase fighters and these more specialized craft. The experimental designs clearly looked as if the aliens had taken a standard phase fighter design and hastily grafted additional modules on them in order to make them more suitable to hinder expert mechs. The green starfighters with their strange nets was an expensive if somewhat effective solution to contain an expert mech, if only for a short duration. Even if the Sea-Man did not possess the ability to morph its exterior into ripping chainsaw teeth, Venerable Vincent could have utilized his willpower to break out of the trap if he was willing to expend more willpower. The yellow phase fighters were a bit more confounding. Instead of trying to keep their distance, they utilized large and thick plates mounted to their front as walls to push expert mechs around. Although there weren't as many of them, it only required 4 or 5 of these expensive craft to pin an expert mech in place. Regardless of whether the yellow phase fighters managed to entrap their targets or not, the purple phase fighters that appeared from the midst of the enemy swarm gained enough opportunities to lock onto their targets and launch their powerful transphasic missiles. The threat posed by these missiles were much greater than usual. The sensors of the expert mechs detected that the warheads were not only filled with much more powerful explosive materials than usual, but also contained a higher phase water content. The aliens are really willing to spend a lot of money and phase water to take us down. It's worth it so long as the missiles manage to do their jobs. Evade the missiles and shoot them down as quickly as possible. General Ark roared. He began to get more serious. 3 more integrated luminaire crystal cannons opened up on his Lionheart. They already began to glow white before unleashing a rapid barrage of resonance-empowered light beams that accurately struck a missile each. The firing rate of the luminaire crystal cannons was impressive, though it clearly exerted a lot of strain on the crystals. It was only due to the true resonance acting on the crystalline components that they were able to perform way above their safe margins without bursting into shards. The effects were impressive. Dozens of transphasic hyper missiles fell in a matter of seconds, causing them to fall apart, explode prematurely or go way off course. The other expert mechs did not sit around either. Even if they were much more inclined towards melee combat, none of their pilots dared to be pedantic at this time and utilized their backup pistols to intercept one missile after another with extraordinary skill. As high-tier expert pilots, their marksmanship had already reached an impressive height even if they did not specifically invest a lot of time in this skill set. Most of the transphasic missiles eventually got wasted mid-flight, but a couple of them ultimately managed to get through the relentless barrage and were on the verge of striking the Seaman. Venerable Vincent Riccolin, whose expert mech had been especially targeted by the enemy special phase fighters from the start, had grown increasingly more furious at being singled out all of the time. He poured his anger into his Seaman, causing it to resonate even stronger with his willpower. Just before the transphasic missiles were about to strike the expert brawler mech, the Seaman suddenly released several resonance-empowered spikes of smart metal and accurately caused them to pierce the cones of every incoming warhead. Numerous powerful explosions set off in front of the Seaman, forcing the machine to jerk away. "Are you okay, Vincent? My mech is fine, but I am pissed. I had to sacrifice a small amount of smart metal to block those powerful missiles." "You made the right decision. The purple phase fighters have already launched most if not all of their payloads. They shouldn't be able to launch a second salvo anytime soon unless they return to their motherships to rearm themselves. We need to get past this blockade and execute our mission. Do not let our efforts be in vain." "Fine, but I am not going to let these special phase fighters gang up on me for free." The Lionheart continued to utilize its powerful integrated armaments to take down one special phase fighter after another. The expert command mech paid special attention to the yellow phase fighters that still tried to ram and cage the expert mechs with their ridiculously large front sides. The other expert mechs also tried to whittle them down by shooting them with their backup pistols. Their secondary ranged armaments may be weak, but their shots still packed quite a punch by augmenting their power with true resonance. Even so, the elite pilots of the yellow phase fighters tried their best to avoid letting their craft get hit from the sides or rear if they depleted their Azure energy shields. Their frontal sides behaved similar to the physical shields of night mechs. While it was possible to break them, it took a disproportionate amount of effort to do so. The expert mechs wasted far too much time on trying to fell these hardy craft to the point that it was delaying their advance towards Duquest 11. The Seaman spent more time on trying to outflank and crush the yellow phase fighters than actually trying to fly past the annoying craft. Venerable Vincent even decided to get more serious by employing another trick. A moderate quantity of smart metal and other small components split off from the Seaman, causing the expert mech to look a little thinner and less armored at some of its exterior sections. As the glob of TESMAS wobbled in the vicinity of the expert mech it came from, a companion spirit emerged from the cockpit of the Seaman and entered the mass of smart metal. "Vinny, let's beat these aliens up," Venerable Vincent called. Hua. Unlike the companion spirits of many of his fellow Larkinsons, Vincent's own spirit actually resembled a miniaturized muscular version of himself. When Vinny began to take possession of the glob of smart metal, he channeled his principal's willpower and quickly reshaped his new home into a miniature version of the Seaman. Although the miniature version of the Seaman lacked a lot of components that made the expert brawler mech so strong, it was still powerful enough in its own right due to the strong true resonance holding it all together. The mini Seaman theatrically slammed its fists together before launching away at the nearest squadron of yellow phase fighters. The small smart machine did not possess any powerful propulsion systems, but its vastly reduced size and mass allowed it to move swiftly through space, especially with Vinny actively working to resonate with the nanomachines that made up its small form. The Nunzer phase fighters quickly registered the new threat and tried to shoot it down, but their miss rates were much higher due to the small size and impressive maneuverability demonstrated by the miniature Seaman. As soon as the small machine managed to get close to an enemy phase fighter, it repeatedly punched the craft's Azure energy shield with its tiny fists. Despite the ridiculous size of this humanoid mass of smart metal, the tiny machine actually inflicted serious damage on the phase fighter's energy defenses. This was not just due to its resonance empowerment, but also because it had actually been mounted with a miniature space suppressor. The space suppressor's effect was very weak, but as long as Vinny amplified its effects with true resonance, it was able to weaken the transphasic effect of the opposing energy shield quite well. The Nunzer pilot of the yellow phase fighter grew astonished when he finally realized the threat posed by the tiny version of the Seaman. Size apparently didn't matter as the small smart machine eventually managed to tear through the Azure energy shield before slamming its fist straight into the cockpit. Despite all of the armoring and reinforcement, it did not take too much effort for the construct controlled by Vinny to punch through the layers and pulverize the body of the hapless Nunzer fighter pilot. Vinny let loose a victorious roar before he abandoned the disabled craft and hunted down another yellow phase fighter. The other Larkinson expert pilots had never seen this before. While they had developed their own synergies between their expert mechs and their companion spirits, they never went as far as to create a miniature copy of their own machines that could apparently fight on an independent basis. "What is that, Vincent?" Imon Ingvar asked. "That's my new mini-mech," the pilot of Sea-Man boasted. "I call it my tiny C. Just look at it. Doesn't it look manly? Don't underestimate its size. I can't do everything with it, but it has potential. Once Vinny grows stronger, it can pilot a larger smart metal frame. I can't wait until it is able to reach the size of a phase lord like the tireless engine one day." Venerable Vincent certainly had big dreams. For now, the Tiny C was only a nuisance compared to its progenitor, but its current capabilities already presented a lot of potential uses. General Ark was already able to think of an especially helpful application to the Larkinson. If the Tiny C grew a bit smaller, it could become compact enough to squeeze into indoor areas that were normally only accessible to infantry. This would allow the smart metal construct controlled by a companion spirit to easily board enemy starships or hostile installations and disable them from within. Even if the Tiny C was not able to match the power of the full-sized Sea-Man in this diminished form, it was still far stronger than any infantry soldier of the same size. If Venerable Vincent was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot, then the power of his Tiny C would drastically rise. This was especially the case if the design department upgraded the Sea-Man and replaced its old TESMAS with a much more powerful and technologically advanced smart metal armor system. All of these improvements would make it a lot more difficult, if not impossible, for any internal defenses to stop the smart metal machine if it decided to go on a rampage. Chapter 6263 Exploding Munitions. As interesting as Venerable Vincent's Tiny C may be, the appearance of a miniature copy of the Sea-Man did not fundamentally ease the difficulty of getting past the enormous phase fighter screen. It served more of a distraction than anything else. It was not until the Tiny C moved in coordination with the Sea-Man that it started to produce more results. The two worked together to pincer their targets or make it more difficult for them to slip away. The miniature construct controlled by Vinny was also able to take advantage of the space suppressor mounted on the larger expert mech to quickly tear through the defenses of the same phase fighter. The expert mech still had to struggle to eliminate and outpace the special phase fighters that were specifically designed to counter high-ranking mechs. Precious minutes went by as the powerful machines no longer held back as much. Everywhere they moved, they constantly came under attack from phase fighters flying in every direction. The resonance shields of the high-tier expert mechs depleted at a worrying rate. The delays generated by the special phase fighters had caused the machines to get stalled a bit longer than General Ark accounted for in most of his plans. However, even as the expert pilots felt as if they were trying to climb up a steep mountain, the Nunzer fighter pilots experienced their own difficulties. These pilots were better trained than most other phase fighter pilots, but their professionalism was still not up to par. They attacked the expert mechs so many times, yet most of their shots either missed or struck the resonance shields without producing any apparent results. No human or alien was able to remain upbeat after putting so much effort into trying to defeat enemies that were clearly gods rather than mortals. Although a lot of aliens were confused about why the human gods were so small, they were just as tough, if not tougher, than the much larger native gods. The phase lords and phase whales were at least a lot easier to attack due to their enormous true bodies. The expert mechs of red humanity were no larger than their ordinary counterparts, but were often a lot faster and maneuverable, all the while being able to resist a lot of damage with the help of their resonance shields. The combination of excellent defense, compact size and high mobility resulted in a package that was nearly impossible to damage, even when the native aliens badly outnumbered their adversaries. Their morale dropped the longer the battle dragged on. Even if they were successful in delaying the advance of the hostile expert mechs, that was cold comfort for them when the Lionheart blasted apart dozens of phase fighters with its powerful integrated luminaire crystal cannons. The other expert mechs were also becoming more proficient in taking down phase fighter after phase fighter. The Blade Chaser struck hard enough with its twin blades to punch through an Azure energy shield and destroy an alien craft with a single swing. The Riot simply charged forward and crashed through any enemy small craft in his way, not caring if he was first able to pierce the enemy fighters with his spear. The Sea-Man and the Tiny C worked together to punch a route through the swarms of phase fighters that reluctantly tried to utilize their own defenses as makeshift walls. The momentum of the expert mechs constantly rose while the Nuncers grew more discouraged. The powerful glows from the expert mechs seemed to press down onto the alien fighter pilots even harder, causing them to be afflicted with greater doubt and apprehension. The alien commanders frantically issued all kinds of orders to their subordinates, but the alien fighter pilots were becoming less coordinated and attentive by the minute. The expert mechs were too strong. They were like gods that came in a smaller package than usual. How could mortal nuncers like themselves ever think about challenging these powerful deities? Even though many of the nuncers had been informed that human expert pilots were hardly the most powerful human champions, the indomitable performance of the advancing Larkinson expert mechs caused the aliens to lose hope of ever achieving a victory. The expert pilots clearly noticed the drop in resistance and pushed forth even harder as a response. The aliens cannot sustain this intensity of losses. The fighter pilots have become too intimidated by us to press their attack. Let us not give them a reason to redouble their efforts. Push forward and do not look back. It was not without reason why General Ark Larkinson repeatedly affirmed his decision to proceed with the operation despite encountering one setback after another. The high-tier expert pilot just knew that numbers alone would not be enough to stop his powerful team of expert mechs. The Larkinson expert pilots had fought and lived through many challenges in the past, and even the relatively inexperienced Colic Glendale was able to weather the storm and keep up with his more powerful peers. Eventually, the expert mechs succeeded in reaching low orbit of the lifeless planet and finally began to descend towards the surface. The gravity of the planet was not high, which was one of the reasons why the native aliens utilized it as a staging ground. Many cargo vessels were safely able to descend from orbit and land on the surface. Now, many of the cargo vessels that had been in the midst of loading or unloading their cargo were frantically trying to lift off and flee to safety. Many of the smaller transports had already made a getaway, but the larger and more lumbering cargo vessels and civilian home ships were unable to do so as they took a lot more time to lift off the surface. Ha ha ha, those ships are sitting ducks. Let's destroy them all. Venerable Vincent Rickelin suggested now that he and his expert mech were finally able to let loose. General Ark disagreed. Forget about the smaller vessels, and only take down the larger ships if they are in your way. The native aliens have too many supply ships at their disposal. Destroying 50 or 100 hulls won't make a dent in their ability to resupply their forces. Our primary objectives remain the same. Focus on destroying the munitions, spare materials and other supplies that the aliens have stashed on this planet. We can directly buy more time with our efforts. Fine. The enemy phase fighters that were tasked with bringing the expert mechs down were no longer able to fight as unscrupulous as before. A lot of alien installations were in the way. If the phase fighters fired their weapons carelessly, they might end up destroying valuable property or killing the nuncers assigned to man the supply depots and other local bases. The gravity of the planet along with the unavoidable obstacle posed by the terrain severely constrained the movements of the phase fighters and deterred them from pursuing the expert mechs too aggressively. The human expert pilots readily took advantage of this shift and attacked the various base installations with even greater confidence than before. Many large-scale transphasic energy shields and defensive turrets came online, but none of them could stop the expert mechs for long. The powerful machines paired up and utilized their combined efforts to breach one transphasic energy shield after another. The Lionheart was readily able to bombard the exposed depots with its powerful integrated luminaire crystal cannons. While the expert command mech's ranged arsenal was not as powerful or numerous as the Arceus system of the Mars, the luminaire crystal armaments still packed enough of a punch to demolish the storage containers and carve through many different base facilities. Meanwhile, the expert melee mechs such as the Riot did not immediately make use of their melee armaments to destroy the depots. The efficiency of doing so was too low. The Riot, the Sea-Man, the Blade Chaser and the Greenix all pulled out the transphasic grenades that had been added to their loadouts beforehand and tossed them at various different locations designated by the Lionheart. The expert command mech's sophisticated processors had already conducted detailed scans of the up-to-date situation on the surface of Ducast Shi. Combined with information gathered by intelligence units, the Lionheart was able to formulate an updated attack plan that should theoretically enable the mechs to inflict the greatest damage with the least amount of effort. The expert mechs proceeded to put that to the test by tossing their supplied transphasic grenades at the designated coordinates. Enormous explosions soon erupted after the transphasic grenades did their jobs. While the grenades were not capable of destroying such large installations by themselves, they were very much able to explode in the midst of lots of powerful munitions and cause the warheads and other volatile weapons to explode, causing powerful chain reactions that eventually engulfed most of the depots. Woohoo! Now that is what I'm talking about. The phase fighters don't dare to fire their weapons as frequently at our expert mechs than before. They're too afraid of hitting their own stuff. How many transphasic missiles and bombs did the Girard fleet ship over? We need to wipe out all of them. The more they have left, the more our mechs and defensive fortifications will suffer. Tell us where we can find more. The Lionheart designated additional depots that were located further away. Several expert mechs split away in order to take care of these outlying bases while their transphasic grenades lasted. I think the aliens are about to learn one of the most important reasons why we don't make use of guided munitions as much anymore. Venerable Colic Glendale said as his Greenix utilized its eponymous weapon to shatter a transphasic energy shield before skillfully tossing a transphasic grenade at a collection of anti-ship missiles. The explosions that ensued from this grenade toss were especially violent and satisfying. General Arc did not look too surprised. This is why I insisted on launching an attack at this time. The Girard fleet arrogantly assumed that they would not need this staging point for a long time. The Nuncers only put up basic defenses and made sure their supplies could easily be retrieved once their leader ordered an all-out assault. I can already see from the state of this planetary site that the native aliens were getting close to doing so. We came just in time. Explosions continued to pepper the surface of the airless and lifeless planet. However, their frequency dropped pretty quickly once the expert mechs ran out of transphasic grenades. None of the machines possessed any pocket spaces that they could use as a convenient stash for extra explosives. Now that they had expended their most easy means of inflicting mass destruction, many expert mechs had to get close and resort to more physical means to wreck all of the alien goods. Fortunately, the human raiders had already destroyed the majority of fuel tanks and explosive munitions, so that allowed their expert mechs to attack the various goods and machines that were not as prone to blowing up when heavily damaged. Energy cells got split into pieces. Land-bound artillery cannons got cut in half. Spare transphasic energy shields got stomped beneath the feet of numerous expert mechs. The expert mechs mostly focused on wrecking the more expensive pieces of the hardware. It would be a lot more painful for the Nuncers to replace these lost goods than anything ordinary. In the meantime, the native aliens reluctantly began to adjust their tactics in an effort to stop the escalating raid. The phase fighters attacked the expert mechs on the same height as opposed from top to bottom. They also organized themselves a little better and formed up into wings that could combine their efforts without getting in each other's way. However, the massive warships that were still lingering in high orbit for most part did not dare to open fire on the expert mechs. The intruding machines may have destroyed a lot of supplies already, but warship cannon fire from orbit would just make everything worse. Many goods could still be salvaged or secured so long as the human assault did not last too long. That's enough, General Arc urgently said. We have overstayed our welcome. We need to pull and retreat. Ah, there's so much more for us to destroy. Can you wait a minute? We don't have a minute. I am already having a bad feeling about this planet. We need to leave. Chapter 6264. Too easy though the daring raid only caused the Girard fleet to lose roughly 30% of the supplies and other war material stashed on Ducast 11. Much of the destroyed hardware consisted of expensive explosive munitions or high-value hardware that couldn't be resupplied as easily. The operation was already a success in this regard. The damage should be able to postpone the alien assault on Ducast 7 by at least 2 weeks if not longer if the aliens suffered greater logistical problems. General Arc was tempted to let this go further. The original plan demanded that the raid destroy at least 45% of all of the supplies stashed on the surface. This should produce enough of a delay to deter the Girard fleet from launching an all-out attack by 3 to 4 weeks. In the current context of the Red Tide offensive, a delay of at least 21 days was an eternity. That was enough time to reinforce the Ducast system with a handful of mech divisions and an even greater quantity of human starfighters. The additional delays would also give the mechers and the fleeters more time to fortify the planetary and orbital defenses further and force the aliens to spend more effort to take control of the entire place. The ripple effects of these delays were fairly small, but still significant enough to represent a major contribution to the war effort. The fate of the Torald Middle Zone may eventually be decided by this action. In short, the more the Warborn were able to delay the Girard fleet, the greater the chance that the 3rd defensive band in the Torald Middle Zone would eventually be able to hold on. That was enough to give General Arc and other participating expert pilots a huge sense of fulfillment. However, the reason why General Arc decided to err on the side of caution was because he was feeling more and more uncomfortable as the operation continued. The more time passed by, the more Ark felt uneasy about the relative lack of resistance from the native aliens. Sure, the defenders of Ducast 11 were still doing what they could to repel the expert mechs. However, their warships, most of their phase fighters and their static defenses were ultimately not equipped to counter powerful and highly maneuverable expert mechs. The most the defending Nuncers could do was to take lots of shots at the rapidly moving expert mechs and hope that one of their attacks occasionally struck the resonance shields of the expert mechs, thereby causing their defensive buffers to thin a little further. General Ark quickly inspected the state of the resonance shields of the Lionheart and the expert mechs that were transmitting their basic telemetry to the expert command mech. The Lionheart's resonance shield was in the best state. It had only lost 40% of its integrity. The other expert mechs were a little worse off. The Riot and Seaman had lost over 50% of their resonance shield integrity, while the Blade Chaser was a little better off due to its better evasion and relatively unremarkable appearance. Much of the reason why the expert mechs sustained so much damage so far was because they momentarily got delayed by the special phase fighters. The Lionheart and the other expert mechs had already eliminated enough of these experimental craft that the remainder shouldn't pose much of a problem anymore. That should make the return trip a lot less time-consuming and dangerous. Then why did General Ark feel as if he was about to get in a lot of trouble? It was as if a giant set of jaws was slowly emerging from the shadows and about to engulf the Lionheart and all of the other expert mechs. The only obvious threat that could make Ark feel so threatened was the tireless engine. He had made sure to pay attention to the duel unfolding further away from the planet in case the Nunzer phase lord decided to disengage from the Mars and attempt to bully the weaker expert mechs. No such thing had happened, though. Although the battle between the two powerful transcendent beings occasionally swing in the favor of one side to another, the tireless engine did not have the luxury to divert his attention elsewhere. Then what else could make him feel so apprehensive? Was it the presence of hidden archeships? Was it the arrival of incoming reinforcements? Was it because the Girard fleet was secretly preparing to deploy an unknown superweapon that could make his life miserable? Any of these possibilities could be true. General Ark did not have enough information for his intuition to form a more solid guess, but the mere hint of a danger on the horizon was already enough for him to decide his team had done enough. Even though a part of him still felt a bit of regret that he had yet to encounter a challenge dire enough to draw out his hidden potential, he was not about to gamble so recklessly his life and the lives of his subordinates. "We're pulling out," he repeated his instruction. "This fight has been too easy and not too unpredictable so far. Rather than assuming that the Girard fleet doesn't have the means to defeat us, it is better to act as if they are ready to spring a trap on us all. Have you already seen that the native aliens have been moving to encircle us and block our escape routes as much as possible? I am glad that I am not the only one who feel this way." Venerable Orphan said, "I think I have a slightly better idea why it is better that we leave sooner rather than later. According to xianxia, a powerful being is on the way. It is approaching Ducast 11 from the edge of the star system in warp travel. It's either a really powerful alien warship, or another phase lord." "Another phase lord?" Venerable Imon Ingvar sounded alarmed. "We can't handle another big guy like the tireless engine. Even if the new phase lord is weaker, none of us can resist the attacks of such a powerful being for long. Well, whatever is on the way, we need to get out before it is too late. We still have a chance to avoid confrontation." Though Venerable Vincent Rickelin personally wanted to stick around and have a shot at the newcomer, he was sober enough to understand it was not wise to fight this bout so deep in enemy-occupied territory. His Seaman and Tiny Sea both pulled out from the half-destroyed warehouse that they had been rampaging in and flew straight into the air. The other expert mechs followed suit as well. Expert pilots possessed keen intuitions and were often able to sense serious threats to their lives by observing the tiniest of clues. These clues could consist of anything, such as the nervous movement patterns of enemy phase fighters or the lack of strong resistance from the native aliens during this phase. The more General Ark thought about it, the more this situation started to feel like a vague trap. "Be on the lookout for any surprises," he said. "If my hunch is correct, the native aliens will soon do everything in their power to delay our departure in the hopes of bringing in the powerful threat that is coming from afar." The only consolation was that the distant threat still needed a bit of time to arrive in orbit of Ducast 11. A delay of a few minutes wouldn't change the situation all that much, but if they ended up getting stuck for 15 minutes or more, there was much greater chance that they might never be able to leave. As the expert mechs ascended from the surface, the native aliens finally began to employ their first means to hinder the human raiders from making a getaway. A combination of Nunzer sub-capital warships and particularly large Nunzer phase fighters began to form a loose net in higher orbit before they began to deploy a powerful energy field that altered the properties of a wide swath of space. What are they doing? Unknown. My mech is taking measurements and analyzing the data as quickly as possible, but the energy field generated by the Girard fleet is unlike anything humans have encountered before. The Larkinson expert pilots already started to make a lot of wild guesses, from deploying an immensely large energy shield to trying to distort the fabric of space to slow down the escaping expert mechs. Whatever the case, the native aliens were keen on protecting the warships and phase fighters that were generating this unknown energy field, because the remaining enemy assets began to open fire at the expert mechs with much less restraint than before. Although the alien warships and phase fighters refrained from firing any kinetic projectiles, they did not hesitate to fire energy beams so long as the firing angles did not cause the attacks to strike the surface of the planet. The warships were especially difficult to deal with, as many of them mounted missile launcher arrays that were able to launch sizable salvos of transphasic missiles at the expert mechs. The Lionheart had to work harder to shoot down the missiles before they could reach their targets, and the other expert mechs sometimes had no choice to resist the attacks with their resonance shields due to their poor missile interception capabilities. The expert pilots all understood a little better why first raters liked their multi-purpose mechs so much. The versatility of such machines allowed them to handle this kind of situation a lot easier than specialized mechs. As the expert mechs struggled to weather the storm and get past all of the alien assets, the energy field continued to grow stronger, yet still failed to produce any noticeable results. General Ark only grew more and more apprehensive as this strange phenomenon continued. All his sensors could determine for certain was that the enemy warships and phase fighters were expending a lot of power to maintain this collective effect. I do not feel directly threatened by their strange actions. I don't think the Nuncers are targeting us directly. Then what are they trying to accomplish? Have they formed a giant spatial barrier that will block our attempts to leave the battlefield? That is not it. General Ark frowned. There is no barrier of any kind in our way. Matter can still pass through the energy field without a problem. The more the expert mechs struggled through all of the attacks, the closer they came to the collective energy field. The expert mechs still did not feel anything threatening about the unknown energy waves saturating the surrounding space. The expert pilots made sure to use what remained of their resonance shields to block these exotic energy waves for fear they might have an adverse effect. It was not until the expert mechs were halfway out that the purpose of the giant energy field finally became clear. Danger. Move away. The expert pilots all sensed an acute threat and frantically moved their expert mechs away just as a huge surprise dropped on sight all of a sudden. Is that the tireless engine? No. Girard is still fighting against the Mars over there. This is a different Nunzer phase lord. The expert pilots all grew shocked at what occurred. They never imagined that the Girard fleet had a way of speeding up the arrival of an incoming phase lord by generating a strange energy field that essentially allowed the newcomer to take a spatial shortcut. The warships and phase fighters responsible for making this happen visibly looked drained. This effort had taken a lot out of their systems, but the results more than justified the damage they incurred. The new phase lord needed a little time to regain his bearings, but once he managed to stabilize himself, he openly announced himself to both friend and foe. I have answered your summons, father. Fear me, despoilers of the Red Ocean, for Lekoi, the faceless warrior, shall end your tyranny upon the stars. Chapter 6265. The proudest Sun phase lords came in many different forms. While they all grew big and gained spatial abilities, they tended to evolve in dramatically different directions due to variations in development trajectories. The starting point of phase lords also affected their properties. It was also important to keep into account that the body cultivation approach of the native aliens originated from the phase whales. It was only natural for the phase whales to get more out of it and gain both tremendous physical might as well as an excellent affinity for phase water at any stage. In comparison, Nuncers generally got a lot less out of the same method adapted to their race. Their imperfect rituals and other flawed adaptations might affect the efficiency of their growth as well. Whatever the case, nobody could deny that the Nuncers possessed larger and more physically powerful bodies than most of the other intelligent races of the Red Ocean. They tended to attain more physical gains if they managed to evolve into phase lords. That was not to say that their spatial affinities were awful. They were just comparatively worse at it than more sensitive races such as the Orvans. Out of the few Nunzer phase lords that the Larkinson clan had encountered so far, the Trampler of Stars actually turned out to be a little more atypical of his species. The Nunzer warlord had spent an inordinate amount of time on developing his spatial abilities. He had to put in greater effort just to develop a single strong specialization, but his efforts paid off as his ability to shake entire battlefields had become unparalleled among lesser phase lords. However, the time and effort he put into becoming good at projecting his power across wider distances had not given him sufficient time to develop his physical prowess all that much. While he needed less time to strengthen his physique than most other races due to being a Nunzer, there were plenty of other native gods in alien society that thought that the Trampler of Stars had taken unnecessary detour. The tireless engine currently engaged in battle against Patriarch Reginald Cross in the Mars was a bit more typical of his species. While the upper-tier lesser phase lord was still capable of destabilizing and weaponizing the surrounding fabric of space on a more passive basis, it was undeniable that he had developed his impressive physique into a well-oiled combat machine. If not for the fact that an ace mech such as the Mars was too damn small, fast and tough, the tireless engine would have been able to put up a much better fight. It was only after he had shed his impressively large raiment and shrunk his body proportions that the tireless engine was finally able to pose a real threat against the Mars, especially when he was wielding his recently awarded Saint Piercer spear. Ever since the tireless engine had taken on his more compact form, he was unable to exert his true physical strength. Yet what he gained in return was greater speed and control over his own motion. The phase lord was able to empower his smaller body a lot more effectively, enabling him to react faster, make tighter turns and land attacks that would have otherwise missed. The two combatants frequently circled around each other before charging forward to exchange a handful of blows. In some bouts, the tireless engine managed to pierce its threatening spear past the guard of the Mars and nick the high-quality armor of the ace mech. The ace mech's Saint Kingdom offered remarkably little resistance against the special alloy that made the Saint Piercer such a potent experimental weapon. Its speared IP gleamed as it pierced through the domain field emitted by the Mars at all times. The mysterious alloy continually resisted every effort made by Patriarch Reginald to retard the weapon's progress and weaken its lethality. As such, whenever the Saint Piercer managed to get through and strike the upgraded Abbassi's armor of the Mars, the ace mech incurred another visible scar or cut. The Mars already collected over a dozen cuts across its formerly pristine Abbassi's armor. It was a testament to its material quality that the Saint Piercer had not been able to punch through all of the layers and damage the internals of the ace hybrid mech. Even so, Patriarch Reginald already guessed it was only a matter of time before the spear struck an important component. He had to admit that the tireless engine was a highly skilled spear wielder. The alien phase lord was constantly learning from his mistakes and adapting his fighting style against his opponent. The integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system were particularly vulnerable against the enemy's spear strikes. In order to preserve their integrity and allow them to keep firing at the tireless engine in order to deplete the phase lord's spatial barrier faster, Reginald had to fight more cautiously than he was comfortable with and skip many attack opportunities in order to play it safe. Patriarch Reginald was not comfortable with adopting such a cautious fighting style, but his opponent had become so threatening with his special spear that he did not want to end up getting impaled by the weapon due to a moment of carelessness. He initially entered this battle with the attitude of beating down the tireless engine and adding the giant skull of the Nunzer phase lord to his collection of trophies. Now, he was no longer trying so hard to attain victory. While his teammates may be fearing that he had lost himself to the throes of battle, Patriarch Reginald still maintained enough awareness to understand that defeating the tireless engine was not the point of this operation. He just needed to hold back the spear-wielding phase lord long enough for the Larkinson expert mechs to do their jobs and retreat without getting pursued. Now that Reginald had gained the tireless engine's measure, the ace pilot looked forward to resuming his duel against the Nunzer warlord on a proper battlefield. The current situation was too unfavorable for Reginald to fully commit to a duel. There were too many alien warships and phase fighters that could intervene on behalf of the tireless engine and exhaust the Mars a little faster. It was better if the two could fight a proper duel with their respective forces at their backs. At least then neither side would gain an overwhelming advantage in this regard. The powerful ace pilot assumed that the tireless engine implicitly agreed with this intention. Though the phase lord was still trying his best to score a punishing blow onto the Mars, the alien powerhouse refused to make any risky gambit. He tried his best to play it safe and prevent the ace mech from taking advantage of any openings. It was only now that Reginald realized that his assumption about his opponent was off the mark. The accelerated arrival of a second phase lord, a smaller one maybe, but still a genuine one, proved that the tireless engine had just been waiting for backup. The appearances of Girard and Lecoy diverged a lot, but the sharp-eyed Mech pilots could still spot the family resemblance. A temporary lull ensued as both sides took a step back in order to take stock at the drastic change in circumstances. The Nunzer spacers and phase fighter pilots all made pleased guttural alien noises as soon as they received confirmation that the proudest and strongest son of their warlord had arrived to lend them a hand. The humans on the other hand all reacted with dismay. No matter how strong or weak this, Lecoy, may be, even the least powerful lesser phase lords was still more than a match for most expert mechs. The arrival of a second phase lord and a blood descendant of the tireless engine no less had such a massive impact on the battle that its flow had been completely disrupted. This was slightly to the advantage of the warborn champions as most of the alien warships and phase fighters had stopped their fire for the time being. Even so, the addition of a second phase lord on the battlefield might make all of this moot, as the expert pilots didn't think they could retreat from Ducast 11 if Lecoy chose to stand in their way. "Is this your son, alien?" Patriarch Reginald asked with a hint of wariness and respect in his voice. "He is," Girard proudly transmitted back in his translated speech. "I have sired many sons and daughters. I am proud of most of them, as they should. Yet out of all of my more martial descendants, only Lecoy has proven his superior strength, leadership and valor. Now that I have reached the limit of my growth as a lesser phase lord, I have chosen to raise Lecoy into godhood so that he may succeed me if I fall." The Nuncers cared a lot about family, both their immediate relatives and their more extended relations. The aliens were quite similar to the Larkinsons in this regard. The choice made by the tireless engine was not too unusual. Most phase lords tended to remain stuck in their lesser stage for the rest of their long lives. Each lesser phase lord aspired to promote to a greater phase lord, but precious few managed to make this transition. Phasewater production systems were too scarce, and until recently, the phase whales had been extremely reluctant to award a PPS to deserving alien powerhouses. The lesser phase lords were therefore stuck in an awkward position. They possessed great might and authority and were able to accrue a lot of money and resources for these reasons. It took a lot of resources in order to elevate a descendant into a phase lord. The rituals responsible for transforming mortal aliens into newborn gods were so flawed and dangerous that the death rates were quite considerable. Who knew how many sons and daughters the tireless engine had sacrificed in the hope of fostering a true divine descendant? The more ambitious and optimistic phase lords tended to save most of their wealth in preparation for an extensive upgrade spree if they managed to become a greater phase lord. The more realistic and pessimistic lesser phase lords instead spent all of their assets on building their mortal empire and cultivating their descendants. Still, no matter how many lives and resources Girard expended, he finally managed to realize his goal. Lecoy still looked young, and his body size was much less impressive than his father at his height. Even if the two phase lords looked somewhat similar size at the moment due to the tireless engine's voluntary shrinkage, Lecoy was still a lot weaker due to his much lower phase water concentration and his much less developed phase water organs. Yet still the presence of the second phase lord practically paralyzed the Larkinson expert mechs. General Ark and the others could already feel the eagerness in Lecoy's true body. The newly arrived alien had come to lend his father a hand, and what better way to do so than to crush the expert mechs that had just made a mess out of the depots of Ducast 11. The younger phase lord already locked his gaze onto the Lionheart. Out of all of the expert mechs, this one was clearly a cut above the rest. "You, pilot of the White Machine. What is your name?" "I am General Ark Larkinson, the commanding officer of the 77th Warborn Mech Division." "Larkins on. I recognize your name. That is good. I shall earn more glory if the first expert pilot that I have slain is descended from a more blessed lineague. I shall do my best to preserve your tiny head so that it may occupy a prized place on my throne, though forgive me if I cannot adequately control my strength. I cannot match the control of my father." General Ark twitched his lips. "It's okay. Just use the head of my expert mech instead. It is a more dignified mark of my existence, and I would rather be remembered by the splendor of my expert mech than the frailty of my human body." "Good. You may claim my own head if you have claimed victory, but this shall never happen because I do not intend to lose against premature gods such as yours. Only your so-called saints can give me a proper challenge." Lecoy went into action as soon as he spoke those words. The time for talking had passed. The only way the two sides could resolve their differences was through an exchange of arms as opposed to an exchange of words. Chapter 6266 Lokoi. The Larkinson expert pilots felt a lot of pressure as their expert mechs floated before the second Nunzer phase lord. Unlike his much more formidable father, Lokoi, who apparently styled himself as the Faceless Warrior, did not tower too much over the mechs. It was highly unlikely that the newly arrived phase lord was holding back in this regard. If this was the case, then Lokoi probably ranked at the bottom among other Nunzer phase lords. Even so, that was no reason for General Ark and the other Larkinson expert pilots to underestimate this new adversary. Even if Lokoi was fairly young and new to his current condition, his father had probably given him a small but useful package of phase water organs. Lokoi's true body shouldn't be able to fit too many phase water organs at the moment, but just a basic set was already enough to add new strengths and improve his specializations. Another reason for concern was his equipment. As far as phase lords went, it was a lot easier for them to acquire new equipment than to obtain powerful phase water organs. Lokoi did not wear a full raiment that covered his entire body in thick armor plating, but it was still a very well-armored suit that provided plenty of physical protection to his flanks and rear. His choice of armaments were two transphasic hyper-axes. The weapons exuded an unnaturally strong sense of force, which meant that the weapons were likely able to inflict much heavier impacts upon contact. What also looked concerning was that Lokoi's raiment also featured two proportionately large autocannons. The machine gun-like armaments were only able to point their muzzles forward, but were connected to large ammunition caches, allowing them to open fire for an extended period of time. There were many other technological features to the raiment. It came with a fairly modest set of Azure shield generators that provided the phase lord with additional energy barriers, thereby giving Lokoi the luxury to attack without needing to worry too much about suffering retaliatory attacks. If the tireless engine pampered his favored heir as much as General Ark suspected, then the autocannons likely fired solid transphasic hyper projectiles that would definitely hurt a lot on impact. The resonance shields of all of the expert mechs would definitely have a lot of trouble with trying to resist a continuous barrage. What was worse was that Lokoi was not alone. The entire Girard fleet was still up and about. The warships and phase fighters could provide fire support at all times, allowing them to wear down the defenses of the expert mechs so long as they had a clear shot at their targets. As Lokoi was beginning to move into action, a helmet unfolded and wrapped around his large head. True to his title, his helmet lacked any obvious eyes and other features, making it seem as if he did not possess a face. "I shall tear your mechs one at a time." The aggressive Nunzer phase lord charged forward and already began to open fire with his twin autocannons. The expert mechs were already on the move, allowing them to easily evade the twin streams of projectiles. According to the sensor systems, the solid rounds were not all transphasic. Only 1 in 15 of them possessed enhanced penetrative properties, likely in an attempt to save on costs and resources. What was more concerning was that the rounds were all laced with a fire hyper material that could inflict additional heat damage on impact. Perhaps getting struck by a single round was not that scary, but getting struck by hundreds of them would drain the defenses of any expert mech within a minute. Fortunately, it was frankly not that difficult for the expert mechs to evade the ranged attacks. The firing angles of the flank-mounted autocannons were very poor, and their aim jostled a lot whenever Lokoi made any physical exertion. Even so, the autocannons exerted a lot of pressure onto the expert pilots and forced them to stay alert and on the move at all times. The mental burden of keeping constant track of where the autocannons were aiming would steadily take a toll on the psyche of the expert pilots. That was probably the real point of this weapon system. Though the autocannons chewed through ammunition at a prodigious rate, the Nunzer warlord's body was so large that his raiment was able to attach plenty of ammunition canisters on its back. "What do we do, General?" Venerable Imon Ingvar asked as the stress of the situation was affecting his mood. "This is what you all signed up for. This is our challenge," Ark told the other Larkinson expert pilots. "First, forget about retreating. The younger phase lord has the strength and the ability to prevent us from escaping. Splitting up will only allow him and his fleet to hunt us all down in quick succession. Our only chance of making it out alive is to beat Lokoi badly enough that he is no longer willing or able to pursue us. Kill him if you can, but our greatest priority is to create a moment for us to disengage." There was no way that Lokoi would run out of rounds anytime soon, which meant that the expert pilots actively had to move away from the front of the phase lord for a long time. It was actually better if they didn't kill Lokoi. Doing so would probably set off his father. If the tireless engine went berserk, then even if the Mars was able to survive the powerful phase lord's wrath, the expert mechs would definitely not be able to resist getting impaled by the so-called Saint Piercer. How do you want to engage the Phase Lord? Venerable Orphan asked. We get close and try to stick to his flanks and rear at all times. General Ark answered. We cannot separate ourselves from Lekoi. Doing so will give the Girard fleet very clear shots against our expert mechs. Only by staying close to our targets will the enemy warships and strike craft refrain from opening fire against us for fear of hitting the tireless engine's precious son. Nuncers valued family very much, and they were also very hierarchical. General Ark already knew that the Nuncers hated friendly fire with a passion. Landing a single hit on Lekoi would probably be a death sentence for the spacers and officers responsible for making this happen. This was why the expert mechs needed to use Lekoi's considerable bulk as a shield against enemy fire. The other expert pilots had no objection to this plan. They were predominantly melee mechs anyway, so they were bound to fight up close regardless. Who will try to catch his attention? The enemy Phase Lord needs a target to fixate on, or else we all have to be on guard against his powerful attacks. I will, General Ark said. My expert mech is the strongest and it is also in the best condition. My machine is good at attracting attention. I can guarantee you that Lekoi will not divert his attention to you as long as you do not give him a reason to look in your direction. The expert pilots of the 77th Warborn had trained in comparable virtual training scenarios in the past. They all roughly understood how they needed to coordinate with each other. Against a Phase Lord like Lekoi, it was important to give the large enemy a reason to fixate on one machine above the rest. General Ark voluntarily assumed the most difficult responsibility out of a sense of duty but also ambition. There was no better way to squeeze beyond the limits of his current potential than to attract the ire of a Phase Lord. While there was still a chance that the expert mechs might win against Lekoi, the victory margins were depressingly thin. The best way to turn this entire situation around was for an ace pilot to emerge and beat down the Phase Lord in a short amount of time. This confrontation presented General Ark with the best opportunity yet to accomplish his breakthrough. If it did not work, then General Ark did not have a lot of ideas to fall back upon. Attack, he urged the other Larkinson champions. Focus on disabling his autocannons first. Concentrate on punching through the armor next. We need to damage and cripple at least some of his phase water organs to deter him from pursuing us any further. The plan sounded simple, but this was anything but the case. As the four expert mechs closed in on the enemy Phase Lord, they all evaded the two heavy axe strikes and began to assail the Nunzer Phase Lord from different directions. Lekoi did not allow him to get swarmed without retaliation. The alien turned around a lot faster than the expert pilots expected and almost managed to avoid getting chopped into pieces by evading the twin axe strikes. Though the powerful machines managed to evade the attacks without issue, the problem was that the powerful axes also cleaved into dimensions, thereby producing strange spatial phenomena that turned the surroundings into a weak spatial hazard. The Phase Lord experienced no harm from this effect, but the same could not be said for many other people. The more Lekoi swung around his axes, the more the unnatural blades of the weapons destabilized the surrounding fabric of space. Unlike the Mars, which was able to bull through the messy spatial phenomena due to the power of its pilot, the expert mechs were much weaker. Their resonance shields strained each time they needed to reset a patch of space so that it behaved normally again. While General Ark and the rest were still glad that their powerful machines were able to resist the surrounding spatial activity, their resonance shields were depleting at an accelerated rate just by maneuvering around the Phase Lord. Sticking around Lekoi was not so safe either. One way or another, they had to gain the upper hand and defeat the enemy Phase Lords so fast that no petty ability would be able to block their vast might. However, the expert mechs had already begun to attack. The Riot stuck to the rear whenever possible and decided it was best to stick to the rear whenever possible. The machine had to juke frantically from time to time in order to avoid the vengeful hoof strikes coming from below. As the expert spearman mech's weapon made frequent contact with the azure energy shields that covered the alien, Venerable Orphan grinned in satisfaction when she saw that the segmented energy shields were crumbling quite quickly. Lekoi isn't wearing a high-quality raiment as we feared. He is fitted with generic shield generators, and there aren't as many of them, so his energy barriers are not that strong. We can win as long as we can get through. The expert pilots had already come to this conclusion a short while ago. The expert mechs began to strike at the azure energy shields more violently. Their space suppressors did a good job at weakening the energy defense, causing every segmented energy shield to fall at a faster rate. However, Lekoi also grew more aggressive as a result. His powerful axes swung harder and produced more spatial disturbances that were constantly getting in the way of the expert mechs. The Blade Chaser's resonance shield has dipped below 15%, 23% from my riot. Ark, whose Lionheart was still busy trying to buzz in front of the enemy Phase Lord as much as possible, knew that the risk of suffering casualties would be much greater once those resonance shields came down. He needed to turn the tables against the Phase Lord soon, or else the strike force of high-ranking mechs would meet its end on this battlefield. The Larkinson decided to bring out one of his big guns. Noah, it's time to perform. Ruor, a large white lion companion spirit emerged from his body and grew eager to strike a telling blow against Lekoi. Chapter 6267. A cleansing light. So far, none of the attacks launched by the expert mechs had stuck. The armored Phase Lord was not particularly agile or maneuverable in combat, but he was very well protected. His raiment granted him plenty of segmented azure energy shields, his spatial barrier remained fully intact and his physical armor had yet to sustain any damage. On the flip side, the son of the tireless engine was unable to land any effective blows on the expert mechs either. The Phase Lord's inherent physique and weapon choice made it very difficult for Lekoi to attack enemies harassing him from the sides or rear. Sure, he was able to generate spatial hazards that constantly weakened the resonance shields of the circling expert mechs, but that was the extent of his efforts. Occasionally, his armored legs attempted to kick out, but the expert pilots were way too sharp and alert for attacks like that to get struck. The only expert mech that was in serious danger was the Lionheart at the moment. General Ark voluntarily assumed the role of bait and made sure to make his expert mech glow brighter in order to attract more attention. The integrated luminaire crystal cannons persistently launched light beams at the Phase Lord's energy defenses. The expert command mech regularly dove forward in order to strike with its transphasic spear. It was difficult for Ark to keep his Lionheart in one piece. Lekoi grew increasingly angrier as his powerful transphasic axes continually failed to hit the Lionheart. The alien put so much power in each swing that Ark just knew that his Lionheart would lose its entire resonance shield if it got struck by a solid axe blow. Any subsequent hits were bound to deplete the azure energy shield and penetrate the transphasic armor system of the Lionheart. The majestic white lion reflected his principal's inherent majesty, as well as his pride. Not content with having a mere cat, Ark truly took pride in having his companion spirit take the form of a lion. Though Ark wanted to put all of his focus on evasion in order to minimize the probability of getting struck by his adversary's dangerous axes, he knew that he couldn't afford to play it safe. The expert mechs were racing against time. The longer this bout dragged on, the faster their defenses got depleted. Lekoi could easily outlast his opponents just by making sure they couldn't get away. Since that was the case, Ark grew more desperate to break the deadlock. Hence why he finally decided to let Noah out of his cage. The Lionheart started to back off a bit. The expert mech still hovered close enough that it had to dodge repeated axe attacks, but it was able to earn enough of a reprieve to stow away its transphasic spear and retrieve another weapon. A bright white hyper-plasma sword came online. It immediately lit up like a light bulb, which somehow caused the weapon to become more powerful due to the integration of light-attributed hyper-materials. General Ark had used the cleansing light enough times to know that it was overkill against most opponents. The Lionheart struggled to power the Terran-developed plasma weapon, and could not keep it active and at full power for long. Yet so long as the cleansing light remained active, its damage potential was the highest out of all of the armaments of the Lionheart. This was the weapon that Ark wanted to gamble upon to win this bout and open up an escape route for his strike force. As Ark contemplated on what he intended to do, he already began to feel as if he was living up to the duties and responsibilities as a saint. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he could already feel his bottleneck beginning to loosen. His intuition sent him a clear message that as long as he proved his valor before this powerful Phase Lord, he may be able to fulfill his dream today. With that thought in mind, Ark became more decisive as he was willing to gamble everything on his upcoming performance. The other expert pilots weren't stupid. They already had a pretty good idea of what Ark intended to do. It was a high-risk gambit as the consequences were dramatic if the mech commander failed to achieve any of his objectives. I am about to go all out. I will pull out all of the stops. General Ark warned his fellow expert pilots. I will not be able to keep this up for long, but I should be able to breach at least one layer of defense. Take advantage of my actions and try your best to wear this Phase Lord down. Once I have reached my limit, my willpower and the systems of my mechs will suffer from the overexertion. If a miracle hasn't occurred, I won't be of much use in the remainder of the battle. If time wasn't so short, then the expert pilots would have tried to dissuade Ark from choosing this course of action. As it was, the situation had become so dire that none of them tried to propose an alternate plan. Go for it, sir. Success or failure, we need to try at least. We can't let this Nunzer phase lord grind us down. We need to take control of this battle. Noah, the companion spirit, entered the cleansing light and harmonized with it, thereby amplifying the strength of true resonance acting upon the high-tech weapon. The cleansing light not only glowed brighter due to this, but the plasma plume also started to ripple and fleetingly resemble the shape of a leaping lion at times. That was not all. General Ark intended to borrow help from another source. Illustrious one, hear my plea and lend me your light. The design spirit of the Lionheart readily answered the call. The Illustrious One had already been paying close attention to this battle from the start of this operation. The silhouette of a glowing humanoid alien appeared above the cleansing light before inhabiting the weapon. While the design spirit had to share the same space with Noah, the Illustrious One was nonetheless able to empower the blessed weapon as it was originally designed for the purpose. The intensity of light output multiplied even further as a design spirit centered around light dramatically amplified many of its properties. The light became so blinding that all of the nearby mechs had to reduce the sensitivity of their optical sensors in order to maintain a clear view of the battlefield. Annoying light, but futile. I am a god. I can stare at any star without blinding my eyes. Our divinity is beyond your capacity to understand. Most phase lords were indeed less susceptible to environmental hazards like excessively strong light sources. Nonetheless, Ark never intended to rely on flashing a bright light to overpower Lekoi. Making his weapon shine brighter made his mech and the plasma sword a lot stronger. Indeed, the potent weapon already started to shake a bit as it was not able to maintain the same degree of stability as before. Though the weapon was unlikely to break due to its excellent construction and tolerance towards overloading, it undoubtedly needed a lot of maintenance if the weapon continued to operate far above safety parameters. Yet as powerful as the cleansing light had become, this was still not enough. Ark intended to fight against Lekoi with the strength of an ace mech as opposed to a really powerful expert mech. There needed to be a clear and potent division in power between the Lionheart's previous attacks and the upcoming strikes. General Ark still had another ace up his sleeve. This one was technological rather than mystical in nature. Instead of praying to another design spirit or whatever, Ark simply reached out with his arm and flipped a few switches. This simple action produced a terrifying consequence, as many of the safety limiters that were designed to keep the cleansing light stable were suddenly turned offline. Activate Giant Slayer mode. A huge amount of power began to channel through the cleansing light. If not for the fact that Ark was already a high-tier expert pilot, the plasma sword would have blown up by this time. As it was, General Ark gritted his teeth as he forcibly used his willpower to contain the cleansing light's violent power as much as possible. The reason why Vase, the original designer of this adapted Terran weapon, included this feature was because he designed for a scenario exactly like the current situation. Expert mechs didn't always get to choose what they fought against. If a phase whale ever showed up, then the designers of the Lionheart wanted to make sure that the powerful high-tier expert mech had a weapon that could take a real bite out of a phase lord. As the plasma blade of the cleansing light had grown at least 10 times taller and wider, Lekoi grew incredibly alarmed at the sight. His phase lord's senses easily perceived the enormous concentration of power locked inside this handheld weapon. If all of those potent energies discharged at once, then Lekoi did not feel confident in his ability to fend off the entire attack. The phase lord already started to back off and lift up his axes in a defensive posture, but the Lionheart quickly charged forward in order to bring down the bright white giant plasma blade. Do it, Ark. We're with you, General. Take this phase lord down a notch. The other expert mechs did not possess any attacks of comparable power, but they fully took advantage of the Lionheart's threatening action by going on the offensive. The Riot, the Sea Man, the Blade Chaser and the Greenix all struck the phase lord's segmented azure energy shields at abandon, causing them to pop at an accelerated rate. Meanwhile, General Ark constantly struggled to maintain control over his vastly amplified weapon. The act of using such an exaggeratingly dangerous weapon to strike at a phase lord was so glorious and magnificent that he could feel his bottleneck loosen even further. So long as he managed to land a telling blow against Lekoi, General Ark practically became certain that he would trigger his second apotheosis. The strong desire to transcend to sainthood seemed to encourage the Lionheart and cause it to swing the giant plasma blade against the multi-layered defenses of the enemy phase lord. Let there be light. RWOOOOOAAAAR. A blinding flash ensued from the moment the plasma blade struck the segmented azure energy shields. The transphasic defenses seemed to evaporate upon contact. The power of the souped-up plasma sword proved to be far too much for the alien shield generators to handle. The blessed, empowered and overloaded plasma sword went on to burn against the spatial barrier. Lukoy became panicked as his poor spatial barrier sustained damage as if it had crashed right against a star. Though the spatial barrier lasted a lot longer due to its inherent strength, the faceless warrior was unable to sustain it for long. Even as the giant plasma blade started to fizzle out, the spatial barrier of the recently ascended Phase Lord gave in first. We did it. The Phase Lord is vulnerable. General Ark wanted to push the plasma sword right through the transphasic axis and cut straight through Lukoy's raiment, but before he could do so, the Phase Lord finally reacted in desperation. The Nuncer's arm blurred in motion. The Phase Lord tossed his precious weapons. Two axes abruptly collided against the Lionheart. One of them struck the Lionheart's resonance shield with so much force that the defensive layer burst entirely. The other axe proceeded to slam into the Lionheart's waist, impacting it so strongly that the axe blade cut into the armor and damaged much of the internal components underneath. Though the damage did not sound too critical, the greater problem was that the double impacts pushed the Lionheart back just enough for Lukoy to actually duck and evade the gigantic plasma. You missed. You almost had him, Ark. Though General Ark quickly asserted control over his machine and tried to swing his overloaded plasma sword at the Phase Lord yet again, the cleansing light could no longer handle the strain. The weapon malfunctioned and fizzled before Ark could get off another swing. No. Chapter 6268. The consequences of his own actions. He almost made it through. If his cleansing light could just strike at Lukoy's raiment and burn through the armor plating, the Lionheart would have been able to inflict real harm on the Phase Lord's body. Even if the damage ended up fairly superficial, the symbolic value of such a strike could not be overstated. It was a powerful sign that the expert mechs posed a fatal threat against the relatively young and inexperienced Phase Lord. As long as the tireless engine and his son weren't stupid, the best and most logical decision they could make was to back off and allow the raiding human mechs to retreat without any further incident. Yet all of that became moot because General Ark failed to inflict the decisive blow that could frighten the Phase Lords into giving way. The mech general felt crushed by his near success. Almost. Succeeding yielded certain results that were still very favorable to the strike force. The cleansing light in full Johnstaler mode at least managed to burn through a lot of segmented azure energy shields to deny the alien full coverage and also burned its way through the crucial spatial barrier. The effective neutralization of Lukoy's energy defenses meant that it became a lot easier for the strike force to inflict permanent and telling damage onto the Nunzer Phase Lord. Lukoy still enjoyed the protection of his raiment, which was equivalent to transphasic hyper-armor system of a first-class mech, but that was much easier to deal with for the gathered Larkinson expert mechs. They just needed to target the weak points and get past the armor layers in order to inflict real physical damage. Of course, the expert mechs still needed to put in a lot of work in order to actually threaten the Phase Lord's life. Lukoy was larger than several mechs put together, so the expert mechs either needed to damage a lot of biotissue, or inflict enough penetrating damage to the brain or another well-protected organ. Ark and the other Larkinson expert pilots had already gained a good idea of Lukoy's temper. While the young Nunzer Phase Lord was indeed a cut above other Nunzer warriors, he was not as tempered and experienced as his father. He also valued his life a lot more than his courage. Lukoy had just become a Phase Lord. He had a whole new life ahead of him as a mighty god among the native aliens. Why should he risk his life to defeat a bunch of expert mechs when he had not even begun to develop his potential as a deity? The massive blow inflicted by the cleansing light had most definitely spooked the Phase Lord and caused him to lose much of his confidence as a god. It turned out that even after his body grew larger and tougher, he could still be killed like a common Nunzer if he bumped into the wrong opponents. The alien Phase Lord had already tried to put a lot more distance between himself and the expert mech that was almost responsible for burning through all of his defensive layers. The transphasic hyper-axes that he had thrown out just earlier automatically spun around and looped back to his position. Lukoy caught the spinning axes in an obviously trained motion, but his stance had already switched from an offensive one to a defensive one. It was clear that Lukoy had already lost most of his courage. His heart was not in the battle anymore. In this regard, General Ark had produced a fantastic result. The threat posed by Lukoy was not as great as it was before. Even the warships and phase fighters hovering in the background reduced their activity for fear that one of their errant shots might actually strike the phase lord's raiment. The massive blow that the Lionheart had struck against Lukoy also dealt a major blow to the morale of the Gerard fleet. The growing doubts, fears and hesitation would definitely have a negative impact on the performance of the surrounding aliens. They became significantly easier to manage so long as their morale did not recover in the next few minutes. In short, General Ark's amazing feat had given the remaining expert mechs a much better chance of making it out alive. This was a feat to be celebrated, but General Ark's mood did not reflect this positive outcome at all. Dismay marked his expression as he felt anything but a winner after he had inflicted the most powerful attack that he had ever channeled through a mech in his career up to this point. I failed. Ruor, a tired and deflated-looking Noah, returned from the cleansing light and hopped back inside Ark in order to rest. The companion spirit had tried to pump as much power into the plasma sword as possible. He had worked hard to make the attack succeed, and while his efforts largely got rewarded, the failure at the very end struck the spiritual lion just as hard as his principal. For a moment, General Ark lost complete awareness of his expert mech, the other expert mechs, Lukoy and all of the other elements of the battlefield. His mind had entered into a pit of despair as his near success continually mocked and taunted him for his inability to pull off his entire attack. The last-second pushback that Ark failed to guard against had ruined his moment of splendor. He could still remember how his bottleneck had become so frail that it only took a small amount of effort to completely break it apart and attain his breakthrough. Yet because of his failure to anticipate and respond against Lukoy's surprising decision to throw his twin axes, General Ark had missed out on completing a deed that would have become a part of his glorious legend. This final failure at the end devastated Ark because he had lost the closest opportunity to break through to ace pilot in this battle, and perhaps for the entire duration of the current campaign. His bottleneck had firmed up with a vengeance. Whereas it previously felt as if it had turned into a paper screen that could easily be torn with the slightest of touches, now it had turned into a solid alloy wall that could not be broken no matter how many times Ark banged his head against the surface. The negative consequences of the earlier overloaded attack also didn't help. He had pushed his cleansing light so far that it had become busted. Many small and complicated internal components had been pushed so far above their tolerance levels that they had exploded or fizzled out. Ark's willpower had only temporarily forced them to stay intact, but as soon the true resonance receded, reality came back with a vengeance. His Lionheart was not in a good shape either. The mech supplied a lot of power to the weapon, so the power lines and energy transmission systems had endured a huge load that damaged a lot of internal components. The expert command mech might not look too damaged from the outside, but its internal situation had become a lot messier. General Ark no longer had the confidence that he would be able to maintain the performance of a high-tier expert mech. This was why his earlier move had been such a gambit for him. If he succeeded and managed to break through, then he had no doubt that his forced resonance at the ace mech level would have magically repaired all of the overstressed internal components and even make them a lot stronger in the process. Yet because he failed to break through, Ark became stuck with the consequences of his own actions. His combat effectiveness had dropped so much that he wouldn't be of any use in the fight against Lukoy anymore. Venerable Orphan, Venerable Vincent, Venerable Imon and Venerable Kolik were on their own going forward. By attempting to play the hero and betting everything on a single power move, General Ark effectively lost all of his capital and could no longer participate in the game anymore. It would already be a challenge for him to keep the Lionheart in a good enough condition to safely retreat to the stealth carrier hiding further away. Had he made the right choice? Did he proceed with an action that benefited him the most at the expense of imperiling his subordinates and comrades? Ark conceived of this entire operation for the purpose of putting him to the test. He had been so confident that he would be able to pull off a grand feat and successfully overcome his bottleneck in a magnificent blaze of glory. He had invested so much in this attempt. He had willingly separated himself from the rest of the 77th Warborn for the purpose of allowing him to fight without the amplification provided by his subordinates. His Lionheart had indeed lost a lot of combat effectiveness due to this risky decision, but it had also allowed him to rediscover what it was like to pilot a mech by himself and bring him closer to his own power as opposed to the strength borrowed from the belief of so many people. When it came down to it, Ark's true motivation had been to break through by relying on his own power for the most part. Sure, other factors such as Noah, the Lionheart and the Illustrious One contributed to his attempt, but that still did not take away from the fact that Ark had almost managed to pierce his bottleneck by himself. Yet almost was not enough in this instance. As Ark continued to wallow in his malaise, he could already feel the disappointment and recriminations from the other Larkinson. Expert pilots. They were all high-tier expert pilots like himself. They all knew what he had done and how his failure put them all in trouble. There was no need for them to exchange any words because their willpower already communicated their true feelings. I'm a failure. Fortunately, Ark at least possessed enough sense to slowly pick himself up and focus on the job. What do we do, Ark? Venerable Imon asked. The male Ingvar sibling did not express much resentment towards Ark. To him, failure was a natural part of life. Everyone failed once in a while. Imon was much more interested in addressing the immediate future rather than retreading the recent past. I have done my work, Ark said in a measured tone. Lekoi's energy shields and spatial barrier are gone. It is up to you to pick up where I have left off and beat the Phase Lord so badly that he no longer wishes to pursue us anymore. It will be harder for you to cope with him without my attempts to distract him, but you can do it. Those transphasic axes are deadly, but their reach is short and their wielder can't swing them all that quickly. Just as the remaining 4 combat-capable expert mechs were ready to resume their fight, a sudden change occurred. Patriarch Reginald actually transmitted a warning over the command channel. Ark, get out of the way. Ark and Reginald had fought alongside each other often enough for the former to trust the latter without reserve. The Lionheart already started to juke away before Reginald could finish his words. General Ark did not need any further motivation to desperately move his expert mech to the side as he could already feel the approach of a very acute threat. Ark's deep connection with his second skin mech caused him to experience a piercing pain on his arm. Outside of his cockpit, the Lionheart's right arm suddenly broke apart at the elbow as a fairly large and sharp polearm had almost pierced through the back of the high-tier expert mech. Fortunately, the Lionheart had ultimately evaded quickly enough to sacrifice an arm. As for the weapon that had almost impaled the expert mech, it had already come to an abrupt stop before Lekoi. The Phase Lord recognized the weapon and immediately tossed aside his precious transphasic axes to grip the recently developed spear that looked a bit too long and thick in his arms. The tireless engine had actually passed his Saint Piercer to his son. Where is your courage, my son? I am ashamed of you. It is not a fault to flinch away from a powerful attack, but it is a sin for a god to lose your confidence on the battlefield. Take my arms and redeem your honor by slaying these insolent humans. Demonstrate through your actions that you will not allow this pathetic collection of failed gods to claim victory over you. Fight, or live in disgrace. The admonishment lit a fire in Lekoi's heart. The Phase Lord's doubts and fears burned away. The powerful alien only had fury and indignation in his eyes. Chapter 6269 Lethality, you are crazy. Patriarch Reginald Cross roared as he witnessed his adversary throwing away his strongest weapon. Why would you do that? You have thrown away every chance of winning this duel. As he spoke, his Mars fired a furious salvo of resonance-empowered energy beams from the Arceus system and swooped in to slash the tireless engine's body with the whale-cutting saber. The tireless engine may have lost his main weapon, but he quickly retrieved a spare spear from his pocket space that was proportional for his current size and barely managed to block the heavy saber swing. The two powerhouses had been going at it for a while. The Mars had received more cuts and puncture marks on its armor. A few strikes from the Saint Piercers even managed to dig a little deeper into the torso armor, causing the Mars to suffer minor performance issues. Entire sections of armor plating had become compromised due to this powerful experimental weapon. While the Mars managed to elude more serious damage, the degradation of armor left these sections particularly vulnerable to follow-up attacks. The tireless engine was in a better condition. Though the upper-tier Lesser Phase Lord endured so many hits from the Arceus system and the whale-cutting saber that large parts of his fur had been removed, most of the injuries were proportionally only skin-deep. The physical resilience of the Phase Water-empowered flesh was not trivial. The Arceus system needed to focus a lot of attacks on a single body part in order to inflict more serious damage onto a Phase Lord. Their outer skin and flesh practically functioned as an organic form of armor that was capable of withstanding a lot of attacks while preventing actual crippling damage. Try as he might, Patriarch Reginald was unable to concentrate on all of his attacks. The tireless engine had become small and mobile enough to spread much of the incoming blows across the surface of his entire body. Of course, much of the reason why the tireless engine was able to avoid receiving too much damage to his weak points was because he was constantly swinging the Saint Piercer around. As long as the Phase Lord launched a strike that had a small chance of hitting the Mars, the latter had no choice but to err on the side of caution and pull back in order to avoid getting impaled or cut in half. This was why Reginald didn't understand his adversary's latest move. Why would Gerard throw away his only means of effectively damaging the Mars and keep his body in decent condition? You foolish false god, my incompetent son requires the Saint Piercer more than I. More importantly, I do not need to kill you today. I only need to delay you, and I can do so without my best weapon. I have already built up my reputation, but my offspring has yet to do so. I shall not forgive him if he does not acquit himself well. With his new arms, he has no reason to fail. The tireless engine actually cared more about his son than himself. I will kill you for this. Reginald roared. Without your super spear, you won't be able to hold me back. Whatever weapon you are wielding right now is not enough to deter my Mars. The Mars and the tireless engine clashed several times. The ace mech persistently circled around and swooped in for the attack. The tireless engine was able to parry the whale-cutting saber numerous times with his backup spear, but its lack of penetration power made it very difficult for the Phase Lord to launch any counterattacks. This was especially the case when the ace mech's Saint Kingdom still remained intact. Even so, Gerard still acted as if he was amused. It was as if he had already dismissed Patriarch Reginald and the Mars as a threat. I do not fear you anymore, you foolish tiny false god in a metal machine. Before I arrived at this front, I received an abundance of warnings about the threat posed by ace pilots and ace mechs, like yours. After fighting against you, I have discovered that the warnings are only partially true. Not all saints are as threatening. Reginald felt indigent not just for himself, but for all ace pilots. Do not underestimate us. We possess the capacity to kill any Phase Lord, especially lesser ones like you. I will not allow you to belittle my ace mech. You cannot stop me from diminishing your lethality. Your hot machine may pose a danger against my incompetent son, but it cannot threaten me. My divine physique is too large. Your machine carries so many weapons, but none of them are powerful enough. Even your large blade is too short to inflict more than shallow wounds on my body. In other words, the tireless engine felt secure in his bout against the Mars because he was convinced the Mars lacked a killer weapon that could inflict crippling damage onto his true body. Though Reginald tried to deny this possibility, he was not delusional enough to deny this obvious truth. As much as he wanted to refute the insult, the ace pilot couldn't do so, because he held these complaints as well. There were times when piloting the Mars that he lamented the lack of strong killing of his ace mech. This was especially when he fought alongside other ace mechs that performed much better in this regard. Sure, they were mostly swordsman mechs or rifleman mechs that lacked the versatility of the Mars, but that allowed them to specialize their configurations until they became really good at making use of their primary weapons. The Mars had a lot of different weapons that it was like a cruder version of a first-class multi-purpose mech. As proud and happy as Reginald was with all of the options he had at his disposal, none of them possessed enough lethality. He still had a few weapon systems left that he had been holding back at this time. The shoulder-mounted missile launchers of the Mars were filled with a mix of utility missiles and transphasic hyper missiles that were quite destructive. Unfortunately, the missiles weren't lethal enough against a Phase Lord like the tireless engine. At most, they could blast away a lot of flesh and blood, but that was far from dealing a crippling blow against this Phase Lord. The shotgun had already been taken out of action, but even if the Mars was still able to make use of it, none of the shells were capable of inflicting strong enough piercing damage. Reginald had no choice but to conclude that the smug Phase Lord was right. His Mars lacked the raw killing power needed to land an immediate killing blow against the tireless engine. The Mars needed to steadily grind the Phase Lord down, but all of that cost a lot of time and resources that the ace mech might not necessarily have. In the meantime, the tireless engine could easily endure the assault due to his prodigious body and near-endless stamina. The Phase Lord was more than willing to throw away a part of his pride and dignity so long as he was able to hold back the Mars from doing anything to his son. It was funny how the tables turned all of a sudden. Previously, the Mars tried its best to prevent the tireless engine from interfering with the other fight. Now, it was the Nunzer warlord who wanted to prevent the Mars from coming to the rescue. This had major consequences as the Larkinson expert mechs were all forced to contend against a shamed but angry Phase Lord that was out to redeem his reputation. My weapon shall impale each and every one of you. No human is allowed to escape my reach. The expert mechs were constantly trying to back off, but the reinvigorated faceless warrior utilized his mastery over space to warp forward and catch up to the fleeting machines. The expert mechs had no choice but to defend against spear-wielding Phase Lord and prevent themselves from getting struck by the Saint Piercer as much as possible. The intuition of all of the expert pilots constantly set off alarms in their heads whenever Lekoi swung or lunged with his powerful new weapon. Though Lekoi was not as skilled as his father, he clearly received enough training in the spear to be able to utilize it effectively enough. Careful, General. Out of all the expert mechs that harassed and attacked him so far, Lekoi reserved the greatest ire towards the Lionheart and its pilot. It was no surprise that the Phase Lord wanted to take revenge on this expert mech first. This was especially the case when he discovered that the white machine no longer performed as well as before. Your life is forfeit, Larkin's on. Just as the Phase Lord rushed down the evading Lionheart and attempted to impale its torso, the Riot charged forward and thrust his spear into the flank of the Nunzer Phase Lord. There were not energy barriers in the way this time. The only defense in the way was the thick protection provided by the raiment, but the Riot's transphasic spear easily punched through the layers and ultimately pierced into the flesh. The other expert mechs did not remain idle either. The Blade Chaser boldly flew behind the head of Lekoi and utilized its twin blades to savage the relatively fragile rear side of the Phase Lord's helmet. The Sea-Man and the Tiny Sea-and teamed up to attack the rear side of the Phase Lord's armored body. By punching away at a particularly sensitive place on the backside of the Faceless Warrior, Venerable Vincent sought to spook the Phase Lord and divert his attention. The Greenix meanwhile approached one of the rear limbs and began to hack away at the thigh armor with its massive transphasic axe. The heavy blows cut deeply into the armor and had already begun to dig into the thick alien leg underneath. These simultaneous assaults were not immediately crippling, but getting damaged in these places alarmed Lekoi so much that he had to pull out of his attempt to impale the Lionheart. Cease. The Phase Lord released a powerful spatial blast that pushed all of the nearby machines away. Most of them were already close to losing their resonance shields, so they were much less able to weather all of the spatial hazards generated by their adversary. Though Lekoi wanted to resume his assault against the Lionheart, he already figured out that doing so was futile when there were 4 expert mechs that were metaphorically digging into his heels. The new Phase Lord was clever enough that he could attain better results if he targeted another expert mech. Watch out for his spear. He is turning on us. He wants to finish us first. All of the expert pilots already had a good read on Lekoi's speed and maneuverability. They were already moving their expert mechs away in order to keep their distance against the so-called Saint Piercer. However, their intuition suddenly spiked in alarm as the Phase Lord made a surprising move. He's purging his raiment. With the exception of his helmet, Lekoi abruptly shed all of his armor. It hadn't been doing anything too useful now that most of its Azure Shield generators had reached their limits. The layers of armor offered a bit of protection, but it was not enough against these expert mechs. The Phase Lord made a spontaneous decision to rid himself of all of these burdens. Now that his body had become free, the helmeted Phase Lord turned around with greater speed than before and thrust his Saint Piercer upwards towards the nearest expert mech. I'm on. The Blade Chaser was not a slow machine, and it had already made good distance from its previous position. Unfortunately, the Faceless Warrior spun around a bit faster. Combined with the fact that the Saint Piercer actually had a lot of reach as it was meant to be wielded by a slightly larger Phase Lord, the threatening speared IP made out of experimental alloys shot at the Blade Chaser Mark II with the speed of a projectile. Though Imon tried to make his expert mech evade to the side at the last instant, it was too late. The tip of the Saint Piercer punched through the very weak resonance shield that was already on the verge of failing and easily pierced through the rear armor. The special spear turned out to be equally as effective in piercing through transphasic armor plating and continued to penetrate forward without encountering any meaningful resistance. Just an instant later, the Saint Piercer breached the cockpit, completely obliterated the human body sitting within, and pierced straight through the frontal armor of the defenseless expert mech. Every Larkinson pilot widened their eyes in horror as the sight of Lekoi impaling the Blade Chaser Mark II through the upper torso became forever seared in their minds. IMOOOOOOOON. Chapter 6270. The ties that bind light years away from the Ducast system, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had already become embroiled in their own battles against the invading aliens. More alien reinforcements arrived in the Arvist Lima system and had begun to make a persistent push against the fortified planet defended by the humans. Among the many mechs that took part in the defense of the star system, one of the most prominent machines aside from the Ace mechs was the Minerva. The valiant and feminine-looking masterwork expert mech reigned over the Larkinson mechs like a war queen overseeing her troops. With the living sentinel mechs maintaining a protective formation around her expert command mech, Commander Casella Ingvar of the Larkinson clan continued to commandeer tens of thousands of living mechs. Each of the affected machines glowed with power as they borrowed a faint amount of true resonance from the Minerva. Their performance skyrocketed as a result. Each of them performed similar to quasi-expert mechs as their attacks, their damage resistance and their other properties significantly exceeded their physical limitations. This turned the Larkinson army into one of the best-performing mech groups on the battlefield. Commander Casella and the cooperating Larkinson mech units frequently relied on this powerful approach to produce lots of results and earn lots of war merits in battle. Though the dramatic performance of the Minerva and all of the machines that glowed in dark gold attracted a lot of hostile attention towards the expert command mech, Commander Casella was more than capable of holding her own in most fights. If that was not enough, the Dark Zephyr Mark III or any of the other ace mechs on the battlefield would be glad to intercept any threats that the Minerva and her commandeered mechs couldn't handle by themselves. While the alien phase fighters and warships that pressed onto the Arvist Lima system had numbers on their side, the defenders could still rely on a combination of superior equipment and fortifications to hold their ground. This meant that Commander Casella did not have to worry about an immediate collapse. She continued to remain confident as she fought back against the invading aliens and commanded her subordinates as best she could. Whenever she was fighting at her peak, she stretched her multitasking ability to the limit. She paid attention to so many variables that it was impossible for any ordinary human to keep track of so many moving parts. So far, nothing happened in the orbital battle that merited any special cause for concern or alarm. Yet for whatever reason, Commander Casella had begun to feel slightly apprehensive starting from the morning she woke up earlier today. The faint sensation of unease did not seem connected to any impending disaster in the Arvist Lima system, so she dismissed it and focused on her more immediate affairs. The problem was that her unsettling feeling did not go away. It had always lingered in the background, and steadily grew stronger as time went by. It started to make her more guarded and alert. What if it was a premonition of an imminent surprise attack by the phase whales? Though she did not have enough information to alert other leaders over her currently baseless concerns, she kept this uneasy consideration in mind, but did not allow it to disrupt her rhythm. As soon as the latest battle commenced, Casella naturally pushed this matter aside in favor of commanding and assisting her mech units as best as possible. Yet the feeling had never disappeared. Ignoring it helped to keep her focused, but she found it much harder to get rid of her unease when it abruptly grew stronger. For whatever reason, her concerns grew, yet she still did not know why. After putting a bit more thought in this phenomenon, she tentatively concluded that it was not herself that was the problem. Her concerns grew a lot stronger all of a sudden. Casella became a lot more high-strung. It was as if she was locked in battle against a predator that was powerful enough to chew up her Minerva. How could this be? Her expert command mech was positioned well to the rear. The native aliens were unable to target her battle partner from this distance. In addition, as prominent as her performance may be, the assaulting aliens had much greater priorities to deal with. It was not worth it for them to overreach in order to make an attempt at her life. Minutes passed by as Casella continually tried but failed to discern the source of her unease. If she was not engaged in battle, then she might have been able to deduce the origin of her discomfort, but she did not enjoy this luxury at the moment. Any significant distraction in a large-scale engagement could easily lead to the deaths of tens, hundreds if not thousands of human lives. Casella was not irresponsible enough to let her personal issues inflict disaster onto others. She tried her best to focus on the ongoing battle, becoming more mindful of the fact that the alien phase fighters were inflicting heavy casualties onto the under-equipped interceptors of the Starfighter Corps. The Red Fleet had the right idea by forming this new division, but the fleeters were far too stingy when it came to investing in quality starfighters. The inability for the Starfighter Corps to contain the alien phase fighters meant more work for the mechs under her command. The Larkinson mechs frequently had to come to the rescue in order to prevent the Starfighter units from collapsing entirely. As Casella did what she could to preserve the lives of as many human Starfighter pilots as possible, her heart suddenly wrenched as if an enemy had stabbed her from the back. The interruption was violent and shocking enough that she briefly lost her control of all of her commandeered mechs. Though the expert pilot quickly recovered and made up for her lapse, she still felt incredibly distressed for reasons that weren't immediately clear. What happened? She gasped as she reached out to clutch her chest. Her heart was beating madly, and her mood was beginning to decline for reasons unknown. What did I lose? Casella realized that she became hurt. She became afflicted by a mental wound that was so severe that it would have affected her much more severely if she realized the cause for her escalating distress. Now that her mental anguish became a lot stronger, she was finally able to pin down the cause why she was experiencing this inexplicable ordeal. It is not me, it is my brother. Only a threat directed at her brother could make her feel this concerned. To be honest, Gisela hadn't actively thought about Imon for a while. Her brother wanted to develop his strength and prove that he could stand on his own by serving in another mech force than the expeditionary fleet. Though Gisela made sure to keep in touch with Imon from time to time, the physical separation between the two prevented them from remaining as close to each other as before. Imon was clearly doing well enough within the 77th Warborn Mech Division. General Ark Larkinson was a competent mech commander, and while she did not entirely agree with his direction, she entrusted the Patriarch's uncle to keep Imon out of trouble that he couldn't handle. She was well aware that it was impossible to truly protect Imon from every threat. Piloting mechs was inherently dangerous, and every battle could spell his end. However, with so many Larkinson expert pilots as well as Patriarch Reginald Cross fighting alongside Imon, Gisela did not have any serious concerns about her brother's safety and well-being. At least that was supposed to be the case. For her to feel as if her heart was literally bleeding meant that something must have gone very wrong with her brother. Though Gisela still tried to keep up with her responsibilities in the ongoing battle, she couldn't stop herself from diverting a bit more attention to what had happened to her brother. She tried to reach out to him with her mind. Gisela and Imon had been very close for a long time. The two had even developed a mysterious bond of sorts after becoming expert pilots. Though the bond did not really make a big difference so long as Gisela did not commandeer Imon's expert mech, the two were vaguely able to sense each other's state. Right now, Gisela felt nothing from the other side. "I need to know what happened to him," she said in a more desperate tone. She couldn't activate her comm and call Imon directly. Ordinary communications were locked down in war zones, especially active ones. The Minerva gave her battle partner a helpful suggestion. The living expert mech had been tracking all of Gisela's concerns through the man-machine connection. "Ask the Golden Cat. The ancestral spirit will not refuse your request." That was a good suggestion. Goldie. Naya. A small manifestation of the Golden Cat appeared inside the cockpit in an instant. The fact that the spiritual entity answered the summons so promptly was a bad sign. The cat's reluctant appearance was another bad sign. Commander Gisela's mood sunk even lower as she received a second clue that something terrible had happened to her brother. "Goldie, tell me the truth. What happened to Imon?" The Golden Cat's ears drooped as the cat made a mournful yell. "Naya, did he get involved in a tough battle? Nya, is he injured? Nya, is he dead? Naya." Several seconds passed by as Gisela processed the response. Though she did not understand cat speech, she was able to feel the emotions conveyed by the Golden Cat clear as day. There was absolutely no ambiguity in Goldie's responses. That included the last one. Though Gisela wanted to press Goldie for more confirmation and details, she was not a stupid expert pilot. The truth had become clear. To deny it was not only folly, but also an insult to her intelligence. Her body grew hotter while her eyelids shook. A wellspring of emotion surged from her wounded heart and surged into her head. Heat and anguish began to fill her mind as Gisela unwillingly acknowledged the truth. "My brother is dead. This should have never happened. General Ark told me he would watch out for him and keep him out of trouble. How could you fail to uphold your duty? What did you do to fail my brother so badly?" Commander Gisela regretted that she allowed her brother to leave her side. She just knew that if he remained within her reach, she would have been able to save him from whatever threat he faced. Yet because she was fighting in a completely different star system from her brother, she was unable to. "Why is my brother dead? Why aren't you here to account for yourself, Ark? How can you call yourself a mech commander when you can't save the life of a single expert pilot? Is his life that inconsequential to you, you callous jackal? I will never forgive you if you are to blame for my brother's death, Ark. Brother, if you are dead, then I will do whatever it takes to bring you back to life. I will break the boundary between life and death itself if that is what is necessary to revive you. This, I promise." Her vows along with her overflowing emotions was enough to send her over the edge. She smashed past her limitations and instantly triggered her second apotheosis. The Minerva suddenly exploded in power. No one in Arvist Lima expected for an expert command mech that was calmly overseeing the Larkinson mech units in a comfortable position to trigger such a powerful phenomenon all of a sudden. Many people immediately recognized what had happened. It's the Sentinel commander. She broke through. Our clan has just gained its third ace pilot. This is a fantastic day. Hail Saint Casella Ingvar. Chapter 6271. Elia. From the moment the Minerva exploded, the entire battlefield seemed to pause for a moment. The attacking Orvans still fired their weapons at their human opponents. The defending human assets fought back just as hard. However, both sides seemed to pull back on their aggression a bit and refrained from making any overly risky moves as they began to divert a bit of their attention to the breakthrough taking place in the rear of human lines. The Minerva clearly underwent a mysterious transformation that caused her to become stronger and more solid than ever. Not only that, the living mech gained an even stronger imprint of her increasingly more powerful pilot. Every human celebrated this phenomenon because it meant that the pilot had finally crossed a major junction in her career. Only the greatest and most valiant of expert pilots earned a promotion like this. For Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson to break through on the battlefield definitely proved to all of her supporters that she was truly meant for greatness. She's still so young. First, Tusa, then Isabel, and now Casella. What is it with this generation of the Larkinsons that enables them to race through the ranks and transcend into sainthood 2 or 3 faster than most other mech pilots? I thought that ace pilots only had a realistic chance of breaking through when they have reached their 80s. It has to be the age of dawn. Exotic radiation does something funny to all of these powerful pilots, and the Larkinson clan happens to possess greater expertise in hyper-technology and e-technology than others. No matter, it is surprising that the older generation of Larkinsons are letting themselves get overtaken by pilots who weren't even born yet when they had entered their prime. According to my intelligence, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson, General Ark Larkinson and Venerable Davia Stark are projected to have the highest chance of breaking through, but the Larkinson clan consistently defies those expectations. There is a pattern to this madness. It has to do with their culture and martial traditions. The Larkinson soldiers are notably more daring and courageous than others. They have embraced the new elites program more enthusiastically than many other groups. It is not a surprise that their younger expert pilots manage to ascend to sainthood first as their youth drives them to tackle greater challenges. They have not yet acquired the wisdom and temperance to conduct proper risk assessments. That doesn't make any sense. Commander Casella Ingvar is not known to be a risk-taker. The opposite is the case. She prefers to adopt more cautious strategies. Her approach towards combat clearly emphasizes loss mitigation over maximizing merit income. Just look at what her Minerva and her mech units have done since the start of the combat. They have remained passive all this time. Ace pilots do not make any sense to us. We know far too little about them. What I do know for certain is that each and every one of them has deserved their rank. They are called saints for good reasons. Whatever the case of Commander Casella Ingvar's breakthrough may be, Red Humanity welcomes the arrival of another ace pilot as well as a high-potential future god candidate. A breakthrough before she had reached the age of 50 at least indicates an excellent combination of talent, opportunity and discipline. Her chances of breaking through again in the following century are higher than many of her peers. What is the secret of the Larkinson clan? How can they produce so many saints? That is a good question. As many different parties continued to speculate on the cause of Commander Casella's breakthrough, the newly ascended ace pilot in question had just completed her highly eventful apotheosis. Many pilots would be happy to break through. Not Casella. Although she had dreamed about this for many days, she was definitely not in the mood to appreciate her newfound power. This was because for all of the power she and her companion spirit had gained, none of it could possibly bring her brother. It's not enough. It's not nearly enough. I can't bring him back yet. I need more power. I need more techniques. I need more opportunities. It was impossible to bring a dead expert pilot back from the dead. Though Casella did not know precisely how her brother died, her breakthrough had multiplied her intuition and gave her a much more instinctive idea on what caused him to die. All she knew that her brother had somehow been put up against a Nunzer phase lord, and that his powerful adversary had impaled a massive weapon through the cockpit and torso of his blade chaser. There was no coming back from this. No ordinary life-saving miracle could revive an expert pilot whose entire body got pulverized and split into messy organic particles before being spread across the vacuum of space. Faint images and impressions flashed through her mind. Her special bond with her brother must have caused her to receive them, but her conscious mind must have overlooked them due to the huge strain of commandeering tens of thousands of mechs. Unfortunately, the distance along with other factors massively degraded the contents of her brother's last transmission. It would have been much easier if his body or his head was still intact. Yet because that was not the case, there was only one conceivable way for Casella to bring her brother back from the dead. Time reversal. To be honest, Commander Casella Ingvar didn't know the first thing about manipulating the fabric of time. It was an extremely esoteric subject, and hardly any high-ranking mech pilot ever got play around with this mysterious force. Human technology did not seem to possess any means to travel back in time either. She already deduced that if red humanity possessed this capability, people would have already taken action to prevent a lot of serious disasters. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe there was a branch of humans that did manage to master this mysterious capability. The general public just didn't know about it, as exposing this trump card would have attracted far too many enemies. Regardless, Casella doubted that she would be able to ask them to pay a massive price just to revive a single high-tier expert pilot. What about the aliens? There were so many different alien species in the cosmos. The phase whales were masters of space. Had they already made any inroads into mastering time? Time and space were connected from what she knew. Even if no alien species in the Red Ocean had mastered the power to travel back in time, then surely there must be one in Messier 87. The supermassive galaxy was so large and powerful that it was bound to be filled with native aliens that mastered all kinds of reality-defying powers. When Casella made this realization, she had set a powerful new goal for herself. She wanted to do whatever it took to travel to Messier 87 and find a powerful alien that possessed the capacity to reverse time or travel back into the past. Her goal in seeking out an alien time sage was not to ask for this mysterious being's cooperation. She was not naive enough to assume that a prideful and arrogant alien powerhouse would condescend to cooperate with an extragalactic stranger even if she was willing to make serious concessions. Neither was her purpose to learn from the alien time master. She knew she was smarter than most of her peers, but that did not mean she could learn entirely different talents and disciplines from scratch. She had no confidence in her ability to learn and master anything related to a subject as difficult and abstruse as time manipulation. If she couldn't resort to these solutions, then there was only one feasible way she could bring back her brother with the talent and capabilities in her possession. She intended to take control of the alien time sage and force him to obey her whims. Command had always been her greatest talent and ability as an expert pilot. Now that she became an ace pilot, her ability to commandeer friendly mechs and mech pilots and bestow them with a measure of her power had become even stronger and far-reaching. Casella's multitasking ability had evolved so much that she felt she could commandeer the entirety of the Larkinson army if she wished. She could even reach out and commandeer non-living mechs belonging to third-party mech forces if she wanted, though the effectiveness would be much more reduced. It was not impossible for her to empower starfighters with her expanded capabilities. The newly ascended ace pilot did not feel she could do the same to warships, though. There was just something so fundamentally different about them that caused her command field to reject this very notion. Perhaps she could work on this limitation and remove it one day, but that would require her to commit to this, which she didn't feel like doing. Her command field did not just improve in terms of quantity. What she cared more was the quality of her empowerment ability. Just as she predicted, some, though not all of the mechs under sway had received a power-up that made them practically on par with low-tier expert mechs. Casella already instinctively understood that her new ability had only just begun to show its potential. A quick glance told her that her resonance strength had shot up to 130 lavares. This was enough for her to forcibly elevate just 35 mechs into temporary pseudo-expert mechs. However, as her resonance strength grew, she looked forward to doing the same to hundreds if not thousands of Larkinson mechs in the future. She could also increase the strength of the empowerment if she wished. This was rather difficult as she could only channel so much additional strength into weaker mechs. Perhaps she might be able to forcibly elevate them into mid-tier or even high-tier expert mechs one day, but her resonance strength not only needed to grow a lot stronger, but she also needed to master her commandeering ability to a finer degree. Casella could never accomplish this in the short term. She also doubted whether it was useful to force ordinary mechs to perform so far above their normal level. The machines would probably fall apart and collapse as if they had gone through a particularly violent instance of forced resonance. In any case, All of the new possibilities that she acquired by ascending to the rank of ace pilot sounded fantastic to a command-oriented pilot like herself, but she didn't care about them as much as she should. That was because none of these abilities could help her bring back her brother. One of the fundamental limitations of her commandeering ability was that it only worked on friendlies. Whether they were Larkinsons or not, the other party had to be willing to accept her influence. There was no way to go around this limitation. It was far too fundamental to her philosophy and command style. Since this was the case, how could she possibly force the cooperation of an alien time sage from Messier 87 if they refused to be controlled by her willpower? I can't do it, but my companion spirit can. Isn't that right, Elia? A large and powerful companion spirit emerged from her body. A winged snake covered by silvery scales majestically lit up the cockpit as she basked in her newfound power. Just as Commander Casella ascended into a saint, Elia simultaneously reached the second major cultivation rank as well. SSSHA. The most mysterious feature of this snake-like companion spirit was not her scales, nor her fluffy white wings. It was her mesmering yellow eyes. Elia did not previously possess such dazzling spheres a few minutes ago. She acquired them due to Casella's strong and overwhelming desire to gain the ability to control her enemies by force during her breakthrough. Though Elia's aura had grown a little more ominous due to this targeted mutation, Casella became pleased because she instinctively understood that her companion spirit successfully gained the potential to dominate the hostile and the unwilling. Together, we shall bring back our brother. SSSSHA. Chapter 6272 Divergent Saint Kingdom Commander Casella Ingvar never felt so driven as today. Though she did not consider herself to be muddle-headed in the past, she admitted that she hadn't exactly set a solid enough goal or ambition for herself. Merely wishing to become more powerful or to become a better protector and supporter of her brother was far from enough. That may have been enough for her to advance to the rank of expert pilot, but ace pilots had to reach a higher standard. Casella actually found it to be ironic that the primary driver of her breakthrough had been her inability to save her brother and her nearly impossible goal of bringing him back to life. Previously, she often accused her brother for possessing a strong and frankly unhealthy fixation towards her. As much as she loved Imon, she did not think it was appropriate for him to dedicate his entire life towards her own sister. Casella was not as unaware of the rumors that others shared behind her back as they assumed. They admired Imon's strength, but also considered him mad. They accused him of having a sister complex and that he probably would have married her if the practice was acceptable. The worst part about these idle rumors was that Casella honestly couldn't say they were wrong. In the end, Casella finally understood where Imon was coming from. Her breakthrough to ace pilot had caused her to develop her own brother complex of sorts. There were many different goals to fight for. Casella wanted to fight for her brother. This goal had become so central to her psyche and willpower that its importance exceeded her loyalty to the Larkinson clan. That was not to say she was ready to defect from the clan on the spot, but if there was ever a conflict between her goal and her duty, she would not feel guilty in the slightest if she chose the former over the latter. Casella did not think that she would be forced to do so anytime soon. The Larkinson clan remained aligned to her own goals, and Vase was still the best mech designer to upgrade and improve the Minerva. Let us announce your sainthood to the humans and aliens in the Arvist Lima system. Her battle partner spoke. It is no longer possible for us to maintain a low profile anymore. Since that is the case, show everyone your newfound strength and command their respect. Casella knew that her battle partner was right. It was impossible for her to travel to Messier 87 even if she advanced to the rank of God Pilot one day. She still needed to rely on the best of red humanity to develop the necessary tech and supply the resources needed to build the device that could make the crossing. She needed to expand her influence beyond the Larkinson clan and build up a reputation among the elites of human civilization. Only by consistently proving her strength, her abilities and her value would she be able to forge fruitful relationships with the god pilots and star designers who could deliver her to Messier 87 one day. Time was precious. Her breakthrough to ace pilot had caused the Minerva to become affected by forced resonance, which temporarily elevated its performance to that of an ace mech. Her eyes glowed brighter as she actively stretched her command field, the zone in which she was able to reach out and empower any friendly mech within her range. Just as she suspected, her Saint Kingdom was much different from that of any other ace pilot. The best way to describe it was that it was an evolution of her old command field instead of her resonance shield. This was probably the defining property that set a command-oriented ace pilot apart from more conventional ace pilots. Casella knew that she had a choice to evolve her powers to specialize in strengthening her personal combat capabilities and empowering others during her breakthrough. She decisively committed to the latter without needing to make a conscious decision. She had chosen to become a commander, and she fully intended to see it through. What was important was that now that she had reached this level of strength, she had gained an unparalleled ability to command her troops, but sacrificed an opportunity to turn herself into a much more powerful combatant in the process. Any ace pilot could defeat her and the Minerva if they were caught by themselves. Casella knew without a doubt that she could never fight at her full power ever again unless she had an army of friendly mechs at her disposal. Becoming a commander had become a permanent part of her identity. One of the indicators of this profound change was the retention of her resonance shield. She still kept it, though it had become a lot more capable of blocking incoming damage. It simply wasn't the same as a traditional Saint Kingdom, though. Conventional ace pilots could exert their willpower onto anything that entered their domain, including enemies. They could sap the power from projectiles, slow down enemy phase fighters and induce fear in the minds of vulnerable soldiers. Casella's resonance shield only offered the more basic protective properties that she was accustomed to as an expert pilot. Yet what she gained in exchange was magnificent. Her command field had become so much stronger. She was able to track everything that took place in a much wider range than before. She was able to commandeer friendly mechs at much further distances if she chose. She was also able to analyze and predict the actions of most enemies that entered her massive domain field. The Sentinel commander began to take advantage of all of these expanded capabilities. First, she began to commandeer almost all of the Larkinson mechs serving in the expedition fleet. This not included the predominantly ranged mech units that were located in the rear, but also the melee mech units that were deployed closer to the front. Many avatars, sword maidens, penitent sisters and so on became surprised when they felt the powerful influence of Commander Casella. The distances between the newly ascended ace pilot and the melee mechs easily surpassed 100 kilometers. While that was not particularly huge in a large space battle like the one taking place right now, it was still a lot further than the dozen or so kilometers that previously characterized the radius of her command field. The melee mech pilots of the Larkinson clan did not look a gift horse in the mouth. Even if they harbored ambitions to break through by relying on their own efforts, they were still very curious to experience what it was like to wield the power of a demigod. Perhaps they might even learn a few lessons that would help them gain a clearer understanding on what they needed to do master the same level of strength one day. Many Larkinson mechs at the front began to light up just like all of the ranged mechs in the rear. The latter had already been overperforming on the battlefield for a while now. The commandeered Larkinson mechs not only attained much higher hit rates, but also coordinated their fire a lot more effectively, allowing them to take down targets much faster but without wasting any unnecessary energy and ammunition. Once Casella began to commandeer thousands of additional melee mechs in the more forward positions, their strength and fighting approach completely changed. Each machine easily wielded the power of a quasi-expert mech. More importantly, Casella seemed to control them more directly, thereby causing them to fight as if the pilot possessed a large measure of her transcended skills and battlefield awareness. The mech pilots in the cockpits of the commandeered mechs voluntarily surrendered control to the ace pilots so that their mechs practically fought like perfect clockwork machines. It was beautiful. Their coordination was already pretty good, but once Casella took control of the mechs, they moved in grand patterns that looked incredibly elegant and smooth from afar. That was not all. All of the machines that glowed in dark gold resisted a lot more hits and inflicted greater damage when attacking. They even weakened transphasic energy shields to a much stronger degree due to the empowerment of their space suppressors. All of these changes proved to be far too much to the elite Orvan phase fighters that had been grappling against the Larkinsons for a while. Since the Larkinson army was among the strongest second-class mech forces defending the Arvist Lima system, the predominantly Orvan invasion force had deployed much of their more elite phase fighters to entangle the Larkinson mechs. It was a sound strategy as the Larkinson mechs and mech pilots had already proven their ability to trounce regular phase fighter units. Though the Orvan phase fighter pilots weren't necessarily skilled enough to match the Larkinson mech pilots in skills, their more powerful interceptors were a lot more troublesome to fight against. Their mobility, their hitting power, their transphasic missiles and their strengthened Azure energy shields caused them to inflict greater losses onto the Larkinsons while not necessarily suffering too many casualties in return. This was especially when the elite phase fighters always backed off and retreated when their Azure energy shields had dropped to 20% integrity or less. In many cases, the Larkinson mechs were unable to finish off these cowardly phase fighters, thereby causing their old enemies to return later with fully recharged Azure energy shields. The clever Orvan commander in charge of the elite phase fighters relied on this tactic to force the Larkinsons into a grueling, drawn-out contest of attrition, which was their least favorite approach towards combat. As soon as Casella extended her power, the tables had turned. The elite phase fighters no longer possessed a mobility advantage as the Larkinson mechs were able to catch up to them. Not just the light mechs, but the medium mechs were able to intercept their interceptors on a wide scale. Once the mechs got close, their space suppressors sapped the strength of their Azure energy shields, causing them to collapse after taking just a couple of blows from resonance-empowered swords and other melee weapons. After that, it was game over for the elite phase fighters, as they had no ability to defend themselves once they lost their powerful Azure energy shields. The Orvan phase fighter pilots tried to adjust to the much higher tempo enforced by their opponents. They began to fight more aggressively themselves, hoping that their counterattacks would successfully force the Larkinson mechs to back off and abort their attack runs. It didn't work. The dark gold coronas that surrounded all of the Larkinson mechs significantly amplified the defense of the machines. The Larkinson mechs not only resisted a lot more attacks than before, but only backed off and fell back to the rear once they were on the verge of suffering serious damage. With a commander as excellent as Casella in charge, her timing was always perfect. Barring a few accidents such as mechs getting hit by an errant shot from the primary gun battery of an alien warship, Commander Casella personally ensured that no more casualties fell among the melee mechs. The stupendous performance of the commandeered melee mechs practically caused the Orvan phase fighter pilots to despair and lose all of their confidence in the battle. They're breaking. I'm not surprised, haha. They lost over half of their number in just a couple of minutes. This was a small but important victory on the greater battlefield. A hole in the enemy lines had suddenly emerged. The Orvan assault fleets hastily had to divert their reserves to fill up the gap and prevent the humans from exploiting this flaw. Though the quick response prevented any cascading failures, the Orvans felt anything but good about it, because the reinforcements were getting trounced even faster than the previous elite phase fighter units. Surprisingly enough, that was not even the worst that the newly ascended ace pilot had inflicted upon the alien attackers. While Casella invested a lot of attention to micromanaging all of those Larkinson melee mechs at the front, she had diverted even more of her power to the 35 super-empowered mechs in the rear. She could only elevate so many machines to a power level that was equivalent to that of a low-tier expert mech, so she had to choose wisely. This was why she decisively chose to bestow this awesome privilege to 35 Transcendent Punishers Mark III. What was the meaning of introducing 35 quasi-first-class pseudo-expert heavy artillery mechs onto the battlefield? The impact they produced easily exceeded that of all of those commandeered Larkinson melee mechs. That was because the extraordinarily strengthened Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs were beginning to lay siege on distant enemy warships. Chapter 6273 The power of the small commander Casella Ingvar made a very calculated choice when she reserved her most potent form of empowerment to 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs. Having commandeered many mechs in the past, she knew that her empowerment was not entirely even. Weapons received a much greater boost in power than armor systems and flight systems. Though Casella noticed that her ascension to ace pilot had caused the other amplification effects to become more respectable, there was no doubt that the weapon systems of mechs responded the best to her command field. Given this logic, it made the greatest sense to reserve her limited quota of super empowerment to the most offensive mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan. 3 mech models came to mind. They were the latest standard living mechs, published by the Patriarch in the Hyper generation, and the copies fielded BYT. The Larkinsons had all quasi-first-class standards. She quickly ruled out the Larkinson edition of the Fianna. The drone mech was powerful, but it was also a machine that emphasized versatility more than anything. Its strengths were too scattered to make this model her first choice. The storm swords released by Kedis had been a smashing success among the sword maidens. Though they were not too numerous, each quasi-first-class swordsman mech had proven to be insanely effective against the native aliens. Their iconic Stormbreaker greatswords were able to tear through transphasic energy shields like no other standard melee weapon in the Larkinson army. However, as powerful as the storm swords may be, their range was distressingly limited. They were pure melee mechs that were entirely designed around the use of their giant electrified blades. The Orvans were currently throwing phase fighter after phase fighter at the commandeered Larkinson melee mechs in order to prevent them from attacking more critical alien assets. While Casella could still proceed with super-empowering the Storm Swords, they would just proceed to chop a lot more alien phase fighters, forcing the Orvans to divert more reinforcements to their location. This was not a significant enough strategic gain for her to waste her power in this manner. She had a much more suitable candidate in mind. The Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs that the Larkinsons had transferred to the nearby orbital defensive installations were more suitable for various reasons. First, their long-range attack capabilities enabled them to attack enemies across many distances. Their synergy with Ilvain even allowed them to feasibly target enemies that were located so far away that no enemy would have been on guard against the heavy artillery mechs. There was no need for the Transcendent Punishers to move at all, which made life much easier for Casella. Second, their attack power was the most pronounced at all. They were among the quasi-first-class mechs whose pure attack power had reached the ceiling of what second-class mechs were supposed to accomplish. Since her command field amplified weapon systems most of all, Casella was confident that she could firmly amplify their lethality to match that of first-class mechs with ease. Sure, Casella was not able to do the same for their defenses and mobility, but it didn't matter because these factors weren't relevant for heavy artillery mechs unless they were being targeted and needed to evacuate from their positions. All of these reasons and more prompted her to bestow her souped-up version of commandeering to the Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs. The 35 closest machines not only glowed in dark God, but began to strike at distant starships with a vengeance. One of the most prominent features of the Mark IIIs was their shift towards modularity. They boasted 8 weapon hardpoints, each of which could fit 2 small weapon systems, 1 medium weapon system or 0.25 large weapon systems. The Larkinsons mostly preferred to reserve 4 hardpoints to mount the infamous Devora cannon, and fill up the remaining 8 slots with weapons most suitable for the occasion. Currently, the Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs equipped with a variety of secondary weapons, ranging from rapid-fire point defense luminaire crystal turrets to 4th-generation luminaire crystal cannons. It didn't matter to Casella, because she only super-empowered the Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs to make full use of their Devora cannons. The massive super-heavy high-velocity transphasic hyper-Gauss cannons were too slow and powerful to be employed against enemy phase fighters. The Transcendent Punishers had been using them to pound the defenses of distant warships in order to drive them away a little faster. Occasionally, the Ilvain mech pilots borrowed the guidance of Ilvain to target faster and more distant targets, but they refrained from doing so if there weren't any obviously good opportunities. There was not much point in doing so in a battle as large as this. The Transcendent Punishers needed to conserve their resources and make sure they did not invest excessive resources to produce mediocre gains. All of that changed once Casella empowered them far beyond the limit of her usual commandeering ability. The Ilvain mech pilots and their living mechs all became delighted when they gained such an immense degree of amplification that they truly felt they could fight on equal terms against other low-tier expert mechs. Although the chosen Transcendent Punishers still did not come close to matching the extraordinary firepower of the Amaranto, there were 35 of them at this time. There was a point where quantity translated into greater quality. Commander Casella herself did not exactly know for certain whether upgrading 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs into pseudo-expert mechs resulted in this transformation, but she was eager to try it out and see for herself. Open fire. Thy will be done, Saint Commander. 35 resonance-empowered Devora cannons opened fire within a span of half a second. With Casella in control of all of the heavy artillery mechs, she was able to synchronize their actions to a superhuman degree. 35 super-heavy high-velocity transphasic hyper-Gauss rounds surged from their muzzles and began to cross across the busy battlefield at a respectable speed. All 35 projectiles glowed with such dark golden vigor that they seemed to produce magnificent trails from one side to the other side of the battlefield. Their passage mesmerized many nearby humans and aliens, not fully understanding that their craft would have been completely pulverized if their machines suffered just a glancing blow from these rounds. Soon enough, the 35 rounds approached an already besieged Orvan cruiser that had already lost half of her segmented transphasic energy shields. The cruiser might not be as tough or massive as a capital ship, but the alien vessel performed respectably in the battle so far. She had withstood the attacks of hundreds of heavy artillery mechs for a while and allowed her gun batteries to pummel numerous orbital defense platforms into shattered debris. Under normal circumstances, the alien cruiser was not afraid of getting his by a mech company's worth of Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs. The slightly outdated vessel was originally designed to exchange fire with other warships, so she was quite accustomed to enduring heavy firepower. This was something else, though. 6 rounds simultaneously struck a segmented transphasic energy shield that was already partially depleted. A single resonance-empowered round already struck the energy shield pretty hard, but when 6 of them slammed against it at the same time, the energy shield was not able to buffer the attacks properly, causing it to break when it could have done more. A short instant later, 12 Devora cannon rounds slammed into the segmented transphasic energy shield underneath, producing the same effect, but this time on a fully intact layer of protection. A short moment after that, 12 more super heavy Gauss rounds removed the third and final layer, thereby exposing a momentary hole that led directly to the hull of the Orvan cruiser. Though the alien warship was capable of rotating her segmented energy shields to patch up any straight holes, the timing of the successive breaches was so tight that not even the automated systems of the alien warship was able to respond in time. 5 remaining resonance-empowered rounds went on to strike the hull in quick succession. Each of them practically traveled along the same line as they breached the hull plating and successively produced deeper craters into the structure of the alien cruiser. What was remarkable about this tightly coordinated sequence was that the very last resonance-empowered Devora cannon round just managed to breach the engineering bay and destroy the main power generators and other critically important parts of the vessel. The broad and upright cruiser began to suffer multiple explosions from her center, causing her hull to break into different chunks that flung in separate directions. How can that be? Even if these heavy artillery mechs temporarily gained the power of an expert mech, it is still outlandish for them to breach the defenses of an alien cruiser and cause her main power generators to explode. It's not just their power that is impressive. It is their perfect control and coordination that truly makes them shine. No alien cruiser or smaller is safe when she is empowering those heavy artillery mechs. The sudden loss of a fairly healthy Orvan cruiser caused significant trouble to the surviving alien vessels. The impact of this loss was much greater because it advanced the timing when the native aliens were forced to signal a retreat. The Orvans did not wish to overstay their welcome and suffer massive losses due to losing their numbers superiority. If Commander Casella piloted an actual ace mech, she would have continued her current strategy and tear down other enemy warships. Alas, her current power level was mostly sustained by the temporary forced resonance state. Casella was already running out of time since her accumulation was a bit shallow. She wanted to make the best of this gift while she still could, and she knew exactly how to make this happen. She set her sights further than usual and fixated on a phase lord that was fighting on another section of the extensive battlefield. The Trampler of Stars, the familiar Nunzer phase lord, was a known presence in the Arvist Lima system. The alien apparently managed to redeem himself from his last setback and fought valiantly alongside the Orvans as a representative of the Red Cabal. The Trampler was especially good at clearing entire swarms of human mechs and starfighters. Due to his exceedingly high threat against the mainstay of human forces, it was practically mandatory for the defenders to dispatch an ace mech to block the Trampler's passage and keep the phase lord far away from any human small craft. Though the Trampler of Stars was not that great when fighting against ace mechs, he was still more than capable of lasting by assuming a more defensive posture. At this time, the Trampler of Stars had been enduring the attacks of an ace swordsman mech for a while now. The machine inflicted serious damage, but it did not have any way to speed up the teardown of the phase lord's energy defenses. Just like many other phase lords, the Trampler of Stars wore a massive raiment that generated additional segmented transphasic energy shields. It was due to this that the ace mech was delayed in inflicting actual damage onto its adversary. Though its relentless sword attacks enabled the ace mech to eventually strip the Trampler of his technological defenses, there was still his spatial barrier in the way. The ace mech's high-quality space suppressor may be weakening the strength of this barrier to a notable degree. It would still take a lot of sword attacks to actually deplete this layer of protection. That was until 35 resonance-empowered Devora cannon rounds struck at the spatial barrier. The rounds not only depleted a significant chunk of the integrity of the barrier, but also caused it to temporarily become more vulnerable at this section. WHO dares to INFERERE. Saint Casella grinned from far away. I dare. Fire. Another salvo of resonance-empowered projectiles struck the spatial barrier despite the Trampler's attempts to become more mobile. Though each salvo did not weaken the barrier drastically, what mattered was that they continued to slam against the Trampler's defenses without interruption. The Transcendent Punisher Mark IIIs fired their main guns again, and again, and again. As the successive salvos struck their mark without any shots going wide, the Trampler of Stars began to panic as his true body would soon become vulnerable to all manner of attacks. Filthy Larkinsons. Despite his taunting alien words, the trampler decisively turned around and attempted to flee to the rear of alien lines as fast as possible. However, Commander Casella's heavy artillery mechs continued to fire whenever they had a clear shot. The spatial barrier eventually broke, partially because it could not handle the strain of withstanding so many attacks that were concentrated on a very specific point. Subsequent attacks blasted open holes in the Phase Lord's raiment and began to dig into his transphasic flesh. Unfortunately, Casella was only able to land 2 entire salvos inside the Phase Lord's fleshy body before her forced resonance had run its course. Almost. Casella sighed in regret. "We will get him next time, partner." Though Commander Casella Ingvar had become exhausted to the point where she needed to make an early retreat from the field, there was no one among the defenders who dismissed her prowess anymore. A lull occurred on the battlefield as both humans and aliens processed the rise of such a powerful command talent. Soon, a chant began to spread among the ranks. "Saint Commander." Casella Ingvar may not be the only ace pilot with a command specialization, but from the perspective of the rank and file who already benefited from her commandeering, she was the only one who deserved to be regarded as a true saint among mech commanders. Chapter 6274 The Strategic Value of Champions. When the Minerva traveled back to the Spirit of Bentheim that was located far to the rear, the Expert Command Mech received an honor guard of first-class multi-purpose mechs dispatched by the Red Association. That was on top of the fixed escort of living Sentinel mechs that always accompanied Casella's machine. There were legitimate concerns that the native aliens might seek to end Saint Casella's life before she had any time to make use of her newfound strength and vastly expanded command field. As long as there was a Phase Lord out there that was willing to take a dangerous gamble, he or she could opt to make a precision teleportation strike and smash apart the Minerva now that she was at her most vulnerable state in years. The ascension of a new ace pilot among Red humanity spelled bad news to the native aliens. Ace pilots were very hard to deal with. Ordinary phase fighters and warships practically stood no chance against their ace mechs. The most they could do was to rely on overwhelming firepower and huge numbers to exhaust their saint kingdoms and drive their mechs away, for a time. The only proper counter to ace mechs was to deploy other champion units against them. The native aliens did not have any direct equivalent to these powerful machines, so they had little choice but to deploy their phase leaders instead. It was true that the phase leaders among the major alien races outnumbered the number of ace pilots in active service. Nobody knew the precise figure because not even the aliens possessed a full tally of all of the phase lords and phase whales that were still alive today. The problem with relying on these phase leaders was that only a minority of them were fully geared towards warfare. There were many phase lords that only made the risky effort to transform their bodies because they wanted to raise their status and increase their lifespans. These politicians, researchers, artists and other highly placed dignitaries were not too bad in a fight, but they simply did not possess the training or the killer mindset needed to fare well on a dangerous battlefield. Then there were all of the phase whales that got bored of their long lives and simply decided to sequester themselves in their own obscure pocket spaces. One of the flaws of the phase whale race was that it was very individualistic. The phase whales had a very poor sense of community. The Red Cabal used to be a much less prominent club before the Red War forced the ancient phase whales to form a more organized form of resistance against the extragalactic invaders. While the Red Cabal successfully persuaded more phase whales to answer the call of duty, there were even more that remained completely ignorant that the Red Ocean had moved far away from the Milky Way galaxy. So many phase whales remained in hibernation and would not wake up until hundreds if not thousands of years had passed. In short, the native aliens could only mobilize a fraction of the absolute number of phase leaders in the Red Ocean. This made the rise and fall of individual ace pilots and phase leaders quite important to both sides. Any small change in the balance could easily cause entire battlefields to tilt towards the other side. For example, the attackers and defenders of the Arvest Lima system already began to revise their calculations on the likelihood that the important strategic node would fall. Even if the native aliens were aware that it usually took a year or so before a newly ascended ace pilot received an ace mech that could properly channel his increased strength, that did not offer enough consolation. Ace pilots still received the benefit of gaining access to a proper Saint Kingdom, though in a weaker form than normal. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson still had to wait a few months for his Dark Zephyr to receive his much-anticipated upgrade, but already he had been raising hell on the battlefield. The same should apply to the newly christened Saint Commander, but the native aliens feared that her immediate impact would be even worse. This was because she was one of the rare command-oriented ace pilots. Instead of investing all of their power towards strengthening themselves and their ace mechs, they instead radiated their power towards their subordinates. Though exceptions such as General Ark Larkinson existed, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was absolutely a more classical representation of this ace pilot subtype. What did this all mean? Casella essentially did not have to wait until her Minerva got upgraded to a super-duper fancy ace mech for her to start flexing her vastly expanded command field. Sure, her performance in subsequent battles wouldn't be as exaggerated as when she was affected by forced resonance, but she still posed a massive concern even if she could replicate just 25% of her previous performance. Once the Larkinson clan got around to supplying her with a proper ace mech that was fully attuned to her command field and other capabilities, the prospect of having to fight against tens of thousands of quasi-expert mechs and over 100 pseudo-expert mechs terrified the hell out of alien leaders and strategists. Suffice to say, the Saint Commander's name would likely show up on a prominent position in the alien bounty lists before the day had passed. Killing Professor Vase Larkinson may still be a greater priority to the Red Cabal, but eliminating Saint Commander Casella most definitely became a secondary priority to its strategic interests. As long as she developed her power over a few years, the amount of ordinary mechs she would be able to empower would only increase. Being able to qualitatively improve 100,000 mechs was already enough to completely turn around losing battles. The effective threat posed by the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance would probably multiply by at least an order of magnitude, especially if her super empowerment was taken into account. This meant that if the expeditionary fleet fielded 100,000 mechs and put them all under the tender care of the Saint Commander, the native aliens effectively had to behave as if they were facing a massive mech army of 1 million mechs. It could get even worse for the native aliens. The thing about ace pilots and ace mechs that they always had room to improve. Natural growth along with continuous technological advancements practically ensured that the Saint Commander would become smarter, deadlier and more difficult to deal with over time. This inexorable growth would probably persist at a fairly high pace until it reached a plateau when the Saint Commander hit the infamous bottleneck of a peak ace pilot. By that time, the threat posed by Casella Ingvar would probably be so massive that she was only second to god pilots in her ability to smash all opposition and guarantee victory. Both the humans and the aliens therefore expected great things from the Saint Commander if she was allowed to live. The huge threat she posed to alien interests in the future caused her Minerva to become targeted by many alien assets. If not for the fact that diverting their attention to a retreating expert command mech would completely cause their lines to collapse, a lot more alien warships would have opened fire at the distant Minerva by this time. As it was, the reinforcing mechs and warships of the Red Association had moved in quickly enough to form physical as well as energy barriers around the precious expert mech. The raw warships also activated their warp interdiction fields at full power in order to block any daring phase lord from conducting any teleportation strikes. Numerous powerful aliens looked away in dismay as they observed that their window of opportunity had closed. The next time the Saint Commander reappeared on the battlefield, she would definitely receive more fixed protection than before. As the native aliens lamented the missed opportunity to take out such a powerful strategic adversary, the woman in question had fallen into her own thoughts. Any ace pilot in her place would have basked in her amazing performance earlier. The power they demonstrated when they were in the temporary state of forced resonance often served as a highly informative and aspirational preview of what it would be like if they piloted an actual ace mech. Not Casella. Her main fixation centered around her brother. She knew that he died somehow, but she lacked any further details than that. She needed to know what happened that caused her to befall an accident that should have never happened. Though conventional communications were still blocked for obvious reasons, the Larkinsons had more ways to communicate with each other. The Minerva happened to be an inherent masterwork mech, so Vase was able to connect to the piece of himself that he had imparted to his excellent creation and form a small spiritual avatar of himself in the cockpit. How did he die, sir? Casella asked in a hoarse and morose tone that sounded a lot different from her earlier aggressive tone. What did General Ark do to drive my brother to his death? The avatar of Vase grimaced. This is not the time and place to hold a conversation like this. I will inform you later once you are safely brought out of the battlefield and aren't interfaced with a war machine that can do a lot of damage. You also need to undergo a mandatory health inspection to ensure that your sudden breakthrough did not compromise your health in any way. Who knows whether you can handle the stress of learning what has happened. Please understand our concerns. This is also somewhat of a developing situation. There are deviant variables at play that complicates the story. Casella felt frustrated by the refusal to give her a straight answer, but as a mech commander, she understood the arguments behind this decision. She could not fault Vase or the Larkinsons for being cautious. Her mental state had indeed deteriorated to the point where she may suffer a breakdown of sorts. Fine, she said, I can wait, but my patience is limited. I will know the truth one way or another. I promise that I will be as frank with you as I can. I know you care a lot about this. However, the sensitivity of the information that I plan to share is so high that we need to wait until we can establish secure communications with each other. Perhaps the only way to accomplish that is to hold a face-to-face meeting, but that is so logistically troublesome that I will try to resort to other means. Casella frowned. All of this sounded suspicious. A more straightforward mission and sequence of events did not merit so much secrecy. She was already able to deduce that something abnormal had taken place that the Patriarch really did not want to leak to any third parties. If that was the case, then Ves's response became a lot more understandable. Very well, I look forward to speaking to you, either in person or by remote. In the meantime, let's address your immediate future. Now that you have broken through, our design department will soon embark on the Minerva Mark II project. It should be the Mark II, Casella said in a mild tone. My expert mech has never received a major revision. She is still fairly new compared to the original 6 Larkinson expert mechs. Ah, that is correct. Your Minerva is still in for a massive treat. So many technological advancements have been made since her original delivery that she will evolve into a much more powerful incarnation by the time our design department is done. In order to get a better idea on what direction we should take for her upgrades, could you please explain how your command abilities work after your breakthrough? There are many different kinds of command specializations. I need to know where yours is leaning towards in order to develop a clear vision for your future ace mech. I can do that, sir. Chapter 6275 Two Extreme Poles. It took a while for Casella to summarize the extensive changes and improvements to her powers and abilities as an ace pilot. It didn't help that she was much different from St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, who was the most familiar ace pilot to the Larkinson clan. Unlike Tusa, who was able to make his mech fly faster, hit harder, resist a lot more attacks and completely bypass any form of energy defenses, Casella's personal combat capabilities did not improve to such an exaggerated extent. I don't have a conventional Saint Kingdom, she explained to Vase. My resonance shield has remained the same in essence. It has only become more powerful because my resonance strength has practically doubled. Instead, my command field seemed to have become my Saint Kingdom. This is a fitting outcome, because the range of my command field is countless times better than any conventional Saint Kingdom. It also imposes a permanent limitation on me, because a command field doesn't allow me to exert my willpower in a highly concentrated manner. The spiritual manifestation of Vase nodded in understanding. I get it. The inverse square law still applies in this mystical phenomenon. It is logical to assume that your massive and stretched out command field can only enable you to apply your power to a limited degree. You are basically trading range and quantity for quality. What about your ability to empower a limited amount of mechs to the standards of an expert mech? Can you only do that to nearby mechs, or can you bestow the same degree of power at the edge of your command field? I can do it, but I can already tell it will be more strenuous to me. My intuition tells me, I will only be able to super empower less than half of the mechs if I do so at closer ranges. It is best to reserve this new ability to ranged mechs if this is the case, though I think there is still value in bestowing this power to more distant melee mechs at key moments. The Larkinson army could accomplish a lot if the Saint Commander persistently super-empowered as many transcendent Punishers as possible, but that would make other mech pilots jealous and resentful towards the lucky Ilvanans. Besides, as awe-inspiring as the firepower of expert mech-level heavy artillery mechs may be, other mechs could perform other amazing feats. Different jobs required different tools. Vase and Casella talked a bit more about the regular commandeering process for a few minutes. This was still the Saint Commander's mainstay ability and one that could comprehensively turn a regular mech force into an elite mech force. What amazed both of them was the quantity of mechs and mech pilots that could be empowered at the same time. Casella's multitasking ability had reached stupendous proportions. I think I inherited a part of Titania's power during my breakthrough. Casella speculated. Back during my forced resonance state, I noticed that I was executing tricks that I previously delegated to the design spirit of the Minerva. It is as if I have learned some of Titania's methods and integrated it into my own power. That sounded incredibly interesting to Vase. It actually matched up to what happened to Saint Tusa to an extent. Knowing that the ace pilots could pick up the specializations of design spirits made it a lot easier to predict their future ability set once more expert pilots broke through in the future. For example, the Riot, which most people considered to be an offensive mech, actually possessed a defensive design spirit in the form of xianxia. Once Venerable Orphan broke through, there was a considerable chance that she would gain an ability that enabled her to resist more blows as opposed to strengthening her own attacks. Whether this was good or bad, Vase couldn't say for sure. This was highly personal to the pilots in question. Vase figured that these sorts of advancements were still decided by the conscious and subconscious desires of the pilots in question. It was just that the expert pilots worked with the design spirits for so long that they had taken a liking for the abilities of the latter. It was natural for the former to gain the ability to emulate the latter's advantages if that was the case. So your regular commandeering ability excels in quantity. Casella nodded. Yes, that is the distinct impression that I have received. I am not too familiar with the circumstances of other command ace pilots, but I doubt that their command fields or equivalents are as large as mine. I cannot say for certain, but I think that as long as I develop my powers in my current direction, the range of my command field will be able to encompass a light hour, if not several light hours. That sounded extremely impressive. The god kingdoms of most god pilots could only encompass a typical terrestrial planet and maybe a few moons at most. To be able to gain widespread awareness of everything in a space that could encompass entire suns and more was an amazing strategic advantage. At the very least, no enemy stealth vessel or other hidden surprises could remain undetected within the Saint Commander's enormous command field. Of course, conventional god kingdoms were easily able to utterly defeat most enemy forces within their sphere of influence. Casella's much more dispersed command field did not possess such exaggerated capabilities. I know that your command field already possesses two broad advantages. On the one hand, you can connect to different people and machines and essentially command and coordinate them in a highly unified manner. On the other hand, you can also empower mechs with your true resonance, thereby elevating their raw performance so that they can fight like quasi-expert mechs if not greater. Which of these strengths do you favor more? Are you developing towards the Archistrategos or the Technomancer? These were the titles of the two most iconic command-oriented god pilots of the human race. Sure, there was also the Army of One, but every mech commander quietly considered him to be a heretic due to his complete refusal to command anything that was manned by humans. The Archistrategos and the Technomancer were much more representative of the apex of what mech commanders could accomplish. They had become fading names in the Red Ocean, but still remained widely known and revered in the Milky Way where they still resided. Of the two, the Archistrategos was the oldest and most respected commander god pilot. He was only a bit older than the age of mechs, and pioneered the command specialization among high-ranking mech pilots. His lessons paved the way for many other talented mech pilots that possessed similar ambitions. The most noteworthy strength of the Archistrategos was his range. It was ridiculously large. The god pilot was already over 4 centuries old, so he had plenty of time to expand his range of control, but most people assumed that it could encompass pretty much an entire star system if his god mech was positioned close to the center. Among other command god pilots, the Archistrategos was actually not able to impart huge amounts of power into any single subject. Instead, he went all in on maximizing his awareness and coordination capabilities. He was the most perfect system-wide scanner to exist. Almost nothing could escape his notice. He could even track all of the individual specks of space dust that was soaring through deep space in an entire star system. Whatever Saint Commander Casella could track in her own command field, the Archistrategos was able to glean a lot more information in a much wider range. It was impossible for any enemies that were present in the same star system to hold many secrets against such a ridiculous god pilot. Combined with an ability to perfect command and coordinate the actions and maneuvers of any friendly or neutral assets ranging from infantry soldiers, armed shuttles, mechs, warships, fixed defenses and even monstrously large superweapons, the Archistrategos was able to control all of them to ensure they fought at the highest degree of efficiency. Suffice to say, the forces under the command of the Archistrategos could easily defeat 10 times if not 100 times their number due to the difference he made, and that was without considering his ability to modestly empower all of those assets with his willpower. The Technomancer rose up later, and developed her command specialization in a different direction. As her title suggested, the Technomancer very much fixated on machines. Unlike the Army of One, she did not have an aversion to manned or piloted craft, so she was readily able to empower mechs, warships, armed installations, and more within her god kingdom. Her biggest limitation was that her god kingdom did not work at all with organic machines, or at least that was what everyone assumed. Saint Commander Casella's feat of turning 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark III into temporary pseudo-expert mechs was rather impressive, but the Technomancer could do much more back when she was just a junior ace pilot. Different from the Archistrategos, the Technomancer favored quality over quantity. It was well known that the range of her god kingdom was a fraction of her older peer, but that also made it a lot more concentrated. The Technomancer excelled at turning any crap machine into a peerless fighting monster. Her ability to empower any sort of machine to a ridiculous degree. What really caused the Technomancer to gain a lot of respect was that her method of empowerment worked differently. There was a temporary component that disappeared when she withdrew her willpower, but there was also a permanent component that caused some of the mysterious upgrades to remain fixed. In other words, as long as the Technomancer empowered any machine for a certain duration, it would undergo a slow and permanent mutation that permanently made it stronger and better in many ways. What was strange was that the Technomancer did not fly around and impart her permanent empowerment effect on as many machines as possible. There were either limitations to this ability or other people were reluctant to accept this gift. One of the most credible rumors that Vase heard on the galactic net was that any machine that was deeply touched by the Technomancer became hers forever. They would always obey her command over others without any exception. In any case, the mech community usually tended to assume that the Archistrategos and the Technomancer occupied the opposite ends of a spectrum. It was easy to position most other command-oriented mech pilots between the poles. When Vase mentioned the two famous god pilots to Casella, she had to think seriously where she stood in relation to these two extremes. My development is strange, she said. I would say that I am currently good at both. I suspect that I am stronger than a typical command ace pilot for reasons unknown to me. I don't occupy the middle of the spectrum. I occupy two different positions closer to the opposing poles at the same time. That sounded weird. Are you sure about that? Conservation of energy still applies to ace pilots for the most part. Each of you has a limited reservoir of transcendent energies that you can allocate in different ways. For you to be able to become good at two different sub-specializations sounds as if you are positioned right in the middle as opposed to what you have said. Maybe your judgment is off because you have never compared yourself to another mech commander at the ace pilot level. Casella firmly shook his head. I am not exaggerating or misjudging this. I have a fairly clear understanding of my own state. I do not think I have made any major compromises. I am becoming increasingly more certain that I have somehow gained the best of both worlds, or at least at this early junction. It is possible that this advantage will steadily diminish as my resonance strength grows, but for now I suspect that I can replicate at least a part of the performance of the Antistrategos and the Technomancer when they had just attained sainthood. While all of this sounded impressive, Vase still looked confused. Where did Casella get all of her additional power from? Energy did not come from nowhere. There had to be a logical explanation for this. Was it her companion spirit? Was it the design spirit of her expert mech? Or was it her living mech? Chapter 6276 Enfeoffment. The Minerva had returned to the spirit of Bentime by this time. Though Commander Casella Ingvar preferred to berth her expert mech at one of the fleet carriers most of the time, the factory ship was able to provide the best care to the machine. Vase was not too worried about the Minerva's condition. Casella's breakthrough and forced resonance state was not that strong. On top of that, her command specialization meant that her machine did not suddenly gain the power to punch Phase Lords in the head or anything. The Saint Commander remained in the cockpit as she continued to discuss her gains with the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. The two had been trying to figure out the reason why Casella somehow became reasonably good at both commanding massive armies and super-empowering a small group of mechs. So far, they had not come up with a more solid answer than chalking it all up to E-energy radiation. The Red Ocean is what I call a medium-energy environment. The spiritual manifestation of Vase explained. It is already a known phenomenon that high-ranking mech pilots have become more powerful compared to their old galaxy counterparts, and it is not just due to differences in technology. There is just a lot more energy floating around in space that is entirely absent in the Milky Way. Those ace commanders in our former homes have to power everything by themselves, while you can borrow from the power of heaven. The power of heaven, it's another way to refer to E-energy radiation. Anyway, my theory is that one of the driving reasons why your command field has grown so ridiculously large at your current level of strength is because E-energy radiation is passively supporting its existence. Do you think that is the case? Casella furrowed her brows. I have not consciously thought about it, but your theory has merit. I cannot give you a definite answer as my command field is highly dependent on the tech integrated in the Minerva. Perhaps I previously ignored this factor because I thought it was filtered through technology. It is too soon to make a profound decision on this matter. Casella said, I have only just attained my current rank. I still have much to learn and discover about my changes and improvements. I also need time to rethink my development trajectory. My brother's death has prompted me to make changes in my life. Whatever the case, I think you have a choice on how you want to develop your command field in the future. Will you try to develop both directions as equally as possible, thereby risking the outcome that you will merely become mediocre in both, or will you favor one direction over the other? That was a very important question, and one that Casella did not wish to answer right away. She wordlessly reminded Vase that he still owed her a full explanation about that. His spiritual projection raised his hand. Soon. Be patient. I think a face-to-face meeting isn't necessary. We will just have to wait until Saint Tusa returns from the field and becomes available to us. We can borrow his Saint Kingdom to hold a remote conversation in absolute confidence so long as you do not mind if he listens in on our discussion. If you think that it is not a problem for Tusa to receive this information, then I agree with your proposal. He should be out in the field for at least several more hours, though. Even if our defenses have repelled the latest offensive push, his Dark Zephyr is still expected to shadow the enemy and scout for any hidden movements. Then we will wait for his return. Vase smiled. In the meantime, let's talk about your new ability to super-empower a small amount of mechs. It is clear that this is a distinctly different ability that deserves its own consideration. In fact, I think we should distinguish it from your regular commandeering ability. By calling it in a different way, Casella looked pointed at Vase. Your tone suggests that you already have a proposal in mind. I do. You do not have to take over my suggestion, but I find it rather easy to understand and communicate. That is important as you will need to gain people's trust and acceptance if you want to super-empower them one day. What do you suggest? Well, this act clearly goes beyond regular commandeering. It should be labeled with a word that conveys a more extreme exchange of power and control. After a bit of thought, I settled on the word enfeoffment. Enfeoffment. That was not a word that Casella heard every day, but as a former member of House Ingvar, she was quite familiar with the concept. Enfeoffment is a term used to describe the transfer of ownership and possession of territory from a legalord to a vassal. The female ace pilot said, it is usually used in the context of heads of state bestowing territory as well as noble titles to their ostensive vassals. Vase nodded. Yes, I know the word doesn't exactly match what you do, but the symbolism is a very good match. The advantage of referring to your super-empowerment ability as enfeoffment is that you can borrow people's existing associations and understanding to gain people's cooperation and reduce their fear of the unknown. It should also make the procedure more exciting to them, as we can use noble titles to denote their degree of empowerment. That caused Casella to look intrigued. Her clever mind already figured out his scheme. I see. You want to make the recipients of my super-empowerment more proud and satisfied by wrapping up my actions in ceremony. Instead of bestowing them with the power of a pseudo-expert pilot, I am enfeoffing them to the noble rank of Baron or higher. Vase grinned. Exactly. You can dress it up however you want. I think that as your resonance strength grows, it should become possible to make your enfeoffed mechs a lot more powerful, though probably in exchange for limiting the amount of machines that can benefit from this treatment. There will be times where you want to go for quantity, and other times where you prize quality. This is where adopting an existing and easy-to-understand noble rank system can convey immediate understanding and other beneficial associations. The Saint Commander did not entirely feel comfortable with this approach. There was a rather strong sense of deliberate manipulation through wordplay in Vess's proposal. However, Casella was realistic enough to understand that resorting to more obscure or convoluted terminology would only spread greater confusion. The greatest advantage of using enfeoffment to describe her powerful new capability was that it gave the recipients and those that desired to enjoy this power strong desires. Everyone wanted to become a noble, even those that hated stuck-up aristocrats. We can use titles such as Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke and maybe even Prince to denote successive levels of enfeoffment. Casella fleshed out his plan. Baron will correspond to the power of a low-tier expert mech. For now, elevating mechs to Baron is the limit of what I can do, but once I develop enfeoffment further, I am confident I can bestow greater power to my enfeoffed mechs. You can also use the title of knight to denote all of the commandeered mechs if you want to adopt a more unified theme. If you think about it, from the moment you broke through, you pretty much became the queen of your own Saint Kingdom. The difference between you and other ace pilots is that your control over your kingdom is not comparable to that of your peers. This is why you have no choice but to project your power through your vassals. Vassalization implies surrendering control. Any mortal kingdom is never completely centralized, xianxia. The sovereign must always rely on vassalization and delegation in order to manage everything better. While commandeering allows you to directly lead your massive army of knights, enfeoffment should not only be more about bestowing power to powerful candidates, but also giving them the space to exercise their power in a manner of their choosing. I mean, what is the point of controlling human-controlled mechs if you always take away all of their control? You may as well follow the example of the army of one if you want to control every variable. Don't forget that living mechs are all unique and can think for themselves. Don't waste their advantages. Vase had to stand up for his living mechs and at least persuade xianxia Ingvar to give his products enough room to express themselves. xianxia looked thoughtful. I shall consider it. Your argument is valid. I have not made a decision on whether to adopt your enfeoffment scheme, but it is a good option. I have never truly seen myself as the queen of my own Saint Kingdom. It sounds overly dramatic. Ace pilots are all dramatic one way or another. You are so far removed from normal humans that you simply don't think like them anymore. This is a blessing as well as a curse. Just embrace it. This is your true nature. Trying to repress your eccentricities will probably hinder your growth. Doing the opposite and expressing your urges more freely will probably be better for your development in the long run. Just think about all of the people who eventually made it to God Pilot. There is absolutely no normal human among them. They all rank at the top in terms of eccentricity and weirdness. He made another good argument. xianxia was not the sort of pilot who liked to express everything in the open. Her nature as a commander encouraged her to keep much of her thoughts and feelings to herself. She preferred to present a restrained and carefully cultivated image of herself to the public. However, now that she had reached a stage of her development where she needed to become more powerful and high profile in order to realize her ambitions, perhaps a radical switch was in order. The Saint Commander actually began to adopt a more favorable attitude towards enfeoffment. Dressing up the tiers of empowerment in noble titles could do much to distinguish herself from other ace commanders, not that there were that many of them in the first place. She even had a candidate for the only pilot who deserved to be crowned king. No one else but her brother deserved to reign as a co-ruler of her own Saint Kingdom. As long as Imon remained absent, then the crown of the king would always remain unused. I think I shall take up the mantle of queen of my own Saint Kingdom. She decided. Good. Please think more about your development direction going forward. Whether you want to field a vast army of knights, build up a thriving court of aristocrats or find a balance between both, it is better to make up your mind sooner rather than later. My wife and I can precisely plan, configure and design the Minerva Mark II according to your choices. It is very troublesome to change this later. I can think of multiple different ways to enhance your machine's effectiveness in all of those possible scenarios. Can you give an example, sir? Well, one of the major advancements of my 6th generation living mechs is the ultimate module. If you intend to invest heavily in commandeering, I can probably figure out a way to make the ultimate module detachable. It may be possible to use it as a beacon to extend your command field beyond its usual range. Maybe you can even deploy your command field in 2 different locations at once. That certainly sounded a lot more intriguing to xianxia. The tactical and strategic value of being able to deploy her command field beyond the radius of her Minerva opened up a lot of interesting possibilities, such as empowering a flanking force that attacked from a completely different direction. Chapter 6277. The retelling time continued to pass by as the latest offensive push against Arvist Lima V receded. This time, the native aliens clearly lost more than they gained. They knew that they couldn't topple the defenses of the fortified planet in a single massive assault, so they sought to launch periodic attacks in order to exhaust and deplete the human defenders over time. This time, the predominantly Orvan forces clearly suffered greater casualties than their human adversaries. Too many Orvan phase fighters got shredded by the souped-up Larkinsons and their allies. Even though the mass commandeering of so many mechs of the expeditionary fleet only lasted for a limited time, the damage they inflicted on the regular and elite Orvan phase fighters was massive. This was because the native aliens couldn't field nearly enough strike craft in the field that could fight on roughly equal terms to any machine that had been temporarily elevated to quasi-expert mech standards. The 35 feet in theft, Transcendent Punishers Mark IIIs also shifted the strategic balance through their amazing firepower. The native alien attackers never accounted for their devastating impact. Their assault fleets had to plug the gap of the early retreat of a cruiser and also had to make other sacrifices to compensate for the premature withdrawal of the Trampler of Stars. In the end, by the time the Saint Commander exhausted her breakthrough energies and gloriously returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, the outcome of the latest clash had already been decided. Plenty of harassment and secret maneuvering took place after that. Both sides sought to set themselves up for the next collision by planting stealth probes, listening devices, hidden bombs and other nasty surprises onto each other. Extremely fast and maneuverable ace mechs that could utilize their Saint Kingdoms to detect and mark any hostile devices were worth their weight in phase water during these phases. The highest commander in the Arvist Lima system made heavy use of both the Dark Zephyr Mark III as well as the Jeddah Sandovar piloted by Saint Marissa Lewandowski to sweep up as many alien gifts as possible. Once the Dark Zephyr Mark III finally returned to the expeditionary fleet and entered one of the more private hangar bays of the Spirit of Bentheim, St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had become mentally fatigued. As hardy and persistent as ace pilots may be, even Tusa could become bone-tired after flexing his Saint Kingdom for hours on end. He wanted to do nothing more than to return to his opulent and well-protected suite and collapse onto his luxuriously soft and bouncy bed. Yet he could not do so yet. He still had a mission to complete, and it was one that he was especially keen to fulfill. His expression inside his cockpit remained firm as he gently instructed his machine to stride across the deck and enter one of the private workshops buried deep in the center of the factory ship. It was here where the Minerva had stowed herself after her return from the field. The private workshop where Vase and Gloriana had once birthed multiple masterwork mechs was the most secure location on the capital ship. The security level here surpassed that of the bridge, the main engineering bay and even the grand staterooms. As the two living expert mechs came face to face with each other, it became clear that the two machines had become a lot more equal than before. In past reunions, the Dark Zephyr clearly towered the other Larkinson expert mechs in terms of aura, prestige and inner strength. The distance between the two machines had become a lot more reduced now that both of them received the baptism of forced resonance and became the chosen steeds of two awe-inspiring ace pilots. The two living mechs had already begun to communicate in private through a hidden branch of the Larkinson network. The Dark Zephyr had much to teach the Minerva about what she needed to pay attention to now that she became the fortunate carrier of a saint. From the perspective of living mechs, the relatively quick ascension of the Saint Commander also provided a massive benefit to their group. The Minerva had been voted in as the first head of the Hidden Anima Order. Though she was favored by other living mechs due to her intelligence and her policies, the strength and authority she gained from hosting a powerful ace pilot could do wonders in elevating her leading position and securing the obedience of every living machine. Neither of the two living mechs divulged any of their discussions to their respective pilots. The business of the Anima Order had to remain secret by necessity. Its exposure through any leaks would deal a huge blow against the interests of living mechs. The current political climate in human civilization was not yet ready to welcome the rise of self-thinking, semi-autonomous and politically active living mechs. Even though the two ace pilots could definitely tell that their battle partners were conferring among themselves in secret through their Saint Kingdom, they dismissed it as the typical private chatter between living machines. They had much greater concerns in mind at the moment. Saint Tusa had retracted his Saint Kingdom to the point where it encompassed the boundaries of the private workshop and made sure that no spies or listening devices could leak anything to any third parties. This place is as secure as I can make it, Tusa spoke after a few minutes. This workshop is surrounded by a lot of complicated machinery. I don't have the faintest idea how they work, but I have made sure to isolate them from any conversations that happen inside the cockpit of the Minerva. The spiritual projection of Vase nodded in satisfaction. I guess that is good enough. The Mechers are present in this star system, and I have no doubt that they have extensively bugged the Spirit of Bentheim. It is in their nature to spy on other humans. You can't stop them any more than you can stop the native aliens from waging war against us. I don't think they can circumvent your Saint Kingdom unless they employ extremely exclusive tech or dispatch a god pilot. Neither of the two possibilities are realistic as the Spirit of Bentheim simply doesn't merit such a heavy investment. It is also a massive breach of trust for them to bring the big guns against our clan. Enough. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar spoke up. I have tolerated these hours for far too long. I have resisted the urge to rest so that I may learn the fate that has befallen my brother. Saint Tusa also expressed a lot of curiosity towards what had happened to the other Larkinson expert pilots. I wish to know as well. As the first saint of the Larkinson clan, I think I am entitled to know the truth. Both of you will have it. I can promise you that. Vase frankly spoke. I may have to obfuscate certain facts that are inconvenient to share with the two of you, but I can guarantee you that anything solid is truthful. We shall see. Casella reserved her judgment. Vase did not delay any further. The events in the Ducast system had already concluded long enough for him to obtain a clear understanding of the timeline and the many consequences of the risky operation. Well, let me begin at the start. As you are already aware of, the 77th Warborn Mech Division is assigned to guard the Ducast system, which is located in the same middle zone as the Arvist Lima system. In order to convey a complete accounting, Vase introduced the general circumstances and provided the necessary context to allow both ace pilots to understand General Ark's decision to embark on a risky operation. Both Tusa and Casella frowned when they understood the underlying motivations for this operation. They were both ace pilots, so they keenly understood that Ark deliberately set a pitfall for himself in the hopes that the challenge of escaping it would force him to push past his limits. I do not necessarily disagree with the decision to raid Ducast 11. Casella frowned. General Ark's motivations are sound. What I have a problem with is the haste and lack of preparations. Ark has neglected to properly scout and collect enough pertinent intelligence on the alien staging point. He has demonstrated that he would rather grasp opportunities that come with a great amount of uncertainty than to do his due diligence and incur the risk of returning empty-handed. She clearly possessed a more cautious stance on this matter than General Ark. This reflected their fundamental differences on the matter. The spiritual projection of Vase's side. Ark gambled, and lost. Let me explain what happened up to the point where your brother got felled. Vase carefully retold the sequence of events. He even exercised his spiritual manipulation abilities to produce a simplistic map that displayed the movements of different elements. The Mars and the tireless engine had been dueling against each other a short distance away while the remaining expert mechs sought to punch through the blockade formed by the Girard fleet and raid all of the depots and warehouses on the surface. Nothing happened during these preceding phases that alarmed Casella. That did not mean she was happy about the reckless decision to venture to the surface of Ducast 11 in the complete absence of the rest of the mechs of the 77th Warborn. Casella understood that bringing them alone would have merely generated mass casualties among the normal soldiers, but if this was the only other alternative, then it was better to call this ill-conceived operation off. General Ark ignored far too many warning signs early on, from disregarding the setback of getting discovered before the start of the raid to struggling to overcome a large quantity of experimental phase fighters. Just as Casella anticipated, the operation immediately went pear-shaped as the Larkinson expert mechs attempted to make their way out and escape the clutches of the Girard fleet. How can any of us miss the impending arrival of a second phase lord? Casella critically questioned. Shouldn't the mechers be on top of monitoring the movements of such powerful enemies? Vase let out a sigh. I have no good explanation for this. It is true that it is a massive intelligence on the part of the Red Association as well as the 77th Warborn Mech Division to overlook the approach of a phase lord, even if he is among the weakest of his kind. And what about Ilvain? Why hasn't the Great Prophet done his job and given us advance warning that my brother would die in this operation? Whoa, there. Calm down, Casella. Ilvain may be able to predict the future, but his future sight is extremely limited. He cannot properly predict the future of powerful individuals such as Patriarch Reginald and the Tireless Engine because he is not strong enough to do so. He is also only able to see possible futures that may or may not come true. There is always a chance that Imon would die in every battle he takes part in. Sometimes, the probability is greater than usual, but the outcome is never truly certain until an event has already happened in reality. Our clan has participated in many battles in the past that could cause our future to diverge in radically different directions depending on who lived and died. Each time, Ilvain is able to predict the possible fall of myself, Venerable Joshua or the Spirit of Bentime, but he can only ever judge their probabilities, not the eventual outcomes. In other words, Ilvain was of very limited use in these situations. The strength of his predictive capabilities was not strong enough to essentially issue a deterministic verdict of a future that was absolutely guaranteed to happen. Perhaps he might gain this power under limited circumstances when he grew strong in the future, but that was a very distant prospect. The Saint Commander was not entirely unreasonable about this. She understood Ilvain's limitations quite well, as she had commandeered and more recently infected plenty of Ilvain mechs. Please continue, sir. I can sense his moment of death is not far away from this point. What happened that caused him to be left vulnerable and without anyone coming to his rescue? Well, Chapter 6278. A chain of bad decisions. The air in the private workshop inside the spirit of Bentheim grew heavier and more charged as Vess's tale approached the death of Casella's brother. The two ace pilots might not be too old or experienced, but their transcendent power granted them an excellent understanding of the ebb and flow of battle. This was especially the case for a command specialist such as Saint Casella. The crude map generated by Vase was lacking in a lot of detail, but Casella skillfully made a lot of inferences that allowed her to more accurately reproduce the progression of the running battle in her mind. Many risk factors clearly stood out to her. If General Ark weighed the risks like a reasonable commander, then he would have already aborted this operation from the moment the raw stealth carrier got discovered. Sure, it had been necessary for the Mars and the expert mechs to deploy into space in order to destroy the hidden Archeship and prevent the Girard fleet from hunting down the stealth vessel, but this was still a lot safer than to proceed headlong into enemy territory. What Casella found especially painful was that by the time the mechs detected the approach of a second enemy phase lord, it was already too late for the Larkinson expert mechs to make an easy retreat. Vase slowly retold the sequence of combat, making sure to be careful and precise with his words. The surviving mechs from this operation turned debacle retained detailed logs and recordings of the running battle, but it was irresponsible to transmit them over the galactic net or any remote communication method for that matter. When he finally came to the key juncture where the younger phase lord purged his armor, took advantage of his reduced burden and turned around at a much faster rate than he had shown before, both Tusa and Casella could predict what happened next. These raiments do indeed weigh down their wearers. Tusa spoke. When you fight against them for a time, it is difficult to keep in mind that they can actually move faster if they do not have to drag along thousands of tons of alloys. This Lekoi is quite sharp by giving up his armor during this critical instance. The timing couldn't have been better. Ark had failed to take out the phase lord with his overcommitted attack, and all of the other expert mechs were still very close as they sought to take advantage of the distraction. Perhaps the greatest fault that Rosa Orphan and the others have made during this instance was to put too much trust in their leader. They failed to hedge against Ark's failure. Casella looked pained. Her brother didn't have to die despite this setback. Venerable Imon Ingvar could have saved his life if he held back a bit and assumed a more cautious posture. He didn't have to charge straight towards the rear of the faceless warrior's head and gamble on whether he could land a killer blow on the phase lord. As his sister, Casella understood Imon well enough to deduce that he wanted to get lucky. He was waiting for Ark to land a crippling blow that stripped Lekoi's defenses but did not kill him outright. It was unreasonable for a single attack, even one as powerful as the cleansing light in Giant Slayer mode, to cut down a phase lord right away. That was why the Riot, the Blade Chaser Mark II, the Sea-Man and the Greenix positioned themselves around Lekoi. They were ready to deliver the follow-up attacks once General Ark had exhausted the awesome power of his magnificent attack. It was too bad that Ark fell short at the end. He had succeeded in that he had blown apart the energy defenses of the enemy phase lord. He had also failed as his plasma sword failed to burn through the enemy's raiment and inflict a painful blow on the phase lord's true body. Due to this specific outcome, Lekoi lost much of his defensive buffer, but still maintained his full offensive potential. From the moment he grasped the Saint Piercer, the expert pilots should have withdrawn and sought to evade confrontation at all cost. It had been far too reckless for them to think about taking away the phase lord's life when he wielded a weapon that had already proven deadly enough to pierce through Saint Kingdoms as if they were nothing. The Blade Chaser Mark II had no chance. Vase unequivocally said, "As a mech designer, I have witnessed its performance against the Mars. It doesn't really matter who wields this weapon. As long as the wielder is large enough and possesses enough skill in spearmanship, he or she can easily tear through anything. The Mars is a much tougher machine to crack, and it has incurred many nasty tears to its armor system. The Blade Chaser Mark II's armor system is not nearly as good, and Lekoi is just good enough with polearms to be able to deliver a strong and accurate thrust through the back of the expert mech and into the cockpit. Lekoi knew enough about human mechs to understand the most effective way to take them down. He did not foolishly target the head of the Blade Chaser Mark II, nor try to stab in the very center of the torso. Eliminating the cockpit was the most certain way to defeat not just the machine, but also the human that controlled its movements. Casella had fallen silent as she processed the reasons why her brother died at this junction. There were so many things that he and the others could have done to prevent this fatal outcome. If she was there, she would have never let this farce drag to this point. There was no way her brother would have died if she was in charge. Seeing that Casella was not in the mood to talk, Tusa opened up his mouth in an attempt to keep a conversation going. I can see why Lecoy chose to target the Blade Chaser most of all. Tusa said, if I was in the Phase Lord's place, I would have tried to attack the Lionheart first, especially after it had clearly lost a lot of power. However, since it is necessary to close the distance in order to target the Lionheart, it is better to turn around and target the other expert mechs. Targeting the Blade Chaser makes the most sense. It is closest as it sought to target the Nunzer Phase Lord's head as opposed to his massive rear body. The Blade Chaser was also in the worst position to escape the reach of Lecoy's new weapon. As long as the Phase Lord spun around fast enough, Imon's mech should still be well within reach. The Blade Chaser was just begging to get impaled from the back at that point. Maybe it would have made a greater difference if Imon did not turn around in an attempt to flee. Casella grimaced deeper. There were so many possible decisions that her brother and the other expert pilots could have made that could stave off this specific outcome. If her brother hadn't been so greedy to target the Phase Lord's head, thereby earning a lot more ire from Lecoy than the others, the Phase Lord might have chosen to impale another expert mech instead. If the other expert mechs such as the Riot and the Seaman hadn't placed themselves so much further away, they had already escaped the reach of the Saint Piercer by the time the Phase Lord around, the Blade Chaser wouldn't have stood out so much. Casella's powerful mind couldn't help but fixate on the huge number of what-ifs that were beginning to overload her expanded cognition. Calm down, Casella. Tusa barked and flared his Saint Kingdom a bit, allowing him to shock the distressed Saint Commander from her unhealthy preoccupation. Your brother doesn't want you to burn up your brain by obsessing over his demise. He wants you to live. Do not dishonor his sacrifice by defying his earnest wish. Those were the right words to say to the Saint Commander. As smart and thoughtful as she was most of the time, there was still a human inside the powerful ace pilot. That lingering human vulnerability could have caused the Larkinson clan's latest saint to self-destruct before she could be put to good use. Though Casella found it impossible to completely stop thinking about her brother's death, the forceful push from Tusa at least brought her back to relative sanity. Thank you, Tusa. I needed that intervention, she softly said before turning to Vase. Please tell me what happened next. What happened to the killer of my brother? Did the Larkinsons manage to retrieve the wreck of his expert mech? Did the Warborn at least manage to pry the Saint Piercer from the Nuncers? Vase remained for a few seconds before he began to clarify what happened next. All of the expert pilots had fallen in shock at that time. They could not accept that one of their own had gotten killed in such a quick and brutal fashion. The Blade Chaser's resonance shield may have been on the verge of collapse at that point, but its shield generator and armor system is still decent, if a bit outdated. In most situations, an expert mech should still be able to remain functional after suffering a heavy blow from a relatively weak Lesser Phase Lord. Not this time. The Saint Piercer is such an effective weapon that it has invalidated all of the defenses of the expert mech. The expert pilots hadn't fully understood the implications of this, so they froze while Lecoy proudly lifted up his weapon and showed off the expert mech that he literally speared through the back. What happened next? Well, before Lecoy could shake the Blade Chaser from his fancy new weapon and turn it against the other Larkinson expert mechs, Patriarch Reginald Cross forcibly intervened. The Mars had deliberately pushed away from the tireless engine and approached Lecoy so quickly that his Mars ended up colliding against the younger Phase Lord's exposed body. The son of Girard not only received a heavy bruise against his flank, but also got pushed away, preventing him from claiming a second expert pilot. The Mars was able to disengage from the tireless engine because the older Phase Lord no longer held the Saint Piercer anymore. Just as the Mars lacked a powerful killing weapon against its adversary, Girard also lacked the power to inflict a decisive killing blow onto the Ace hybrid mech. Of course, the tireless engine grew very angry about the fact that he had been dismissed, and already started to close in on the Mars. Get out of here, Patriarch Reginald, Cross roared over the communication channel. This battle is over. Run and don't turn back. I will hold these enemies as much as possible. Don't wait for me. I can make my own way back to Ducast 7. It seemed very uncharacteristic for Patriarch Reginald to show so much care and consideration for others, but even he could not remain unmoved by the death of a high-tier expert pilot from the Larkinson clan. Hell no, Venerable Vincent defiantly shot back. We can't let Lekoi get away with killing one of our own. I don't want to let these filthy aliens bask in their victory over us. We need to avenge my friend's death. Venerable Rosa Orphan also had misgivings about an immediate withdrawal. We need to take back the Blade Chaser. Imon is dead, but his living mech still lives on. We can't allow his battle partner to fall in the hands of the native aliens. We should take away the Saint Piercer as well. If we bring it back and hand it over to the mechers, they can research this experimental weapon and develop counters that can prevent others from suffering the same fate. No, General Ark struggled to speak through his complex mood. He could procrastinate later. We cannot take any further risks. Letting the aliens keep Imon's mech and the Saint Piercer is bad for many reasons, but we do not have the luxury to fulfill these objectives. We are at a heavy disadvantage. We cannot resist two Phase Lords as well as the entirety of the Girard fleet at once. Listen to our only ace pilot and flee. Though the pilots were split on their goals, they were professional enough to understand that the worst possible outcome was to remain divided on the battlefield. In situations like these, it became imperative to obey the orders of the highest-ranking officer unless it was clearly idiotic or illegal. The risks of persisting in the battle were far too great at this point. The safest option that best preserved the lives of the remaining mechs and mech pilots was to give up and run away. That was what they did in the end. Vase softly said, "It is clear that Venerable Vincent and Venerable Orphan really wanted to stick around and take back the Blade Chaser at the very least, but they cannot justify this decision when there is a high likelihood that another expert pilot will end up getting cleaved into oblivion by the Saint Piercer." Patriarch Reginald also did not try to retrieve the expert mech either. He was badly outnumbered and had his hands full with trying to hold back all of the aliens by himself. Casella did not know what to think at this time. On the one hand, she agreed with the logic that the risks were far too high. On the other hand, she resented the Warborn even more for not even attempting to bring back her brother's expert mech. The aliens who captured this precious machine would most certainly despoil it somehow, thereby denying Casella from gaining possession of the strongest legacy of her brother. She hated General Ark for setting up the circumstances of Imon's death, and she hated Patriarch Reginald for not using his power to push aside Lekoi until it was too late. Chapter 6279 Exhausting Retreat. What happened after the expert mechs began their retreat was mostly predictable. The Lionheart, the Riot, the Sea-Man and the Greenix did not stick around so that their pilots could argue further, but straightforwardly fled into deep space. Naturally, their enemies did not want them to leave so easily. WHO permitted you to leave. Each of you must die to answer for the affront of attacking US and destroying our war materials. The Mars responded to this call by blasting out a full salvo of its overstrained Arceus system. The damage inflicted by the resonance-empowered positron beams were not too great, but the machine had been firing them into tireless engine for a while now. Even if his true body was larger than his current form, the Phase Lord still suffered a lot of accumulated damage from getting struck by so many timers. "I will not let you kill any more comrades in front of my eyes," Reginald growled. "Forget about pursuing them. I will not let you chase after them if I have anything to say about it. Fight me if you want or back off if you don't want to deal with me anymore. Whatever you decide, don't think about coming after the expert mechs." The injured but still battle-hungry tireless engine gazed at the Mars with a challenging expression. "You are outnumbered. You can stop one of US, but you cannot stop all of US. With my fleet and sun at my disposal, you cannot hinder US from eliminating your followers." Patriarch Reginald did not bother to correct the Phase Lord's faulty assumption that he was in charge of the expert mechs. Instead, he grinned and instructed the Mars to lift its whale-cutting saber in a challenging motion. The tireless engine clearly cared a lot about his proudest son. He wouldn't have tossed over a weapon as precious as the Saint Piercer if this was not the case. "You can't take them down, because I will stop you no matter what you choose to do. If you chase after my comrades by yourself, I will fight your son and do everything in my power to kill him. I don't care whether he wields your Saint Piercer or not. He is not skilled and strong enough to make that weapon sing. If you choose to hold me back by yourself, then that is great. Your son isn't as strong as he looks. Now that the surprise factor is over, I think my friends can still defeat him as long as there is no outside interference. As for your fleet, do you want me to relocate our duel in the midst of your precious warships?" Girard looked a lot less amused as Patriarch Reginald explained all the ways he could deter the Nuncers from running the expert mechs down. Even now when the older Phase Lord had reclaimed his experimental weapon, the tireless engine still did not feel confident in his ability to contain and wear down the Mars. Sure, Gerard managed to inflict extensive damage to the exterior of the Mars, but that was when both sides actively wanted to defeat each other. If Patriarch Reginald no longer fought in order to defeat his opponent, but merely wanted to stall the alien forces, then there were many ways his fast and highly resistant ace mech could act as a spoiler to his enemies. There were two big constraints that Reginald imposed on the Nuncers. First, his ace mech was extremely good at inflicting collateral damage. The Gerard fleet had already suffered a blow from losing a lot of powerful phase fighters and failing to prevent the human invaders from destroying so many supply depots. Suffice to say, the Red Cabal would not be happy with the tireless engine and the Gerard fleet after it had learned about this debacle. Letting the Gerard fleet suffer even more material losses due to provoking the Mars into a destruction-filled rampage would cause the Nuncers to suffer even more blame for slowing down the Red Tide offensive. Second, Patriarch Reginald and his Mars posed a deadly threat against Lekoi. The tireless engine had fought extensively enough against the Mars to know without a shadow of a doubt that the powerful ace mech truly had the capacity to outfight his son and slay him within minutes. This effectively meant that the Mars could easily force Gerard to stay by relentlessly targeting Lekoi. There was no way the father would leave his son to contend against a powerful ace mech by himself. The support of the Gerard fleet was not enough to change the outcome. This severely limited the older Phase Lord's option. If he had to choose between two priorities, then he would rather protect son than to chase down after the fleeing expert mechs. In the end, the tireless engine settled for a decision that best safeguarded his son's life while also giving him a small chance to claim the lives of additional expert mechs in the process. Pursue the fleeing cowardly false gods, but also defend what remains of our depots. The Gerard fleet split into half. Part of the warships activated their warp drives and sped up into the distance to catch up with the fleeing expert mechs. The remaining warships and phase fighters stayed behind in order to guard Ducast 11. The tireless engine did not forget about his primary responsibilities. Though this compromise solution allowed the Nunzer warlord to check the most boxes, the fact of the matter was that the pursuit force was not strong enough to guarantee success. What happened next? Saint Tusa asked. Well, I don't think it is necessary to give you a detailed recounting. The spiritual projection of Vase responded. A running engagement ensued where the four fleeing expert mechs tried to flee the reach of the pursuing Nunzer warships. The annoying part is that both sides are equipped with warp travel functionality. The warships are equipped with larger drives that possess a higher warp factor, so they can always keep up with the expert mechs. However, they cannot sustain their warp travel if our machines get too close, because the resonance-empowered space suppressors can sabotage their warp bubbles. So the enemy vessels can keep up with the expert mechs, but they cannot maintain their mobility advantage. Yes, while the expert mechs have become more vulnerable than ever due to losing their resonance shields, they are still very powerful as they are all piloted by high-tier expert pilots. The machines can easily dodge most incoming attacks and they can also close in on the warships and prevent a lot of enemies from firing at them due to the excessive risk of inflicting collateral damage. General Ark and the others have taken advantage of this many times in order to gain an advantage over their enemies. They have expressly targeted the smaller enemy warships in their periodic counterattacks. Clever. Casella spoke up again. The smaller enemy warships are lightly defended and cannot withstand the attacks of multiple expert mechs for long. They are also among the fastest enemy hulls, so removing them from the board first will make it much harder for the aliens to keep up their pursuit. How did it end? Well, the expert mechs and the pursuit fleet continued on with this dance until they finally reached the nearest asteroid belt. It was there that the Warborn took advantage of the abundant obstacles to shake off the pursuing warships and quietly return to the hangar bay of the RA stealth carrier. Both Tusa and Casella looked relieved when they learned that the remaining Larkinson expert pilots managed to get away with their lives and machines left intact. However, Casella's feelings about this outcome was a bit different from her nearby peer. She wanted General Ark to live so that she could force answers from him in person one day. If the good general was truly responsible for driving her brother to his death, then Casella did not have any good intentions in mind for her fellow command specialist. What about Reginald? Did he manage to get out okay after getting ganged up by two Phase Lords? Tusa asked with concern. Vase smirked. Patriarch Reginald Cross acquitted himself well. He was still having the time of his life, I think. At that point, the tireless engine and his son have both lost their energy defenses as well as their raiments. Gerard has reclaimed his Saint Piercer, but his body is no longer in good shape. Lekoi may also be a phase lord, but he is too vulnerable and can't even inflict powerful enough attacks to harm the Mars. Reginald has stayed true to his word. He stalled the two phase lords long enough for the enemy leader to eventually give up any further desire to defeat the Mars. Girard didn't want the exhausting clash to last any longer because the Mars constantly targeted Lekoi. This was the power of a proper ace pilot paired with a fitting and powerful ace mech. Not all ace pilots would have been able to fight against those two opponents and perform so well that they could depart on their terms. Casella wished that her brother was as strong as Patriarch Reginald, but reality often did not match her desires. "So that is it, sir?" she asked in a quiet tone. The others made it out alive, but they had to leave behind the remains of the Blade Chaser. Vase nodded. There is no realistic way to take away the Blade Chaser and protect it from subsequent attacks. The Mars fought against two phase lords for an extended period of time. It managed to inflict a good amount of damage to both of them, but also suffered more extensive damage that will necessitate deep repairs. The fleeing expert mechs also incurred varying degrees of damage due to getting hit by warship-grade attacks that they weren't able to dodge. It is also quite favorable for them to make it back without suffering any further permanent losses. Then, what happens with Imon's mech? Tusa asked. Can you still keep track of it now that we don't have it anymore? The Blade Chaser is a post-living mech. Vase explained. Even if it has no independent personality, it is still connected to the Larkinson network. The Golden Cat is able to keep tabs on it, but she cannot really do more than that. The fact that she is able to perceive it even now means that it is still alive. The stab through the upper chest may be a fatal wound to most humans, but it is not an extensive enough affliction to kill a living mech. According to Goldie, Lekoi has claimed the Blade Chaser as his trophy, but his father wants to transfer the machine to his research teams in order to learn everything possible about one of my better works. That caused Tusa to frown. How much can the aliens learn from a post-living expert mech? Will they be able to figure out your secrets and develop their own living machines, or will they be able to figure out better counters to our other living mechs? Vase shrugged his shoulders. I cannot say for certain. It depends on what kind of researchers the tireless engine gives permission to study the Blade Chaser. It also depends on what the aliens intend to do with their trophy. I don't think there is a serious chance that they will crack the secret to living mechs and develop their own version of them. There is a more serious probability that they will learn how to better respond against other living mechs in the future. Finally, I cannot guarantee that the Nuncers will keep the Blade Chaser intact. If they want to learn all of its secrets, then their researchers must definitely resort to destructive methods. That caused Casella to grow a lot more upset about the fact that the enemy managed to capture her brother's mech. We need to reclaim the Blade Chaser. Agree. Vase responded. We need to be realistic, though. If the tireless engine has any sense, he will immediately transfer the wreck of your brother's mech deep into alien territory. He will also assign his son to escort his trophy to the rear. Neither of the two have a place on the front lines. If the aliens truly intended to take the wreck of the Blade Chaser far beyond the reach of human space, then that made it almost impossible for Casella to reclaim her brother's machine. Despair welled up in her overstressed mind. About that, Vase slowly said. I haven't completed my tale. Not entirely. There is one more thing I have to share with you. This involves a very sensitive secret of mine, and it is also very difficult to explain. I would never share it with you if we weren't talking inside Tusa's Saint Kingdom. The Saint Commander grew suspicious. So far, what she heard was certainly sensitive, but not to the point of ensuring that the Mechers or any other third parties couldn't eavesdrop on the discussion. She had a strong feeling that she was about to learn the true reason for all of this secrecy. Explain. Well, your brother may have died, but that doesn't necessarily mean he is gone. You see, there are rare cases where living organisms can still live on after death. Chapter 6280 Defying the Fog. Awareness came back slowly. Gray mist spread in every direction. No noticeable features could be seen. An indeterminate amount of time seemed to pass. At one point, a new presence started to emerge. Some of the gray mist parted as a humanoid figure came into form. That figure was a man who wore a filigreed red and white uniform. Any human in the Red Ocean was able to identify this iconic man. He was Professor Vase Larkinson, the most innovative and successful senior mech designer of the new frontier. A grave and solemn expression appeared on the man's face. The strong sense of insubstantiality and disassociation made it difficult to get a clear look at the famous mech designer. When the man opened his mouth, no sound seemed to propagate. The man did not give up and repeated his words. On, mon, I'm on, me I'm on, me I'm on, can you hear me I'm on? At one point, another insubstantial figure became increasingly driven by instinct to offer a response. I hear your call. It was incredible for Imon, for now he finally recalled his own identity, to issue a simple response. It was as if he had to lift up several times his own body weight just to say a single word. What happened to him? Why did he become so incredibly weak? What was this mist-filled place? A sympathetic expression appeared on the mech designer's face. Imon, do you remember what happened to you during your last battle? Nothing but fog filled Imon's mind. Ducast 11, Lekoi, the faceless warrior, the Saint Piercer, purged his raiment. Blade Chaser Mark II got impaled from the back. No chance for your body to survive. As Vase patiently summarized the sequence of Venerable Imon's last battle, the high-tier expert pilot finally remembered what had befallen him at the end. He died. He should have felt shocked at this result. He should have felt indignant for dying far too soon. He should have felt unwilling to leave his sister bereft of his existence. Yet, in his weak and foggy mindset, he only felt tired. His time had come, no matter whether he accepted it or not. Death came to everyone. Nobody could refuse its call. Every part of his insubstantial existence accepted the unmistakable fact that he had died. He no longer belonged among the living anymore. He should make peace with this fact and embrace his next destination, whatever that may be. Imon was a secularist, so he never really thought hard about whether there was a definable afterlife. In his current soul-weary condition, he was ready for anything. Yet there was a certain presence in this strange environment that did not want to see Imon depart from his current life in reality. Imon, wake up, you dolt. Don't go. You may be dead, but that does not mean you have to disappear. There are more possibilities than moving on. I have seen people and beasts figure out a way to live after death before. So long as you are strong enough, you can force yourself to persist in our current realm. That sounded way too esoteric for Imon, especially now when his mentality was degrading by the second. He was dead. Parts of him were already crumbling away. Soon, there would be nothing left to hold any conscious thoughts. Why wasn't he moving on already? Why must this phase be prolonged? He was so tired. You dummy, you don't have to die. You can still live. Don't you want to find a way to stay in the realm of the living and make up for all of your past regrets? The words of the mech designer sounded so distant to Imon. Every fiber of his crumbling being had been infected by the force of death. He was no longer alive. Why must he continue to listen to the prattle of a person that he would never have to see again? Nothing seemed to matter anymore to Imon. From the moment his body broke apart, his stay in the current realm had come to an end. He needed to go. He did not belong here anymore. The longer he stayed, the more he violated a fundamental rule that he never learned about, but instinctively knew. Bad stuff would happen to those who defied the fate of death. Imon did not understand why this was the case or where he learned about it, but it seemed incredibly obvious now that he became afflicted by death. I cannot. Goddammit Imon, if you want to live for yourself, then you should at least live for your sister. Casella Ingvar will be devastated if you leave her forever. Do you remember her? She's your closest relative. She is the only member of the fallen house of Ingvar who stuck with you thick and thin. Do not allow death to deprive you of your memories of the sister you love the most. The words initially sank into Imon's mind like fog, but the more Vase talked about how much he cared about his sister, the more his vague and insubstantial memories evoked emotions that jolted strong emotions from another part of himself. Love, affection, yearning. All of these emotions and more seemed to push away the fog and slow down his rate of decay. Forgotten memories that the fog tried so hard to obscure from his awareness gradually returned within his reach. The spark of intelligence began to light up in his eyes. Imon slowly began to regain a semblance of his old awareness. I remember. I am Imon Ingvar. I have a sister, Casella Ingvar. Together, we fight for the Larkinson clan. I died in the field of battle. My life is over. It is not over. Vase corrected the dead expert pilot. I have been trying to tell you multiple times that dying is not necessarily the end for all organisms. There are special circumstances that can allow you to persist after death. You may even be able to return to life again. I promise you with all my heart that I have personally witnessed at least one feat of true resurrection. The dead can come alive again. It is difficult, but it is possible. So long as you manage to retain a semblance of existence in our current realm, you still have a chance. Coming back to life should have appealed to Imon a lot stronger than he currently felt. Unfortunately, the fog still persisted inside himself. It seemed to grow stronger and started to assail him more aggressively. Death was highly possessive of the deceased. It did not tolerate any interference in its sacred and inviolable duty. Ves's expression grew a little more urgent as he recognized that the clock was ticking. Imon, do not zone out on me. I don't care if you are tired or whatever, but there are still people who need you in the realm of the living. Think about your sister. Ksela Ingvar needs you. She would do anything to have you within her reach. Do you want to make her sad by passing on without giving her the courtesy of a final farewell? Wake up, Imon. Remember who you were originally fighting for. Where is the expert pilot who vowed to dedicate all of his life to his sister? The expert pilot remembered this solemn vow. Yet, what did it matter? He was dead. All promises, vows, oaths and contracts became invalid from that point. Or at least that was supposed to be the case. The affairs of the living should be confined to their own group. The dead belonged elsewhere. They should have no lingering attachments to anything related to the realm of the living. Imon instinctively understood these rules, but, the more he thought about his sister, the more he recalled his dedication towards his closest blood relative. He did not want to make her sad. He knew that she would become sad if he died and disappeared. He would rather make her happy. Yet, how could he do so when his soul had already been claimed by death? I do not want to die, but I cannot defy my fate. My sister will have to manage with me, Imon slowly said as the fog started to return with a vengeance. Seeing that time was starting to run out, Vase sped up his words. Imon, there is still a chance. It is true that you are not strong enough to anchor yourself to the realm of the living, but I am different. I have a special relic that bestows me the power for you to persist even if you are dead. You will have to sign a contract with me and undergo a radical transformation, but it is not impossible for you to meet with Ksela and continue to protect her in your new state. The deceased expert pilot should have felt a lot more receptive towards these words, but he struggled to understand and care about the claims made by the mech designer. How? Vase held out a hand. That hand seemed to glow with a completely different power than the death that tried to enforce its claim on Imon's soul. I cannot lie to you, Imon. The opportunity that I am giving you cannot bring you back to a true state of life. At least not immediately. However, there are always chances to make everything right as long as at least a semblance of you is retained. I am giving you this chance. To do so, you must agree to become my chosen envoy. You must wholeheartedly agree to surrender your permanent and undying loyalty to me, Vase Larkinson. In exchange, you shall enter my special court, gain power as my chosen envoy and gain opportunities to speak to your sister once again. Imon frowned. From the moment Vase mentioned the phrase, chosen envoy, a lot of meanings and associations got stuffed into his awareness. He somehow knew that everything Vase had mentioned was true, and a bit more that he had not mentioned. One fact remained extremely clear, though. Not everything about his old self would be retained. To become a chosen envoy was to literally dedicate his life to the person he pledged to serve, even beyond death. This was a contract that not only defied the heavens, but also the fundamental force of death itself. In other words, it was a huge taboo. Imon's decaying soul quivered with primal fear at the thought of defying those powerful forces. Was it worth it to condemn his soul to a potentially grave punishment just because he wanted to remain within reach of his sister? Even if he accepted this contract and turned into a so-called chosen envoy, would he retain enough awareness of his old self, or would he turn into a ghost that only possessed a superficial resemblance of himself? The fleeting urge to reunite with his sister at least once seemed to override his doubts and concerns. A part of his old impulsiveness came back to him all of a sudden. It prompted him to throw aside all of his useless thoughts and accept the deal. Imon slowly raised his arm and reached out until he shook Ves's glowing hand. Nothing happened. Vase briefly frowned. A valid contract is a mutual agreement. Both sides must have full comprehension of the terms and agree with them wholeheartedly in order to take effect. You are still rejecting some of the terms. Are you having trouble with pledging your eternal loyalty to myself? I know it sounds onerous, but it is truly the only chance to bring you back to your sister. Yes, I am aware that you don't necessarily care about me anymore. You only want to come back because of your sister, but I am telling you that this is not how this works. A chosen envoy can only serve the person that possesses the capacity to extend this contract. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall give you opportunities to speak to your sister after becoming my chosen envoy. I can't give you more than that, but I promise to you that I will work to ease the restrictions on you one day. Whether that entails freeing you from your service or modifying the mechanisms that enforce your loyalty to me, there is always a solution to a problem. Is this good enough for you? As long as we work hard enough, there is always a chance for you to come back to life in full and return to being the brother that Casella truly desires. The fog threatened to claw back Imon's soul, but evidently Vess's persuasion had lit up such a strong fire within him that the deceased expert pilot briefly managed to regain a sense of greater clarity. A bit of his old self stared deeply into Vess's eyes. I agree so long as this isn't permanent. Imon firmly stated, promise me that you will earnestly seek to free me from my compulsion and give me a way to come back to life. I promise. You can trust me, Imon. I always abide by my word. The expert pilot continued to stare deeply into Vess's eyes before he decisively shook the mech designer's hand. Everything exploded into light,